Chapter 875. However, no matter how terrifying the ferocious aura was, it couldn't scare Qin Shao and the other two. Qin Shao and the other two directly entered the God-sealing abyss. Once they entered the God-sealing abyss, they could clearly feel that the entire world had changed. The world in the God-sealing abyss was completely distorted. Numerous cracks were shockingly scattered all over the place. If one accidentally touched a crack, one's divine body would probably be torn apart. Moreover, it also made people feel that the rules here were obviously greatly affected and distorted. Everything here was distorted, which was why it made people feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, the distorted void was very terrifying. If an ordinary fourth-step heavenly god entered, he wouldn't be able to withstand the distortion power of the void at all. Just the distortion power alone was enough to easily wipe out a fourth-step heavenly god. Time was distorted, light was distorted, space was distorted, therefore, the God-sealing abyss looked very strange. Sometimes, one might be transported to the other end of the abyss with a single step. The God-sealing abyss was also filled with all kinds of dangers. If one wasn't careful, they would probably suffer a calamity. A strange aura spread throughout the God-sealing abyss. It was gloomy and terrifying. Walking in it would make one's nerves unconsciously tense, not daring to be careless in the slightest. It felt like darkness and terror were hiding in the dark. Once one wasn't careful, they would come out to take one's life. The God-sealing abyss was connected to the passage of another universe. It could connect two universes together, and at the same time resist the suppression of the original wills of two universes. It could be seen how terrifying this passage was. Just the terror of the God-sealing abyss alone was enough to cause the death of many almighties, not to mention the power of the devil-beast universe lurking in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Qin Shao and the other two walked in the God-sealing abyss. Because the space here was extremely unstable, there were many faults distributed in it. Therefore, walking in the God-sealing abyss, there was no way to perform long-distance void jump. Even sovereigns didn't dare to perform long-distance void jump. Otherwise, they would be in danger. If the endless void faults were stacked up, it would be very terrifying, enough to threaten the lives of sovereigns. Qin Shao and the other two were only relying on speed to move forward. If they relied solely on speed, it would take them at least 1 trillion years to pass through the entire sealed God Abyss channel and reach the Devil-Beast universe. Therefore, relatively speaking, Qin Shao and the others had no way of venturing into the depths of the sealing God Abyss during their 100,000-year mission. The deeper he went, the more dangerous it would be, and the more powerful the demonic beast universe would be. Therefore, once one encountered any danger in the sealing God Abyss, it would be very difficult to ask for help. There was no rush at all. Unless they happened to bump into an almighty from the God realm in the vicinity, then they would be able to rush over. Otherwise, the Grandmist Sovereign would have to personally make a move. Of course, the Grandmist Sovereign wouldn't make a move so easily. He wouldn't make a move because of the life and death of an almighty. It was also because of this that the danger in the God-sealing abyss increased. Once he encountered danger, he could only pray for the best. Based on the current situation in the sealing God Abyss, we are the defending side, while the Devil-Beast universe is the attacking side. Therefore, we will appear to be more passive. The power of the Warcraft universe has already crossed the center line. They built their headquarters there, but their power has already crossed the center line long ago. Therefore, even if we don't go too deep, it's possible to encounter the Devil-Beast universe's power. Of course, this also depends on luck. In the sealing God Abyss, the Devil-Beast universe's power is the most threatening. The sealing God Abyss itself is actually not much less dangerous than the Devil-Beast universe's power. To all of you, the things that can give you the greatest enlightenment in the God-sealing abyss are probably the many wonders here, the Lotus Emperor explained. Qin Shao could clearly feel it without the Cyan Emperor's introduction. Because everything in the sealing God Abyss was distorted, the primordial laws in the channel connected to the grand mist universe were also distorted, and the heavenly Tao was also distorted. Under this distortion, there were naturally many loopholes. Once one grasped this loophole, one could directly peek into the origin of the heavenly Tao. In this way, it would naturally be of great help to the cultivation of the heavenly Tao. If one was lucky, one could completely cultivate one's heavenly Tao to an extremely deep level in the Sealing God Abyss. For Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe, this was a great opportunity to gain experience. Qin Zhao's supreme grade Tao, the myriad Tao, and the ultimate sword Tao had already been cultivated to the 6th level of perfection. The chaos great Tao was at the 5th level, and the primordial great Tao was at the 4th level. As for the reincarnation great Tao and the no-beginning great Tao, Qin Shao had not comprehended them yet. In addition to these 4 supreme grade Taos, Qin Shao had also cultivated 9 superior grade Taos to the 6th level of perfection. If one could master all 9 high-grade Taos, they would be able to become a ruler as well. However, if one used this method to become a ruler, their cultivation path would be cut off. It would be almost impossible to become a ruler of the universe again. Once the unifying Tao was formed, it was very difficult to change it. It was just like how it was impossible to turn the rice back into rice once it was cooked. Therefore, Qin Shao had never thought of using superior grade Taos for the unifying Tao. He was definitely pursuing supreme grade Taos for the unifying Tao. His myriad Tao and ultimate sword Tao had both been cultivated to the 6th level of perfection. It was just that he had not reached the unifying Tao point yet. Once he reached the unifying Tao point, he would be able to use these 2 supreme grade Taos for the unifying Tao. Once he succeeded in the unifying Tao, Qin Zhao's strength would probably be comparable to Nian, who ranked first on the heaven leaderboard. It was just that it was too difficult to take this step. However, Qin Shao was not in a hurry to reach the unifying Tao. After all, he had only cultivated for a little over 200,000 years and was still far from the end of his lifespan. Therefore, he could accumulate more experience before attempting the unifying Tao. Qin Shao was not in a hurry to reach the unifying Tao. Of course, Qin Shao now had to consider not only the problem of his lifespan, but also the crisis of the source world and Gu Lingyue's life and death. These were all things he had to consider. Within 100 million years, he had to become a ruler. 100 million years was a relatively long time. At least for Qin Shao, who had only cultivated for a little over 200,000 years, it was a relatively long time. However, to reach the same height as the Kuan-Pung ruler in 100 million years, at least in this universe epoch, no one had been able to do so. A monster like Master Qingye had indeed only used 100 million years to become a ruler. However, compared to the Kuan-Pung ruler, the difference in strength between Master Qingye and the Kuan-Pung ruler was not small at all. For Qin Shao, merely reaching the ruler level was not enough. It was far from enough. Therefore, the pressure on him was extremely great. Among the supreme grade Taos, only the ultimate sword Tao had reached a high level. The myriad Tao was still at the lowest level, not to mention the chaos great Tao and the primordial great Tao. Improving the use of the great Tao was also a main way to improve one's strength. For Qin Shao, there weren't many ways for him to increase his strength. Firstly, he had to cultivate the Chaos Great Tao and the Primordial Great Tao to the 6th level of perfection. He also had to comprehend the Reincarnation Great Tao and the Boundless Great Tao. Secondly, the use of the Great Tao was on a much higher level and more difficult level. If one could cultivate the use of any supreme grade Great Tao to the extreme, one's strength would reach the threshold of the ruler level. If Qin Zhao's ultimate sword Tao took another step forward, he would reach the pinnacle of the use of the Tao. However, Qin Shao still did not have any clue about this step. It was simply too difficult to reach this step. Thirdly, there were other cultivation Taos, such as the heart force, the true intent of power, and the illusion technique. These three major improvements could also greatly improve Qin Zhao's strength. Qin Zhao's true intent of power and the heart force were only at the 4th level. If he reached the 5th level, he would be able to fight against a ruler. If he cultivated the illusion technique to the 7th level, he would reach the threshold of the ruler level. He would be able to barely deal with a ruler. Of course, he would only be able to barely. Thirdly, it would be absolute arts or even secret manuals. Qin Zhao had quite a few absolute arts. However, his main ones were the Mountain River Sword Scripture, the Mirage True Body, the Desolate Land Sword Technique, and the Heaven and Earth Seal. The Mountain River Sword Scripture was the absolute art Qin Zhao had created, so it was naturally the most powerful. The Mirage True Body was both offensive and defensive, and the Desolate Land Sword Technique was the strongest offensive. The Heaven and Earth Seal was more suitable for group attacks and long-range attack. With 4 of the 10 great absolute arts, Qin Zhao had plenty of means and was strong enough. As for the 7 Stars Sword Absolute Arts and the Avalon of 5 Elements Absolute Arts, they were useless to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao had never had the chance to cultivate the 9 heaven diagram that he had obtained in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. In theory, with Qin Zhao's current realm, there was no way for him to cultivate the 9 heaven diagram. He could not reach the threshold of cultivation at all. Therefore, Qin Zhao had never tried to cultivate it. The 4 levels were the direction that Qin Zhao was working hard to improve. Cyan Emperor, look over there. What's that? Qin Zhao suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. In the midst of the chaos there was a huge creature lying there. It was more than 100 million miles long and looked extremely huge. Qin Zhao had never seen it before. With such a huge body, it was like an ancient giant beast. From afar, one could smell an extremely terrifying aura. It was obviously dead, but it still exuded a powerful and terrifying aura. Obviously, it was an extremely powerful existence when it was alive. The Cyan Emperor glanced at it and smiled. Oh, you're talking about that. That's the corpse of a beast clan member. It should have been killed by an almighty in the divine realm. There are still many corpses of the beast clan floating in the god-sealing abyss. There's nothing to be surprised about. You'll see it when you stay here long enough. We might even come across the corpse of an almighty in the divine realm. This is a beast clan member. Qin Zhao had never seen the people of the beast universe before. Now he knew. Chapter 876. The 3 of them approached the corpse of the magical beast universe. In terms of appearance, it looked like a beast from the primordial universe. In terms of size, it was comparable to an ancient giant beast. However, it was more ferocious and sinister, and its body was covered with thick armor. In terms of appearance, it still looked more like a human. It also had hands and feet, but its body was too large. Moreover, there were 2 huge fangs in its mouth, which made it look unusually ferocious. Its huge mouth was like a huge black hole. Qin Zhao asked curiously, Lotus Emperor, do all the people in the magical beast universe look like this? The Lotus Emperor nodded and said, yes, they look about the same. Anyway, according to what we know, there are also beasts. The beasts are different from the ones in the primordial universe. They are also like ancient giant beasts. These are probably the 2 types. Anyway, we don't know if there is a 3rd type. Moreover, the magical beast universe is very strange. The stronger they are, the stronger and bigger they are. Therefore, we can basically judge their strength based on their size. For example, the corpse in front of us is definitely in the top 100 of the heaven list. It is a very powerful existence. Moreover, the biggest difference between the magical beast universe and the primordial universe is that the magical beast universe is a unified universe, unlike the primordial universe, which is divided into 4 realms and many small forces. Even the divine world is divided into 5 camps. The 5 camps of the divine world will only unite when there is a problem. However, the magical beast universe is different. All their forces are ruled by a force called the Magical Beast Empire. The Magical Beast King is the supreme ruler of the Magical Beast universe. It is also because of this that the Magical Beast universe is a great threat to us. Fortunately, it is not that easy for them to invade the primordial universe. With the suppression of the origin will here, they do not dare to act rashly. Only then did Qin Shao feel relieved and rather surprised. The primordial universe was a place where there were thousands of races, and the number of races was uncountable. There were also the 8 great holy lands and the various smaller factions, such as the Reincarnation tribe, which were innumerable. Therefore, the entire primordial universe gave off the feeling that it had scattered into a pile of sand. Fortunately, the 5 great sacred lands of the divine realm were still very united at critical times. They could work together to protect the safety of the divine realm. If that wasn't the case, the primordial universe would have been occupied by the otherverse long ago. In comparison, the magical beast universe was much simpler. There were only 2 races, and the entire universe was unified. This way they could be twisted into a rope and maximize their strength. If that was the case, it really made people feel a sense of crisis. They really couldn't be careless at all. It was no wonder that the God realm had sent so many people to guard this place, not daring to relax in the slightest. The most worrying problem now was that the magical beast universe was going to reach the land of reincarnation of the 9th era. Therefore, the people of the magical beast universe would definitely try their best to invade the primordial universe in order to survive. This battle was probably unavoidable. It was just a matter of when it would erupt. Right now, the divine world was in a very bad situation. It could be said that there were wolves in front and tigers behind. Eros, the machine race, and the forces of the 3 realms were now biding their time. They were probably waiting for the best opportunity to attack the divine world. There was no way to avoid these things. Now, they could only take one step at a time. The divine world was still leaning towards defense. If they took the initiative to attack, they would definitely be powerless. Forget it. Let's not talk about this first. Let's go first, said the Qing Emperor. However, before his voice died away, his expression changed slightly. Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe also felt a trace of movement. They couldn't help but frown slightly and look over. Whoosh! A black shadow suddenly flew out from the ear of the corpse of the magical beast universe. Its speed was so fast that Qin Shao and the others could only see a black shadow. In an instant, it arrived in front of Qin Shao and the others and pounced on the Qing Emperor. Die, you bastard! The Qing Emperor's reaction was also very fast. After a loud shout, a green light slashed out from his palm, tearing the void and killing with a peerless sharpness. The green light tore the void, the sky was furious, and the sun and the moon rose. One after another, strange phenomena bloomed from the green light. The cries of 10,000 beasts and the descent of ancient sages were heard. Streams of terrifying power seemed to have surged out from the ancient times. Green peach blossoms bloomed one after another. It was abnormally beautiful. Soon, the peach blossoms withered and fell one by one. Each of them could collapse mountains and rivers and stir up the sky. The peach blossoms pressed down on the black shadow, crushing the void and crushing everything in its way. It was extremely overbearing. When the peach blossoms bloom, only wait for the Qing Emperor to return. This sentence was an allusion to the Qing Emperor. The peach blossoms were one of the Qing Emperor's trump cards, one of his unique skills, and a standard means. Facing the attack of the Black Shadow, the Qing Emperor directly used his trump card. It could be seen that the Qing Emperor attached great importance to this Black Shadow. The boundless power of the vast expanse smashed into the black figure, layer after layer, covering the 9 heavens. The vast and mighty void was filled with extreme sharpness. The Qing Emperor, after all, was in existence in the top 100 of the heaven list. Naturally, his all-out attack was extremely powerful and terrifying. Therefore, under the bombardment of the Qing Emperor, the Black Shadow issued a sharp and ear-piercing scream, and its body was blasted away. The Black Shadow also took advantage of the momentum to turn its head, and unexpectedly escaped back into the ear of the magical beast alien's corpse. I didn't kill this bastard. It seems that this bastard's level is relatively high. The Qing Emperor shook his head helplessly, but he didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue and attack. If he chased after the Black Shadow, he could obviously kill it, but the Qing Emperor didn't. Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe had heard from the Qing Emperor that there were many dangers in the Sealing God Abyss, but they hadn't heard the Qing Emperor talk about what this Black Shadow was. The Qing Emperor attacked with all his strength, but he was only able to injure the Black Shadow. Moreover, the Black Shadow escaped, which showed how strong the Black Shadow was. The Black Shadow was obviously not from the magical beast universe. Obviously, there was only one possibility, and that was, it was a creature of the Sealing God Abyss. While Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe were lost in thought, the Qing Emperor's urgent shout pulled them back from their thoughts. "Hurry up, we can't stay here for long." There was a hint of nervousness in the Qing Emperor's words, which really puzzled Qin Shao. Hadn't he already chased away that shadowy creature? What danger was there? Could it be? Soon, Qin Shao thought of a possibility. Sure enough, they immediately heard movement coming from the corpse of the magical beast universe. Not good! Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe cried out in their hearts. Naturally, they knew why the Black Shadow came back. Obviously, a lot of those creatures came out. It seemed that the Black Shadow had fled back to find help. One of them was already so terrifying. What if there was a group of them? Qin Shao swept the area with his gaze, and he saw that over 10 of those shadowy lifeforms had charged out. The Qing Emperor could only deal with one of them with all his strength. No matter how strong Qin Shao was, it would be difficult for him to deal with the rest alone. Needless to say, Yi Juanhe definitely wouldn't be able to deal with one. Therefore, the current situation was very bad. The Qing Emperor spat. "I was careless. I should have thought of this. How could I not realize it? Hurry up and leave. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave." The Qing Emperor's face turned a little cold. The three of them left at their fastest speed, but the Black Shadow creatures chased after them. Their speed was very fast, so fast that it was terrifying. Fortunately, the Qing Emperor also had a treasure with him. He had an extremely powerful flying treasure, so the Black Shadow creatures did not have an advantage in terms of speed. Qin Shao did not hesitate. He immediately attacked and used all his strength to activate the Qianquan seal. The Qianquan seal was best at long-range attacks and group attack. The heaven and earth turned into a supreme palm print. At this moment, the universe and sky were mobilized by the Qianquan seal. All the power was used by the Qianquan seal. It was the power to twist the heaven and earth. Rays of light surged out from all directions, stirring up the void. They were absorbed into the heaven and earth and twisted in the heaven and earth. Huge golden palms with mighty divine power surged out and hit the Black Shadow creatures, sending them flying one by one. As a result, the distance between them and the Black Shadow creatures was naturally pulled apart. Soon, the Black Shadow creatures were shaken off. After running at full speed for a while, the Qing Emperor stopped when he was sure that it was safe. He heaved a sigh of relief. It was really dangerous. I didn't expect that there were more than 10 dark beasts hiding in the corpse. Fortunately, we ran fast. Qin Shao, your Qianquan seal showed its divine power. Otherwise, we would have been in big trouble. Dark beasts? Qin Shao looked at the Qing Emperor with a puzzled expression. The Qing Emperor nodded and said, "That's right. These Black Shadow creatures are called dark beasts. They are a life form unique to the Sealed God Abyss. There is only one kind of life form in the entire Sealed God Abyss. After the Sealed God Abyss was born, this kind of life form was also nurtured by the Sealed God Abyss. After countless years of reproduction, the power of the dark beasts became extremely strong in the Sealed God Abyss. If they were to gather together, They could deal with either the divine realm or the magical beast universe. It's just that these dark beasts are rather scattered. There is no way to gather together and unite. These dark beasts live by eating the corpses of powerful experts or rulers. So, they kill any life they see. As long as it's not a dark beast, they will kill it. The power of the divine realm and the magical beast universe have been killing each other for countless years. The number of powerful experts killed and injured is innumerable. Many of the corpses were not discovered by their companions in time and could not be taken away. Naturally, they became the dark beasts' delicacies. The growth of the dark beasts also depends on eating the corpses of powerful experts. The more they eat, the stronger they become. Chapter 877. Dark beasts are so scary? Isn't that too heaven-defying? Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe were also very surprised. In that case, the Dark Beast clan was really more heaven-defying than the Reincarnation clan. They didn't need to cultivate at all. They could easily become an almighty just by eating the corpses of almighties. Moreover, they were born with the strength of a fourth-step heavenly deity. That was a bit too powerful. Emperor Qing also shook his head with a puzzled look. Isn't that so? What's scary is that the Dark Beast clan's reproduction ability is very strong. Although we didn't have a specific count, according to estimates, the number of dark beasts in Sealed God Abyss is more than 10,000. This is only an estimate. The real number is more than that. Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe were also speechless. It was really heaven-defying. The creation of nature was indeed miraculous. To think that such a powerful race could be born in the God-sealing abyss. Inconceivable. It was really too inconceivable. Qin Shao also knew about the strength of the dark beast. Just now, when he used all his strength to activate the heaven and earth seal, he only repelled those dark beasts. He basically didn't injure those dark beasts. From this, it was enough to see how strong the defense of these dark beasts' bodies was. But fortunately, these dark beasts could only live in Sealed God Abyss. They couldn't leave Sealed God Abyss. If these dark beasts could leave Sealed God Abyss, then it would be unimaginable. Once they entered the divine realm, then probably countless almighties would become their food. And these food could nourish them, making their strength even stronger. In that case, probably a lot of Dominator-level dark beasts would be born. At that time, it would probably be a disaster for the divine realm. This could also be considered a very fortunate thing. However, the heavens were still relatively fair. Some preferential treatment was given, but there were also some restrictions. Whether it was the Reincarnation clan, the Undead clan, or this Dark Beast clan, they were all given a certain amount of restrictions, so as not to break the balance. Once the balance was broken, it would probably be a destructive disaster for the universe. The original will of the universe wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. It would do its best to protect the stable development of the universe. Emperor Qing, those dark beasts don't seem to have any aura? It felt cold, as if it was a dead object. It also looks strange. It's just a mass of black shadow. Qin Shao suddenly said. The Lotus Emperor nodded and said, Yes, yes. Another peculiar thing about the dark beasts is that they don't have a trace of aura, just like dead things. This is also the only life form that we know of that doesn't have any aura. Logically speaking, as long as there is life, there should be aura. Aura represented the standard of a living being. But the darkness beasts are strange. They don't have any aura. So, if a dark beast approaches you, you won't be able to detect it. Once you react, it will be too late. Therefore, when we walk in the Sealing God Abyss, we have to be extra careful. Who knows, we might encounter a sneak attack from a dark beast. Their bodies are somewhat similar to the Netherworld race. But the dark beasts are even more peculiar. After they die, they don't leave anything behind. They directly turn into smoke and dissipate between heaven and earth. Not even a trace of consciousness is left behind. Qin Shao clicked his tongue and said, That's really strange. It's simply beyond common sense. Then, it seems that we really have to be more careful in the future. But fortunately, there are 3 of us, so we can guard against each other. Yes, so every time we from the divine realm move, there must be at least 2 people. Generally speaking, we move in a group of 3. That way, it's relatively safer. The Lotus Emperor nodded. But it was still okay. After all, the Sealing God Abyss was too big. The probability of encountering a dark beast was actually not much higher than encountering the Warcraft universe's people. Like the situation just now, it could be considered extremely lucky. Fortunately, there wasn't much damage. The group of 3 continued forward. This time, the 3 people's mission wasn't to hunt the Warcraft universe's people. Instead, it was to train Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe. Qin Shao exclaimed in surprise. He suddenly stopped and gazed into the distance. At this time, what appeared in front of Qin Shao and the other 2 was a strange space. Everywhere was strange. Layers of worlds overlapped, giving birth to a fantasy-like visual effect. The diameter of this space was about the size of a mansion. It was considered a relatively large special space in the Sealing God Abyss. Such a special space was not rare in the Sealing God Abyss. It was relatively common. Moreover, many spaces in the Sealing God Abyss had a life cycle and could move. In short, it was very changeable. Therefore, there was no fixed map in the Sealing God Abyss. Maps were of no use to the Sealing God Abyss. It was only a rough map of the location. But the surrounding scenery of each location could change with time. Therefore, there was no way to determine the location based on the surrounding scenery. This special space was in the shape of a huge nebula. There was a land hidden in it. What a wonderful celestial body! Qin Shao immediately exclaimed. This could be collectively called a celestial body, just like the black vortex celestial body that shrouded the source world. A celestial body was similar to a planet. It was an independent existence in the universe. Some celestial bodies also had some source wills. Of course, they would not be as powerful as the source world. In the universe, celestial bodies were rare, but there were many in the Sealing God Abyss. At this time, Qin Shao and the other 2 had been in the Sealing God Abyss for hundreds of years. During this journey, they had encountered some celestial bodies, but they were all relatively small. It was strange, but it was not like the celestial body in front of them. Qin Shao felt a little shocked when he saw it. He could not help but exclaim. Just one look made Qin Shao feel a little touch deep in his heart. Qin Shao had not felt this for a long time. To be able to touch deep in his heart meant that this celestial body might be of great help to his cultivation. Didn't he come to the Sealing God Abyss to gain experience and to seek some breakthroughs? The Lotus Emperor looked at it and nodded. Yes, this celestial body is indeed quite strange. And it is so big. It is definitely not simple. This nebula gave off a feeling of having no beginning. It came from nothing and started from nothing. With the nebula as the cornerstone, layers of derivation finally formed the entire celestial body. A wisp of nebula is nothing, and the entire nebula is the beginning. A nebula is one, and the entire celestial body is the beginning. This entire celestial body feels like a nebula. But if you look at it carefully, you will feel that the entire celestial body is made up of countless nebulas. They fused together in a special way and overlapped from the beginning. Then, they formed a whole by themselves and gave birth to a continent. What was a celestial body? It could be called a celestial body because it was alive. If it was an inanimate object, then it would be a continent, a planet, or a dangerous place. These were all dead. Inanimate objects could not be called celestial bodies. To be called a celestial body, firstly, it was a whole. Secondly, it was alive. The main thing was how to understand the word alive. Alive was like the black vortex celestial body. It could change the size and shape of its own celestial body. It had its own will and could block the invasion of foreign enemies. Only then could it be called alive. Only when it was alive could it be called a celestial body. Celestial bodies could give birth to things on their own, such as continents and even living creatures. In fact, the source world could also be called a celestial body in theory. I also feel that this celestial body is not simple. I can vaguely smell a trace of danger. Yi Juanhe frowned slightly. Qin Shao said, Lotus Emperor, you have been in the God-sealing abyss for so long. Have you not seen this celestial body? The Lotus Emperor shook his head and said, I have not seen this celestial body. Moreover, there are no records of this celestial body in the God-sealing abyss in our God-sealing mountain. This matter is indeed a little strange. Logically speaking, we have only been in the God-sealing abyss for a few hundred years. Although we are moving forward slowly, we have not gone too deep into the God-sealing abyss. This celestial body appeared here, but no one has been able to discover it before. Therefore, I guess that this celestial body might have been teleported here. Qin Shao nodded. He thought so too. There were spatial faults everywhere in the God-sealing abyss. There were wormholes everywhere. Once one encountered one would directly jump and leave. Although such a situation was rare, it really did happen. Therefore, after thinking about it, this was the only possibility. The God-sealing mountain had been guarding this place for countless years. There were countless almighties and sovereigns who had entered the God-sealing abyss. Therefore, there was naturally a lot of information that was sent back. The God-sealing mountain would specially collect this information, then compile it and distribute it to everyone, especially the records of some celestial bodies. This way, if the people of the God world encountered the celestial body in the God-sealing abyss, they would know the situation and whether it was dangerous. Then, they would choose whether to enter the celestial body or not. Information was very important. Over countless years, the information collected by the God-sealing mountain was naturally very terrifying. However, there was no record of this celestial body in this information. This was really strange. There was only one possibility. This celestial body had never been discovered by the people of the God world before. Unknown celestial bodies were full of unknown dangers. Of course, there might also be unknown opportunities. Everything was hard to say. Qin Shao, Yi Juanhe, the main reason you came to the God-sealing abyss this time is to gain experience. You definitely can't miss this opportunity. You must go in and give it a try. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't take this risk. For me, I've basically reached the end of my potential. Therefore, I'm only interested in hunting the people of the magical beast universe now. As for other things, it doesn't matter. The Cyan Emperor laughed. That was indeed the case. Many almighties had cultivated for countless years and actually didn't have a trace of potential to speak of. There was no way to improve at all. They had already reached the end. To them, entering the God-sealing abyss was purely to hunt the people of the magical beast universe. Chapter 878. Let's go in. Without any hesitation, Qin Shao and the other two flew directly into the nebula, intending to enter the celestial body. The nebula was spiral-shaped, like the mouth of a snail. After flying into it, they could feel the wonders of the nebula more clearly. The shock it brought was also more intense. Wave after wave, it impacted the depths of Qin Zhao's heart. Qin Zhao's mind was greatly moved by the repeated impressions. Qin Shao suddenly stopped and stared at the nebula. At this moment, his body and mind were completely integrated into the nebula. A wonderful feeling and many thoughts came out, accumulating more and more. This was a kind of comprehension of the Great Way. He had already comprehended some of it. After embarking on this path, as long as he continued along this path, he would be able to master this Great Way. The path of the Great Way was like a deeply hidden path. There were layers of fog and obstacles blocking this path. If he wanted to set foot on the path of the Great Tao, He had to break through the layers of fog and get rid of the layers of obstacles. Seeing Qin Zhao's state, Emperor Qin and Yi Jun were also slightly stunned. They were quite surprised and looked at each other for a while. The two of them also stopped and stood aside, not bothering Qin Zhao. Naturally, they could see that Qin Zhao had entered a very mysterious state. He had entered a wonderful state. Entering this state meant that Qin Zhao had been greatly touched and even had an epiphany. In this situation, it was also the easiest to comprehend the Great Way. Tsk. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Alas, I can't be envious at all. I guess Qin Zhao is about to comprehend the Great Way of no beginning. Emperor Qin clicked his tongue and said with an envious look. In terms of the cultivation of the Great Way, Qin Zhao was already heaven-defying enough. He had already mastered 4 supreme Great Ways, and 2 of them had been cultivated to the 6th level of perfection. Yi Juanhe had only cultivated 2 supreme grade Great Tao. The Azure Arch was slightly better, but he had only cultivated 3 supreme grade Great Tao. Furthermore, he had only cultivated 1 supreme grade Great Tao to the 5th level. He had been unable to break through to the 6th level and enter the perfected realm. It was also because of this that Emperor Qin's strength had been unable to improve greatly. Qin Zhao had already gone further than them in the cultivation of the Great Way. It was already a rare thing. However, they didn't expect that Qin Zhao would have a great comprehension here and might cultivate another supreme Great Way. Incredible, it was too incredible. It was enough to make people speechless. The two of them could only wait and watch for Qin Zhao for free. This wait actually lasted for close to 3,000 years. All these years, Qin Zhao had been standing there. His gaze was completely fixed on the nebula, and his mind was completely immersed in it. The longer he waited, the higher the probability of a breakthrough. Emperor Qin and Yi Juanhe also wanted to cultivate, but they didn't have any comprehension at all. Naturally, there was no way for them to cultivate. So out of boredom, they built a small pavilion and sat inside to drink wine. No wonder he's the #1 genius of our universe era. He really lives up to his name. Breakthroughs are like child's play to Qin Zhao. No matter how incredible something is, it will become simple to Qin Zhao. Tsk. I really can't believe how far Qin Zhao can go in the end. I feel that rulers should be very confident, but if you want to go any higher, then it's impossible. After all, there's no way for another universe master to be born. Our universe has been severely damaged because of the Great War of the 4 realms. Many things have lost their balance. Besides, this universe era has already reached the middle and late stages. The probability of another universe master being born is almost 0. Otherwise, if Qin Zhao was born at the beginning of the universe era, he might really become a universe master. Emperor Qin had lost count of how many times he had clicked his tongue. Yi Juanhe nodded. That was indeed the case. Based on the talent and potential that Qin Zhao had shown so far, his growth should be much stronger than Master Qingye's. There should be no problem for him to become a universe master. Shua, Qin Zhao suddenly moved. His eyes regained their brightness and released a beam of light. So this is the great path of no beginning. 3,000 years of comprehension was not in vain. I didn't expect that this nebula would allow me to directly comprehend the great path of no beginning. It's really a small world. Life's encounters are really miraculous. Qin Zhao's face broke into a slight smile. He was in a good mood. Qin Zhao did not expect that he would be able to use this opportunity to cultivate the great path of no beginning in one go. Although he had only cultivated to the 2nd level after 3,000 years of cultivation, Qin Zhao had already gained a lot. After mastering the great path of no beginning, Qin Zhao had actually mastered 5 of the 6 types of great path of no beginning. There were probably only a few people in the entire God world who could master 5 types of great path of no end. Not to say that they could be counted on one's fingers, but there were probably not many of them. The difficulty of mastering one more type of great path would increase exponentially. Mastering 5 types of great path of no end was already one of the top few in the God world. 6 types, at least, on the surface, no one had achieved this. There were no records of anyone mastering 6 types of great path of no end. Of course, this was only on the surface. There were no records of this. No one had ever heard of it. But whether it really existed or not, no one knew. After all, no one knew what the 8 great saint masters of the God world were like. No one dared to steal anything from them. Haha, Junior Qin Shao, you're still the best. TSK, TSK. Wherever you go, you break through. When you encounter a celestial body, you can also gain enlightenment and comprehend the great path of no beginning. I'm really in awe of you. There are very, very few people who can cultivate the great path of no beginning. Even I don't know many. Such a difficult great path, but you manage to master it so easily. You're really heaven-defying. The Azure Emperor laughed. He was also very happy for Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled and said, I was lucky. This nebula originally contained the great path of no beginning. That's why I was able to comprehend it. Whether it was cultivating great paths or other things, cultivation was actually like this. To comprehend something like this, one had to look at opportunities and luck. If one's heart was touched, then it would be very easy to cultivate. If one's heart was not touched at all and forcibly cultivated, then there would be no effect at all. As long as his heart was touched, he would be able to achieve 100 times the result with half the effort. Therefore, one couldn't just lock oneself up to cultivate. Instead, one had to go out more, see more of the world, and see more wonderful scenery. This way, it would be easier to be touched. Once one grasped a trace of thought, it would be enough to comprehend a lot of things. The Azure Emperor waved his hand and laughed. Don't talk about luck. Even if it's luck, luck is also a part of one's strength. Of course, there's an element of luck. But your talent and comprehension are also really amazing. Yi Juanhe and I didn't feel anything at all, but you did. So, in the end, it can still be said that it's talent. Qin Shao smiled. If that was the case, then it was understandable. He had no choice but to accept this praise. However, Qin Shao still felt that it was a pity that he could only cultivate to the 2nd level and couldn't continue to improve. The 2nd level of the Great Path of No Beginning was of no use to Qin Shao at all. It couldn't help him at all in battle. If he was willing to spend time here to comprehend and cultivate, then Qin Shao was confident that he could improve a lot in a short time. However, time waits for no man. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Qin Shao still gave up this idea. Otherwise, if it took tens of thousands of years to break through to the 3rd or 4th level, Qin Shao couldn't afford it. Anyway, since he had already embarked on this path, it would be much easier for him to continue in the future. Therefore, there was no need to be in a hurry to talk about it. Sorry to keep you waiting for a long time. Let's go in, Qin Shao said. Emperor Qin waved his hand with a smile and said, It's okay. As long as you can make a big breakthrough, we can wait for another 3,000 or 30,000 years. I came here this time to accompany the Crown Prince to study. I don't expect to kill anyone from the Warcraft universe. As long as I can accompany you well, then I will have completed my task. Let's go. The 3 continued to enter the celestial body. After passing through layers of nebulas, Qin Shao and the other 2 landed on the continent in the nebula. There were mountains and rivers, as well as flowers and trees. It was a prosperous scene. Here there were many strange rocks, strange peaks, and strange valleys, which were also crisscrossed and densely covered. Looking around, Qin Shao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He had some doubts in his heart. What's going on? Why do I feel that it's not dangerous at all? On the contrary, it's more like an otherworldly paradise. Emperor Qing looked around seriously and was also very puzzled. Yeah, why do I feel like I'm in a paradise? This doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be so peaceful inside. No matter what, this is the interior of a celestial body. From what we know, celestial bodies are not simple. There should be a certain amount of danger in the interior of celestial being. But why is this celestial body so strange? It doesn't make sense at all. I feel that we have to be more careful. The more it's like this, the more uneasy I feel. Perhaps a greater and more terrifying danger is lurking in the dark. Emperor Qing's guess was also possible. Often, some things were confusing. The more beautiful something was, the more poisonous it could be. Therefore, behind this otherworldly beauty, there might be great danger lurking. Since we're here, let's just take it as it comes. Since we've decided to go in, we don't care about the dangers. Let's go, let's take a look inside first. This continent is big enough. Let's take a good look at it. If there really is any danger, I believe that with the three of us working together, we won't be afraid of anything, Emperor Qing said seriously. Chapter 879. The three of them walked on this continent for 3 days and 3 nights, but they didn't even see any life. Everywhere they passed, there were only mountains and rivers. There were really many beautiful places. However, Qin Shao and the other two had seen many beautiful places, so they didn't feel that there was anything new. It's really strange. Logically speaking, we've been walking for 3 days, and the area we've explored is not small. Not to mention danger, we didn't even see any life. There's no danger at all. This place is very much like an otherworldly peach garden. Emperor Qing was really puzzled. He shook his head and said, "But that's not right. I've never heard of a celestial body like this. I've seen many celestial bodies, and there's more or less danger in them. The bigger the celestial body, the more terrifying it is. How can there be such a situation? Strange, it's really strange. There's no way to explain it." Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe were also very puzzled. It was indeed a very strange thing. Regarding the celestial bodies in the God's Ceiling Abyss, they had also checked the information on God's Ceiling Mountain. But compared to this place, it did feel somewhat out of place. But the more it was so, the more worried Qin Shao and the others were and the more vigilant they were. They were always worried that there would be more terrifying dangers lurking in the dark. Once they relaxed their vigilance, they would rush out and catch the three of them off guard. This possibility was definitely there, and it wasn't small. "Emperor Qing, what do you think?" Qin Shao frowned and asked. Emperor Qing frowned and pondered for a while, then said, "We can't make any conclusions for the time being. Anyway, no matter what, we can't let our guard down. Let's continue to investigate." Qin Shao nodded. He had the same idea, but after all, it was his and Yi Juanhe's first time entering the God's Ceiling Abyss, so he wanted to ask Emperor Qing's opinion. He was very experienced. Since everyone had the same idea, they continued to walk. For a month, Qin Shao and the others were still very peaceful, just like the first 3 days. They didn't encounter any danger at all. This situation was really strange. Qin Shao and the others had to re-examine this problem. Maybe our way of thinking is wrong. Maybe there really is some special situation. Maybe there really isn't any danger in this celestial body. Emperor Qing couldn't help but say. It had been more than a month since they entered this place. They had almost searched the entire continent, but they still didn't find anything. They still didn't encounter any danger. What he saw was still the mountains and rivers, still the beautiful scenery of the great rivers and mountains. It was truly a paradise. Qin Shao said, "That should be the case. Otherwise, we wouldn't have failed to find anything after investigating for so long." Such a huge celestial body, he thought there would be something special. "Let's go out." The Azure Tharch nodded. Since there was nothing to gain, it was best not to stay any longer. However, just as the three of them were about to leave, they were shocked to discover something. Is the passage gone? Emperor Qing was the first to discover the situation. Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe also discovered that the spiral mouth of the nebula had disappeared. It had been completely closed. As for these changes, they had actually failed to notice them the entire time. It was only now that they discovered them. The situation was not good. Qin Shao couldn't help but think of the black vortex celestial body. In the beginning, there had always been a passage out. But one day there was a sudden change. That passage was closed. The situation in front of them was exactly the same. Therefore, Qin Shao cried out in his heart, and a bad premonition welled up in his heart. It seemed that danger was coming quietly. They didn't notice it at all. The danger was actually lurking in the dark. They only cared about this continent and ignored the nebula. Qin Shao said, "Let's go and take a look first. Maybe we can break through and escape." The Azure Supreme Arch and Yi Juanhe nodded. This was indeed a possibility. After all, if the three of them joined forces, their strength would be close to the level of a ruler. It could be considered very powerful. If the three of them attacked together, it was still possible to tear open a passage and leave. Qin Shao and the other two quickly arrived in front of the nebula. The nebula was originally scattered, but now it was completely closed. It formed a tight cage without any gap. Unless they could tear open the nebula, there was no way out. The passage they came in through just now was no longer there. They didn't notice all these changes at all. They didn't know when it was completed. Perhaps, in just an instant, everything would be completed. However, now was not the time to discuss this. The most important thing now was how to leave this celestial body and how to break through the nebula. Qin Shao said in a deep voice, "Let me try first." After saying that, Qin Shao moved his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. His eyes suddenly became incomparably cold and sharp. Whoosh! Qin Shao made his move. The desolate land sword technique was fully displayed and the sword slashed heavily into the nebula. Clusters of nebulas dissipated under Qin Shao's sword, disappearing without a trace. However, the strange thing was that clusters of nebula appeared and filled the gap in time. Therefore, it was useless. The nebula didn't decrease at all. Qin Zhao's sword only caused a small ripple. Then, it returned to normal. Qin Shao was unwilling to give up. He tried 100 times, but it was the same every time. Whether it was the desolate land sword technique, the mountain river sword scripture, or the true meaning of power, etc. He tried many methods one by one. Moreover, he tried many times, but it still didn't work. He tried again and again, but failed again and again. However many were destroyed, more were born. The speed of destruction was exactly the same as the speed of birth. So, how could he fight? After 100 times, Qin Shao had no choice but to retreat temporarily and give up. Emperor Qing and Yi Juanhe saw this scene. Their faces were bitter and serious. Obviously, the situation was very bad. Emperor Qing shook his head and said, "It seems that we've really gone too far this time. We've miscalculated everything. I didn't expect that we would be trapped in this celestial body. Qin Shao, you can't break this celestial body even if you try your best. It seems that it's not easy to break this celestial body. I'm afraid that even if the three of us work together, we won't be able to do it." Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, I'm afraid that even if the three of us work together, we won't be able to do anything. Even if I try my best, I still feel that it's too far away. I can't even scratch the surface of this nebula. Therefore, even if the three of us work together, it won't be much better. This time we're completely trapped. Although we can't see any danger because of the cause and effect, since it can trap us here, I feel that it's not simple. It's not simple at all. Now, we still have to plan for the long term. The most important thing is to know how to break this nebula and leave here. Emperor Qing, maybe we have to ask for help from the higher-up." Chapter 880. At the pinnacle of Sealed God's Mountain, in the Saint Palace, Master Qingye and Baron Sword God entered the Saint Palace hand in hand. Inside the Saint Palace, a towering figure sat on a throne, overlooking the land of 9 remoteness. He had sealed the entire Sealed God's abyss and was overseeing everything. A clump of primordial qi swirled around the towering figure, forming the image of an ancient sacred being. There was a green dragon, a qilin, a phoenix, a black tortoise, a white tiger, a pai xiao, a xie, a qing luan, a tai yang illumination, a tai yin serene glow, and so on. All the ancient godly beasts were present, and all of them submitted to the towering figure. They circled around the towering figure, displaying their divine power. Although they were only apparitions, they exuded ancient divine power as if they were the real body. No one dared to act rashly. Master Qingye and Baron Sword God stood respectfully before the towering figure and shouted, "Greetings, Primordial Chaos Ruler." The figure sitting on the throne was none other than Primordial Chaos Ruler, who had been guarding the place with his original body. In addition to his original body, his 2 main bodies were also guarding the place. There were a total of 3 bodies, which were equivalent to 3 universe masters. The Master of Primordial Chaos opened his eyes when he saw Hegemon Greenleaf and Hegemon Baron Sword. His gaze landed on the 2 of them gently as he asked, "Is something the matter?" Master Qingye nodded and explained the situation that Qin Shao and the others had sent back in detail. Primordial Chaos Ruler's eyes flickered as he looked into the depths of Sealed God's abyss. His gaze passed through the endless void and reached the deepest part of Sealed God's abyss. Huh! The Grand Mist Ruler's eyebrows twitched slightly. Sensing the slight change in his expression, the Green Leaf Ruler and the Baron Sword Ruler felt a sense of foreboding rise in their hearts. It seemed that Qin Shao and the others were in big trouble. Primordial Chaos Ruler looked away and said, "Qin Shao and the others are in trouble. They entered a strange celestial body that can travel through the void on its own. Now that celestial body is close to the central area." "What? Is it close to the center line?" When Hegemon Greenleaf and Hegemon Desolate Sword heard this, they were given quite a fright. The Devil Beast universe was different from the primordial universe. The primordial universe was guarding the exit. It had created a God Bestowment Mountain, and its headquarters was stationed in the God Bestowment Mountain. As long as the exit was guarded, there was no need to be afraid that the Warcraft universe's people would be able to break through. The philosophy of the primordial universe was defense, while the theory of the Devil Beast universe was offense. Therefore, the Devil Beast universe's main camp was stationed on the central front. That way, they wouldn't be bound by the primordial universe's origin will. At this time, Qin Shao and the other 2 were close to the center line, which was equivalent to approaching the headquarters of the Warcraft universe. Once exposed, it could be said that 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 if it was exposed at this time, it could be said that 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 at this time, 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 could be said that at this time, it 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 could be said that at it was almost impossible to escape back to Mount God Bestowment from the central front. Therefore, this situation made Greenleaf anxious. "Master of Primordial Chaos, what should we do now? Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe are both in their original bodies. The Azure Emperor's words don't matter. After all, it's just a clone. If it's really sacrificed, then so be it. Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe have unlimited potential. If their original bodies die, it will be a great loss to the divine world. Especially Qin Shao. He has a high chance of becoming a sovereign. This kind of loss is enough to make our hearts ache." Primordial Chaos Ruler nodded slightly and said, "Qin Yi, don't worry. Although the situation is bad, it doesn't mean that there's no hope. Everything would still depend on their luck. Qin Shao is a person with great providence. Providence should be on his side. Perhaps this is also an opportunity for them. That celestial body didn't appear earlier or later. It just had to appear now. Qin Shao and the others left as soon as they entered. This in itself is very strange. We haven't seen that celestial body in countless years. We can't help them now. Even I can't rashly enter the center line. Everything will depend on their own luck. I hope that they can escape this calamity and survive. Hegeman Greenleaf and Hegeman Desolate Sword could only shake their heads helplessly. There really was nothing they could do about this. They definitely didn't dare to go to the center line. Even if they wanted to, it would take a lot of time. The Grand Mist Master had the ability to go to the center line, but he wouldn't go unless he had no other choice. In Starcloud Continent, Qin Shao and the others were waiting for Master Qingye's reply. Qin Shao and the others suddenly heard Master Qingye's voice in their minds. The three of them immediately became serious. Qin Shao, Azure Emperor, Yi Juanhe, I have bad news for you. You are now in the center line. Very close to it. I believe I don't need to explain how dangerous it is. I'm sure you all understand. We can't go to the center line to save you. Even the Grand Mist Master wouldn't dare to enter the center line. Therefore, you can only rely on yourselves to deal with the danger. If there's any situation, just tell me in time. However, I can't help you anymore. All of this is your good fortune, your destiny. No one can say for sure whether it will be a blessing or a curse. Qin Shao and the others were stunned when they heard Master Qingye's words. The three of them looked at each other. Their faces were also filled with helplessness and bitterness. After a long while, the Azure Emperor shook his head and sighed. Sigh, this is really 8 lifetimes of bad luck. It's fine if we didn't encounter any opportunities, but we were actually brought here by this celestial body. This is really something that has never happened before. Qin Shao also said helplessly, I'm sorry, Azure Emperor Yi Juanhe. I've implicated you. If I hadn't insisted on coming in, we wouldn't have been brought here. Now that we're at the center line, we'll definitely die if we go out. However, if we don't go out and continue to be trapped in this Starcloud continent, it's probably no different from death. It's really a dilemma. Now, we have to think about what to do. The Azure Emperor waved his hand and said, Don't say such things. This can't be blamed on you. No one expected something like this to happen. If we want to blame someone, we can only blame ourselves for being too unlucky. If we were just trapped by this celestial body, it wouldn't be too bad. There wouldn't be any trouble. At most, we'd be trapped for a while. If it really doesn't work, we can ask for help from the higher-up. Master Qingye and the others can also help us. Now that we're close to the center line, even the Grand Mist Master wouldn't dare to come here easily. We can only rely on ourselves. Moreover, we're close to the headquarters of the Devil Beast universe. If we're exposed, we'll definitely be hunted down endlessly. Once we're discovered, there's no way we can escape. If we want to return to Mount God Bestowment from the center line, I'm afraid it'll take us at least 50 million years, right? Qin Shao nodded solemnly and said, Yes, it's too difficult to go back. However, I'm thinking, are we really that unlucky? Or are we really that lucky? Lucky? The Azure Emperor looked at Qin Shao in confusion. Yi Juanhe also looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao said seriously, Yes, Azure Emperor Yi Juanhe, think about it. Isn't all of this too much of a coincidence? Too much of a coincidence? The Azure Emperor frowned and thought for a while. Then, a thought came to his mind. He nodded and said, Yes, it's indeed too much of a coincidence. It's a little too much of a coincidence. No one in the divine realm has discovered this celestial body. This means that this celestial body only appeared recently. After we entered this celestial body jumped through the endless void and arrived here. We've only been here for 3 months. In such a short time, this celestial body actually jumped through the endless void. Such an ability is truly unimaginable. Qin Shao said, "Yes, that's why I'm wondering if this celestial body has a consciousness inside. As long as someone enters, it will take that person away. If there's such a consciousness, it shouldn't be too simple. However, we can't figure out what the consciousness of this celestial body wants to do for the time being." Celestial bodies had their own consciousness and could do some things on their own. Was the consciousness of this celestial body intentional or random? If it was intentional, then there might really be a secret behind this matter. If it was intentional, then it would be a disaster for the 3 of them. Yi Juanhe, who had been silent all this time, said, "Is there a possibility that this celestial body will keep jumping through the void and take us away from here?" Qin Shao and the Lotus Emperor agreed with this guess. Of course, it was still possible. As for the specifics, they would have to wait and see. Since they were trapped, they definitely didn't know the specific location. They could only rely on the Master of Grand Mist to find out. The Lotus Emperor said, "I'll ask again after some time. If the location is constantly changing, then the situation won't be that bad. However, no matter what, I feel that the most important thing now is to figure out the situation of this celestial body as much as possible. Secondly, we have to find a way to break out of this nebula and find a way to leave this place. Otherwise, if we continue to be trapped here, it's no different from death." Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe nodded. This was the only thing they could do now. Hence, the 3 of them continued to search the entire Starcloud continent. After spending 3 years, they carefully checked several times and finally confirmed that this was a continent without any living creatures. There wasn't a trace of danger. Master Qingye also sent back news that the Master of Grand Mist hadn't noticed any changes in the celestial body's position. The celestial body had stopped moving. Of course, no changes for the time being didn't mean that there wouldn't be any changes. Perhaps the celestial body would stay in one place for some time before leaving again. Hence, they still had to wait and see before coming to a conclusion. Qin Shao and the other 2 didn't discover anything after checking for a while. They could only start thinking of ways to break out of this nebula and leave this place first. Master Qingye shared his guess and the Master of Grand Mist's intention. He said that he would let Qin Shao and the other 2 comprehend the great Tao of no beginning. Perhaps they would be able to break out of this nebula after cultivating the great Tao of no beginning to the 6th level. Chapter 881. In theory, the distance between 2 universes was extremely far. Even if a universe master wanted to travel from one universe to the other, it would take an unknown amount of time. If one was unlucky, one universe era might not even be enough. In the endless universe ocean, in a cold land near the Hong Meng universe, a majestic ice palace stood there quietly, exuding an extremely cold aura. The boundless universe ocean was extremely gloomy, cold, and pitch black. The endless universe ocean was a huge black screen, and the great 1,000 universes were like bright stars on this huge black screen, embellishing the entire black screen with various colors. Xiao, a light spot suddenly tore apart the void space and flew out from the Hong Meng universe, flying toward the ice palace at an extremely fast speed. As the light spot approached, the door of the ice palace slowly opened, welcoming the light spot into the ice palace. Within the ice palace, 2 figures who were seated cross-legged suddenly opened their eyes. One of them was a white-clothed man, and the other was a green-clothed man. Both of them maintained the appearance of being in their 30s, which was the same as the body features of the human race in the godly world. The green-clothed man's face revealed a hint of excitement and joy, and he said to the white-clothed man, "Big brother, we succeeded." "Haha, big brother, you are so lucky to be able to come up with such a good thing. Interesting." The white-clothed man's face did not change at all. He was as calm as still water as he looked at the green-clothed man and said, "Why are you so happy?" For now, we are still exploring. Whether we can succeed or not is still unknown. This time, I'm afraid we can only treat it as a game, just a small experiment. Who cares? In any case, we have been drifting in this frigid place for countless years. God knows how many eras have passed by. We brothers can't find that legendary place, and we have no way of entering the other universes. This time we finally caught 3 little fellows, so of course we have to play with them. After being trapped for so long, I am so bored that I want to die. Big brother, let me play with these 3 little fellows. The green-clothed man didn't care too much. He rubbed his hands and laughed, looking impatient. The man in white shook his head helplessly and said, "Second brother, you can play, but don't overdo it. Don't play these 3 people to death. Big brother, it's just 3 little fellows. If they die, then they die. Why do you care so much?" the green-robed man said unhappily. However, the white-robed man's face darkened and became serious. Seeing this, the azure-robed man said, "All right, all right, all right. I know, big brother. I know you don't like killing. Forget it, it's fine as long as I don't play them to death. Big brother, I'm going to play." After saying that, the green-clothed man left. The white-clothed man shook his head helplessly. Star-Cloud Continent. Since they had decided on a temporary direction, the 3 of them started cultivating. Yi Juanhe and the Azure Supreme Arch obviously had no clue about the great Tao of no beginning. However, they could not just sit around and do nothing. Qin Zhao's great Tao of no beginning had already reached the 2nd level. However, he was still very far away from reaching the 6th level. Qin Zhao once again immersed himself in cultivation. He entered the cloud and felt the nebula. Originally, Qin Zhao was confident that as long as he had enough time, he could cultivate the great Tao of no beginning to an extremely high level. Now, there was nothing much to talk about in terms of time. Being trapped here, there was no way out. He could only cultivate the great Tao of no beginning. This was the only path he could take. He could give it a try. What's going on? The Azure Supreme Arch suddenly exclaimed. Qin Zhao and Yi Juanhe also came back to their senses. They frowned deeply. Clearly, they had also felt it. The Azure Supreme Arch looked at Qin Zhao and Yi Juanhe in shock. He asked, "Did you feel it?" Qin Zhao and Yi Juanhe both nodded. Qin Zhao's brows were deeply furrowed, and his expression was incomparably solemn. "I actually have no way of contacting my clone." The Azure Supreme Arch nodded. "Yes, I can't contact my original body either. We have completely lost contact." The situation on Yi Juanhe's side was obviously the same. Logically speaking, as long as they were in the universe, no matter how far apart they were, the original body and the clone would have a natural connection. They would know each other's situation. This was a kind of instinctive power. No matter how far apart one was, there was no way to block it. Previously, Qin Zhao and Yi Juanhe had accidentally entered the depths of the ancient palace on Mount Shintong. They had also lost contact with their original bodies. After they came out from the depths of the ancient palace, the connection was restored. Qin Zhao thought for a while and asked, "Azure Supreme Arch, other than being isolated by something, what else can you think of that would cause us to lose contact with our original bodies and clones?" The Azure Supreme Arch shook his head and said, "That's impossible. We have been here for quite some time. Previously, we were able to contact our original bodies and clones. But now we suddenly lost contact. Could it be that this celestial body has moved again? If that's the case, could it be that we have already passed through the central line and arrived at the Warcraft universe? If we arrived at the Warcraft universe, it would be equivalent to leaving the Hongmeng universe. Naturally, there would be no way for us to contact our original bodies and clones. If there is a possibility, it would be that our original bodies and clones were killed at the same time. We didn't even have time to react. However, this is obviously impossible. I tried to contact Master Qingye, but I couldn't. So, the Azure Supreme Larch couldn't help but gasp. The most likely possibility is that we have already left the Hongmeng universe. Gasp. Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe gasped as well. Left the Hongmeng universe? Could it be that they had really entered the Warcraft universe's territory? If that was the case, it would be even more troublesome. Only death awaited them. They didn't even want to think about it. The Azure Supreme Larch looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. He complained bitterly, "What is this celestial body trying to do? Where do you want to take us? Isn't this too strange?" It was indeed strange. The Azure Supreme Larch had never heard of such a strange celestial body. However, the reality in front of him made him feel helpless. The situation had become even more dangerous. It was already dangerous enough. Now that they had left the Hongmeng universe's territory, the three of them were in despair. Unless this celestial body could jump through the void again and return to the Hongmeng universe, the three of them would definitely die. However, there were still many doubts lingering in the minds of Qin Shao and the other two. If this celestial body had really jumped through the center line and entered the Warcraft universe, then the Warcraft universe's defense of the center line was too poor. How could there be a wormhole left behind? How could it not be sealed by the universe masters of the Warcraft universe? This situation shouldn't be right? Since the Warcraft universe had set up its headquarters in the center line, it obviously had made all the necessary precautions and sealed the area. There must have been a universe master who had set up a boundary here to seal off everything. Unless one barged in directly, there was no way one could pass through without being noticed. However, this celestial body was obviously not under attack. How could this be? Strange. It was really too strange. Qin Shao and the other two were very puzzled. They didn't know what was going on. An intense sense of danger shrouded the three of them, making them frown. "Sigh, this is fate. It seems that the three of us are really going to die here. There's no other way. If there was a 1 in a trillion chance of survival just now, there's no chance at all now. We're doomed. My death is not regrettable. After all, I'm just a body. Besides, this body of mine has killed many people from the Warcraft universe in the past 100 million years in sealing God Abyss. It's enough for me. Qin Feng, you and Yi Juanhe are still young, and this is your first time in sealing God Abyss. It's really a pity that you're so unlucky. What's more, this is your original body. Your loss is incomparably huge. This is also a huge loss to the godly world. Especially you, Qin Shao. With your talent and potential, there shouldn't be any problem for you to become a ruler. It's very likely that you'll surpass Master Qingye and achieve immeasurable success. However, sigh. Maybe this is all fate. The Azure Emperor said something very dejected. He was really in despair. He had reached a dead end. Qin Zhao's body was trapped in God Ascension Mountain, and the possibility of him coming out was very slim. If the original body was dead, it would be impossible for him to come out. If the original body was not dead, there was still a little hope, but it was still terrifyingly low. The death of the original body would naturally have a huge impact on the body of the clone. Moreover, with the clone trapped in God Ascension Mountain, it was almost impossible for him to improve his strength greatly. A rare look of despair appeared on Yi Juanhe's face. He really couldn't see any hope. Qin Shao was also aware of his current situation. He had really walked into a hopeless situation. However, Qin Shao still had a strong will to not admit defeat. Don't be discouraged. Before we really die, there's still hope for us. Qin Emperor shook his head. For now, he might still have some ambition and fighting spirit, but in the endless years, everything would be worn away. Besides, Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe didn't have that long to live. At the peak of God Ascension Mountain, Master Qingye and the Baron Sword Sovereign once again came to the palace to find the Master of Grand Mist. The Master of Grand Mist frowned slightly, and his expression was a little serious. When he saw Master Qingye and the Baron Sword Sovereign, he took the initiative to speak. I already know the situation. I've been monitoring that celestial body, but I didn't expect it to slip away under my nose. It's no longer in our Grand Mist universe. In such a situation, I'm afraid there's only one possibility. That celestial body has crossed the central line and reached the Devil Beast universe. Now, even if I want to, I can't do anything. There's no solution to this situation. Hegemon Greenleaf was beginning to panic. Master of Primordial Chaos, then aren't we just going to watch Qin Shao and the others die? Chapter 882. On the Starcloud continent, although Qin Shao and the other two knew that they were in a predicament, they did not give up. Even if it was a hopeless situation, it wouldn't be able to crush the three of them, and they wouldn't feel despair. Even if they crossed the midline, Qin Shao wanted to break through the nebula and leave this celestial body first. If they were trapped in this celestial body, they would definitely die. If they left this celestial body, even if they entered the magical beast universe, they would not die. Even if they died, they could drag it out for a while. To put it bluntly, they could kill more people from the magical beast universe. Their deaths would be worth it, and they could contribute to the divine realm with their last ray of light. Qin Shao had never been afraid of death. He was a hot-blooded man. Even if he died, he should die with a bang. He should die on the battlefield. Qin Shao was not affected by the predicament in front of him. He continued to immerse himself in his cultivation and continued to comprehend the great Tao of no beginning. While Qin Shao was immersed in his cultivation, the Lotus Emperor was free and easy. He took out some wine and drank. Yi Juanhe also wanted to cultivate. However, he had no idea about the great Tao of no beginning at all. No matter how hard he worked, it would be difficult for him to step into the threshold. In that case, it was better to leave this important task to Qin Shao. Among the three of them, only Qin Shao had the possibility of cultivating the grand Tao of no beginning to the 6th level of perfection. If even Qin Shao was unable to accomplish it, then it was naturally impossible for them to accomplish it. The Lotus Emperor's cultivation potential had been exhausted long ago, so the Lotus Emperor did not participate in this matter. Yi Juanhe, don't worry about it. Come sit and drink with me. Since we are already in such a predicament, there is no other way. It is better to be open-minded. After Qin Shao breaks through the nebula, we will kill our way out. Write a heroic song and kill more powerful people from the magical beast universe. We will have profited. Ha! The Lotus Emperor pulled Qin Shao down. Yi Juanhe shook his head and sat down. Yi Juanhe had always been a man of few words, so he sat down and drank a cup of wine. After drinking, the Lotus Tharch was filled with pride. Haha, can we be considered heroes? They can be considered the first batch of people from our primordial universe to kill their way into the Devil Beast universe. Haha, thinking about it is actually quite exciting and exciting. For countless years, our primordial universe has always been on the defensive, while the Devil Beast universe has always been on the offensive. This time, the three of us have become the pioneers and started the first battle. Let's go to the Devil Beast universe and see the strength of our primordial universe's heroes. Haha, just thinking about it makes me feel good. Yi Juanhe's emotions were not affected by the Azure Supreme Tharch. He was not afraid of death, but he felt that dying in such a way was too humiliating. He was willing to die, but it had to be on the battlefield. Only a hot-blooded sacrifice could be considered heroic. The situation this time was indeed very difficult to accept. Maybe Qin Shao is right. We may not necessarily die here. We can't give up until the moment we really die. We can't think that we will die without a doubt. It's not impossible to do things that defy the heavens. Yi Juanhe finally spoke. His conviction became even firmer than ever. The Lotus Tharch glanced at Yi Juanhe. At this moment, Yi Juanhe was quite similar to Qin Shao. The Lotus Arch smiled and did not say anything. It was naturally good to have such a conviction. However, although he did not want to think about this matter, he had to admit that he could not see any hope. It could be considered a dead end, unless a miracle really happened. But how could there be so many miracles? Although Qin Shao had created many miracles, the Lotus Arch did not think that he could create another one this time. Now, it was equivalent to the three of them going against the entire Devil-Beast universe. The combined strength of the three of them was not even comparable to a speck of dust in front of the Devil-Beast universe, let alone ants. The power of the demonic beast universe could easily crush Qin Shao and the other two to death with just a gentle blow. There was no way they could stop it. Even if Qin Shao could defy the heavens and break through to the sovereign realm, it would be useless. A sovereign realm was still very weak in front of the Devil-Beast universe. There was no way to stop it. Time passed year after year. Hundreds of years, thousands of years, and tens of thousands of years flew by. 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 30,000 years. Qin Shao was fully immersed in the cultivation of the great Tao of no beginning. Although the speed of improvement was not fast, it was still a steady improvement. Of course, Qin Zhao's so-called slow speed was only for himself. If he really had to compare it to other things, it was naturally very fast. In 30,000 years, Qin Shao had cultivated the great Tao of no beginning to the 5th level. He was only one step away from the 6th level and reaching perfection. Of course, the difficulty of this last step was much more difficult than the previous 5 levels combined. Qin Zhao's great Tao of chaos had been trapped at the 5th level. It had been more than 100,000 years now, but there was still no sign of a breakthrough. There were countless situations where people were trapped at the last level for endless years. It was really too difficult to take this last step. Qin Zhao's body and mind were completely integrated into the nebula, comprehending from nothing to beginning, from 1 to 9. The core of the so-called no beginning should be from nothing to beginning. This is a replacement of the great Tao. Countless thoughts surged in his mind. They were replaced again and again, rejected again and again, and new comprehensions were added time and time again. This cycle repeated over and over again, as if it was a cycle. Qin Shao fell into a vicious cycle of thoughts. It was as if he had fallen into an endless cycle of reincarnation. 40,000 years, 50,000 years, 60,000 years, in the blink of an eye, 90,000 years had passed. The Lotus Arch was the most relaxed. He did not need to cultivate, so he spent most of his time drinking. In his words, he was enjoying the last moments, adjusting his state of mind, and facing the battle in his best state. Yi Juanhe was sometimes dragged over by the Lotus Arch to drink, but he spent most of his time cultivating. He did not comprehend the no-beginning great Tao but cultivated his own great Tao, his ultimate skill. Yi Juanhe was only thinking about Tao integration and becoming an almighty as soon as possible. In that case, his strength would at least be able to rise to the level of the heaven roll. If his strength increased, he would be more confident when the nebula was opened and he could kill more people from the magical beast universe. Yi Juanhe had been cultivating for more than 1,000,000 years. However, he had always wanted to use 2 supreme-grade great Taos to achieve Tao integration. If he was willing to use high-grade great Taos to achieve Tao integration, he would have touched the point of Tao integration and could have achieved Tao integration long ago. However, he had given up on using a superior-grade great Tao to achieve Tao integration and had always insisted on using a supreme-grade great Tao to achieve Tao integration. However, it was too difficult to achieve Tao integration with a supreme-grade great Tao. There was no way for him to touch the point of Tao integration at all. Naturally, there was no way for him to attempt Tao integration. There was still time, so Yi Juanhe was not in a hurry. Instead, he tried to use a supreme-grade great Tao to achieve Tao integration and touch the point of Tao integration first. If it still did not work in the end, he would not persist and would just use a superior grade Great Tao to achieve Tao integration. If Yi Juanhe used a superior grade Great Tao to achieve Tao integration, he had full confidence that he would succeed. Moreover, if it really did not work, he still had a pot of dragon saliva brew. Even if he relied on the dragon saliva brew, he could easily achieve Tao integration successfully and become an almighty. Of course, he did not need the dragon saliva brew. He was confident that he could achieve Tao integration successfully. However, he was still a little hesitant about whether he should persist in using a supreme grade Great Tao to achieve Tao integration. Yi Juanhe, you don't have to hesitate anymore. Actually, it's not a big deal. If you want to use a supreme grade Great Tao to achieve Tao integration and become an almighty, you probably won't be able to do it in a short time. Therefore, you'd better use a superior grade Great Tao to achieve Tao integration directly. That way you will have full confidence. Even if you use a superior grade Great Tao to achieve Tao integration, once you become an almighty, your strength will definitely be on the heaven roll. Moreover, we are now in the territory of the magical beast universe and are not affected by the laws of the primordial universe. Therefore, no matter what Tao you fuse with, it won't affect your avatar. If you lose contact with your original body and clone, there will not be any impact. Your clone can continue to use a supreme grade Great Tao to achieve Tao integration, the Lotus Arch suggested to Yi Juanhe. Yi Juanhe nodded. That was indeed the case. Under such circumstances, the Tao integration of the original body would not affect the clone. Yi Juanhe shook his head and said, "Let's wait and see. There's no rush for now. If it's Tao integration, it won't take much time. Let's wait and see how Qin Shao is doing. If he cultivates the no-beginning Great Tao to perfection, then I'll make a decision. Now we can still delay it. Let's delay it a little longer." After all, using a supreme grade Great Tao to achieve Tao integration has always been my belief. It's not that easy to give up on this belief. If I want to achieve Tao integration, if my belief is not firm enough, I might fail. The Lotus Arch nodded and said, "Yes, that's indeed the case. Therefore, I'm only giving you advice. As for what you want to do, it's up to you. Forget it. I can't help much anyway. I'll leave the cultivation matter to you and Qin Shao. Only the two of you have unlimited possibilities. My path of cultivation has long been severed. 90,000 years have passed. Qin Shao is really crazy when it comes to cultivation. He has been completely immersed in cultivation for 90,000 years. It feels a little crazy." Yi Juanhe nodded and said, "Yes, Qin Shao is really crazy when it comes to cultivation. I can't help but admire him for this. No matter what kind of situation he was in, he was able to devote himself to cultivation. Only in this way can the efficiency of cultivation be the highest. Therefore, Qin Shao is able to create one miracle after another and write one legend after another. His success is definitely not a coincidence, and it can't be attributed to luck or talent. He is indeed strong in these aspects, but without hard work, an unwavering heart, and a strong belief, I'm afraid it's not enough." The Lotus Arch looked at Qin Shao, who was cultivating over there, with a face full of admiration. He nodded and said, "Yes, that's true. Therefore, I also admire Qin Shao very much. If I could be like him when I was young, I wouldn't be as strong as I am now. I'm ashamed." Chapter 883. From nothingness to beginning, from 1 to 9, the cycle repeat. That is no beginning. The nothingness of no beginning means that everything is nothingness. Everything is nothingness. There is no time or space, no material or illusory objects. Everything is nothingness. Nothingness is just a concept. There is no way to express it clearly with any adjective. Beginning means there is, everything is there. There is, but it is not specific. It is just a concept. Just like a sword is just a concept. It does not have to be sword-shaped to be called a sword. Everything can be called a sword. Nothingness and beginning are both concepts, thoughts flooded Qin Zhao's mind. 90,000 years of comprehension, 90,000 years of cultivation, immersed in the nebula, immersed in the dojo of the no-beginning path. He could personally comprehend the no-beginning great path. Qin Zhao had already reached the last step of the no-beginning great path. He only needed one more step to reach the great perfection of the 6th level. It was just that although this step seemed easy, it was far too difficult to walk out of it. The difficulty of the last step was far greater than the previous countless steps. Some people could not take the last step even if they spent their entire lives trying. Some people could not do it even after countless years of cultivation. Some people could take the first step immediately. Everything depended on fate, talent, comprehension, and a trace of luck. Only by combining all three perfectly could it be possible to reach the last step. Rumble, the wind and clouds suddenly changed, and the nebula surged. The terrifying nebula was like a demon that was about to awaken. It bared its ferocious fangs and emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Once it fully awakened, everything in the world would be destroyed by it. Everything would be turned into ashes under its power. What a terrifying aura! A dangerous aura descended, shrouding the hearts of Qin Zhao and the other two. Emperor Qing threw down his wine cup and walked over. Yi Juanhe walked over with a frown. He looked around and his face showed some horror. Not good, the situation is not good. It seems that it is impossible for us to stay here quietly. This celestial body is about to self-destruct. It is accumulating energy now. Once it reaches a certain amount, it will self-destruct. At that time, everything here will turn to dust. Even a sovereign would be killed without a doubt, let alone us. How could this be? Wasn't this too strange? A celestial body could actually self-destruct? Did he really become a spirit? The Lotus Emperor exclaimed and shook his head helplessly. He was very confused. Qin Zhao frowned deeply and said, "It seems that we don't have much time left. According to my estimation, according to the speed at which this nebula is accumulating energy, it will explode in at least 1,000 years or at least 10,000 years. Once they self-destruct, the three of us will definitely die. It seems that the situation is far worse than we thought. I thought that this celestial body would trap us forever. But I never expected that in less than 90,000 years, this celestial body would self-destruct to kill us. Such a strange celestial body is truly unheard of. This time we are really in big trouble." The Lotus Emperor shook his head. Yes, it was indeed big trouble. It was not just big trouble. Qin Zhao looked at the turbulent nebula. At this moment, the faith in his heart was not affected at all. It did not waver in the slightest. The closer it was to this moment, the more firm and strong his faith became. One thought to live, one thought to die. The thought of survival would also stimulate Qin Zhao's potential time and time again, pushing it to the limit. A green-robed man sat on a throne. In his palm lay a fist-sized planet in the shape of a nebula. The man in green looked at the nebula planet with a playful expression. From time to time, he would laugh evilly. If Qin Zhao and the other two were here at this time, they would definitely recognize this nebula planet. Wasn't it the nebula celestial body? It was just much, much, much smaller. It should have been a huge nebula celestial body, but at this time, the man in green was holding it in his hand like a toy. The game has just begun. If you want to be comfortable in there, I won't let you do as you wish. I just don't know if you can make it through. If you can't even make it through this, then it won't be fun. I've been lonely for so long. It wasn't easy to catch 3 living things to play with. Don't let me play with them to death so quickly. And Big Brother, thinking of the man in white, The man in green suddenly became like a deflated ball. He smacked his lips and looked unhappy. Big Brother won't let me play with these 3 little guys to death. It's really a headache. I want to play with them, but I always have to consider whether I can play with them to death. Sigh, then I can only be careful. That's right. If they die so quickly, then it won't be fun. I have to think carefully about how to play with them. The man in green looked at the nebula crystal ball in his hand with a thoughtful look. Star Cloud Continent. Qin Shao and the other 2 naturally did not know that at this time, they had become the prey of others. Time was pressing, and Qin Shao was even more immersed in cultivation. If an ordinary person encountered such a predicament, they would probably be upset and unable to continue cultivating. However, Qin Shao was different. The more difficult the situation was, the more Qin Zhao's potential would be stimulated. The calmer Qin Shao was, the clearer his mind would be. The Qing Emperor and Yi Juanhe went to one side. At this time, they naturally would not disturb Qin Shao. The Qing Emperor shook his head and sighed. He drank a lot of wine and took out some treasured goods that he usually could not bear to take out. Yi Juanhe, if we die like this, it will be really a grief. If I die on the battlefield, then I can at least get the title of a warrior, a hero, right? Although it's just a title, it's better than nothing. If we die like this without knowing how, even our clones and original bodies can't sense how we died. Just thinking about it makes me feel aggrieved. If one day someone asks my original body how your clones died, how should I answer? If I answer that I don't know how I died, won't I be laughed at? Yi Juanhe was speechless. He did not think that far ahead. However, such a death was indeed aggrieved. However, what could he do now that things had come to this? No matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. Sigh, Yi Juanhe, don't be so depressed. At least talk to me. We are about to die. Don't you want to say anything? Only my clones died. You died in your original body. Don't you have anything to say? The Qing Emperor asked again. Yi Juanhe thought for a while and said seriously, actually, I think that we don't have to be so sad for the time being. Perhaps, as Qin Shao said, we should not give up until the very last moment. Since there are only thousands of years left, so what? Isn't that the moment has not arrived yet? If we are thinking about how to die now, I really can't put myself in that situation. Therefore, I am thinking if I should go and cultivate. The Qing Emperor quickly pulled Yi Juanhe back and said, Cultivate my ass. Qin Shao is crazy. You are crazy too. What time is it? Why are you talking about such useless things? The matter of cultivation would be left to Qin Shao. As for us, we should just think about how to die. Hey, don't go. I haven't finished talking yet. Okay. Let's not talk about how to die. Can you drink with me? This is something I have treasured for thousands of years. Usually, I can't even bear to take it out to drink. Today you are lucky. Don't think about leaving. If you do, I will get angry with you. Seriously, I am about to die. Can't I just ask you to accompany me? Yi Juanhe was really helpless. He could not persuade the Qing Emperor, so he could only sit down obediently and drink with the Qing Emperor. Yi Juanhe shook his head and said, If I didn't know better, I would have thought that you were afraid of death. The Qing Emperor pursed his lips and said, Then you are right this time. I am really afraid of death. It was not easy to cultivate to this level. How can I be willing to die so easily? Even if it is just a clone, I still cherish it very much. You see, I have been carrying out missions in the Sealed God's Abyss for hundreds of millions of years. Haven't I lived well until now? But, ever since I met you, I feel that my bad luck has started. Hey, are you guys my natural nemesis? Yi Juanhe obviously knew that the Qing Emperor was joking. He did not mean to say anything about them. But to be honest, they had really implicated the Qing Emperor. Yi Juanhe opened his mouth to say something but was interrupted by the Qing Emperor. Okay, let's not talk about such mushy things. Hurry up, come and drink. Anyway, we don't have many years left to live. Why don't we take advantage of this and drink properly for thousands of years? Okay, then I will drink with you. Yi Juanhe was also very generous for once. The two of them were drinking here while Qin Shao was cultivating there. There was a sharp contrast. As they drank, the Qing emperor suddenly frowned and looked puzzled. He looked at the wine pot on the table and said, Yi Juanhe, don't you feel that something is strange? Why do I feel that the wine has decreased a lot unknowingly? We clearly did not drink that much, so why is the wine decreasing so quickly? Something is wrong. Something is completely wrong. Do you feel it? Yi Juanhe shook his head and said, Don't ask me. I am only in charge of drinking. I don't care about other things. Only you know how much wine you have. Why would I care about that? Besides, there are only the two of us here. There is also Qin Shao. There is no one else. Given our strength, even if a ruler is hiding in the dark, it is impossible for us not to sense it. If there is another life form here, it is impossible that we have not sensed it after being here for more than 90,000 years. The Qing emperor was deep in thought. Of course, he knew about this situation. It was precisely because he knew this situation that he felt it was very strange. That was why he asked Yi Juanhe with uncertainty. Chapter 884. In the blink of an eye, another 3,000 years had passed. Latest update. Although Qin Zhao's potential had been completely stimulated, it was still too difficult for him to take this step forward. Difficult, it was indeed very difficult. With the pressure of time, it was also difficult for him to advance by leaps and bounds. Rumble. The nebula had entered its final stage of eruption. The entire star-cloud continent was surging like boiling water. Mountains and rivers began to collapse and be destroyed. Flowers and trees withered rapidly, losing their vitality. The nebula churned as if a demon was stirring up the world. Emperor Qing and Yi Juanhe put down their wine glasses and looked at the nebula with bitter and helpless expressions. They were already in despair. They had indeed reached the end of the road. The next moment would be destruction. Everything would be destroyed and cease to exist. In the face of this terrifying power, let alone them, even a ruler would have no choice but to succumb to it. Sigh, this moment has finally come. Although I haven't lived for long, I have never really faced death. I wonder what it feels like to die. Emperor Qing shook his head and took another big gulp of wine. The surging and terrifying force rushed over. Attacked by this force, they felt like a small boat in the middle of a magnitude 12 tsunami. They were powerless to resist. There was nothing they could do. This feeling made Yi Juanhe and Emperor Qing very uncomfortable. They had lived for so long, but they had never encountered such a situation. The two of them were completely engulfed by the force, as if they had fallen into a whirlpool of destruction. Death had truly come. At this moment, Qin Shao was also completely engulfed by an irresistible force. It was destroying his divine body, making him powerless to resist. This was also the first time Qin Shao had faced death. Although he had been in a few desperate situations and faced death several times before, none of them were like this. In the past, he had more or less been able to resist. But this time, there was no resistance at all. The Tao of no beginning was still stuck at the last step. There was still no way to break through. Looks like I'm really going to die. Qin Shao could not help but have this thought in his mind. However, there was still a trace of unwillingness in his heart. This resolute thought turned into a firm force that could break through all obstacles, cross the river of time, and reach the other side of the soul. No beginning. A ray of light suddenly flashed in Qin Zhao's mind, illuminating the world in his heart. The origin of the Tao of no beginning became extremely clear at this moment, allowing Qin Shao to see its true essence. Instantly, Qin Shao became enlightened. Everything was clear now. The destructive power had already devoured and destroyed his god body. His last bit of consciousness was also annihilated. He had no way to resist. Since he had already comprehended it, he still couldn't escape death. But no matter how helpless he was, there was nothing he could do. When the last trace of consciousness was destroyed, everything would cease to exist. Bamboo forest. A stream. A handsome young man in his early 20s was practicing a sword. Beside him was a young girl of 15 or 16. She was cute, delicate, and charming. She was as fresh as a fairy. She was also learning from the handsome young man. The two of them practiced quite well. But the young girl still made mistakes. The handsome young man was very patient. He taught her again and again, correcting the young girl's mistake. "Sister, you can't do this. The sword is about the intention and the heart, not about the form. Only having the form without intention is like having the body without the strength. Only having the intention without the heart is like having the strength without the strategy. Form, intention, and heart. Only the perfect combination of these three can produce beautiful swordsmanship. Only then can the true power of the swordsmanship be displayed. This set of fallen leaves swordsmanship requires the heart and the sword as one. My heart is the sword, my intention is the sword, I am the sword, and I and the sword as one. The sword is me, and I am the sword." Listening to the handsome young man's teachings, the young girl playfully stuck out her tongue at him. She pouted and said, "I know, brother. You've said it 100 times already. But I'm not a sword genius. I'm still young, so my cultivation will naturally be slow. I know brother is our tribe's #1 youth genius, #1 youth warrior, #1 youth sword cultivator. But I'm not as talented as you. So brother, you don't have to worry. Wait for me to slowly cultivate. I feel that it's very, very difficult." Listening to the young girl's words, the handsome young man helplessly shook his head and said, Actually your sword cultivation talent is quite good. You just don't put too much effort into it. You're already so old, yet you still want to play. You're about to go through your coming-of-age ceremony. You're about to become an adult. In our world of sword cultivators, strength is respected. The way of the sword is respected. It's said that a strong sword cultivator can fly with a sword. They can fly with a sword. They can live forever. They can move the 9 heavens with a single thought. At the end of his speech, the handsome young man's eyes were filled with passion, longing, and passion. His dream was to become a strong sword cultivator. He wanted to become a sword immortal. He wanted to be able to fly with a sword. He wanted to live forever. Sword immortal. That was the most passionate dream in the depths of his heart. But he also knew that this dream was too far away from him. It was so far away that it could only be a dream. It was something that could only be encountered but not sought. It was something that his heart yearned for the most. Even if he was known as the tribe's #1 youth genius and #1 youth warrior, he deeply understood that he was still far from being a true genius. So, he worked very hard since he was young. Diligence could make up for his lack of talent. He wanted to rely on 100 times more effort than others to realize his dream. He wanted to become the pride of the tribe. He wanted to become a sword immortal who could fly with a sword. But now, he was still too weak. But he firmly believed that with his firefly's light, it was enough to start a prairie fire. "Brother, what are you thinking about again?" Seeing the handsome young man in a daze, the young girl waved her hand in front of him and asked curiously. Only then did the handsome young man come back to his senses. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Come on, sister, let's continue practicing the sword. If you don't have talent, you can make up for it with hard work. Brother's strength is the #1 youth in our tribe. It's not because of your talent, but because you work harder than others. Brother's Han River is several times more than others." The young girl did not agree. Instead, she ran away mischievously. As she ran, she pouted at the handsome young man and said, "No, no, I don't want to. I want to rest and play." As she spoke, the young girl had already run to the side of the stream. The handsome young man could only look helpless. After a bitter laugh, he could only give up and let the young girl do as she pleased. Ah! But soon, a sharp cry of surprise came from the young girl's mouth. The handsome young man raised his eyebrows and his face darkened. He immediately rushed to the stream. Chapter 885. The handsome young man immediately saw that there was indeed a person lying in the stream. His face was facing downwards, and he could only see his back. Lying in the stream motionless, he did not know if he was dead or alive. He could not even feel his breath. The handsome young man did not hesitate and immediately walked over and pulled the person out of the stream. Turning over, she saw that he was about 26 or 27 years old. His face was as firm as a knife, and he was really handsome. He exuded an indescribable masculine charm and had a very good temperament. The exquisite young girl curiously squatted down and sized him up. She looked a little love-struck and said, "Wow, this big brother is so handsome. Big brother, he's even more handsome than you. If this was in our tribe, he would definitely be recognized as the #1 handsome man. Hoo-hoo, he's really handsome. Big brother, I think I'm starting to like this big brother. What should I do?" The handsome young man unhappily flicked the exquisite young girl's forehead and said, You're almost an adult. Why are you still acting like a child?" The exquisite young girl pouted and said unhappily, "I'm almost an adult. Can't I like handsome guys? Even my parents don't care about me. You're the only one who cares about me. Smelly big brother, you must be jealous of this big brother's beauty, right? Jealous that he's more handsome than you, right? Actually, there's nothing to be jealous of. In the past, I thought you were the #1 handsome man in our tribe. Now, you can only be #2. The handsome young man was also speechless. Was this still his own sister? Was this still the sister that he had doted on for so many years? She kicked her own brother aside just because she saw a handsome guy? The exquisite young girl curiously searched the body of the young man on the ground. Immediately, as if she had discovered a new continent, she jumped up and shouted, "Yo, big brother, come look. This handsome big brother isn't dead. He's still alive. There's still a trace of breath. Didn't you say I was jealous of him? Since I'm jealous of him, why should I look?" The handsome young man pretended to be angry. The exquisite young girl immediately acted cute. She shook the handsome young man's arm and said with a fawning face, "Good big brother, I know you're not so petty, right? Just save me. This handsome brother looks quite pitiful. It looks like he's being hunted down by some enemy, which is why he's unconscious. Brother, how about we bring this handsome brother back first? Grandpa is the best doctor in our tribe. Let Grandpa treat him." The handsome young man wasn't really angry. He still came over and carried the young man on his back, then quickly returned to the tribe. The Daki mountain range was like a huge spider web. It radiated continuously and formed many branches like a long dragon. Countless branches were connected into one and formed the majestic Daki mountain range. In the middle of these branches, there were more than 10,000 tribes of various sizes. These tribes lived in the Daki mountain range and hunted for generations. The Lin tribe was a relatively small tribe. The number of people in the entire tribe was only around 100,000. The tribal castle was also very dilapidated. It could only withstand the invasion of ordinary demon beasts. "Oh, Linley, little Schwanger, you're back so early today? How rare." Linley, why are you carrying someone on your back? He's not from our tribe." The handsome young man's name was Linley, and the petite girl's name was Lin Schwanger. They were a pair of brother and sister. One was the #1 genius of the Lin tribe, the #1 warrior. The other was a playful and cute little girl. She was very likable. Both of them were very famous in the Lin tribe. Therefore, once they returned to the tribe, they naturally attracted the attention of many people. Linley said, "This is someone I saved on the way. Let's not talk about it anymore. I have to go back and look for Grandpa first." After greeting everyone, Linley quickly returned to his home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw a burly man who looked unusually valiant practicing his sword. The entire courtyard was filled with sword energy. Seeing that Linley and Schwanger had returned, the burly man stopped and looked over with a gentle gaze. "Lear, Schwanger, you're back? Why are you carrying someone on your back?" "Father, this is the handsome brother that brother and I saved. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go look for Grandpa," Lin Schwanger said, then pulled Linley and ran to his grandfather's residence. The burly man shook his head and smiled. Linley's grandfather was the best doctor in the tribe. His residence was filled with medicinal herbs. This sagely old man frowned after doing a detailed examination of the person that Linley and Schwanger had brought back. He shook his head and muttered to himself, "Strange, it's really strange. Why is there such a strange situation? Grandpa, what are you talking about? What happened to the handsome brother?" Lin Schwanger asked anxiously with a worried look on her face. Grandpa Lin shook his head and said, "Little Schwanger, Grandpa doesn't know either. This little brother's situation is very strange, very strange. I've been a doctor for my whole life, but I've never seen such a strange thing." Then is there no saving him? Sob, 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 my handsome brother, please don't die just like that. I'll cry." Lin Schwanger looked as if she was about to cry and looked at her grandfather pitifully. Linley couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, what's the situation with this brother?" Grandpa Lin said, "Little Schwanger, don't cry, don't cry. Grandpa only said that the situation is very strange, but I didn't say that he's dead. Actually, that's not the case. Although the situation is very strange, there's nothing wrong with this little brother's body. Not only is there nothing wrong with him, but he's even healthier than the average person. But I don't understand why there's nothing wrong with his body. He's still breathing, and there's no sign of his vitality declining, but he's still in a deep coma. Then what's going on? Won't this handsome brother never wake up? Is he a zombie?" Lin Schwanger blinked and asked. Grandpa Lin thought for a while, but still shook his head and said, "Grandpa doesn't know for now. How about this, you arrange for this little brother to stay in the room over there. I'll come over every day to observe him. Maybe after a few more days of observation, I'll know what's going on. As long as his breathing is still there and his vitality hasn't declined, it means that he's fine." "Oh, then I'll stay and take care of handsome brother," Lin Schwanger said bravely. Linley shook his head. He didn't have the time to stay there, so he left. The Lin tribe was still so peaceful. Days passed just like before. In the depths of the Daki mountain range, there was a huge cave. A lion mandarin that was more than 10 feet tall was lying there, snoring. Its entire body was enveloped in crimson flames, which made it look unusually mystical. Its pair of wings were retracted, forming a protective cover that looked like a tortoise's shell, enveloping its entire body. Its powerful aura caused the entire cave to tremble as it submitted to the lion duck. The thunderous snoring was like a sudden clap of thunder, and it still lingered in the cave. It was continuous and seemed unusually strange. A figure suddenly landed in front of the lion mandarin. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying aura surged out and instantly enveloped the lion mandarin. The sleeping lion mandarin instantly woke up and knelt there in fear. Its huge body trembled violently, and it lowered its head, not daring to look at the figure in front of it. A low voice came from the lion mandarin's mouth. "Greetings, great immortal. What orders do you have for me?" Someone whose aura could make it unable to resist had to be a sword immortal. The Lion Mandarin was the supreme king of the entire Daki mountain range. It ruled the entire Daki mountain range, and its strength stood at the peak. However, in the face of a sword immortal, it was as weak as an ant. The person who landed in front of the Lion Mandarin was a young man in green. The corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile, and he said playfully, "Little Lion Mandarin, I have something for you to do. Listen carefully." The Lion Mandarin was so frightened that it hurriedly said, "Please instruct me, great immortal. I will definitely do it well. I won't dare to be negligent." After instructing the Lion Mandarin, the smile on the corners of the young man's mouth deepened. "Little fellow, our game has just begun. Since Big Brother said that I can't play you to death, then I can only pull you into my inner world to play with you. The top power in my inner world is enough to easily trample on you. No rush, no rush. It's more interesting to play slowly." On the other side, the Lin tribe was quiet, and time passed like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The person who was saved by the Lin siblings had been unconscious for a month. During this month, Grandpa Lin had neglected sleep and food to study that person. He studied him as if he was the biggest challenge in his life. As for Lin Shuang, she had been accompanying that person and taking care of him meticulously. "Grandpa, can you do it or not? It's already been a month. Why are you still so helpless? Don't you have any idea at all? My handsome brother, can you save him or not?" Lin Shuang asked. Grandpa Lin was so anxious that he almost jumped up. He scratched his head and paced back and forth, saying, "Little Shuang, don't be anxious. Grandpa will definitely have a way. There must be a way. Grandpa is familiar with medicine. I've been a doctor all my life. What kind of difficult problem have I not encountered? I don't know how many lives in our tribe have been saved by your grandpa. This little fellow will definitely be able to do it. He definitely can. Don't disturb Grandpa. Let Grandpa think about it. Think about it carefully. Where is the problem?" Lin Shuang pouted. You say that every day. You only know how to lie to me. Boo-hoo, my handsome brother, please don't die. If you die, I'll be so sad that I'll cry myself to death." At this moment, the man who had been in a coma for a month suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up from the bed and looked around with a blank face. "Didn't I die? Where is this place?" Qin Zhao's first thought when he woke up was to look around. It was an unfamiliar environment and everything was unfamiliar. He felt around and realized that he was not dead. This was not an illusion, nor was it a dream. What was going on? Chapter 886. When Lin Shuang saw that Qin Zhao had woken up, she couldn't help but be stunned. She blinked her eyes and finally reacted after a long while. She immediately rushed over with a face full of excitement and joy. "Handsome brother, you're finally awake. I was so worried. I knew that you would not die so easily because you are blessed with great fortune and will not die so easily. It's really great to see you awake." Looking at the exquisite and cute little girl in front of him, Qin Zhao couldn't help but frown slightly. He tried hard to recall, but he couldn't recall anything. He still didn't know what was going on. However, what shocked him the most was that he could clearly feel that his cultivation had been completely sealed, and he couldn't even summon a trace of it. If it weren't for this, Qin Zhao wouldn't have been unable to dodge Lin Shuang's unconscious pouncing on him just now. "What's going on? Where is this place? Why is my divine power completely sealed off? The laws here are completely different. This isn't the Hongmeng universe. I can't contact my doppelganger, which means this is another universe. Could it be that I'm in the Devil Beast universe? But that can't be right. According to the information we have in the Hongmeng universe, the people in the Devil Beast universe don't look like this. Qin Shao didn't understand what was going on at all. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of a reason. At this time, his own situation was very bad. His divine power, divine sense, heart force, power, and so on. All of his strength was completely sealed. He couldn't use it at all. In other words, Qin Shao was now completely an ordinary person, a mortal. Only his body was still there. However, this body alone had no power. The laws here were different, so Qin Shao couldn't use the power of the great Tao. What the hell was this place? Was this an illusion? However, Qin Zhao's illusion technique had reached the 7th level. Logically speaking, he should have cultivated it to an extremely high level. This shouldn't be an illusion technique. Everything was so real. However, Qin Shao couldn't figure it out at all. Seeing that Qin Shao didn't answer her, Lin Shuang'er waved her hand in front of Qin Zhao's face and asked with concern, "Handsome brother, why aren't you saying anything? Are you still feeling unwell? If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. My grandfather is the best doctor in our tribe. He will definitely be able to cure you." Qin Shao came back to her senses. She looked at Lin Shuang'er and shook her head. "No, I'm fine. Thank you, miss, you saved me, didn't you?" Lin Shuang'er playfully stuck out her tongue before nodding and smiling. "Yes, yes, yes. A month ago, I was practicing with my brother at the back of the mountain. Then, I found you and my brother saved you." "A month ago?" Qin Shao raised her eyebrows again. "So I've been in a coma for a month?" This was strange. With his strength in the top 10 of the heaven list, he was comparable to an existence at the peak. How could he be in a coma for so long? Lin Shuang'er nodded and said, "Yes, yes. A whole month. That's a long time. But fortunately, nothing happened to you, handsome brother, and you woke up. Heaven helps the worthy." "By the way, handsome brother, my name is Lin Shuang'er." "What's your name?" "Lin Shuang'er." Qin Shao repeated the name. After all, she was his savior. Naturally, he had to remember it. Then he said, "My name is Qin Shao. By the way, Miss Lin, where is this?" Qin Shao, Qin Shao, Qin Shao. After Lin Shuang'er repeated it 3 times, she smiled at Qin Shao. She looked very cute. "Brother Qin Shao, you can just call me Shuang'er. Or you can call me Sister Shuang'er. Little Shuang'er is also fine. Anyway, don't call me Lin Shuang'er. It's too distant. But everyone likes to call me Little Shuang'er. You can call me Little Shuang'er too. It's so nice." Her face was full of innocence. It really made people feel pity for her. Qin Shao chuckled and could only say, "Okay, I'll call you Little Shuang'er." "Yes, yes. By the way, brother Qin Shao, this is the Lin tribe. It's located in the Daki mountain range. Brother Qin Shao, where are you from? Why were you unconscious in the stream? Were you chased by an enemy?" Lin Shuang'er widened her eyes and looked at Qin Shao with a very curious expression. Lin tribe? Daki mountain range? Qin Shao obviously did not know this unfamiliar place. This little bit of information was far from enough for Qin Shao to understand this world, and where he was now. Seeing that Qin Shao did not answer, Lin Shuang'er immediately said, "I'm sorry, brother Qin Shao. I shouldn't have asked so much. I won't ask any more. Everyone has their own unspeakable addictions. I know. By the way, brother Qin Shao, you've been unconscious for a month. Your stomach must be very hungry, right? I'll go get something for you to eat. You can rest in the room first. Wait, I'll call my grandfather to come and see you. Brother Qin Shao, before I come back, you're not allowed to leave. Otherwise, I'll be very worried about you." When it came to stomach, Qin Shao was really not hungry. Although all of his strength had been sealed, he still had the body of a 4th-step divine god. Moreover, because he had cultivated the unique skills of the body and the true meaning of power, his body had long been comparable to the level of an almighty. The body itself could not be sealed, so Qin Shao still did not need to rely on food to maintain the operation of his body. Of course, in front of Lin Shuang'er, Qin Shao naturally would not say this out loud. He could only nod. Lin Shuang'er jumped away excitedly. After seeing Lin Shuang'er off, Qin Shao frowned deeply and looked dignified. Qin Shao looked around the room. His eyes quickly lit up slightly and fell on a row of bookshelves. There were many books on them. When he saw the books, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved. Perhaps there were many records about this world in the books, and he could learn more about it from them. Now, what Qin Shao wanted to know the most was where he was now and which world he was in. Qin Shao flipped through the bookshelves. Many of them were medical books and medicine books. Qin Shao was very disappointed. However, Qin Zhao's luck was not too bad. He finally found a book called Records of Mountains and Rivers. Judging from the name, it should have recorded some things about this world. Opening the book, the first thing that came into Qin Zhao's eyes were 4 big words. Sword Cultivator World. Sword Cultivator World? Could it be that this world is called the Sword Cultivator World? Qin Zhao's heart moved slightly. However, Qin Shao did not think too much about it. Instead, he patiently read the entire book, memorized all the contents, and then integrated them. After digesting the entire book, Qin Shao finally had a general understanding of the world he was in now. It turned out that this world was indeed called the Sword Cultivator World. This world was boundless and vast. Mortals did not know how big it was. It was said that only powerful sword immortals knew. There were mortals and immortals in this world. The cultivation system was Sword Cultivator, which was extremely diverse. Although this Sword Cultivator sounded similar to the ultimate Sword Dao in the Hongming universe, in fact, they were fundamentally different. Of course, there were some similarities between the two methods. However, the ultimate Sword Dao was only a kind of Dao, but Sword Cultivator was a cultivation system that was extremely diverse. Everyone in this world cultivated Sword Cultivator, and everyone was a Sword Cultivator. Everyone would be born with a natal sword. The strength of the natal sword could determine a person's talent in the early stages. This situation was very easy to understand. It was just like the innate divine ability in Qin Zhao's source world, which could determine a person's talent in the early stages. Unlike the innate divine ability in Qin Zhao's source world, the natal sword was given to everyone when they were born. It was just a matter of whether it was good or bad. The natal sword's types, attributes, quality, and so on were all divided into good and bad. These were collectively known as immortal root. Immortal roots were divided into 9 grades. The first grade was the worst, and the 9th grade was the best. Generally speaking, it was actually different from the innate divine ability in Qin Zhao's source world. It was also divided into 9 grades. Of course, there was one difference. The immortal roots in the Sword Cultivator world could be upgraded and increased in grade. It was not static. Therefore, even if one was born with a first-grade immortal root, it could be slowly upgraded as one grew. Basically, everyone's immortal roots would be upgraded in the later stages of cultivation. It was extremely rare to see someone born with a 9th-grade immortal root in the Sword Cultivator world. The Sword Cultivator world's cultivation system was not only divided into mortals and immortals, but also into many realms. Mortals were divided into 6 realms. From low to high they were Sword Apprentice, Sword Guardian, Sword Spirit, Sword Monarch, Sword King, and Sword Venerable. Immortals were also divided into 6 realms. From low to high they were Sword Immortal, Sky Immortal, Golden Immortal, True Immortal, Immortal King, and Immortal Emperor. There were many immortal sects in the Sword Cultivator world, and each immortal sect governed endless territories. Every Sword Cultivator's lifelong dream was to join an immortal sect. Only then would they have the chance to become an immortal and live forever. For example, the Daki mountain range where the Lin tribe was located was only a part of Mount Hua Fairy Gate. The Mount Hua Fairy Gate ruled endless territories, and the Daki mountain range was only an insignificant speck of dust. This was a bizarre and variegated world, but also a wonderful one. After understanding all this, Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head and frown slightly. The sword cultivator world is vast and boundless. Why did I come to this world? According to the records in this book, the immortals here are equivalent to the divine spirits of our primordial universe. This world should be powerful enough. But the sword cultivator world is not a universe. Where is this place? Could it be a world in the devil-beast universe? Something that our primordial universe doesn't know about? After thinking for a while, Qin Shao could only shake his head. He couldn't understand at all. Logically speaking, only the devil-beast universe had this possibility. However, this was incompatible with the devil-beast universe that Qin Shao knew. It didn't match at all. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel very puzzled and strange. Chapter 887. For the time being, Qin Shao had a clear understanding of this world, but Qin Shao was helpless about his current predicament. His strength was completely gone. Now, apart from his body, he was no different from an ordinary person. He was still the most ordinary of mortals. If he still had his strength, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't have to worry about anything. With his strength, where couldn't he go? Not only his strength, but his inner world was also sealed. He couldn't even sense it, so he couldn't take anything from his inner world. If he could take out the treasures from his inner world, then he would have some assurance. Now, apart from the strength of his body, Qin Shao could be said to have returned to his youth, to the time when he was still in the mortal spiritual power realm, the time when he was the weakest. Everything seemed to have returned to zero. If he were in the Hongmeng universe, Qin Shao wouldn't be afraid of anything. But this was the other verse, and the laws were completely different. If he wanted to adapt to the laws of this universe, he would have to start from zero. Is that nebula so strange that the big explosion didn't kill us, but completely sealed our strength, and then threw us into the Warcraft universe? If that's the case, isn't it giving us a chance to start over? If I'm given time, as long as I slowly adapt to the laws of this universe, I might be able to grow again. But Qin Shao shook his head. As a person of the Hongmeng universe, the origin will of the other verse should have a binding effect on me. This effect needs to be weakened by slowly assimilating into the universe, and finally assimilating. But this is a slow process, and during this process the constant binding will have a great impact on me. But now I have no other choice. This is the only way. Creak. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and Lin Shuang-er came in with a basket of food. Brother Qin Shao, I've kept you waiting. You must be hungry. Come and eat. I've prepared a lot of delicious food for you. I just don't know if it suits your taste. After Lin Shuang-er placed the food on the table, she pulled Qin Shao over to sit down. To be able to meet such a kind-hearted girl in a foreign land was truly a blessing. Qin Shao glanced at Lin Shuang-er and began to eat. It had to be said that the food prepared by Lin Shuang-er was indeed very delicious. This kind and cute girl held her chin with both hands and watched Qin Shao eat without blinking. There was not a trace of impurity in those pure eyes, and they were filled with innocence and innocence. Seeing Lin Shuang-er, Qin Shao couldn't help but think of Gu Lingyue and the scene of their first meeting. Big brother Qin Shao, the way you eat is also very handsome. How can you be so handsome and good-looking? You're even more handsome than my big brother, Lin Shuang-er said bluntly while stroking her chin. These bashful words came out of her mouth, but there wasn't a trace of shyness in them. Instead, they were filled with innocence and cuteness. They were sincere words. Even though Qin Shao had an incomparably firm temperament, when he heard Lin Shuang-er praise him like this, he felt a little speechless. He had never been praised by a girl in front of his face like this before. It wasn't vanity, it was just a very special feeling. Little Shuang-er, the food is really delicious. Did you make it? Qin Shao changed the topic, not wanting to talk about this awkward topic any longer. Lin Shuang'er smiled and said, No, I didn't. I'm not that good. These are all made by my mother. How is it? My mother's cooking is delicious, right? I love eating my mother's cooking the most. I think my mother's cooking is the best in the world. Qin Shao was relieved and said, Oh, so it was made by Auntie. Her cooking skills are really very good. Hee, if you like it, then eat quickly. Don't let it get cold, Lin Shuang'er said with a smile. Qin Shao nodded and didn't hold back at all. He ate all the delicious food on the table into his stomach. Seeing that Qin Shao had eaten all the food, Lin Shuang'er smiled even more happily, as if she had won a battle. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. Little Shuang'er, thank you and thank your family. Sorry for disturbing you, Qin Shao said. Lin Shuang'er smiled and waved her hand, saying, It's okay, it's okay. It's just a small matter. Don't be in a hurry to leave for the time being. Heal your injuries first before you leave. Let's go, brother Qin Shao. I'll take you to see my grandpa and let him check your body again. Qin Shao wanted to say that his body was completely fine, but he guessed that this little girl wouldn't believe him. So, Qin Shao just let her be. Grandpa, quickly come and see brother Qin Shao. He's already awake. Before he arrived, Lin Shuang'er's voice had already arrived. Grandpa Lin had been studying Qin Zhao's body condition wholeheartedly for the past month, but he still hadn't found anything. When he heard Lin Shuang'er's voice, he immediately became interested. However, when he saw Lin Shuang'er bring a living person to him, he was slightly stunned. His gaze carefully sized up Qin Zhao's body. With his 60 years of experience as a doctor, naturally, he could tell at a glance that Qin Zhao's qi and blood were vigorous. He was full of energy and his steps were steady. There was nothing wrong with his body. He couldn't be any healthier. Grandpa Lin went up to take Qin Zhao's pulse again. Finally, he confirmed that Qin Shao was indeed completely fine. Moreover, his body was stronger than ordinary people. This was strange. He had fainted for no reason and then suddenly woke up. How could there be such a strange situation? It was puzzling, really puzzling. Grandpa, don't be silent. How is brother Qin Shao? Lin Shuang'er asked a little anxiously. Grandpa Lin said, Little Shuang'er, don't be anxious. Little friend Qin Zhao's body is very good. There are no problems. If there are no problems, you should have said so earlier. Grandpa, then I wouldn't have worried. Let's go, brother Qin Shao. I'll bring you to our tribe to walk around. Although our tribe is small and not very beautiful, we can still walk around. Lin Shuang'er immediately smiled again and pulled Qin Shao outside. Very quickly, they arrived at the street. The Lin tribe wasn't usually very lively, and there weren't many people on the street. The appearance of Qin Shao, a stranger, attracted a lot of attention. However, with Lin Shuang'er around, no one dared to come up and do anything to Qin Shao. Feeling the atmosphere of this foreign land, Qin Shao also tried to slowly understand this world from his own perspective. By the way, brother Qin Shao, I haven't asked you yet. Are you a sword apprentice or a sword disciple? Lin Shuang'er asked curiously. There were 6 major realms in the mortal realm, and sword apprentice was the lowest realm. Generally speaking, as long as one reached adulthood, one could become a sword apprentice. Each major realm was also divided into 5 small stages: front, middle, peak, and extreme. In a small place like the Lin tribe, those who could reach the peak of sword apprentice were famous warriors. The most powerful chief of the Lin tribe had only just stepped into the sword disciple realm. Lin Shuang'er's brother Lin Li was recognized as the #1 youth genius of the Lin tribe and the #1 youth warrior. His realm had just reached the peak of sword apprentice, and he had broken through not long ago. Qin Shao smiled bitterly and shook his head. I haven't even reached sword apprentice yet. I'm ashamed to say this. Qin Shao wasn't lying. In this world, He hadn't even reached sword apprentice. His path of swordsmanship hadn't even begun. It can't be? Lin Shuang'er looked at Qin Shao in disbelief. She blinked and said, "How can this be? Logically speaking, as long as one reaches adulthood, one can easily become a sword apprentice. I haven't even reached adulthood yet, but I've already reached the middle stage of sword apprentice." Lin Shuang'er's talent in swordsmanship was considered to be very good in the Lin tribe. If she continued to practice, it wouldn't be difficult for her to reach the peak of sword apprentice in the future. The peak of sword apprentice was considered to be the strongest in the entire Daki mountain range. It was enough to become the backbone of the tribe's defense. Qin Shao smiled bitterly and didn't explain further. Lin Shuang'er was like a child who had done something wrong. She said weakly, "I'm sorry, Brother Qin Shao. I didn't know about this. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked." "Haha, it's okay. This isn't something to be ashamed of. Actually, I was also seriously injured before, so my cultivation was temporarily crippled. I was also a sword apprentice before." Qin Shao smiled and casually made up an excuse. Oh, I see. Hee, Brother Qin Shao, it's good that you're not angry with me." Lin Shuang'er was very trusting. The two of them casually strolled around the tribe. The tribe's atmosphere was quite good. The tribe members were very friendly and united. It felt like a home. Oh no, something happened. A man ran over in a panic and said as he ran. Lin Shuang'er pulled the man and asked curiously, "Brother A Tai, what happened?" The man called A Tai said, "When our tribe was hunting at the back of the mountain, we had a conflict with the giant wolf tribe. They're now confronting each other. I think they're going to fight. Your brother is there too." "What? The giant wolf tribe again? Aren't they bullying us too much? Why do they always want to bully our Lin tribe? How despicable." When Lin Shuang'er heard about the giant wolf tribe, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. A Tai was also very angry. He said, "Didn't I tell you? I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I have to inform the chief." After saying that, A Tai ran off first. Lin Shuang'er was so angry that she pouted. She pulled Qin Shao and said, "Brother Qin Shao, let's go. I'll take you there to have a look. The people of the giant wolf tribe are really despicable." To be able to make such a naive and kind girl so angry, it was enough to see how despicable the giant wolf tribe was. Qin Shao asked curiously, "Little Shuang'er, what's the background of this giant wolf tribe?" As they hurried, Lin Shuang'er explained to Qin Shao. When the giant wolf tribe was mentioned, Lin Shuang'er was also full of anger and had an endless amount of bitterness to vent. After listening to her, Qin Shao finally understood how despicable the giant wolf tribe was. The Lin tribe and the giant wolf tribe were only separated by a branch. They were considered the two closest tribes. Chapter 888. The giant wolf tribe had the name Giant Wolf, which showed how valiant the tribe was. The totem of the giant wolf tribe was the wolf. Therefore, the men of the giant wolf tribe were all like wolves and tigers. They were all brave and fierce, and were famous for their belligerence. Therefore, the giant wolf tribe was also relatively powerful. It was the most powerful tribe among the dozens of surrounding tribes. Because of its strength, the giant wolf tribe always bullied the surrounding tribes. All the neighboring tribes had been bullied by the giant wolf tribe for a long time. The Lin tribe was the closest to the giant wolf tribe. Therefore, in terms of hunting resources, the Lin tribe was naturally at a disadvantage. The Lin tribe knew that they were no match for the giant wolf tribe, so they endured time and time again. However, the current giant wolf tribe chief was too ambitious. He eroded the Lin tribe's benefits step by step, and he was unwilling to give up. He also invaded the Lin tribe's hunting grounds again and again, making it impossible for the Lin tribe to enter the mountains to hunt. Without a way to hunt, the rations of the 100,000 people in the tribe became a big problem. This was related to the survival of the Lin tribe. Therefore, the Lin tribe could only resist. However, they suffered a great loss every time, and sacrificed many warriors' lives. However, the giant wolf tribe still refused to let them go. In that case, this giant wolf tribe is really despicable. However, who asked the giant wolf tribe to be so powerful? This world is still one where the strong preys on the weak. The survival of the fittest is governed by the law of the jungle. Qin Shao shook her head. Lin Shuang'er said, "Yes, I hate this kind of law of survival. Why can't we live in peace? Hunting is just for survival. The giant wolf tribe doesn't need to occupy so many resources. However, they are insatiable and endlessly invade the resources of other tribes. They are too despicable." The two quickly arrived at the back of the mountain. From afar, they saw many people gathered in a large open space in the forest. At this time, it was also a boiling cauldron of voices. The noise was also filled with the smell of gunpowder. At any time, sparks could fly, and a battle could break out. Qin Shao and Lin Shuang'er quickly walked over. When they got closer, they found that there were two people fighting in the middle of the open space. Sword chi was vibrating, and the brilliance was shining. The sound of clashing was endless. It was quite exciting. Both the Lin tribe and the giant wolf tribe had gathered hundreds of people, and this number was clearly increasing rapidly. The people of the giant wolf tribe really looked fierce and ferocious. Many of them were wearing clothes made of wolf skin, giving off a fierce aura. In terms of atmosphere, the giant wolf tribe had an overwhelming advantage over the Lin tribe. The Lin tribe was led by Lin Li and a few others, while the giant wolf tribe was led by a few people who emitted extremely powerful auras. Among them, a youth who was about the same age as Lin Li exuded a peerless sharpness. His sword-like eyes were fixed on Lin Li. Clearly, he saw Lin Li as his opponent. "Little Shuang'er, why are you here? This is not a place for you to stay. Hurry up and go back." When Lin Li saw Lin Shuang'er, he immediately pulled a long face and shouted. However, Lin Shuang'er did not listen to Lin Li. Instead, she flipped her delicate nose and said, "I don't want to. I don't want to listen to you. So many people can come, so why can't I? I'm just watching and not doing anything. I don't need you to care." Lin Li was also helpless towards Lin Shuang'er. He was actually afraid that, if the Lin tribe really got into a big conflict with the giant wolf tribe, it would lead to a war between the two tribes. If that happened, he would naturally be worried about Lin Shuang'er's safety. However, Lin Shuang'er ignored Lin Li. Lin Li's gaze quickly fell on Qin Shao, and he was slightly surprised. When he went out today, he went to take a look at Qin Shao. She had not woken up, but now she was awake. Moreover, judging from her energy, there was nothing wrong with her body. However, at this time, Lin Li was not in the mood to ask so many questions. His gaze fell on the battlefield. Qin Shao did not say much. His gaze also fell on the two warriors of the tribe who were fighting at this time. Both of them were in their early 30s. Looking at the swords of the two, Qin Shao analyzed them based on his understanding of the cultivation system of this world and his vision. He asked Lin Shuang'er, "They should be sword cultivators at the peak of the sword disciple level, right?" Lin Shuang'er nodded and said, "Yes, the one in gray is our tribe's warrior, Lin He. The one in animal skin is from the giant wolf tribe. They are both at the peak of the sword disciple level. They are very strong." It was also Qin Zhao's first time seeing sword cultivators fight in this world, so at this time, he was also watching with interest. Although Qin Zhao's strength was completely sealed, his eyesight was still there. How high was his eyesight? Lin He's sword was softer, more restrained, mature, and heavy. Although it did not seem to be very sharp, it was extremely strong. As for Lin He's opponent, the peak sword disciple from the giant wolf tribe, his sword was incomparably fierce and domineering, like a poisonous snake. Every move was vicious and fatal, as if he didn't want to give Lin He any chance. Although the two of them were in the same realm, there was a difference in their swords. Therefore, from the looks of the situation, it was natural that the giant wolf tribe had the upper hand and was firmly suppressing Lin He. Such a situation naturally made the people of the Lin tribe somewhat worried about Lin He. "Brother, what's the situation now?" Lin Shuang'er asked. Lin Li frowned and said with a serious face, "The giant wolf tribe wants to fight 3 rounds with us. Each side will send 3 people of the same realm to fight to determine the winner. Then, we will decide the ownership of today's hunting ground. They are playing this old trick again. The giant wolf tribe is really too sinister and cunning." Hearing this, Lin Shuang'er's face was filled with righteous indignation. She was very angry. Lin Li shook his head helplessly and said, "Yes, what can we do? Other than brace ourselves and accept this, what else can we do? If we fight head-on, we are even less of a match for the giant wolf tribe. The only way to minimize our losses is to agree to their conditions. But we have lost every time before. The people from the giant wolf tribe are too strong," Lin Shuang'er said. Lin Li's face was bitter as he said, "Yes, we have lost every time. That's why the giant wolf tribe has been using this method to suppress us time and time again. But even so, we have no choice. We can only grow in the midst of failure. After losing time and time again, we will win at least once. This time, I must give it my all. I must not let the people from the giant wolf tribe win again." Lin Li was very determined. His strength had indeed improved a lot compared to the last time, so this time, he was more confident. Lin Li's gaze looked at the youth from the giant wolf tribe who was similar in age to him. That was the #1 youth genius of the giant wolf tribe, the #1 youth warrior, Zhu Lang. He had the same halo as Lin Li, but Zhu Lang's strength had always suppressed Lin Li. They had fought 3 times before, and Zhu Lang had always won. In the competition between the youths of the 2 tribes, Lin Li had always been at a disadvantage. Such a situation made Lin Li very unhappy, and he always wanted to win at least 1 round. For the past few years, Lin Li had been secretly competing with Zhu Lang. Both of them were desperately training to improve their swordsmanship. After listening to Lin Li and Lin Shuang'er's conversation, and then listening to the discussions of the people around them, Qin Shao basically understood the situation this time, and also understood the situation of the Lin tribe. If they lost, it would indeed be a heavy blow to the Lin tribe, and it would make the Lin tribe's life more difficult for a period of time in the future. If there were problems with a simple matter of livelihood, then the tribe would probably be heading towards decline. Such a matter was indeed too important for the Lin tribe, and they could not afford to be careless or make any mistakes. In the early stages of swordsmanship, there are actually many similarities between swordsmanship and swordsmanship. The difference between swordsmanship and swordsmanship is that swordsmanship uses the sword as power, the sword as life, the sword as intent, the sword as thought, and the sword as one. The sword is the body and the body is the sword. The sword is everything. The cultivation system of the Great Way is different. It uses divine power as the cornerstone and the Great Way as the means. The Great Way of the sword is just a means. Looking at the confrontation between the 2 of them, Qin Shao also had a lot of understanding in his heart. In comparison, the cultivation system of swordsmanship might not be as huge and complicated as the cultivation system of the Great Way, but the higher the level of the cultivation system of swordsmanship, the more complicated it would be. In Qin Zhao's eyes, the swords of these 2 people were naturally full of loopholes. Even if Qin Shao had never cultivated swordsmanship before, and did not have a trace of divine power in him, Qin Shao could still use his sword to deal with them. Even if the sword momentum was insufficient, as long as Qin Shao could accurately grasp the opponent's flaw and attack directly, he could defeat his opponent. A flaw was fatal, and it depended on whether or not he could grasp it. Of course, this kind of thing was easy to say, but it was actually easy to do. Without extremely high eyesight, there was naturally no way to discover it. Brother Qin Shao, what should we do? Brother Lin, he is going to lose. Lin Shuang-er was so anxious that she looked like she was about to cry. Qin Shao frowned slightly and said, Little Shuang-er, don't be anxious. Actually, Lin he might still have a chance. If he can attack the opponent's lower left side, there might be a chance for the situation to turn around. It's easy to just attack. The swordsmanship of the giant wolf tribe's swordsmanship is too fierce, so the weakness is particularly obvious. I'm just afraid that Lin he won't be able to grasp the opportunity and have a good way to attack the opponent's weakness. Lin Shuang-er blinked and looked at Qin Shao. She was confused by Qin Zhao's words. With her level of eyesight, she naturally could not see it. When Lin Li heard Qin Zhao's words, he was quite surprised because it was very difficult to see. Even he had to watch for a while to see the situation, but he was not as accurate and specific as Qin Shao. Qin Shao, on the other hand, could see where the problem was at a glance. It was indeed a person with experience. However, Lin Li could not see any aura from Qin Zhao's body. He was ordinary, and there was no trace of sword aura. Unless there was a strong existence of the sword contemplation realm, there was no possibility of this. Therefore, Lin Li could not help but think in his heart, could it be that the person he saved was an existence of the sword contemplation realm? Chapter 889. Lin Li did not think too much about it. His energy was still focused on this battle. It was a best-of-3 battle. The Lin tribe had already lost one battle. If they lost this battle as well, they would not even have a chance to make a comeback. Therefore, this game was very important. It was related to the livelihood of this time. Naturally, they couldn't relax at all. However, the current situation was very disadvantageous for the Lin tribe. A situation where they were more likely to lose than to win was really worrying and uncomfortable. They were worried about losing. They were uncomfortable because they had no choice but to accept the situation of the giant wolf tribe. Lin Li was the most outstanding youth of the Lin tribe. He was the #1 youth genius and the #1 youth warrior. He even had the title of the future guardian of the Lin tribe. Hence, Lin Li wanted to protect the interests of the Lin tribe and the dignity of the Lin tribe. He wanted to stand up for the Lin tribe and win the battle. However, there were times when he really could not do anything. This kind of pain could not be felt without experiencing it personally. Brother Qin Shao, do you think Brother Lin he has a chance of winning? Lin Shuang-er asked anxiously and worriedly. Qin Shao shook his head slightly and said, based on the current situation, he probably won't be able to last another 20 moves. Won't he be able to last another 20 moves? Won't he be defeated soon? Lin Shuang-er was so anxious that she looked like she was about to cry. Her dark eyes turned, and suddenly a thought came to her mind. As soon as this thought came to her mind, a sly smile appeared on Lin Shuang-er's face. She moved and actually ran out. Shuang-er seeing Lin Shuang-er's actions, Lin Li was really shocked and wanted to chase after her. However, Lin Shuang-er did not attack. Instead, she made a stop and forcefully inserted herself between Lin He and the sword cultivator from the giant wolf tribe, interrupting the battle. Little Shuang-er, go back quickly. Lin He was a little anxious. If he had not stopped quickly just now, he might have hurt Lin Shuang-er. Fortunately, Lin Shuang-er was a cute little girl. Hence, even the people from the giant wolf tribe did not attack her. Lin Shuang-er said to the sword cultivator from the giant wolf tribe, He, uncle, let's discuss something. I want to say a few words to big brother Lin He. How about I take up a breath of your time? The sword cultivator from the giant wolf tribe looked at Lin Shuang-er with disdain. What? Stalling for time? There was no point in stalling for so much time. Seeing that you're a cute little girl, I'll give you a chance. If you have something to say it quickly. There's no need to resist. Lin Shuang-er immediately ran in front of Lin He and whispered a few words in his ear. Lin He couldn't help but frown and stare at Lin Shuang-er. Lin Shuang'er said softly, Brother Lin He, don't hesitate. Just do as I say. Otherwise, you will lose. Alright, time's up. I won't talk to you anymore. After saying that, Lin Shuang'er ran back. Such an action caused quite a few people to cast sidelong glances. They did not know what tricks this little girl was playing and what she was up to. Only Qin Shao knew what Lin Shuang'er had said to Lin He. He could not help but shake his head and smile. She was really a bold and smart little girl. She really dared to run over in a hot-headed manner. If both parties had not retracted their swords in time, she would have definitely been injured. Fortunately, she was a cute little girl, so she had an advantage in this aspect. Otherwise, if it had been someone else, the outcome would have been different. What did you say to Lin He? Lin Li raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Shuang'er with some confusion. Lin Shuang'er pretended to be mysterious and smiled at Lin Li. He, I won't tell you. Don't be anxious, brother. You will know in a while. I haven't succeeded yet, so I won't say it. When I succeed, I will come back and show off. Lin Li smiled helplessly. He also knew that his sister could be quite mischievous at times. She really had a lot of clever ideas. However, in the face of absolute power, all methods were pale and powerless. There was no way to turn the situation around and reverse the situation. In today's round, it could be said that the Lin tribe had already lost. This was the umpteenth time that the Lin tribe had lost to the giant wolf tribe. It was as if there was a curse that could never be broken. Perhaps it was because of this that the giant wolf tribe did not get tired of it and forced the Lin tribe to the opposite side time and time again. It had to be said that this move was brilliant and cunning enough. Lin He was indeed a little hesitant about what Lin Shuang'er had said to him. However, after thinking about it, he also understood that he could not hold on for much longer. Hence, at this time, he might as well give it a try and give it a try. Even if he failed, it would not make any difference. Since he had decided, he would give it his all. Lin He's eyes exploded with a strange sharpness, bringing with it a sense of ruthlessness. The sword cultivator from the giant wolf tribe looked at Lin He with disdain and ridiculed. Have you rested enough? If not, I can let you rest for a while more. Anyway, you have no chance of turning the tables. The outcome will be the same anyway. Why bother? Lin He's face was cold as he said, No need, come on. Humph, you seem to have some confidence. Then let's see what other abilities you have. The sword cultivator from the giant wolf tribe laughed contemptuously and directly attacked. He attacked with incomparable power. The sword was like thunder, as fierce as a mountain torrent, as sharp as a knife, as fast as lightning, and as powerful as a tidal wave. The dazzling light turned into countless sword auras that majestically charged towards Lin He. Every sword aura was like a real sword that could stir up the wind and clouds and turn the sky and earth upside down within a radius of hundreds of feet. It was extremely domineering. Lin He's expression could not help but become a little nervous. His gaze was extremely cold as he stared at the giant wolf. His nerves were stretched to the extreme. He was waiting for an opportunity. It was getting closer and closer. The terrifying power of the sword was about to destroy him directly and cut him into countless pieces. It was very common for people to die in the battle between the two tribes. It was getting closer and closer. The hearts of the people of the Lin tribe could not help but hang in the air. They all broke out in cold sweat for Lin He. Some people even started to shout, Lin He, dodge, dodge! Lin He, you're crazy. You'll die like this. Lin He, don't do anything stupid. If you lose, you lose. Don't throw away your life for nothing. The people of the Lin tribe were anxious, but they had no way to stop this from happening. They could only watch helplessly, shouting at Lin He, telling him not to do anything stupid. On the other hand, the giant wolf tribe members were all excited. The sword cultivators of the giant wolf tribe were all bloodthirsty and warlike. They liked to fight and see blood. They especially liked to kill people from other tribes. Fresh blood could make their blood boil even more. Hence, they also liked to see people from the Lin tribe being killed by their sword. Die. The playful smile on the giant wolf tribe's sword cultivator's lips deepened, and he laughed very mockingly. He did not take Lin He seriously at all. It's close. My chance is here. Now. Lin He's heart skipped a beat. He was ready to attack. At this moment, his entire body moved. He was like a venomous snake that had been lying in wait for a long time and had seen its prey. Lin He did not care about the sword aura that slashed across his body, leaving bloody marks on his body. He was like a crazy lunatic who did not care about his life. His long spear pierced forward. His entire body turned into a peerlessly sharp sword and directly stabbed in front of his opponent. You're just a trapped beast. It's useless. Just die. The sword cultivator of the giant wolf tribe did not care at all. He had the situation completely under his control. But very quickly, his expression changed drastically. He realized that Lin He had found his weakness. At this moment, the sword was already in front of him. This shock was not small. He was so shocked that his entire body broke out in a cold sweat, but it was already too late for him to dodge. Lin He's sword was not obstructed at all. It was as if it had found a hole in a heavenly net. Then, the sword accurately pierced through the hole and directly stabbed into his opponent's body. Lin He's sword directly pierced through his opponent's entire body. The terrifying sword aura vibrated inside his opponent's body, directly causing his opponent's body to completely collapse. Everything came to an end just like that. The wind seemed to have stopped. Space seemed to have frozen. Time seemed to have stopped. Everything seemed to have frozen. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at Lin He in disbelief, watching this scene unfold before their eyes. At this moment, Lin He's body was covered with streaks of blood. His appearance was too horrible to look at. He was really miserable. Fresh blood had already soaked Qin Zhao's entire body. He was dyed in blood. The muscles on the face of the sword cultivator of the giant wolf tribe twitched. Blood gushed out from his mouth. His consciousness was swallowed up and his life force was rapidly disappearing. He wanted to say something, but he could not. Blood gushed out and flowed out, completely filling his throat. The shock in Lin He's heart was not small. This round was originally a situation where he was bound to lose. He did not expect that Lin Shuang-er's words would actually allow him to turn the tide and reverse the situation. Not only did he win, but he also killed his opponent. This was something that he did not even dare to imagine before. But he did not expect that he would actually do it. He was also stunned for a long time before he finally regained his senses. His heart surged with ecstasy. His anger was vented. It was really vented. This battle was really too satisfying for him. It was too satisfying, and it made him feel incomparably happy. Ha! Lin He laughed maniacally and pulled his sword back. The sword cultivator of the giant wolf tribe also fell into a pool of blood. He was clearly dead. An expert at the peak of the sword disciple level died just like that. This was not a small loss for the giant wolf tribe. The scene was eerily silent. One could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere became even more tense and strange. Such a situation had never happened before. But it happened today. Chapter 890. Haha, this is great, this is really great. Well killed, beautifully killed. Good job, brother Lin He, warrior. After being suppressed by the giant wolf tribe for so long, our Lin tribe can finally turn the tables. This is really satisfying, good job. Brother Lin He, you are my idol. We finally won a match. Lin He walked back with the halo of victory, and what greeted him was cheers and applause. This was a warrior who returned victorious, a hero of the Lin tribe, the pride of the Lin tribe. On the other hand, the giant wolf tribe members all had gloomy and ugly expressions, fierce and ruthless. In such a battle, life and death were originally up to fate. Previously, there were also people from the Lin tribe who had died at the hands of the giant wolf tribe. If they died, they could only blame their skills for not being as good as others. Hence, no matter how strong the giant wolf tribe was, they could not say anything about their warrior being killed by Lin He. They could only take back the corpse. However, the death of their warrior had completely enraged everyone in the giant wolf tribe. Every one of them was as ferocious as an evil wolf, as if they were going to pounce on the people of the Lin tribe and eat them alive. Lin He had won a match for the Lin tribe and even killed his opponent. Naturally, this had greatly boosted their morale. While they were happy, the gazes of the people of the Lin tribe also fell on Lin Shuang'er. Just now, she had gone over to say a few words to Lin He, and Lin He had erupted after that, turning defeat into victory. Hence, everyone was extremely curious about what Lin Shuang'er had said to Lin He just now. Lin Li looked at Lin Shuang'er, and then his gaze fell on Qin Xiao. Now, he naturally understood that the words that Lin Shuang'er had said to Lin He just now were what Qin Xiao had said. Although he could also see the weakness of the sword cultivator from the giant wolf tribe, he had not found a good way to break it. However, Qin Xiao had actually found such a good way to break it and kill his opponent in one fell swoop. This showed that Qin Xiao's understanding of swordsmanship was very accurate. Could it be that he was really a sword contemplation realm expert? However, Lin Li did not have the time to think too much about it. It was his turn next. The giant wolf tribe had just suffered a great defeat. Zhu Lang walked out with a sinister look on his face. His gaze was fixed on Lin Li as he said in a cold voice, "Lin Li, don't be happy too early. You were just lucky to have won this round. But you're still going to lose this last match. Humph, our giant wolf tribe has always been able to suppress your Lin tribe. Don't even think about it. To me, you're just a defeated opponent. You've already lost to me 3 times. What confidence do you have to fight me? If you obediently admit defeat now, perhaps I can spare you this time. If you don't know what's good for you, then I might have to kill you with my own hands today. I won't stop until I draw blood." Although Lin Li had lost to Zhu Lang 3 times, he was not to be outdone. He walked out fearlessly. "Zhu Lang, I admit that I have always lost to you. But that was then and this is now. Just because he lost in the past didn't mean that he would lose now. You have your arrogance, and I have my confidence. You may not be able to get what you want in today's battle," Lin Li said coldly. Zhu Lang sneered. "Then I'll see how much you've grown in the few months that I haven't seen you. Come on, take my sword first." As soon as Zhu Lang finished speaking, his expression became even colder. A huge sword flew out from his body. This was his life essence. A 3rd-grade life essence sword represented a 3rd-grade immortal root. Crash, Zhu Lang slashed out with his sword. His aura shook the mountains and rivers. The sword momentum was like a huge wave that split heaven and earth. It surged and shocked the 9 heavens. The sword aura was like a wave. Wave after wave, each wave stronger than the last, rushed towards Lin Li. Zhu Lang's sword was also incomparably strong and heavy. This was a sword technique called Sword of the Waves. It was also the top martial technique of the giant wolf tribe. Its reputation was even stronger than the Lin tribe's Fallen Leaf Sword. This set of Sword of the Waves had obviously been practiced by Zhu Lang to the peak of perfection. It was full of fire and had reached perfection. Once the sword was out, the waves shook heaven and earth. Once the sword moved, the 4 seas became its soldiers. Once the sword was out, it shocked everyone. Some of the weaker sword cultivators were so shocked that their faces turned pale. Even Lin Shuang'er was scared out of her wits. Her beautiful face turned pale, and her little hand could not help but tightly grab onto Qin Xiao's sleeve. Although Qin Xiao did not have any cultivation, his state of mind was not something these ordinary people could compare to. Hence, even under the impact of such a terrifying wave, Qin Xiao was still unmoved. He was as steady as Mount Tai and was not affected by it at all. His gaze fell on the battlefield as he watched the battle. Lin Li and Zhu Lang were both experts in the ultimate realm of sword disciple. They were both outstanding youths in their respective tribes and were considered the best of the best. Lin Li also moved. His sword moved and turned into thousands of swords. The swords were like fallen leaves, colorful and bright, filling the entire space. The fallen leaves were colorful and danced with the wind. Lin Li's sword was very gentle and had a strong sense of righteousness. It was as if it was singing to the heavens. On the other hand, Zhu Lang's sword was ferocious. It was extremely domineering, like a flood. The swords of the two could be seen as one hard and one soft. Originally, Lin Li's sword was supposed to be able to restrain Zhu Lang's sword. However, everything was relative. The strength of Zhu Lang's sword was enough to break through such restraint. It then suppressed Lin Li's sword. Lin Li's strength was originally not as good as Zhu Lang's. He had lost to Zhu Lang 3 times before. Although Lin Li's strength had indeed improved a lot in the past few months, his realm did not increase. He also did not have a big breakthrough in his sword techniques. It was just that his Fallen Leaf sword had become more complete. However, Fallen Leaf's sword did not have the slightest advantage against Zhu Lang's Wave sword. It was completely suppressed. Hence, Lin Li was naturally at a disadvantage. Although Lin Li changed his battle tactics time and time again, Zhu Lang was too shrewd and had rich battle experience. Lin Li's every move and thought could not escape his detection. Although the battle between the two of them was extremely intense, Zhu Lang still firmly suppressed Lin Li. The people of the Lin tribe, who were originally happy, were once again disappointed. There was no point in winning just 1 round. They had to win 2 rounds first. However, the current situation seemed to be a little difficult. Although killing a master swordsman from the giant wolf tribe was indeed very satisfying, the Lin tribe could not escape the situation of losing. Once they lost, the Lin tribe's following days would be more difficult. They might have to pay a price to ensure the survival of the tribesmen. They did not want to lose. They really did not want to lose. They really wanted to win this round. The people of the Lin tribe had really had enough of being bullied by the giant wolf tribe. They really did not want to tolerate it anymore. They really wanted to explode. At this moment, all their hopes were on Lin Li, the young talent of the Lin tribe. However, everyone also knew that there was nothing they could do. It was difficult to make up for the weakness in their martial technique. Lin Li also wanted to win. He also had ambition, passion, and ruthlessness. However, these were not enough. They were far from enough. These were not enough for him to win this round. Humph, Lin Li, weren't you talking nonsense just now? Weren't you talking nonsense? Is this your so-called improvement in strength? I think you've been cultivating blindly for the past few months. You've only improved so little. How dare you show it off? Zhu Lang sneered at Lin Li. He was very proud of himself. Lin Li wanted to retort. However, without strength, any retort would be useless. I really thought that the Lin tribe could produce a capable person. To be honest, it's not fun to keep winning against the Lin tribe. So, why don't the Lin tribe take a detour when you see the giant wolf tribe in the future? That way, you won't be bullied by us. Lin Li, you're also known as the young talent of the Lin tribe. You're the #1 genius among the youths. Humph, it's just the Lin tribe blowing your own trumpet. Actually, you're nothing in my eyes. You'll always be a weakling and a loser. If I want to bully you, it'll be like bullying a dog. Even if I give you 100 chances, you'll always be bullied by me. You still want to win against me? It's simply a fool's dream. I told you to admit defeat just now. How dare you not listen? You really don't know your place. How does it feel to be bullied by me? Lin Li's expression was cold, but he did not say a word. Being bullied by Zhu Lang, he did not have the confidence to retort. He was indignant. He was really indignant. He was the hope of the Lin tribe. He shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting the Lin tribe. He was really indignant about losing. However, there was no way to make up for the difference in strength. So what if he was indignant? Was he going to lose? Was he going to lose again? The power in Lin Li's heart surged again and again. It wanted to break through his limits again and again. It wanted to stimulate his potential completely. However, he felt that he was still a little short. He was stuck at that step and could not break through. Boo-hoo, my brother is going to lose again. I'm so unhappy. Humph, the giant wolf tribe is full of bad people. They only know how to bully us. It's so infuriating. Lin Shuang'er pouted angrily. She was also indignant. She tugged at Qin Shao and said, "Oh right, brother Qin Shao, I feel that you're quite smart. You said it just now and let brother Lin he win. Tell me again and let my brother win too." This might be more difficult. Qin Shao shook his head. It was indeed difficult to win. Lin Shuang'er shook Qin Zhao's arm and said with a pitiful look, "Brother Qin Shao, I know you're very smart. You must be an expert. You must have a way, right? Tell me quickly. However, no matter how difficult it is, we have to try. Otherwise, my brother will definitely lose. If my brother loses, then our tribe will be in trouble. So, my brother must not lose. I hate that Zhu Lang. It's too abominable." Chapter 891. Lin Shuang'er rolled her eyes and suddenly ran out again, but this time she was more obedient. She shouted from afar, wait a minute, let's stop for a while." Zhu Lang wanted to take down Lin Li in one go, but when Lin Li saw Lin Shuang'er running over, he naturally did not dare to be careless. He immediately withdrew his sword, not caring about his own safety. If Zhu Lang attacked again at this time, Lin Li would be in danger. Fortunately, Zhu Lang still had some pride, so he did not attack Lin Li again. Instead, he retracted his sword and looked at Lin Shuang'er with his hands behind his back. He chuckled and said, "Little girl, what do you want now? You tricked me just now and now you want to do it again?" Lin Shuang'er said with a childish face, "Humph, I didn't trick you. There is no rule that says the competition can't be paused. No one said that, right? So, why can't we pause midway and take a break? If you lose just because I said a few words, then you can't blame me. If this is called cheating, then won't people laugh their heads off? Oh, I know. You are afraid of losing to my brother, right? So you are afraid that I said something to my brother, and then he defeated you. It must be. You coward, I just said a few words and you are so scared. You call yourself the #1 expert in our Daki mountain range. I think you are just SOSO. Zhu Lang's face was a little angry. He snorted and said, "Little girl, you are so smart and sharp-tongued. Okay, you want to take a break, right? Okay, I will give you a chance to stall for time. I will give you 15 minutes to rest. Is that okay? I'd like to see what sort of schemes you all can come up with." Zhu Lang had absolute confidence. Indeed, in theory, it would be ridiculous if Lin Shuang'er could turn the situation around with just a few words. The defeat just now could be an accident, or it could be said that he was too careless. However, this kind of thing would never happen to Zhu Lang, so Zhu Lang was not afraid of anything. "Young master, you can't. They will definitely play tricks again." "That's right, young master. We've already suffered a huge loss just now. We can't do it again." The people of the giant wolf tribe were unwilling to do so, so they tried to persuade him. However, Zhu Lang didn't listen to anyone's advice. He waved his hand and said, "It's fine. There's no need to make such a fuss. It's just a small trick. I, Zhu Lang, have always relied on my martial prowess to win people over. All schemes and tricks are nothing in the face of absolute power. Let's go, big brother. Let's go quickly." Lin Shuang'er smiled proudly and ran back with Lin Li. Lin Li frowned and looked at Lin Shuang'er in confusion. He had no idea what Lin Shuang'er was up to. However, Lin Li also knew that Lin Shuang'er was teaching Qin Shao. Qin Shao had just given Lin He some pointers, allowing him to turn the tide and reverse the situation. Therefore, Lin Li was filled with curiosity towards Qin Shao. "Brother Qin Shao, what do you think?" Lin Li took the initiative to ask. Qin Shao said, "Lin Li, let me ask you. What is the softest thing in the world?" "It's water. The softest and most gentle water." Lin Li didn't hesitate and immediately answered. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, water is soft and gentle. It can change according to the changes of all things. Your sword is inclined towards the water attribute. Your fallen leaf sword is also a soft sword. It can change a lot and is brilliant." "Then let me ask you again. What is the hardest thing in the world?" Lin Li didn't hesitate and said, "It's the sword. The sword can break all things." Qin Shao shook his head and laughed. "Yes and no." "Huh." Lin Li couldn't help but frown slightly. He looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled expression and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Qin Shao, why are you saying this? Forgive me for not understanding." Qin Shao said, "Water droplets can penetrate stone. Water droplets can penetrate stone. After a long time, even the hardest stone will be penetrated by water droplet. After a long time, even the hardest stone will be penetrated by water droplet. If you use a knife to break water, the water will flow even more. The sword seems to be able to pierce water, but it can't break water. When water breaks, it can quickly merge and return to its original state. Do you think the sword is harder or the water is harder?" Lin Li was stunned. He really didn't think about this question. After listening to Qin Zhao's words, it seemed to make sense. Yes, if that was the case, then was the sword or the water harder? The way of the sword cultivator was also closely related to all things in the world. The way existed in all things in the world, and all things in the world corresponded to the way. Comprehending all things in the world was also comprehending the way of the sword cultivator. Everything has its two sides. Water can be soft, but it can also be hard. The key is how you use it. Just like your fallen leaf sword. You use its soft side very well, but it lacks its hard side. Therefore, its power is inclined towards the soft side. In terms of attack, it naturally seems to be somewhat lacking. Zhu Lang's rushing wave sword, on the other hand, uses its hard side very well, but the soft side is not enough. Therefore, your swords are on opposite side. However, under such circumstances, Zhu Lang is able to suppress you and beat you. Qin Shao continued. Lin Li nodded. That was indeed the case. With this point from Qin Shao, he was completely enlightened and immediately understood. He really didn't think about these questions before. This made him even more curious about Qin Shao. Who exactly was he? Was he really a sword contemplation realm expert? However, Lin Li couldn't help but frown slightly again. It's just that Zhu Lang's hard side restrains my soft side. It really makes me feel helpless. I've tried everything to break through, but there's no way to do it. Even though I know these things now, there's no way to break through. Qin Shao chuckled and said, "Actually, you just have to look at things from a different perspective and you'll suddenly see the light. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person directly involved. Sometimes, when you fall into a whirlpool, you can't extricate yourself. It's as if you've fallen into the cycle of reincarnation." "Oh, I'm willing to listen to Brother Qin Zhao's brilliant opinion," Lin Li said. "Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Water can be diverted, but it can also flow backwards." Qin Shao said something meaningful. This sentence sounded extremely profound, but Lin Li's heart was moved when he heard it, and he was suddenly enlightened. He fell silent and seemed to be deep in thought. He had a new understanding of the way of the sword and his fallen leaf sword. Lin Li nodded and saluted Qin Shao gratefully. "Brother Qin Shao, thank you for your guidance. I understand now." Qin Shao nodded slightly. Lin Li's talent in swordsmanship was very good. It was normal for him to understand with a little guidance. Lin Li regained his confidence this time and returned to the battlefield. Lin Shuang'er looked at Qin Shao with her eyes wide open like a curious baby. She blinked and asked, "Brother Qin Shao, why didn't I understand a single word you said just now? It sounds like you're very experienced. You're not an expert in the sword contemplation realm, are you?" Qin Shao smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think I look like an expert in the sword contemplation realm? I told you, I'm not even a swordsman. Now that my natal sword is injured, I'm just an ordinary person." "You're not lying to me, are you?" Lin Shuang'er held back for a long time and asked something that made Qin Shao want to laugh. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. "Silly girl, why would I lie to you? Do I look like the kind of person who likes to lie?" Lin Shuang'er looked at Qin Shao seriously, then shook her head and said, Yes, I also think that you wouldn't lie to me, brother Qin Shao. But I think you're very experienced. My brother even seemed to have an epiphany after your guidance." Qin Shao just smiled and did not say anything. He really could not explain this kind of thing. On the other side of the battlefield, seeing that Lin Li had returned again and seemed to be destroyed with a burst of confidence, Zhu Lang could not help but sneer. There was a hint of playfulness in his smile. "What, you're bursting with confidence after a short rest? Then I'd like to see if your strength is bursting out all of a sudden. Now you have no excuse to pause the competition. Of course, I won't give you the chance again. Lin Li, take my sword." Whoosh! As soon as Zhu Lang's voice faded, his monstrous sword aura burst forth once again. It was like a huge wave that swept across the sky in an instant. It had the power to destroy the heavens and earth, and the sound of the four seas. The sword was like a surging wave, with tens of thousands of layers of waves, surging and roaring. Obviously, Zhu Lang was angry. This time, he attacked aggressively and did not want to give Lin Li any chance to resist. He wanted to take Lin Li down directly to defend his dignity. Lin Li's eyes were incomparably cold. He also understood that the situation was very bad at this time. Zhu Lang had completely exploded, and he did not want to give him any chance to struggle. Lin Li's eyes were as cold as ice, and the sword essence flew. His sword cultivation also improved rapidly and broke through to a new level. Suddenly, Lin Li's eyes lit up, like the brightest star in the night sky, shining with a dazzling light. His sword suddenly moved as well. The weakest water, but it could swallow and drown a huge mountain. The inclusiveness of water could control and swallow everything. Water was soft, but it was also hard. Lin Li's sword became soft with a hint of hard. One side of the spear swallowed and annihilated Zhu Lang's sword, while the hard side attacked like a thunderbolt, shining brilliantly like the cry of a celestial swan. At this time, it felt like a fireball smashed into a puddle of water. No matter how hot the fireball was, it could only be annihilated when it came into contact with water. Hence, at this time, Zhu Lang's sword was completely swallowed and annihilated by Lin Li. The situation was reversed in an instant without any warning. The reversal made everyone's jaws drop, and they were stunned speechless for a moment. Not to mention the people of the Giant Waves tribe, even the people of the Lin tribe had a look of disbelief on their faces as they watched all this happen. Even they did not think that Lin Li could win. Even if they wanted Lin Li to win, they did not expect Lin Li to win so easily. However, in this round, Lin Li was so domineering that he actually annihilated Zhu Lang's sword in one fell swoop. Then, with a heavy blow of his sword, he sent Zhu Lang flying. Chapter 892. Such an outcome caused the entire place to fall into a dead silence. Zhu Lang was covered in blood and severely injured. His natal sword was damaged. He glared at Lin Chan with a cold and ferocious expression. He could not accept such an outcome. He could not believe that he had been defeated by Linley. Moreover, he had been defeated so miserably. He, Zhu Lang, had always boasted that he was the #1 youth in the Daki mountain range. He was the most powerful youth in the Daki mountain range. He had defeated Linley 3 times in the past. He had always regarded Linley as his defeated opponent and looked down on him. But this time, he did not expect that he would be defeated by Linley. It was just a confrontation, but he was severely injured. How could this be? He was clearly the one who had been suppressing Linley the entire time. It was just a pause and he allowed Linley to take a break. When he came back, it was as if he was a completely different person. Wasn't this too strange? If he had known earlier, he would not have allowed Linley to take a break. He would have taken him down in one go. However, it was obviously too late to say this now. Everything was a foregone conclusion. There was no way to reverse it. After a short moment of silence, the Lin tribe erupted in an instant. There was an uproar. They won. They actually won. They really won. This was something that the Lin tribe had always yearned for. However, it had always been out of their reach. However, this time, their dreams had come true. They had really won. The anger and unwillingness that had been suppressed for so long finally had an opening at this moment, and it could be vented out. The significance of winning was too great. The moment Linley defeated Zhu Lang, he was extremely agitated. However, he quickly regained his composure. This was something that he had always dreamed of doing. When he really did it, he was very calm again. He felt that it was not a big deal. Linley should not have treated Zhu Lang as his goal. His vision should not be limited to the small Daki mountain range. This enlightenment had allowed Linley to have a breakthrough in the Tao of swordsmanship. He had improved a lot and felt that his natal sword was going to be upgraded by a grade. His natal sword was only at the 3rd grade. If it could be upgraded by 1 grade and reach the 4th grade, then he would definitely be a top talent within a radius of 10,000 miles. Then, it would be enough for him to be absorbed by a force. Moreover, at this moment, Linley had also vaguely touched the point of a breakthrough, which was a good sign. If he took another step forward, he would break through to the sword contemplation realm. Sword waiting realm. In the entire Lin tribe, there was only one who had reached the sword waiting realm. Only those who had reached the sword waiting realm could be considered to be truly powerful. They were powerful enough to protect an area and lead a tribe to survive in the Daki Mountains. In the past, he was still very far away from the sword contemplation realm. But now, he felt that it was right in front of him. He only needed to take one more step and he would be able to reach it. With such thoughts in mind, it would naturally be much easier to achieve. This step was very crucial. In fact, Linley didn't expect that he would be able to reach this step so quickly and touch the idea of a breakthrough. And all of this was also because of one person's guidance, and that was Qin Shao. It was a simple guidance, but it allowed him to grow a lot and save him a lot of detours. One sentence was better than 10 years of cultivation. This made Linley feel even more grateful to Qin Shao in his heart. He felt that Qin Shao was not simple. Senior Qin Shao, I didn't know you before. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Linley walked back. This time, he was more respectful to Qin Shao. He was sure that Qin Shao must be a senior expert. Qin Shao was completely at ease after being called a senior by Linley. After all, he was a 4th-step divine realm expert who had lived for more than 200,000 years. It was naturally nothing to be called a senior by a young man in his early 20s. However, Qin Shao didn't like this kind of address very much. Since he was already here, he should make the best of it. Therefore, Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "Linley, you don't have to be so polite. In terms of age, I am indeed younger than you, but in terms of realm, I may not necessarily be better than you. If you really want to call me senior, then call me Brother Qin Shao. It will be easier for me to accept this. Don't call me senior. It makes me feel old." My guidance is just a few words. In fact, the most important thing is still your own comprehension. If you can't comprehend it, then no matter how much I teach you, it will be useless. Linley said, You can't say that. If it weren't for Brother Qin Zhao's guidance, I definitely wouldn't have reached this step so quickly, and I wouldn't have been able to win this competition. In short, I, Linley, will remember Brother Qin Zhao's kindness. Haha, speaking of kindness, I haven't even thanked you and your sister. If it weren't for you saving me, I wouldn't even know where I would be now. So, there's no need to be so polite. I don't like it. Just be casual. Since we know each other, it's fate. We can be friends. Qin Shao smiled. Although he wouldn't have died if he hadn't been saved by Linley and his sister, some things were fate. Moreover, this pair of brothers were really good people. Lin Shuang this cute little girl, had taken care of him for a month and never left his side. Linley was not a shy person. Since Qin Shao had said so, he didn't insist on anything. Instead, he nodded and said, Okay, Brother Qin Shao, then I won't be polite with you. In the future, I will often ask for your guidance. Since he had determined that Qin Shao was an expert, Linley naturally didn't want to let go of this opportunity. What he wanted now was to break through to the sword-wielding realm as soon as possible. That way, if his Lin tribe had 2 sword-wielding realm experts, even the giant wolf tribe wouldn't dare to provoke the Lin tribe easily. He shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting the Lin tribe, so he had to be strong. And Qin Zhao's guidance was obviously an opportunity for him, a very good opportunity. Lin Shuang also looked at Qin Shao with a face full of admiration. She said with a somewhat infatuated look, Brother Qin Shao, I admire you so much. You will be my idol in the future. I also want your guidance. You can't be biased. You guided my brother and not me. I also saved you. Okay. I will guide you too. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. Lin Shuang immediately stuck out her pink tongue playfully. She smiled happily and proudly. The other members of the Lin tribe finally reacted. It turned out that Lin He's victory and Lin Li's victory were all due to this young man's guidance. This also made the people of the Lin tribe wonder who exactly this young man was. What kind of great background did he have? Lin Li and Lin Shuang had saved one person, but they had saved a treasure. The people of the Lin tribe were jubilant, celebrating the joy of victory. The people of the giant wolf tribe all had ugly expressions. They were like ferocious beasts that were about to bare their fangs. They obviously couldn't accept such an outcome. All this time they had never been defeated, but today they had suffered a crushing defeat. An expert at the peak of the sword disciple realm had died. Even the outstanding young man of the giant wolf tribe, Zhu Lang, had suffered a crushing defeat. How could they accept such a situation? The giant wolf tribe had always been bloodthirsty and aggressive. They had always liked to bully other tribes and were used to being arrogant and domineering. How could they accept such a crushing defeat? At this moment, Lin Li also felt a little elated. Looking at Zhu Lang, who was about to eat someone, he couldn't help but feel a little more heroic. He said, Zhu Lang, you have lost this time. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Previously, the Lin tribe had lost to you many times, but we didn't break the contract. Now that the giant wolf tribe has lost, I don't think you will break the contract again, right? In the next month, we will hunt in this mountain range. The giant wolf tribe is not allowed to interfere. I hope you can keep your promise and do as you say. The people of the giant wolf tribe were all full of energy. Their eyes flashed with ferocity. Impossible. This mountain range belongs to the giant wolf tribe. The Lin tribe can forget about coming here to hunt. That's right. So what if we lost? Do the strong have to abide by the contract? Anyway, I don't care. I won't accept such an outcome. Hearing the shameless words of the giant wolf tribe, the people of the Lin tribe were all furious. They actually didn't abide by the terms of the bet? Lin Li's expression became a little ugly. He looked at Zhu Lang with a gloomy face and said, "Why? Is the giant wolf tribe unwilling to admit defeat?" Zhu Lang gritted his teeth fiercely and said furiously, "Abide by the terms of the bet? The so-called bet is just bullsh*t. The rules have always been set by the strong. You have no right to talk to us about the rules. So what if we lost? But this mountain range still belongs to the hunting ground of the giant wolf tribe. Shameless! Despicable!" The people of the Lin tribe were also completely enraged by Zhu Lang's words. Zhu Lang was the representative of the giant wolf tribe, so his actions basically represented the will of the giant wolf tribe. If they didn't abide by the terms of the bet, wouldn't it be equivalent to winning for nothing? How could the people of the Lin tribe agree to such a thing? Aren't you too despicable and shameless? You actually went back on your word. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if word got out? That's right. We have always abided by the terms of the bet. You actually didn't abide by it. Don't you think that's too much? Do you really think that the Lin tribe is easy to bully? At most, we'll go all out. Try and stop us again if you dare. The people of the giant wolf tribe rubbed their palms and bared their ferocious fangs. A great battle was about to break out. Lin Li's expression also became extremely solemn. If a great battle really broke out, it would not be a good thing for the Lin tribe. In terms of overall strength, the Lin tribe was definitely not as strong as the giant wolf tribe. Moreover, the giant wolf tribe was ferocious and bloodthirsty. They were incomparably warlike, so each and every one of them was an absolute warrior. Clang, clang, clang. The people of the giant wolf tribe all drew their swords. Streaks of cold sword aura flashed out. The glint of their swords made the atmosphere extremely oppressive. The smell of gunpowder was very strong. The air was also filled with the thick smell of blood. The people of the Lin tribe were nervous and angry. They were hot-blooded and somewhat fearful. After all, in terms of strength, the Lin tribe was still somewhat inferior to the giant wolf tribe. If a great battle really broke out, it would probably be a bloodbath. That would probably bring a great disaster to the Lin tribe. Even Lin Li was frowning deeply with a grave look on his face. Chapter 893. Although no one was willing to see such a situation, a war between two tribes was no child's play. Once it erupted, blood would flow like a river, and there would be huge casualties. It was also because the Lin tribe was weak that they had always endured the bullying of the giant wolf tribe. But this time they really could not take it anymore. They had clearly won the bet, but the giant wolf tribe still wanted to gamble on the red. They were indeed too much of a bully. No man with even the slightest bit of courage would tolerate such a thing. If they tolerated this matter, the Lin tribe would have no room to survive in the future. They would be bullied step by the giant wolf tribe until they could no longer raise their heads. Although the Lin tribe was weak, the hot-blooded men of the Lin tribe were not to be outdone. They were all hot-blooded, and many even said that they would fight it out with the giant wolf tribe. Both sides were ready for a showdown. The horn of war was about to be blown. Brother Lin He, protect Shuang-er and Brother Qin Shao as they returned to the tribe. Lin Li now had the demeanor of a leader and directly gave orders to Lin He. Lin He naturally did not dare to hesitate. He immediately stood in front of Qin Shao and Lin Shuang-er to protect them. He said, "Little Shuang-er, Mr. Qin Shao, let's retreat to the tribe first. Come with me quickly." Lin Shuang-er had never seen such a scene before. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. Qin Shao was not in a hurry. He was very calm and said to Lin He, "Don't worry about me. Just protect little Shuang-er." Lin He was slightly stunned. He looked at Qin Shao in a daze, but he immediately nodded. Although he did not know Qin Zhao's strength, he knew that Qin Shao was not simple. Since he said so himself, there must be no problem. Lin Li stared coldly at Zhu Lang and said in a cold voice, "Zhu Lang, Do you really want to start a war with us? We, the hot-blooded men of the Lin tribe, will never bow our heads. We swear to protect our dignity. If you want to fight, the Lin tribe will accompany you to the end today. I'll accompany you to the end, accompany you to the end, accompany you to the end. The men of the Lin tribe also shouted loudly to show their determination. His aura was magnificent, and his voice was monstrous. Zhu Lang was like a 1,000-year-old venomous snake. His eyes were cold as he said fiercely, "If the Lin tribe is tactful, then we can avoid a battle today. If the Lin tribe continues to persist in going about things the wrong way, then this battle is unavoidable. We will show no mercy with our swords and kill every single one of you. In this Daki mountain range, there is no power that can go against our giant wolf tribe. It's even more impossible for the Lin tribe to do so. If you want to seek your own death, then come at me." Lin Li knew that there was no room for discussion today. The giant wolf tribe was originally made up of jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. They were all ambitious. This battle was unavoidable. "Brother Qin Shao, what should we do? What should we do?" Lin Xuang was so anxious that she was about to cry. She couldn't bear to see the scene of blood flowing like a river. She didn't want to see the people of the Lin tribe die. She didn't want to see her brother get hurt in any way. War had always been cruel. Survival in the Daki mountain range was often incomparably cruel. Separation between life and death was one of the most painful things in the world. "It's okay, we'll all be fine." Qin Shao comforted Lin Xuang. An undetectable sharpness flashed in the depths of his eyes. It was unusually fierce. Whoosh! Qin Zhao's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. He turned into a flash of light and charged toward the giant wolf tribe. Such a sudden move also shocked everyone. "Big brother Qin Shao!" Lin Xuang was also scared out of her wits and shouted. If she wasn't stopped by Lin He, she would have rushed out. Qin Zhao's speed was very fast. Although it was said that he was indeed an ordinary person in this world, his figure was, after all, different from ordinary people. Moreover, the use of his body and speed was naturally stronger than ordinary people. Therefore, even if he didn't have the power of a swordsman, Qin Zhao's full speed still reached an extremely fast level. "Boy, you're courting death." Qin Zhao's target was Zhu Lang. At this time, Zhu Lang was seriously injured, and his natal sword was damaged. There were many masters of the giant wolf tribe surrounding him. Therefore, when they sensed Qin Zhao's intention, the people of the giant wolf tribe were all furious. The several experts around Zhu Lang were furious, and their sword qi burst out, and a cold sharp light rushed towards Qin Shao, wanting to kill the intruder on the spot. The vibration of the sword qi and the terrifying air waves did not have any effect on Qin Shao. He took advantage of the gaps, and his strange footwork made his figure look like a ghost. He passed through the gaps and quickly approached Zhu Lang. Those experts who came out to kill Qin Shao were unexpectedly dodged by him one by one. This made them very angry out of humiliation. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. What a fast speed, what a strange body movement, but there isn't much sword qi on his body, and he didn't use his natal sword. Is he so conceited, or is it because of his strength? Zhu Lang was also slightly surprised. He realized that he couldn't see through the person in front of him. Previously, the warriors of his tribe were defeated by Lin He because of this person's guidance. Later, he was defeated by this person because of this person's guidance. His one sentence was able to turn the tide twice, reverse the situation twice, and reverse the situation twice. In such a situation, Zhu Lang could not figure it out. He was very puzzled. Who exactly was this guy? How did he have such ability just now? However, Zhu Lang didn't have much time to think about this at this moment, because Qin Shao had already rushed in front of him. Although Zhu Lang was seriously injured, he could still use 50% of his strength. He was about to wave his natal sword, but a ray of light, like an aurora, came faintly towards him. It was unstoppable, and it swept away everything. A cold chill traveled up his neck, and a cold sword was pressed against his neck. With a slight movement of the sword, his throat would be slit, and his head would be taken off. However, Qin Zhao's figure had strangely appeared behind him. Everything had happened too quickly. If Zhu Lang was at his peak, he should be able to dodge. However, he was seriously injured, and there was no way for him to dodge. The situation had changed a little too quickly. The atmosphere, which was still at daggers drawn, suddenly became a little stiff. The people of the Lin tribe also looked at each other, and they looked at Qin Shao in disbelief. They were really shocked to the extreme. As the saying went, to catch bandits, catch the ringleader first. What kind of courage was this to take the leader of the enemy's army out of 10,000 people? This was something that no one dared to think about, but they didn't expect Qin Shao to do it. Lin Xuang-er's shocked expression was a little exaggerated, but she quickly became excited again. Yeah, brother Qin Shao is so awesome, so handsome, I love you to death. These words made many people of the Lin tribe blush with shame. How could a young lady say such shameless words? Let go of our young master. Kid, if you don't want to die, let go of him quickly, or you won't leave here alive today. You're courting death, all of you want to die, right? On the side of the giant wolf tribe, each of them looked fierce, and they all threatened Qin Shao. Zhu Lang also said in a cold voice, Brother, I admire your courage, but I don't admire your methods. You can't find a second person who dares to kidnap my people in the Daki mountain range. It doesn't matter if you're not afraid of death, but if you want to implicate the entire Lin tribe, then you can try. If you dare to touch me, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear all the consequences. Qin Shao laughed coldly, but with a look of disdain, he said, Since you said so, I'm honored to be the first. However, even if you praise me, I won't be merciful. Your life is in my hands now, and to be honest, I'm not very interested in killing you. It's not that I'm afraid of provoking the giant wolf tribe, but that you're just a chicken to me now. If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as turning over my hand. It's just that I don't want to dirty my hands. Don't want to dirty his hands? What kind of humiliating words were these? Zhu Lang's expression became extremely ugly. He stared fixedly at Qin Shao, as if he wanted to bite Qin Shao to death. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Qin Shao continued, Zhu Lang, I think you're a smart person. Why don't we make a deal? A deal? Zhu Lang said coldly, What kind of deal? Qin Shao said, If you agree to a bet, you have to accept defeat. This is an ancient law. No matter what, you're still a top figure. Don't you think it's funny that you don't keep your word? I don't want much. I just want you to abide by the terms of this bet, then I'll let you go. How about that? Zhu Lang snorted coldly and said, Words spoken are like water spilled out of water. Do you think I can take back my words now? Why are you threatening me? Unfortunately, I'm not threatened by anyone. This trick of yours won't work on me. Are you sure? Qin Zhao's cold voice seemed to contain a hint of playfulness. He also exerted more strength in his hand. The sharp cold sword cut through Zhu Lang's skin, and a visible wound appeared. Fresh blood flowed out and dyed the blade red. You dare to kill me? Zhu Lang was so angry that his entire body trembled. Actually, he was also gambling. Qin Shao laughed coldly and said, It's up to you whether you believe me or not. You can bet with me again and see if I dare to kill you. You should know better than me that my sword is now at your throat. I only need to move my sword slightly and your throat will be slit. Then, your life will no longer be yours. The giant wolf tribe keeps bullying and threatening others. Do you really think that you won't be retorted? Now, the Lin tribe has no other way out. So what if we start a war with the giant wolf tribe? If we kill you, we'll have profited first. If you don't cherish your life, then I'll fulfill your wish. Zhu Lang stared fixedly at Qin Shao. However, from Qin Zhao's resolute gaze, he could feel that Qin Shao was not lying. He really dared to kill him. Damn it! The current situation left Zhu Lang with no other choice. Chapter 894. There's no proof. To be honest, what you're saying is no different from farts. Going back on your words is something I'm sure you do often. So, if you want me to believe you, swear on your natal sword. I don't want to see that despicable scene happen again, Qin Shao said again. He had always been cautious in doing things. The reason why the giant wolf tribe did not take the bet between the Lin tribe and the giant wolf tribe seriously and went back on their word was because there was no power to restrain them, so they could be unscrupulous. Of course, the Lin tribe did not have the right to negotiate with the giant wolf tribe before. However, it was different now. Zhu Lang's life was in Qin Zhao's hands. Naturally, he had the upper hand and had the initiative. Zhu Lang's expression became even more gloomy and ugly. He said coldly, "Friend, aren't you going overboard?" "I swear on my honor. I swear on my natal sword. I'm going overboard." Swearing on one's natal sword was like making a natal sword. Once it was made, no one could go back on their word. Otherwise, they would be punished by the law. This kind of consequence was not something that anyone could bear. But the natal sword also had some restrictions, so no one dared to swear on their natal swords. Just like how not many people were willing to swear on their natal swords, there was more or less some karma involved in it. Once one was entangled in karma, it would be difficult to become a god or an immortal, and it would be difficult to transcend. Honor? Qin Shao sneered disdainfully. Sorry, I don't know how much your honor is worth, but in my eyes it's definitely worthless. So, don't you think it's ridiculous that you're swearing on your honor? You're such a sinister and cunning person. Are you worthy of talking about honor with me? Zhu Lang was so angry that his expression was distorted and he almost vomited blood. This was a great humiliation to him. But at this moment, he was powerless to resist and could only endure. He gritted his teeth and had no choice but to agree. Okay, I swear on my natal sword. Qin Shao made a gesture of invitation, but the sword in her hand did not waver at all. After all, Qin Shao was someone who had lived for more than 200,000 years and stood at the pinnacle of the universe. Naturally, he could do everything without leaving any flaws. Zhu Lang admitted defeat and used his natal sword to swear an oath. Once the oath was made, there was no way he would go back on his word. Furthermore, Qin Shao had made Zhu Lang swear an oath without any loopholes, so there was no possibility of anything happening. After Zhu Lang made the oath, Qin Shao released him and returned to the Lin tribe's camp. Zhu Lang glared fiercely at Qin Shao. His hatred soared to the heavens as he said in a bone-chilling voice, "Good boy, I will remember you. Today's humiliation, I will return it to you tenfold in the future. If you have the ability, then bring it on. I'm just afraid that you don't have that ability." Qin Shao didn't care about it at all. She said lightly, and Zhu Lang was so angry that he left with a cold face. The people of the giant wolf tribe all left as well. A crisis had been averted just like that. Haha, victory, great victory, it's so satisfying. Yes, it's so satisfying. The Lin tribe has been bullied by the giant wolf tribe for so long, we can finally turn things around. I didn't expect that the outsider that Linley saved would help the Lin tribe achieve such a victory. He's a hero. Yes, he's a hero, a benefactor of the Lin tribe, a warrior who deserves all of our respect. Hero, hero, hero. The people of the Lin tribe were all overjoyed. They were all in high spirits as they gathered around Qin Shao. They held Qin Shao up high and regarded him as a hero, a warrior of the tribe, enjoying extremely high treatment. To a tribe like this, calling him a hero or a warrior was the highest praise and the highest respect. For an outsider to receive such gratitude and support from a tribe, it was indeed a very rare thing, a very rare thing. However, Qin Shao had the right to receive such treatment. After all, he had single-handedly turned the tide and saved the entire Lin tribe from disaster. If not for Qin Shao today, the Lin tribe would have been defeated, and the Lin tribe would have had to pay a huge price. The people of the tribe would have suffered greatly. Brother Qin Shao, on behalf of the Lin tribe, I sincerely thank you. You saved the Lin tribe this time. We will definitely remember this great kindness. Lin Li cupped his hands again and said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "It's just a small matter. It's called seeing injustice on the road. You saved my life first, so it's only right that I repay you in the future. Now that this matter is over, let's hurry back to the tribe. Although the people of the giant wolf tribe have left temporarily, I'm sure they still have a lot of unwillingness. Perhaps they will do something else. Therefore, it's safer for us to return to the tribe first." Lin Li nodded. That was indeed the case. He knew Zhu Lang's character. He was a vengeful person and was definitely a vicious person. Therefore, it was hard to say whether or not he would do anything. No matter what, it was never wrong to take precautions. Surrounded by the crowd, the group of people returned to the Lin tribe. The news of the battle just now had already spread to the tribe. Therefore, many people in the tribe came out to welcome the return of the heroes, especially Qin Shao, who was now a guest of honor. The patriarch of the Lin tribe also came out personally to greet them. The patriarch of the Lin tribe was an old man with a sage-like demeanor. His face was full of benevolence. He was very amiable and approachable, without any arrogance. Therefore, even the ordinary people of the tribe did not feel any pressure in front of the chief. They all treated him as if he was their family. The sword chi was restrained and not released, which was enough to show the strength of the chief of the Lin tribe. In terms of strength, the chief of the Lin tribe could indeed be ranked among the chiefs of the tribes in the Daki mountain range. It was also because of his strength that he was able to avoid being directly invaded by the giant wolf tribe. However, it was obviously difficult for the chief of the Lin tribe alone to make a difference. Qin Shao had expected to be treated with such courtesy, but he did not like these things very much. He had wanted to keep a low profile, but this time, he really had no choice. He had no choice. If he did not take action, the Lin tribe would definitely suffer a great loss. Lin Li might even die in the battle. Qin Shao naturally couldn't tolerate such a thing. He couldn't just watch as it happened. The Lin tribe was quite enthusiastic. Not only were they grateful to Qin Shao, but they also slaughtered pigs and sheep, chicken, duck, and fish, and held a bonfire party to welcome Qin Shao. Moreover, the chief of the Lin tribe was very lively and invited Qin Shao to stay in the tribe for a few more days. After knowing that Qin Shao was injured, the chief of the Lin tribe immediately ordered people to bring a large number of precious medicinal herbs for Qin Shao to heal. Qin Shao could only put them away for the time being. In fact, he did not need them. The celebration did not end until late at night, and everyone went back to rest. Qin Shao was still arranged to stay in the Lin family, but he did not stay in the previous wing room. Instead, a superior room was carefully prepared for Qin Shao. He was well received and enjoyed the treatment of a distinguished guest. It was a long night, but Qin Shao did not sleep. Although he had lost all his strength, he still had the body of a fourth-step celestial god, after all, so he did not need to eat, drink, or sleep. This was completely different from a mortal. It was late at night and everyone was quiet. The entire Lin tribe fell into a tranquil silence. Only the whistling of the wind and the barking of the dogs could be heard from time to time. The starry sky here was very beautiful, and the dark sky was full of stars. The light of the extreme day was wonderful. Standing in front of the window-sill, and looking at the different night sky, Qin Shao felt a little nostalgic. Everything that happened on this day was just passing by like a cloud of smoke. Qin Shao shook his head and laughed bitterly. I haven't felt that a day can pass so slowly for a long time. That's right, he had only felt this way back when he was still a mortal in the Source world. Later on, when he became stronger, time passed very quickly for Qin Shao. A day passed in the blink of an eye. After becoming a god and entering the god realm, let alone a day, even a day would pass by in the blink of an eye. 100 years or 1,000 years also seemed very short. However, now that he had returned to his mortal body, he naturally felt that a day passed very slowly. Qin Shao fell into deep thought again. He really could not understand why this was so. After the self-destructive explosion of the celestial body, why did he bring himself into this world? Was this the world of the Warcraft universe? However, according to what Qin Shao knew, it seemed to be incompatible with the Warcraft universe. First of all, there should only be two kinds of creatures in the Warcraft universe. One was the natives of the Warcraft universe, called the Warcraft race by the Hongmeng universe. The other was the Beast race. Only these two kinds of creatures were the Warcraft universe. He had never heard of a race like the human race. Another reason was that the Warcraft universe practiced the Dark Cultivation system, but the Sword Cultivator world practiced the Sword Cultivator cultivation system. The cultivation system did not match. Theoretically speaking, there should only be one cultivation system in a place. For example, the Hongmeng universe mainly practiced the Great Tao cultivation system. Although there were some heart force cultivators, they were very few in number. The heart force cultivation system did not spread in the Hongmeng universe. This situation made Qin Shao very puzzled. Also, even if he had entered the Otherverse, even if he was suppressed by the origin will of the Otherverse and bound by the laws, his strength should not have been completely sealed. To be able to completely seal his strength, there should have been a terrifying existence. Could it be that there was a mysterious and powerful existence behind him in this world? No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand or think of a reason. This gave Qin Shao a headache. Chapter 895. How could he make himself stronger? The first was naturally to be able to break the shackles on his body, so that his strength could be restored. Although he would still be suppressed by the will of the origin of the other universe and be bound by the laws, he would definitely be able to exert at least 30% of his strength. 30% of his strength would be enough for Qin Shao to protect himself. The world of swordsmanship was not considered powerful. With 30% of his strength, Qin Shao was still at the level of the heavenless. In this world, he would definitely be able to sweep through everything and no one would be able to stop him. However, this was obviously impossible. Qin Shao had no way to break the shackles on his body at all. He was completely powerless and did not know what method was used. Obviously, this path would not work. Then, only the second path was left. The second path was to adapt to the laws of this world and cultivate again in this world. Cultivating the system of swordsmanship was to start from scratch and improve one's strength step by step. Even if Qin Shao was starting from scratch, Qin Zhao's comprehension ability was naturally not something that ordinary people could compare with. Moreover, he had a natural advantage in his body and had an extremely deep grasp of swordsmanship. If he cultivated the system of swordsmanship, it would naturally have some auxiliary effects. Of course, Qin Shao had advantages, but his disadvantages were also very obvious. He would be bound by the laws and would not be able to control the laws of this world so smoothly. Adapting to the laws required a process of gradual assimilation. Therefore, the early stages of cultivation were bound to be more difficult. However, this kind of difficulty was not a big deal for Qin Shao. Let's start cultivating now. So what if I start from scratch? So what if I'm bound by the laws? Qin Shao, started from humble origins and was able to reach the strength of the top 5 of the heaven list in just over 200,000 years. How many difficulties and hardships did I have to go through? How many hardships did I have to go through? How many hardships did I have to go through? How many dangers did I have to face? But none of them were able to stop me. This is also a kind of training for me. No matter how difficult this training is, I will definitely be able to get through it. Come on, let my blood boil once again in the world of swordsmanship. Qin Zhao's face was filled with determination and madness. He had always been incomparably crazy when he cultivated. Without any hesitation, he immediately went back to cultivating. After watching Lin He and Lin Li's 2 battles today, he had gained some understanding of the sword cultivation system. However, Qin Zhao's cultivation of the full cultivation system also had a very difficult situation, and that was that he did not have a natal sword. People in the world of sword cultivators were born with a natal sword, and the natal sword accompanied them when they attacked. With an intrinsic sword, it would be easier to cultivate the sword cultivation system. It would be easier to integrate the sword cultivation Tao. Without the help of the natal sword, it would be very difficult. This was easy to understand. It was just like Qin Zhao's origin world's innate divine ability. With the assistance of the innate divine ability, one could achieve 100 times the result with half the effort. Innate divine ability basically determined a person's innate talent. If he couldn't even comprehend his innate ability, then he would be a piece of trash. It would be impossible for him to go far on the path of cultivation. This was an iron law in the heavenly dragon continent. No one could escape from this iron law. Even Qin Zhao's innate ability was extraordinary because he had comprehended the ancient innate divine ability. It was the same in the world of sword cultivators. If he didn't even have an intrinsic sword, then he would be a piece of trash. It would be difficult for him to progress on the path of sword cultivation. It would be very difficult for him to cultivate anything. The higher the grade of the intrinsic sword, the stronger the innate talent. It was the same principle. Without the help of the intrinsic sword, Qin Shao would probably be judged as a piece of trash by the laws of this world. So what if I don't have an intrinsic sword? Do you want to judge me as a piece of trash? If the laws are so useless, then what's the use of them? I might as well break this law. Qin Zhao's heart gave birth to some pride. After all, he was a person who had stood at the peak. His vision was naturally different. The laws of the small world? If he broke it, then so be it. With a sense of determination, Qin Shao entered the world of sword cultivation. Without an intrinsic sword, Qin Shao casually took out a sword as a substitute. The important thing about an intrinsic sword was that it could easily communicate with heaven and earth, the laws of sword cultivation, and the great Tao. Obviously, there was no way to do this with an ordinary sword. However, while others couldn't do it, Qin Shao wanted to go against the heavens. He wanted to give it a try. He wanted to give it a try. Without the help of a cultivation method or martial technique, Qin Shao recalled the fallen leaf sword in his mind. Every move and style was replayed in Qin Zhao's mind. It was incomparably deep in his memory. Qin Shao had the ability to not look at anything when he was a mortal. For a fourth-step divine being, it was naturally a child's play. In fact, Qin Shao had already mastered all the key points of the fallen leaf sword. He relied on the fallen leaf sword to comprehend the path of sword cultivation. Then, he went against the current to comprehend the path of sword cultivation. This process was like rowing a boat against the current. Naturally, it was incomparably difficult. Cultivation time always passed so quickly. Unknowingly, it always slipped away quietly. After a night of cultivation, Qin Shao had some gains. When the next day's sun shone in from outside the window, Qin Shao also stopped cultivating. In one night, I've mastered the fallen leaf sword. Moreover, I've perfected it. Previously, the fallen leaf sword only had 6 styles. Now I've added 3 styles. The first 6 styles have also been perfected to a certain extent. This set has increased the power of the fallen leaf sword by at least 10 times. However, it's still not perfect enough. I can continue to improve it. It's completely possible to improve it to 12 styles. That way, the power can be increased by at least 10 times. However, this is just a set of ordinary and simple sword technique. Its potential is limited. Improving it to 12 styles is the limit. My current realm is still a little low. There are some things that I can think of, but there's no way to do it. I can only try again next time. Qin Shao curled his lips. This night, he had basically been cultivating the fallen leaf sword. With the fallen leaf sword as the foundation, he cultivated the sword cultivation Dao. After a night of cultivation, Qin Zhao's realm had been improved to the ultimate level of sword disciple. This speed is still a little too slow. The laws of this world really do have a lot of restrictions on me. Cultivating without a natal sword is really like entering a swamp. I'm suppressed everywhere. It's very uncomfortable. Qin Shao curled his lips. He was obviously not satisfied with the progress of this night. If this spread out, who knew how many people would be scared to death? However, Qin Shao was not satisfied at all. It was no wonder. After all, Qin Zhao's vision was too high. The way he looked at problems was also completely different. This kind of improvement was really nothing for Qin Shao. His state of mind was still there. His previous memory was still there. His talent and comprehension ability was also there. If that was the case, then this kind of speed of improvement was indeed nothing much. There was a sound of footsteps outside. Qin Shao heard it and knew that Lin Li and Lin Shuanger had come. Sure enough, before they arrived, their voices came first. "Brother Qin Shao, the sun is shining. Are you awake?" This was Lin Shuanger's voice. As soon as her voice fell, the door was directly pushed open without knocking. It was not that Lin Shuanger's upbringing was bad. In fact, Lin Shuanger was the kind of person who was very easygoing and would easily treat others as family. Therefore, she would treat you as a very close person and would not be polite with you. She would be more casual. Qin Shao walked out and laughed. "I'm not a pig. I'm up early. Hee, it's good that you're awake. My mother made a lot of delicious food. I brought it over for you." Lin Shuanger lifted the basket in her hand and smiled at Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled and did not refuse. The breakfast prepared by Lin Shuanger's mother was indeed very sumptuous. Qin Shao could not help but laugh. "It seems that I'm really a good guest. Even the breakfast is so sumptuous." "Of course, brother Qin Shao. Let me tell you, I haven't had such a sumptuous breakfast. But today, thanks to you, I can eat it." "Brother Qin Shao, hurry up and eat. It won't taste good when it gets cold," Lin Shuanger said. Qin Shao nodded and quickly ate. The taste was indeed very good. The sumptuous breakfast was all in Qin Zhao's stomach. After eating breakfast, Lin Shuanger blinked and looked at Qin Shao. Her eyes seemed to be able to speak. Qin Shao could see the little girl's thoughts. He smiled and said, "Why? Do you want me to teach you so soon?" Hee, brother Qin Shao is smart. I can't hide my thoughts from brother Qin Shao. It's not just me. My brother is here too, Lin Shuanger said with a smile. Lin Li nodded to Qin Shao. Yesterday, he received guidance from Qin Shao and gained a lot. Therefore, he also felt that if Qin Shao could teach him a few more times, he would benefit immensely and be able to break through to the sword realm in a short time. This step was very important to him. In fact, if the two of them did not come to him, Qin Shao would also teach them. Qin Shao said, "It's like this. Last night, I thought about it and improved your tribe's fallen leaf sword. Its power should be much greater. I'll teach you this set of fallen leaf sword first. Then, I'll see if you have any doubts about your cultivation. I'll see if I can teach you." "What? Improved fallen leaf sword? Linley was extremely shocked. He looked at Qin Shao in a daze and was speechless for a while. Lin Shuang'er might not understand what this meant, but Linley was very clear. Fallen leaf sword was one of the most powerful sword techniques of the Lin tribe. It was a martial technique that could enter the ranks. Martial techniques were divided into 9 ranks. Rank 1 was the worst, and rank 9 was the highest. This fallen leaf sword was a rank 2 martial technique. For a small tribe, a rank 2 martial technique was enough to be the top. It was the foundation of the tribe. To be able to improve a rank 2 martial technique, ordinary sword realm cultivators could not do it at all. Perhaps the existence of the limit of the sword realm might be able to do it. Of course, it was only a possibility. Chapter 896. Sword Spirit Realm. How was that possible? Not to mention the Daki mountain range, even in the entire Daki county, there was no one like that, right? The existence of the Sword Spirit Realm was absolutely powerful. It was definitely a supreme overlord that could dominate a region. It was a superior existence. The Sword Spirit Realm was an existence that had cultivated a sword spirit. One sword could kill people from 1,000 miles away. It was unfathomable. Linley had never seen the Sword Spirit Realm before. He only knew that it was extremely powerful and dangerous. At the Sword Spirit Realm, one could fly on a sword. The sword had spiritual energy and was extremely powerful. Besides, there shouldn't be such a young Sword Spirit Realm, right? Unless it was a disciple of the Immortal Sect. However, how high and mighty were the disciples of the Immortal Sect? How could they have fallen to such a state? Who dared to attack the disciples of the Immortal Sect? Therefore, this should also be ruled out. Linley became more and more curious and puzzled. What was the background of Brother Qin Shao? Who was he? Linley suppressed the shock in his heart for the time being, and watched Qin Shao demonstrate his improved version of the fallen leaf sword seriously. From the first to the 9th move, it was natural and exquisite. Even after watching it, it still left Linley with a rich aftertaste. After being stunned for a while, Linley finally came back to his senses. He could not help but clap his hands and click his tongue. His face was full of amazement as he praised, "Exquisite, really exquisite. I have never seen such an exquisite sword before. In the past, I thought Fallen Leaf Sword was perfect. Every move was perfect. But now I know how laughable and stupid my thoughts were. I didn't expect that after such an improvement, Fallen Leaf Sword would be perfect and become more powerful. The last 3 moves are a perfect extension of the Fallen Leaf Sword. They bring out the hard and soft side of the Fallen Leaf Sword, making it perfect. This is a 3rd-grade sword technique. It is definitely at the 3rd-grade level. Looking at the thousands of tribes in the entire Daki mountain range, only the Giant Wolf tribe has a 3rd-grade sword technique. Although Lin Shuang'er couldn't understand it, she knew that it was very dangerous. A look of worship appeared on her cute face. "Big brother Qin Shao, you're so experienced. You're much more experienced than my big brother. I admire you so much. What if I become your little fangirl?" Qin Shao could only shake her head and smile at the adorable Lin Shuang'er. "Linley, how much have you understood?" Qin Shao asked. Linley shook his head and said, "It's too profound. I can't understand much of it. I only know the shape and the danger, but it is difficult to know the meaning. The effect of teaching by word and example is still very limited." Qin Shao nodded. Of course, he knew that. Just by displaying the sword technique once, it was only enough to let others see the power of the sword. There was no way to see the inner meaning of the sword from the demonstration. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that he only needed to fight with others to secretly learn other people's martial skills and cultivation methods? This was obviously impossible. What was displayed was just the shape. The meaning contained in it couldn't be seen. Then I will teach you the mantra and the key points. I hope it can help you, Qin Shao said. When Lin Li heard it, his mood suddenly became a little excited. In addition to the excitement, there was also a part of the shock. He didn't expect that Qin Shao not only improved the fallen leaf sword, but also created the mantra. Being able to create the mantra showed that he had a very deep understanding of the sword technique. Qin Shao should have only seen him display the fallen leaf sword once before. He didn't expect that he actually improved the fallen leaf sword. In addition to the shock, Lin Li also said without ambiguity, "Thank you, brother Qin Shao." Qin Shao began to teach. He taught Lin Li step by step, teaching him the mantra and the key points of all kinds of moves in great detail. Although Lin Li would not be able to cultivate it successfully in a short period of time, he could slowly ponder over it. As long as he memorized the mantra and understood all the key points, it would only be a matter of time before he cultivated it to perfection. Moreover, with Qin Zhao's teaching by example, the effect was indeed very good. This practice lasted for most of the day. Lin Shuang'er played the role of a loyal audience. She sat by the side and watched the two of them practice the sword technique. After practicing for most of the day in one breath, it was really a hearty feeling. Lin Li exclaimed happily. He wanted to practice for a while, but he was really too tired and needed to rest. Moreover, he was embarrassed to let Qin Shao teach him like this all the time, so he stopped. "Brother Qin Shao, your teaching really hit the nail on the head and went straight to the core. At this speed, I should be able to practice this improved version of Fallen Leaf Sword to a certain degree within 3 months, Lin Li said. 3 months was actually considered a very short period of time. Lin Li only dared to say that because he was very confident. Qin Shao shook his head with a chuckle and said, 3 months is too long. Within 7 days is more like it. Within 7 days? When he heard Qin Zhao's words, Lin Li was also shocked. How was it possible to practice it to a great extent within 7 days? He wanted to say so, but he was embarrassed to say the words that were on the tip of his tongue. It would seem that he had no confidence. However, this was indeed the case. Wanting to cultivate a grade 3 sword technique to the mastery stage in 7 days was definitely impossible. No matter how monstrous a genius was, it was impossible. Such a thing was unheard of. Therefore, Lin Li didn't think that he could practice it to a great extent within 7 days. This was not because he didn't have confidence, but because he was too blind. Even with Qin Zhao's teaching, it was difficult. After all, this was a third-grade sword technique. How could it be so easy to practice it to a great extent? If it was so easy, it wouldn't be called a third-grade sword technique. What's wrong? You don't have confidence? Qin Shao asked with a smile. Lin Li smiled a little awkwardly but said noncommittally, Yes, brother Qin Shao, I really don't have confidence. It sounds like a fantasy story. Qin Shao smiled. How do you know if it's a fantasy if you don't try? If you don't even have the confidence to try, then don't even think about practicing it. What is a genius? A genius is able to do what others can't do and go against what others can't. Geniuses, only those who can create myths and write legends can be called geniuses. A genius can't be measured by any logic and can't be guessed by any theory. In this world, nothing is impossible. Only you can do it or not. First of all, you still need to have determination and confidence. If you don't even have confidence, then you will be defeated before the fight. In fact, Lin Li was not strong in all aspects, nor was he a real genius. He could only be said to be average. In the eyes of Qin Shao, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was a waste. However, he was not hopeless, so in fact, he could still be taught, and there was still some plasticity. In this case, if he was taught well and guided in the right direction, then he might be able to shine in the future, achieve immeasurable achievements, and be unparalleled. If he couldn't be guided, Then he was afraid that he would be mediocre for the rest of his life and just be a small hero in a small tribe. In fact, Lin Li mainly relied on himself to go where he could go. Hence, Qin Shao naturally wanted to correct Lin Li's thoughts. Otherwise, Lin Li's path of cultivation would come to an end. Qin Zhao's words were like a bolt from the blue that smashed into the depths of Lin Li's heart, causing his mind to tremble violently. He could not help but fall into a deep silence. His words were like a sharp warning to Lin Li, waking him up at once. Yes, if he didn't even have this confidence, then how could he successfully practice this improved version of the fallen leaf sword? The way of swordsmanship was slow, and he should have confidence in himself. If he really practiced it in 3 months, then this speed was not a rare thing. It could only be said that it was a normal speed, and anyone else could do it. In that case, he would indeed be lost in the crowd. Lin Li's heart was firm and strong, and he wanted to embark on the path of a strong person. At this time, Lin Li also understood his shortcomings. Brother Qin Shao is right, Lin Li understands. Within 7 days, Lin Li had to succeed in his cultivation. If you don't give some pressure, then you can't fully stimulate your potential. I don't want to be lost in this for the rest of my life, so I have to put in 100 times more effort than others. The power of belief is infinite, and I must make the power of my belief become incomparably strong. Qin Shao nodded slightly at Lin Li's words. He was somewhat satisfied and said, "Well, it's good that you understand. I will stay in your tribe for a while, and during this time, I will do my best to guide you. However, the master can show you the way, but the cultivation depends on the person. You and I can be considered to be fated, so I will form a good relationship with you. However, between you and me, only the 3 of us know. I don't want too many people to know about this, and I don't want to attract unnecessary trouble." Lin Li immediately nodded solemnly and said, "Brother Qin Shao, don't worry, I understand even if you don't say it. I won't leak a single word about this." Lin Shuang didn't wait for him to say anything. Instead, she said with a solemn expression, "Brother Qin Shao, me too, me too. I won't say a word, and I will keep my mouth shut. Really, I won't say a word to anyone. I know this is your big secret, hee hee." Qin Shao smiled and said, "Well, that's good, good girl." Lin Li suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, Brother Qin Shao, if I use this improved version of the fallen leaf sword in the future, if the people in my tribe want me to teach them, can I teach them?" Qin Shao smiled and said, "Of course, this is what I wanted to give to your tribe, so naturally, I won't interfere with this. Whatever I have taught you, you can pass it on to your clansmen. However, just don't have anything to do with me. You should understand what I mean, right?" Chapter 897. Howl. Giant wolves with incomparably ferocious bodies were patrolling the mountains. There was a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. Once any life approached, they would immediately be alerted. Those eyes were suffused with a crimson color, revealing 2 white fangs. They exuded a peerlessly ferocious aura, which was very frightening. At a glance, there were actually more than 300 giant wolves surrounding the entire tribe, forming an incomparably tight line of defense. Even a fly could not fly in. And this was the giant wolf tribe, which was one of the strongest in the entire Daki mountain range. It was the giant wolf tribe that did things valiantly and ferociously. The giant wolf tribe was symbolized by the giant wolf. It was said that the ancestors of the giant wolf tribe grew up by drinking the breast milk of giant wolves. Later on, they became the leader of the giant wolf tribe. Ever since they conquered the giant wolf tribe, they had been loyal to the giant wolf tribe for generations. It was precisely because of the loyalty of the giant wolves that the giant wolf tribe became abnormally powerful and became the overlord of the Daki mountain range that no one dared to provoke. They became a hungry wolf that only knew how to invade and attack other tribes. The entire giant wolf tribe was built in the shape of a giant wolf, making an incomparably huge castle. This castle was also called the Wolf Fort by the giant wolf tribe. The sentry posts of the wolf fort were basically guarded by giant wolves. In the depths of the wolf fort, in a hall, there was a giant white jade platform beside the statue of a giant wolf. On the giant platform, a man wearing a wolf fur coat sat there cross-legged. He did not look old, about 50 or 60 years old. He had the body of a giant wolf, abnormally tall and sturdy, with bulging muscles. His long face was like a wolf's face. That pair of incomparably sharp eyes were like a peerlessly sharp knife, flashing out streaks of cold light. The peerlessly ferocious aura caused the air to tremble. This person was none other than the leader of the giant wolf tribe, nicknamed the Wolf King. The Wolf King was an expert in the sword contemplation realm. His strength was definitely one of the best in the entire Daki mountain range. Coupled with his mount, even if he wasn't undefeatable, he wouldn't be too far off either. What is the background of that kid called Qin Shao? He could actually cause our giant wolf tribe to suffer such a crushing defeat with just a few pointers? I checked. No one with a background has been hunted down and fallen here recently. There's no trace of him at all, as if he appeared out of thin air. The Wolf King's face was gloomy and gloomy. The giant wolf tribe had never tasted defeat, but this time they had been defeated by the Lin tribe. Although the news of the tribe. This time, the giant wolf tribe could be considered to have lost all face and dignity. How could the Wolf King swallow such humiliation? How could he endure it? But before investigating Qin Zhao's background, the Wolf King did not dare act rashly. After all, he felt that this kid was not simple. Perhaps he was a sword-weight realm existence. If it was really an existence of the sword contemplation realm, then his rash action was naturally not a wise move. "Looks like you're troubled." A voice suddenly rang in the Wolf King's ears. "Who is it?" Wolf King's expression changed drastically when he heard the voice. He stood up immediately and scanned his surroundings with cold eyes. But the surroundings were empty. Where was the person? The Wolf King's expression became increasingly gloomy and ugly. He even became a little nervous. He didn't know how long it had been since he last felt nervous. He didn't expect his nerves to be so tense this time. Cold sweat even seeped out of his back. There was actually someone who could get close to him without him noticing? And he couldn't even see the other party? If the other party wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping his hand? Wolf King broke out in cold sweat when he thought of this. However, the Wolf King immediately returned to his senses. He hurriedly bowed at the space and said, "May I ask which senior has descended? Please show yourself. If you have any orders, feel free to speak. I will do my best to fulfill them." The voice continued, "You don't need to see me for the time being, but I do have some instructions for you. If you can do it well, there will be many benefits. Even if you can directly advance to the sword spirit realm, it will only take a few words." "What? Directly advance to the sword spirit realm?" Wolf King was extremely shocked. Directly advance to the sword spirit realm? Wasn't this a little too arrogant? He was only at the initial stage of the sword spirit realm. He was still a step away from the middle stage. He had been stuck for many years and hadn't been able to take this step. How was it possible to directly advance to the sword spirit realm? However, Wolf King didn't dare to question this completely. After all, a person who could go invisible must be very powerful. Even a sword spirit realm expert couldn't do it. As far as he knew, one had to at least be a sword sovereign to be able to do it. If it was a sword spirit realm expert, they would only be able to do it if they cultivated an extremely powerful secret technique. Even so, it should be an extremely powerful sword spirit realm expert. It was impossible for an ordinary sword spirit realm expert to do it. "What? You don't believe me?" the voice said again. Wolf King definitely didn't believe it in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Instead, he said, "No, no. It's not that I don't believe you, Senior. It's just that this matter has shocked me too much. The Sword Spirit Realm is my lifelong pursuit. It's something I've always dreamed of. The existence of the Sword Spirit Realm is at the peak of our Ardaki County. It seems that you still don't believe me. Then I'll make you believe me," the voice said leisurely. As soon as he finished speaking, a nameless ball of fire descended from the sky and enveloped Wolf King. Ah! As soon as he was enveloped by this nameless ball of fire, Wolf King immediately felt that he was going to be burned to ashes and die immediately. So terrifying, so terrifying. He didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. In front of this power, he was like an ant, weak and pitiful. He's at least a Sword King. While the Wolf King was shocked, he immediately understood what was going on and confirmed the strength of this senior hiding in the dark. He had seen a Sword Spirit Realm expert before. Although a Sword Spirit Realm expert was so powerful that he couldn't resist, he didn't have such a shocking feeling. The person in front of him was definitely a Sword King. A Sword King, this was a high and mighty figure. He had never seen such an existence before. Just thinking about it made him feel scared. This kind of existence could overturn rivers and seas, move mountains and fill seas, move stars and cut rivers with one sword. "Senior, please stop. I believe you. I believe you." Wolf King repeatedly begged for mercy. How could he dare to not believe him now? At the same time, he was extremely excited. Such a thing was undoubtedly a good thing that fell from the sky for him. If he could ride on this powerful figure's coattails, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to become more powerful. Compared to dominating the Daki mountain range, he would rather reach the Sword Spirit Realm. Once he reached the Sword Spirit Realm, he would be able to dominate a region and become the supreme overlord of the Daki County. This was his pursuit. This pursuit seemed unreachable in the past, but it was not impossible now. Obviously, there was a great opportunity in front of him. It was unreachable in the past, but now it was within his reach. The invisible force disappeared, and the Wolf King returned from the gates of hell as if he had just escaped from the jaws of death. His whole body was drenched in sweat. Since he was born, he had never been so scared as he was now. "Thank you for your mercy, Senior. It was I who had eyes but failed to see. I offended Senior just now. If you need anything from me, just tell me. I will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. It's just that I'm not strong enough. I don't know if I can do anything for you." Wolf King's attitude had a 180-degree change. Even so, he still had some reservations. It could be seen that he was a cunning old fox. He always left some leeway for himself when he spoke. "Of course it's something you can do. If you can't do it, why should I waste my time looking for you?" The voice in the dark said. Wolf King immediately nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Senior, you're right. I was stupid. Please tell me what to do, Wolf King." "You must be having a headache about something right now, right?" the voice in the dark said. Wolf King was a smart man. When he heard this, he naturally reacted immediately. He couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. He said, "Senior, are you talking about that brat called Qin Shao? I haven't been able to find out who he is, but I feel that he is mysterious and powerful. Senior, I feel that his strength is not weaker than mine, right?" The voice in the dark said with some contempt, "Of course, he is not weaker than you. However, since I asked you to deal with him, I'll give you the possibility and give you the strength to deal with him. Besides, this guy hasn't recovered his strength yet, so you don't have to worry. I'll give you some methods to deal with him. As for how you do it, it'll depend on your own ability. I don't need the process. I only need the result." Wolf King was still a little worried. Since he could deal with him, Why didn't this senior want to do it himself? With this senior's strength, wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with Qin Shao if he personally took action? Wolf King really wanted to ask this question. However, he was worried that if he asked, it would cause the senior to be displeased. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he said, "All right. Since this is senior's order, I will not disappoint you. If senior has any other orders, please tell me. This junior will listen." "All right, that's all for now. Go and prepare. I want to see the result within a month," the voice in the dark said. Then, a ray of light flew toward Wolf King. Wolf King was shocked. He reached out and caught the ball of light. When he caught it, Wolf King was wild with joy. "It's an immortal stone. It's actually an immortal stone. Ha ha, thank you senior for your reward. I will do my best to help senior with this matter." An immortal stone was enough to raise his cultivation by a lot. Chapter 898. With pressure there was more motivation. A person's potential was often limitless. It all depended on whether one could squeeze it out. Lin Li's talent was indeed not very good. If he were in the divine realm, he would be ordinary and would vanish from the masses. In the world of swordsmanship, the probability of Lin Li becoming an immortal was very low. His temperament was not very good in all aspects. He could only be considered average. Therefore, Qin Shao did not have much hope for him. He just took it as fate to give him some pointers. Qin Shao said that Lin Li would need 7 days to successfully practice his improved fallen leaf sword. Lin Li used a full 8 days to successfully practice it. Moreover, he had not reached the 10th level. He estimated that it was only at the 9th level. It still needed to be perfected and perfected. However, in this way, Lin Li's strength had increased greatly. With a third-grade sword technique, Lin Li's current strength could almost compete with people in the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm. In addition to the sword technique, Qin Shao also taught Lin Li other methods in these 8 days. In terms of swordsmanship, while teaching Lin Li, Qin Shao was also comprehending, but his speed was much faster than Lin Li's. The accumulation of 8 days, in addition to the gains from the previous battle, allowed Lin Li to finally reach a critical point. He had the idea of a breakthrough. What was the sword contemplation realm? With the sword as the contemplation realm, it was the preliminary control of the sword and the mastery of swordsmanship. It was considered a higher level and had stepped into the door of true swordsmanship. The sword contemplation realm was the foundation of swordsmanship. It was not difficult for people with poor talent to reach it. However, the sword contemplation realm was a realm that had truly stepped into a certain threshold. Without a certain level of talent, there was no way to reach it. The sword contemplation realm was considered a true master. In a small place, it was also a figure in charge of a region. It was too difficult to enter the sword contemplation realm. It was very difficult. There were 100,000 people in the Lin tribe, but there was only one sword contemplation realm. Only the Lin clan leader was in the sword contemplation realm. Sword intent surged and sword chi was sharp. Lin Li sat there cross-legged and began to break through to the sword contemplation realm. However, this breakthrough was not necessarily a success. It was not surprising that the breakthrough failed. Lin Shuang'er looked over with a happy expression and immediately quieted down. She knew that she couldn't disturb her brother at this time. Qin Shao looked at Lin Li calmly. He had also deduced many insights related to swordsmanship from Lin Li, which allowed him to break through the binding power of the laws again and again. If there were no restraints from the laws, then Qin Shao could directly cultivate to the realm of sword immortal. This was not difficult for him at all. With his realm, it was naturally very easy for him to cultivate mortal things. However, under the restraint of this law, Qin Shao wanted to break through, but he could clearly feel a terrifying force suppressing him, preventing Qin Shao from breaking through. These days, Qin Shao was also struggling with this force, trying to slowly assimilate into this origin world. Although Qin Zhao's strength was sealed, the origin will could still sense his realm and strength. Therefore, the origin will would still suppress Qin Shao. The stronger one was, the stronger and more terrifying the suppression of the origin world would be. Even a master of the universe would be suppressed badly. The weaker one was, the weaker the suppression. Therefore, if Qin Shao really entered the world of sword cultivators as an ordinary person, there would not be much suppression. However, Qin Zhao's situation was completely different. Ah! Lin Li suddenly screamed in pain. His expression became a little distorted, and his sword qi became chaotic. The vibration of the sword qi seemed to want to swallow Lin Li. Lin Shuang'er was shocked and looked at Lin Li with a blank expression. She naturally knew that there was a problem with the breakthrough. If there was a problem with the breakthrough, it was indeed quite scary. If the situation was serious, it was even possible to go crazy. If it was less serious, it would backfire and cause serious injuries. Huh! Qin Shao frowned slightly. With a point of his finger, a ray of sword qi burst out from his fingertip. It was like a ray of Buddha's light descending from the 9 heavens, instantly illuminating the darkness. After clearing the turbidity, it was clear again. Lin Li only felt a clear spring surge into his mind, calming him down in an instant. The distracting thoughts in his mind were also suppressed in an instant. In any case, he had removed the chaos and returned to the right path. Once the inner demon was removed, the sword path was clear, and the path in front of him became clear. Sword form, sword intent, sword heart, move. Wait for me with the sword, I will control the sword path, sword power, success. Rumble, Lin Li's heart seemed to be galloping with thousands of horses. It was a shocking scene, and rays of brilliance rose from it. Heaven and earth roared, and the great path was magnificent. It was as if a ray of celestial light descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Li, making Lin Li even more divine at this time. With one step, it was a whole new world. The sword qi that lingered around Lin Li was also like a docile fish, like an obedient child. After an hour, Lin Li's eyes suddenly opened, and a ray of light that seemed to be solid shot out. It turned into a waterfall and lit up the courtyard like a thunderbolt on a sunny day. All the sword qi returned to Lin Li's body like a dragon returning to the sea, causing his body to become even stronger. At this time, Lin Li's aura had obviously improved tremendously. This is the sword waiting realm. I didn't expect that I, Lin Li, would reach the sword waiting realm so quickly. After feeling his body, Lin Li's face finally surged with joy. The sword waiting realm, this was the realm that he dreamed of. He did not expect that he would reach this step so quickly. He originally thought that he would need a few more decades of cultivation to reach this step. He was now only in his early 20s. In the Daki mountain range, there would not be a sword waiting realm in his 20s in 100 years. Not to mention the small Daki mountain range, even in the entire territory of Daki County, a sword waiting realm in his early 20s was a rare existence. There might not be 1 or 2 of them, and he had actually reached this step before the huge wave. How could he not be happy about this? Lin Shuang'er was also very happy for her brother. She danced with joy and smiled brightly. Yeah, that's great, that's great. Brother has broken through to the sword realm. In the future, my brother will be a big shot. No one will dare to bully me. Brother, you are a hero. You are a warrior of the Lin tribe. You are our pride. Lin Shuang'er's praise made Lin Li's heart feel as sweet as honey. This feeling was really wonderful. However, Lin Li knew that all this was brought to him by Qin Shao. Plop! Lin Li knelt directly in front of Qin Shao. Qin Shao instinctively wanted to stop him, but he did not have the strength to do so now. He could only watch Lin Li kneel in front of him. Brother Qin Shao, Lin Li will never be able to repay your great kindness. I can only remember it in my heart. Brother Qin Shao, Lin Li has a bold request. I would like to be your disciple. I hope that Brother Qin Shao can accept me as your disciple, Lin Li said with a face full of gratitude. If it had not been for Qin Shao, he would not have had his current achievements. He would probably have been seriously injured by the huge wave and would still be lying in bed. However, Qin Zhao's appearance completely changed the trajectory of his life. This kind of great kindness could not be repaid in a lifetime. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly and said, Lin Li, get up quickly. This is your own hard work. I can't accept you as my disciple. I will be leaving here soon, so I can't accept you as my disciple. Senior, Lin Li still wanted to fight for it, but Qin Shao waved his hand. His expression suddenly became dignified, and his voice became colder. He said, Don't mention the matter of accepting me as your disciple. I want to guide you, but I can't accept you as my disciple. You have now broken through to the sword contemplation realm. Your Lin tribe has 2 sword contemplation realm cultivators. In addition, I have improved the fallen leaf sword for you. I believe that your Lin tribe will not be bullied by other tribes. You can teach the fallen leaf sword to the people in your tribe. If you want me to improve other sword techniques, you can go and get them before I leave. I will stay for at most 1 more day, and then I will definitely leave. He had stayed in the Lin tribe for so long. Firstly, he wanted to slowly familiarize himself with this world. Secondly, he wanted to teach Lin Li and form a good relationship with him. Now that everything was done, it was time for Qin Shao to leave. It was time for him to go on an adventure. What he needed now was to quickly improve his strength and figure out what was going on. He needed to find a way to leave here and recover his original strength. Since he was not dead yet, he could give it a try. Staying in this small place was naturally not a long-term solution. Lin Li saw that Qin Shao was a little angry and did not dare to say anything more. Instead, he stood up and said, All right, Brother Qin Shao. Since you are really unwilling, I will not force you. However, Lin Li will definitely remember this kindness. Brother Qin Shao, are you really leaving so soon? Yes, I am leaving. Qin Shao nodded. There was no hesitation in his words. Lin Li could only give up. All right then, Brother Qin Shao. I will not keep you. In that case, I will go and look for the chief now. All right. Qin Shao nodded. Lin Li left quickly. Lin Shuang'er looked at Qin Shao with a pitiful expression. Her big black eyes were already filled with tears. She looked so cute and weak that she was about to cry. Her appearance was really lovely and pitiful. Brother Qin Shao, please don't go, okay? Lin Shuang'er's voice was choked with sobs. She sounded like she was begging. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. I have to go. I am not a member of the Lin tribe. How can I stay here forever? All good things must come to an end. I have to go. I have disturbed you for so long. It is time to leave. Besides, I have my own things to do. I can't stay here forever. Oh. Lin Shuang'er lowered her head and bit her lip hard. She tried hard to stop her tears from falling. But, I really can't bear for you to leave. If you leave, my eyes will really be swollen from crying. Brother Qin Shao, can you leave later? Stay for a few more days, Lin Shuang'er said with tears in her eyes. Chapter 899. This scared Lin Shuang'er quite a bit. She quickly shook her head and waved her hands. Brother Qin Shao, don't go, don't go. I won't talk about it, I won't talk about it. Boo-hoo, then I'll just wait to cry my eyes out. Qin Shao laughed helplessly. This little girl was really pitiful. Brother Qin Shao, will we still have a chance to meet in the future? Lin Shuang'er asked again. Qin Shao smiled and said, Of course, how can we not? I just left. I didn't die. As long as I'm still alive, we will naturally have a chance to meet. If there is a chance in the future, I will still come to the Lin tribe to visit you. Really? Lin Shuang'er blinked and looked at Qin Shao in disbelief. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you?" No, of course Brother Qin Shao wouldn't lie to me." Lin Shuang'er immediately shook her head and smiled through her tears. "Then I'll wait for Brother Qin Shao to come back to visit me." On the other side, Lin Li had already found the tribal leader. He pulled him aside and made sure that the surroundings were safe. He was extremely careful. Seeing Lin Li being so careful, the tribal leader asked with a puzzled expression, "Lin Li, what are you doing? Is there something going on in the giant wolf tribe? I've been having a bad feeling recently. It's been unusually quiet these few days. It's so quiet that it's a little strange. I even heard from the tribesmen that the people of the giant wolf tribe have disappeared from the mountains to hunt. I feel that the giant wolf tribe may be brewing some big move and is waiting to use it on us." Lin Li shook his head and said, "Tribal leader, I'm not looking for you today to talk about the giant wolf tribe. I'm looking for Brother Qin Shao." "Brother Qin Shao? What happened to him? He's leaving?" The tribal leader frowned slightly and asked with a puzzled expression. Lin Li nodded and said, "Yes, tribal leader. Brother Qin Shao said that he's leaving. But that's not the main point. The main point is—" But this time, before Lin Li could finish speaking, clan leader Lin's eyes suddenly widened and fell on Lin Li. He stared at Lin Li with a look of disbelief. After a while, he said in a daze, "Lin Li, you have broken through to the sword contemplation state?" Clan leader Lin was also in the sword contemplation realm, so he could naturally tell that Lin Li was also in the sword contemplation realm. Such a discovery naturally shocked him to the core. For a moment, clan leader Lin also became excited. The Lin clan finally had another sword contemplation realm expert, and it was Lin Li who was only in his early 20s. Genius. He was indeed a rare genius in the Lin tribe. To reach the sword contemplation realm at such a young age, his future was limitless. If there was a chance, they might even go to Daki City to develop. If he could join a large force, then he would have a meteoric rise and become outstanding. This was something that clan leader Lin had always wanted to see even in his dreams. However, he finally got his wish today. How could he not be excited? How could he not be happy? Lin Li laughed and nodded noncommittally. "Yes, clan leader. I just broke through to the sword contemplation state." "Ha, that's great. That's really great. Good job, Lin Li. You have really brought honor to the Lin tribe. Our Lin tribe ancestors are really blessed to have such a peerless genius like you in the Lin tribe. I am really happy to see you grow. This way, I can rest assured and hand over the Lin tribe to you in the future. With you protecting the Lin tribe, I can die without regret." Clan leader Lin laughed loudly. He did not know how long it had been since he was so happy. Perhaps it was 10 years, 20 years, or even 30 years. Anyway, it was so long that he could not remember. Lin Li said, "Clan leader, please don't say such things. I am still very young and have not really grown up. Our Lin clan still needs you to lead us, clan leader." "But clan leader, actually, this is not the main reason why I came to see you today. I have an important matter to tell you." "Oh? This is not an important matter? There is something more important than this?" Clan leader Lin looked at Lin Li in confusion. To him, this was an important matter. Lin Li's growth was enough to affect the future development of the Lin tribe. This kind of peerless genius that was hard to come by in a few hundred years meant a lot to the Lin tribe. Hence, it was a matter of utmost importance. But Lin Li actually said that this was not an important matter. Then, what could be more important than this? Lin Li also suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "Clan leader, let me show you a set of swordsmanship first." Under clan leader Lin's confusion, Lin Li directly displayed the improved version of the fallen leaf sword. Once the swordsmanship was displayed, clan leader Lin was instantly shocked to the point of no return. His entire body froze on the spot. There was a buzzing sound in his head, and he could not recover for a moment. This clan leader Lin's judgment was naturally high. He naturally could tell at a glance that this was an improved version of their Lin tribe's martial technique, the fallen leaf sword. However, in terms of grade, it was raised by a full grade, reaching the standard of a Grade 3 martial technique. A Grade 3 martial technique. The Lin tribe did not even have one. How powerful was a Grade 3 martial technique? Why was Wolf King's strength so strong? It was because he had a Grade 3 martial technique. Hence, even if they were in the same realm, Wolf King was able to sweep through them with an unparalleled momentum. If clan leader Lin also had a Grade 3 martial technique, then he might be able to contend against Wolf King. A Grade 3 martial technique was too important to the development of a tribe. It was simply the cornerstone of a tribe's development, the foundation of a tribe's strength. Exquisite, this is really exquisite. I didn't expect that our fallen leaf sword could be improved so much. It can actually make its power so strong. This is really incredible. Clan leader Lin could not help but exclaim in admiration. With a face full of excitement, he said, "Lin Li, what exactly is going on? How did you cultivate this improved version of the fallen leaf sword? I have never heard of our Lin tribe's ancestors improving the fallen leaf sword." Lin Li smiled and said, "Clan leader Fong, I already told you just now that I came to find you today regarding Brother Qin Shao. This fallen leaf sword was improved by Brother Qin Shao. I have been cultivating with him these past few days. Brother Qin Shao guided me step by step, allowing me to cultivate this improved version of the fallen leaf sword in a short 8 days. Furthermore, I have broken through to the sword contemplation realm. All of this is thanks to Brother Qin Shao. It was Brother Qin Shao who completely changed my fate. It was Brother Qin Zhao's guidance that allowed me to reach this stage in such a short time." What? It was Qin Shao who improved it? This. Hearing this, clan leader Lin was shocked once again. Although it was Qin Shao who stood up for the Lin tribe in the previous conflict with the giant wolf tribe, allowing the Lin tribe to turn the tide and reverse the situation. It was also Qin Zhao's guidance that allowed Lin He and Lin Li to turn defeat into victory and win an extraordinary victory. Previously, clan leader Lin had also guessed that Qin Shao was a senior expert and was very likely to be a sword contemplation realm expert. But now, hearing Lin Li's words, he should be far beyond the sword contemplation realm. How could a sword contemplation realm sword cultivator improve a level 2 martial arts technique to a level 3 martial arts technique so easily? And according to Lin Li, Qin Shao only used 1 day, or strictly speaking, only 1 night to do it. Such a move was really shocking. This was definitely not something that a sword contemplation realm expert could do. Could it be that he was in existence in the sword spirit realm? Such a young sword spirit realm expert? How could it be? Clan leader Lin had never heard of a sword spirit realm expert in his 20s. This was too shocking. Lin Li nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, clan leader, it was indeed Brother Qin Shao who improved it. This cannot be fake. Also, Brother Qin Shao specially created the mantra for this improved fallen leaf sword and imparted all the points to me. Also, Brother Qin Shao said that I can impart it to everyone in our tribe. In other words, our Lin tribe will also have a level 3 martial arts technique in the future." Buzz, clan leader Lin's heart trembled violently. A sudden surge of joy rose and surged into his heart. At this moment, he was so happy that he was speechless. He was so excited that his heart began to tremble. After a long while, clan leader Lin laughed loudly and wantonly vented. "Haha, the heavens are on our Lin tribe's side. The heavens are really on our Lin tribe's side. I did not expect that you and your sister's good karma would allow our Lin tribe to befriend such an important person. In the future, our Lin tribe will also have a level 3 martial arts technique. This is too significant for our Lin tribe. It can be passed down for generations and become the foundation of our Lin tribe. Lin Li, let's go. Take me to see fellow Qin Shao. I want to thank him properly. Lin Li smiled and said, Clan leader, don't be in such a hurry. Let me finish first. There is something even more joyous. There is something even more joyous? Clan leader Lin's heart was about to jump into his throat. This already made him extremely excited. There was something even more joyous? What could it be? This good karma was really a stroke of great luck. Lin Li said again, It's like this, clan leader. Brother Qin Shao is about to leave. Originally, I wanted to take Brother Qin Shao as my master, but Brother Qin Shao refused to accept me. Yes, this is normal. The more powerful a person is, the less he will accept disciples easily. Besides, fellow Qin Shao is not much older than you. Naturally, he will not accept you as a disciple. Your request is a little too much. Clan leader Lin nodded. Lin Li said, Yes, I also think it is a little too much, but I really want to seize this opportunity. Brother Qin Shao just told me that we can take out the sword technique again. He can also help us improve it. He will stay for at most one more day and then leave. He wants us to seize the time. What? Clan leader Lin grabbed Lin Li's arms in ecstasy. Although he heard it clearly, he could not help but ask, Are you serious? Chapter 900. In the courtyard, the Lin tribe leader hurried over with Lin Li. When he saw Qin Shao again, the look in the Lin tribe leader's eyes changed a lot. His face was full of gratitude and respect. The Lin tribe would never be able to repay this kindness in their lifetime. Perhaps the rise of the Lin tribe was all because of Qin Shao alone. This was a huge favor. It was like a pie falling from the sky and coincidentally falling on the Lin tribe's head. Taoist Qin Shao, I really don't know how to thank you. The Lin tribe will never forget such a great kindness, the Lin tribe leader said. Qin Shao smiled calmly and waved his hand. You don't have to be so polite, tribe leader Lin. Perhaps this is also fate between me and the Lin tribe. I like to form good karma, and I also like Lin Li and Shuang. So, I formed a good karma with you. Tribe leader Lin, if you have any other martial arts techniques, you can show them to me. I'll improve them for you if I can. However, with my current ability, I can only improve them to the level of a third-grade martial arts technique. If I want to improve them further, it will take some time. These words came out of Qin Zhao's mouth very calmly and casually. However, when the Lin tribe leader heard them, he was shocked again and again. Given some time, he could even improve a fourth-grade martial arts technique. This was too frightening, wasn't it? A fourth-grade martial arts technique. How precious was that? The Lin tribe leader would not dare to take out such a sword technique even if it was given to the Lin tribe. Otherwise, as long as the slightest bit of it was leaked, it would bring disaster to the Lin tribe. A fourth-grade martial arts technique was enough to make some of the big forces in Daqi County jealous. Clan leader Lin was incomparably shocked. Just how strong is this fellow Taoist Qin Shao? Could it be that he was really an experienced sword spirit realm existence? There was not a single sword spirit realm expert in the entire Daqi County. After the shock, Patriarch Lin immediately took out a few sword techniques. The Lin tribe had accumulated for hundreds of years. There were a total of 5 second-grade sword techniques. These were the foundation of the Lin tribe and the cornerstone of their inheritance. The Tao of sword cultivators and the world of sword cultivators had multiplied to the pinnacle. There were countless sword techniques and martial techniques. They were of all kinds and had different functions. Moreover, in the process of reproduction, the attributes of sword techniques were gradually derived and divided into several major categories. For example, attack type, defense type, sword formation type, siege type, both attack and defense type, speed type, strength type, and so on. If he really wanted it, he would prioritize the offensive and defensive types, with the offensive type being the most important. Among the 5 sword techniques of the Lin tribe, 3 were offensive, 1 was defensive, and 1 was sword formation. The sword formation type of sword technique was more suitable for group attack. Needless to say, it was very useful. However, it was also very difficult to cultivate. Among the 5 sword techniques, the fallen leaf sword had been improved to the 3rd grade level. In fact, if Qin Shao was given time, he could improve it to the 4th grade level. Although the Tao of Sword cultivators was fundamentally different from the Tao of Sword in the Hongming universe, some things were similar. The Tao of Sword in the Hongming universe was a pure Tao. It cultivated with the sword and manifested the power of the Tao. However, the Tao of Sword cultivators in the world of sword cultivators embodied everything in the sword. The person was the sword, and the sword was the person. People in the Tao of Sword cultivators were born with a natal sword. Everyone could become one with the natal sword. However, the Tao of Sword in the Hongming universe could be seen as a branch of the Tao of Sword cultivators. If one cultivated along the Tao of Sword, it was possible to jump into the Tao of Sword cultivators. Of course, these were only Qin Zhao's temporary guesses. Qin Shao was not sure whether this was the case or not. However, with his current vision, it should not be far from the truth. Qin Shao checked the other 4 sword techniques. After pondering for a while, he began to improve them. In fact, these low-grade sword techniques had many flaws. Therefore, there were many areas that needed to be improved. Of course, this was also because Qin Zhao's vision was very high. Therefore, he could see the problems in these sword techniques at a glance. Therefore, he could make specific improvements. Improving these sword techniques was also a challenge for Qin Shao. It was an opportunity for him to cultivate. In the process of improvement, he could find many problems and discover his own shortcomings. The Lin tribe leader and the other 2 stood silently and waited patiently. Their hearts were filled with anticipation and excitement. If the Lin clan could possess 5 Tier 3 sword techniques, then their foundation would be greatly improved all of a sudden. Moreover, Lin Li was also in the sword contemplation realm. With 2 sword contemplation realm experts and 5 third-grade sword techniques, it was completely foreseeable that the Lin tribe would prosper and rise rapidly. With the previous experience of improving the Fallen Leaves sword, it was much easier to improve these 4 sword techniques. In less than a day, Qin Shao had successfully improved all 4 sword techniques. Each of them was upgraded by a grade and became extremely powerful. The Lin tribe leader and Lin Li were also amazed. They were amazed and exclaimed again and again. Ingenious, truly ingenious. I didn't expect that such an improvement would have the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Can actually make these sword techniques so powerful. Brilliant, really brilliant. Haha, now our Lin tribe also has 5 third-grade sword techniques. No tribe in the Daki mountain range can compete with us. The Lin tribe leader and Lin Li were a little proud. They indeed felt like salted fish turning over a new leaf. Lin tribe leader, Lin Li, this is all I can do for your Lin tribe. Okay, I really should go. Perhaps in the future, if fate wills it, I will come back to see you, Qin Shao said with a serious face. Hearing that Qin Shao was really going to leave, Lin Shuang-er's little face was covered with a layer of dark clouds, but she tried hard not to cry. The Lin tribe leader and Lin Li knew that there was no way to keep Qin Shao, so they didn't say anything more. The Lin tribe leader said, "Okay, then Taoist Qin Shao, please take care. I will send you out of the tribe." Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "No, I can leave on my own. I don't want to attract too much attention." The Lin tribe leader immediately nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, yes. After all, the giant wolf tribe may still be watching you. It's better to keep a low profile. It's better to be safe than sorry. Yes, there's no need to attract unnecessary trouble. By the way, Lin tribe leader, I've noticed that it's been unusually quiet recently. It gives me a bad feeling. Perhaps the giant wolf tribe won't let it go so easily, so you have to be more careful. However, now that Linley has also broken through to the sword contemplation realm, you have some power to resist the giant wolf tribe. Qin Shao nodded and didn't forget to remind them before leaving. The Lin tribe leader said, "Yes, we know that. We will be more careful. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. There will be a farewell in the end. Taoist Qin Shao, take care." "Take care." Qin Shao said, "Take care," and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a loud bugle horn sounded through the sky, waking the entire Lin tribe. Hearing this loud bugle horn, the Lin tribe leader and Lin Li's expressions suddenly changed, and a strange light flashed in their eyes. Qin Shao also stopped in his tracks and frowned slightly. He said, "Is this the bugle horn for an enemy attack? Is the giant wolf tribe about to launch an attack?" The Lin tribe leader said, "Taoist Qin Shao, I'll let Lin Li take you out of here through the underground passage first. We can handle things here. Hurry up and leave." Lin Li immediately pulled Qin Shao and said, "Brother Qin Shao, let's go quickly." However, Qin Shao didn't move. Instead, he said, "I'm also involved in the giant wolf tribe's matter. Since they dared to launch a large-scale attack this time, they must have some confidence. If I were to abandon you now, I'm afraid your Lin tribe would be annihilated. I'm not in a hurry." Let's take a look at the situation first before making a decision. Taoist Qin Shao, you can't do that. You'd better leave quickly. The Lin tribe leader was also a little anxious. Qin Zhao's kindness to the Lin tribe was greater than the heavens, so the Lin tribe leader naturally didn't want Qin Shao to be in any danger. Naturally, he wanted to send Qin Shao out safely first. However, Qin Shao insisted. "You don't have to say it, tribe leader Lin. It's fine if I didn't see it. But since I'm here now, I naturally can't ignore it. That's not how I, Qin Shao, am. If you insist on making me leave, you're setting me up. How can I, Qin Shao, calm down? If I can't leave with a clear conscience, then even if I leave, I'll definitely come back. So why bother?" Since Qin Shao had put it this way, the Lin tribe leader could only say, "All right then. Taoist Qin Shao, I'll have to trouble you again this time. I really can't get over it." "It's fine. Let's go and take a look," Qin Shao said. The Lin tribe leader nodded and quickly left. As soon as they left the courtyard, the entire Lin tribe became chaotic. "Little Shuang-er, hurry up and find mother. Take good care of mother and grandfather," Lin Li said to Lin Shuang-er with a dignified face. Although Lin Shuang-er was usually playful, she didn't act willfully at this time. She immediately nodded and went to find her mother and grandfather. Qin Shao, the Lin tribe leader, and Lin Li quickly took charge of the situation. Lin Li took Qin Shao and rushed to the entrance of the tribe. That was the important place to guard the tribe. The Lin tribe leader went to gather the strength of the Lin tribe and prepare for defense. Using the tribe as the foundation for defense naturally had a natural advantage. Although the Lin tribe was a little dilapidated, it was still after hundreds of years of construction. It was built with the blood, sweat, and tears of generations of ancestors. Naturally, it could withstand some of the attacks. With the tribe as the foundation for defense, the Lin tribe wouldn't be easily defeated by the giant wolf tribe. Everyone in the Lin tribe was a soldier. One by one, they quickly rushed to the entrance of the tribe. When Qin Shao and Lin Li arrived at the entrance of the tribe's stronghold, it was already crowded with people. The atmosphere was very tense. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. A great battle was about to break out, and everyone's hearts palpitated. When Lin Li arrived, the crowd immediately opened up a path, as if they had found their backbone. Chapter 901. Lin Li and Qin Shao went up to the gatehouse. The men of the Lin tribe lined up in a long line. More than 10,000 warriors guarded the entire Lin tribe, and more reinforcements were still pouring in. However, on the front line outside, there was a vast and mighty army. It was a black mass that completely filled up the surrounding empty space. The warriors of the giant wolf tribe rode on giant wolves and wore uniform armor. They were majestic and imposing, and their sword chi shook the 9 heavens. This black mass was actually an army of more than 100,000. At a glance, it felt like there was no end in sight. In a war between tribes, it was normal to send out tens of thousands of troops. Just like the Lin tribe, there were about 100,000 people, and the army that could fight was about 20,000 to 30,000 people. In any tribe, all the people practiced swordsmanship. They were all sword cultivators and could be soldiers. This army of 100,000 was divided into 3 large camps. They stood there in formation, but did not seem to be attacking. However, this kind of power had already shaken the hearts of the men of the Lin tribe. They felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Just in terms of numbers, there was a huge disparity. In terms of quality, there was obviously a sharp contrast. Hence, the current situation was obviously very disadvantageous for the Lin tribe. The dark clouds of death had already enveloped them, and the people of the Lin tribe could not see any hope of survival. However, as fearless warriors, the people of the Lin tribe were also brave and fearless. They did not lower their heads and admit defeat. They vowed to fight to the death. The giant wolf tribe doesn't have so many people, right? Qin Shao frowned slightly. He could tell that the situation was not quite right. It was just the giant wolf tribe. It did not make sense for them to send out 100,000 troops all at once. Lin Li's face was solemn. He said, "Brother Qin Shao, it's not just the people of the giant wolf tribe. The camp in the middle is the giant wolf tribe, the one on the left is the flame axe tribe, and the one on the right is the desert tribe. The Wolf King is really capable. He actually managed to get the flame axe tribe and the desert tribe to besiege the Lin tribe. Could it be that the fate of the Lin tribe has come to an end? Are we really going to perish?" Lin Li clenched his fists tightly and his knuckles cracked. His hatred was monstrous. His heart was filled with unwillingness. However, in the face of such a situation, the Lin tribe had no power to resist at all. They were doomed. They had just seen a glimmer of hope, but it was immediately followed by another calamity. The hatred in Lin Li's heart had already reached an unimaginable level, and it was about to explode. 3 tribes joined forces to invade? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. Such a situation was obviously not simple at all. Logically speaking, even if the giant wolf tribe harbored hatred in their hearts and could not tolerate the humiliation from last time, they would not go so far as to start a war between the 2 tribes, right? Besides, even if a war were to break out between the 2 tribes, the Great Wolf tribe alone would be enough to deal with the Lin tribe. Why would they need to rope in the Flame Axe tribe and the Desert tribe? Even if the Wolf King was an old fox, even if he wanted to use someone else to do his dirty work, this still didn't make sense. A saber was not something that he could borrow just because he wanted to. The Flame Axe tribe and the Desert tribe shouldn't be so weak that they would be at the mercy of the Great Wolf tribe. They shouldn't be at the mercy of the Great Wolf tribe. If it was so easy to borrow a saber, the terrifying Daki mountain range would have been ruined by the Great Wolf tribe long ago. It wouldn't be as peaceful as it was now. The Lin tribe had never made enemies with other tribes, and they got along well with the Flame Axe tribe and the Desert tribe. They had never interfered with each other. Hence, the Flame Axe tribe and the Desert tribe shouldn't have any reason to deal with the Lin tribe. Moreover, even if they got rid of the Lin tribe, there wouldn't be much to gain. The Lin tribe was poor and had nothing. They didn't have anything they wanted. What was there that was worth swallowing? Just for a few second-grade sword techniques? That was obviously impossible. Every tribe had a few second-grade sword techniques. It was enough for every tribe to develop. To start a tribal war for a few second-grade sword techniques that were just icing on the cake, wouldn't that be playing with the lives of the tribesmen? No tribe leader would dare to do that, right? The Lin tribe was weak now, but they still had 20 to 30,000 warriors who were willing to sacrifice their lives. If they wanted to destroy the Lin tribe, they would have to pay a huge price. This kind of thing was definitely a thankless task. It was also because of this that although the tribes in the Daki mountain range often fought openly and secretly, and there were also constant conflicts, big and small, a tribal war rarely happened. The last time a tribal war happened was more than 100 years ago. The reason for this tribal war was complicated, and no one could verify the truth of the situation. The situation is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. Qin Shao also had a guess in his heart. However, he still couldn't guess the true intention of the three tribes joining forces. What was the Wolf King's intention with this move? If he simply wanted to attack the Lin tribe, there was no need for him to set up a formation here, right? He could have just launched an attack directly. Why did he have to do this? This kind of formation was more of a form of oppression. It didn't seem like he really wanted to attack immediately. Therefore, this was enough to show that the Wolf King's purpose was not simply to destroy the Lin tribe. He wanted to take revenge for the previous incident and wash away the humiliation of the giant wolf tribe. Lin Li, what do we do now? Lin He also walked over. He was also the core strength of the Lin tribe, a warrior of the Lin tribe. Lin Li shook his head and said, "What else can we do? Fight, fight, there's no other way." But Lin Li's eyes flashed with a cold light. He wasn't afraid of death. He just couldn't bear to see little Shuang his parents, his grandfather, and his tribesmen die one by one. They didn't have much power to resist. Once they sacrificed themselves and lost their line of defense, what awaited the Lin tribe would be a bloodbath, a bloody massacre. Now, it was obviously impossible to move the tribesmen away. Therefore, there was no way out now. They could only stop with a battle. Lin He's eyes also turned red. The anger in his heart burned. The giant wolf tribe is simply too much of a bully. They won't stop until they trample the Lin tribe to death. If they want to destroy the Lin tribe, they'll have to ask the swords in the hands of the Lin tribe if they agree. Killing one is enough. Killing two is a win. The more we kill, the better. I want them to know that they will have to pay a painful price for what they did today. Lin He's face was full of determination. He had already disregarded life and death. He also understood that once a great battle broke out, he would definitely die. There was no chance of survival at all. Lin Li naturally understood this. He also said with a face full of determination, "Yes, we'll kill to our heart's content later. We'll kill them to our heart's content and make them suffer a crushing defeat. If this is the fate of the Lin tribe, then I won't accept it. I won't accept it. The heavens want to destroy the Lin tribe? I won't accept it. I won't accept it." Lin He's teeth were about to crack. He was also filled with grief and indignation. He looked up and roared, "I won't accept it either. Damned heavens, why are you so cruel? Why don't you open your eyes and see what kind of world this is? The Lin tribe has always been bullied by the giant wolf tribe. Now, we're going to be destroyed by the giant wolf tribe? What kind of world is this?" Qin Shao laughed coldly and said, "The weak are prey to the strong. This is a world where only the fittest survive. A world where martial arts are respected and swords are the strongest. If you don't have power, then you'll be bullied. Everything depends on your power. If you don't want to be bullied, then you must have great power. If you don't have power, then everything is just empty talk." No matter which world it was, the principle of survival would never change. It was the same in the heavenly dragon continent, the realm of the gods, the primordial universe, and the alternate universe. No matter where Qin Shao went, He saw this principle of survival. It was the unchanging principle of power being respected. Power was everything. It was the same everywhere. If you didn't have power, then you could only be bullied by others and not gain any dignity. Lin, he looked at Qin Shao in a daze. It was indeed so. It was the same everywhere. They actually understood this principle. It was just that at this point they still felt a little indignant. Who didn't want to be powerful? Who didn't want to become a sword contemplation realm expert? But the increase in realm wasn't something that could be achieved just because one wanted to. Sometimes, no matter how hard one worked, it would be all for naught in the end. There was still nothing to be gained. So every time this happened, people couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The Lin clan leader, accompanied by a few elders of the clan, walked over. These were the foundations of the Lin clan, the living fossils, and the most powerful forces of the Lin clan. The nearly 30,000 men of the Lin tribe all gathered together and formed a line of defense to protect the Lin tribe. They used their flesh and blood to build a great wall of protection. The eyes of the men of the Lin tribe were all red, and their faces were filled with anger and despair. This battle might be their last battle, but they couldn't avoid it. No matter if it was for himself, for the tribe, or for his family, he had to fight with all his might. He had to fight to the death. Protecting one's home often made people more determined and hot-blooded. The Lin clan leader frowned and looked at the dragon chariot in the distance. The 3 clan leaders sat on the 3 thrones. Wolf King and the other 2 were very leisurely. They sat on the thrones, drank wine, tasted good food, and commanded their troops. Wolf King, clan leader Yen Fu, clan leader Mo Liang, you're really generous. The 3 of you have joined forces to deal with the Lin tribe. I wonder how the Lin tribe is worthy of the 3 of you joining forces? With such a large army, you've arranged your troops in front of the Lin tribe. Do you really want to remove the name of the Lin tribe from the Daki mountain range? The Lin clan leader's loud and angry voice resounded through the sky. Even from far away, it could be heard clearly. Although the Lin tribe is weak, we have the advantage of working together. Some of us are hot-blooded, and some of us are willing to sacrifice ourselves. The Lin tribe can only admit defeat if the 3 of you join forces. If any of you attack, the Lin tribe can only admit defeat. Chapter 902. The Lin tribe leader's voice thundered through the sky. His anger was monstrous, and his aura was majestic. How could the Lin tribe leader not be enraged when the 3 tribes joined forces and the tribe's safety was at stake? At this moment, he naturally didn't care about anything else and directly shouted in pain. However, the Lin tribe leader was rather puzzled. Since the 3 tribes had joined forces to attack, why did they arrange their troops here instead of launching an attack directly? The Wolf King leisurely drank a cup of wine before putting it down. He stood up from the throne and looked at the Lin tribe leader from afar. His gaze fell on Qin Shao, who was standing beside the Lin tribe leader. His cold and somewhat playful voice rang out. Lin tribe leader, I reckon that I can let the Lin tribe off, but you have to hand this person over. This king's purpose for this trip is to take this person's life. As for the others who are not involved, hurry up and stay away, lest you get implicated. What? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the Wolf King's voice fell, everyone from the Lin tribe looked at Qin Shao. Obviously, the person the Wolf King was talking about was Qin Shao. The Lin tribe leader and the others frowned deeply. They glanced at Qin Shao, but there were still many doubts in their hearts. If the Wolf King only wanted to deal with Qin Shao, why did he need to arrange such a huge formation? If he only wanted the person, he, the Wolf King, could have just brought a few people and directly went to the Lin tribe. Arranging such a huge formation just to force the Lin tribe to hand over Qin Shao? Wasn't this a little too unreasonable? The Lin tribe leader was very clear about the Wolf King's character. It was impossible for him to do this. This cunning old fox had always done things with a sense of propriety and was very accurate in grasping the situation. Qin Shao frowned deeply. He naturally knew that the giant wolf tribe hated him, so it wasn't strange. It was normal for the giant wolf tribe to want to kill him. It was also normal for the giant wolf tribe to go to the Lin tribe to find him. However, the only strange thing was, did Wolf King need to use such a large force just to deal with him? Just to deal with him alone, they had set up such a huge formation. If this were to spread out, wouldn't it become a huge joke? How could Wolf King establish himself in the Daki mountain range in the future? What dignity was there left to talk about? Wolf King, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. Do you think I'll believe you when you put on such a big show of force just to force us to hand over one person instead of destroying the Lin tribe? Do you think others will believe you? Clan leader Lin said coldly. Ha! Wolf King laughed wantonly and let out a long howl. It's up to you to believe it or not. This king has already spoken. Now, it's up to you all to decide what to do. If you obediently hand over your people now, the Lin tribe will be safe. If you don't hand over your people now, all I have to do is wave my troops, and the Lin tribe will immediately be covered in blood and corpses. You'll be destroyed. If this king wanted to destroy the Lin tribe, would he need to waste his breath on you? Do you have the confidence to stop my army with your bare hands? Do you think the Lin tribe can stop my army with just this little bit of power? The people of the Lin tribe also began to discuss among themselves. In theory, Wolf King wouldn't lie. Besides, there was really no need for him to do so. Given the current formation of the three tribes, it really wasn't difficult to destroy the Lin tribe. At most, they would just have to pay a price. Didn't Qin Shao just help the Lin tribe defeat the giant wolf tribe once? At most, he helped Lin Li defeat the young talent of the giant wolf tribe, Zhu Lang. Just because of this, he has to bear a grudge against Qin Shao and want to kill him? Even if that's the case, it shouldn't be like this. Why don't we hand over Qin Shao? He's not a member of our tribe anyway. We can't hand him over. How can the Lin tribe be so ungrateful? Qin Shao is our benefactor and our hero. How can we hand him over? But we can't let the entire Lin tribe die with him just because of an outsider, right? It's fine if we die, but what about our relatives and tribesmen? Are we going to let them die with him? That's true. We're not afraid of death, but the Lin tribe can't be destroyed just because of an outsider, right? Even if the Lin tribe is indebted to him, we can't do anything about it. I believe he'll understand. I agree to hand over Qin Shao. We can only let him down in this matter. No, I'll be the first to object if you hand over Qin Shao. Then are we just going to watch the entire Lin tribe die? Two voices appeared in the Lin tribe. There were also many people who remained silent and didn't speak. However, these two voices continued to argue, each with their own argument. One stood on the side of righteousness, while the other stood on the side of the tribe's survival. However, both considerations weren't wrong. It was just a matter of how one understood and chose. Life was often like this. There were many trade-offs. Everyone, calm down. Don't be affected by Wolf King's emotions. We all know Wolf King. He's crafty and cunning. He's a 1,000-year-old fox. No one can believe his words. Moreover, even if that's the case, we definitely can't hand over Brother Qin Shao. He's a great benefactor to the Lin tribe. He's our benefactor. The Lin tribe has always been righteous. How can we do something worse than beasts? Wolf King has wild ambitions. This time, he definitely won't let the Lin tribe off so easily. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to ally with the Flame Axe tribe and the Emoliang tribe. This battle is inevitable. Everyone, calm down. Lin Li's voice rang out. Many people agreed with Lin Li's words, but there were also some who didn't. Since Wolf King said it himself, it can't be false. No matter what, he wouldn't go back on his words, right? I think we can believe him. If we don't have any other choice. Yes, I think we can believe him too. We have no other choice. Brother Linley, let's hand over Qin Shao. Lin Li's face completely darkened. He said with some anger, "No, we definitely can't hand over Brother Qin Shao. Definitely not. Even if I die, I definitely won't allow such a thing to happen." Lin He's loud and clear voice rang out. "Everyone, calm down. Don't fall for Wolf King's trick of sowing discord. He's trying to break our morale. No matter what, we can't hand over Qin Shao. If he wants to fight, then let's fight. We've been bullied to our doorstep. The only thing we can do is fight. We have no other choice. Don't have any delusions." Yes, Brother Lin He is right. We can't fall for Wolf King's trick. Don't fall for their tricks. Then what should we do? Are we really going to fight? Let's fight. What's there to be afraid of? At most, we'll die. Do we have any other choice? Why is today's situation happening? Isn't it because our Lin tribe isn't strong enough? We can't blame others. If we're weak, we'll be bullied. Our Lin tribe has had enough of being cowardly all these years. In this battle, let's kill. Let's kill with all our might. Yes, none of our Lin tribe's men are afraid of death. We dare to shed our blood and throw our heads down. Although there were some voices of opposition, there were more voices of war. Chief Lin also said, "My Lin tribe's men, we are a tribe that values friendship and righteousness. We are a tribe of justice. We all have a sense of righteousness in our hearts. We know how to repay kindness. We know how to sacrifice ourselves for others. We know how to protect our homeland. The enemy's butcher's knife is already at our necks. Are we still going to retreat? Is there any room to hide? Qin Shao is our Lin tribe's benefactor. How can we treat our benefactor like this? Fight, my children. I'm with you. Everyone in the Lin tribe is with you. If we live together. If we die together. We, the Lin tribe, will never lower our heads. We will fight to the last soldier. Fight! Fight, fight, fight! Loud and clear voices resounded through the 9 heavens. Their voices shook the earth. Their fighting spirit soared to the heavens. The men of the Lin tribe's fighting spirit was completely aroused. Under their anger, they were completely ignited. It was as if they wanted to burn the 9 heavens. This was a battle to protect their homeland. This was a battle to protect their loved ones. This was a battle for justice. This was a battle to protect their dignity. This was a battle where they were forced into a dead end. This was a battle where they had no other choice. Only a battle like this could completely arouse the anger in people's hearts. Only then could people's fighting spirit soar to the heavens and their strength reach its peak. Morale was very important. In a battle between 2 armies, morale was the key. The morale of the Lin tribe was naturally high. The men of the Lin tribe were also very hot-blooded. Kill, kill, kill. The allied forces of the 3 tribes were not to be outdone. They let out loud and clear shouts of murderous intent in unison. The howls of the giant wolves continued. Their voices resounded through the 9 heavens and shook the 9 hells. In terms of momentum, the allied forces of the 3 tribes were naturally not weak. In fact, they were even stronger, especially the giant wolf tribe. Every one of them revealed their ferocity and ferocity. They were like wild beasts that were about to eat humans. They bared their fangs. Clan leader Lin, are you really not willing to hand him over? The Wolf King's smile was very sinister and playful. Obviously, he did not take the Lin tribe seriously at all. To him, the Lin tribe was just a slightly stronger ant. He could trample them to death if he wanted to. Wolf King was now in high spirits. After absorbing the immortal stone, his strength had skyrocketed. He had broken through several small realms in succession. Now, he had reached the peak of the sword contemplation realm. His strength had increased by more than 10 times compared to before. With great strength, He was naturally even more domineering and sharp. Chief Lin's face was filled with determination. He looked coldly at Wolf King and said, "I have already said that we will definitely not hand him over. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Even if the Lin tribe is going to be wiped out today, we will definitely bite off a few pieces of your flesh before we die. It is absolutely impossible for us not to pay a price." The atmosphere became more and more tense. The smell of gunpowder became more and more intense. Swords were drawn and bows were bent. A great battle was about to break out. The people on both sides were ready for battle. They were all full of energy. They were only waiting for the horn to sound to attack. The smell of blood had already spread. This was the smell of death. Crack! The sound of solid footsteps was heard. But at this moment, it was as loud as thunder. Chapter 903. Brother Qin Shao, you can't do that. Lin Li panicked and grabbed Qin Shao. However, he felt that Qin Zhao's arm was as hard as steel. He felt as if he had grabbed onto steel and was pushed away by an invisible force. He was a sword practitioner at the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm. He could easily crush a hard rock with his hand. The Lin tribe leader was also anxious. With a solemn expression, he said, "Fellow Qin Shao, don't go out. We'll just fight them to the death. It's no big deal. I know Wolf King's character very well. Even if the Lin tribe avoids a disaster today, the Lin tribe will not be able to escape another disaster in the future. Since Wolf King has already made such a move, it's obvious that he won't let go of this opportunity. He will definitely take this opportunity to destroy the Lin tribe. With the Flame Axe tribe and the Desert tribe as cannon fodder, the Giant Wolf tribe won't have to sacrifice much. Since we can't avoid it, we might as well fight it out now." "That's right, Qin Shao. Don't do anything stupid. If you rush out now, you'll only fall into the Wolf King's trap. Wolf King is extremely cunning and scheming. You can't trust his words. Why don't we fight it out with them now? We'll still be able to kill enough," Lin He said. However, Qin Shao shook his head resolutely. "Tribe leader Lin Li, Lin He, I appreciate your good intentions. However, now is not the time to be impulsive. I know very well what I'm doing. A mere Wolf King wants to take my life? Then I, Qin Shao, have lived for so many years in vain. Don't worry. Since this matter is directed at me, let me deal with it. The blood of the Lin tribe shouldn't be spilled in vain. In this world, we still have to use our fists to speak." After saying that, Qin Shao jumped down from the gatehouse and walked towards the allied forces of the three tribes with firm step. He was not stopped by Patriarch Lin at all. However, these words, which were full of seniority, soul-stirring, and incomparably domineering, shocked clan leader Lin and the others speechless for a moment. Clan leader Lin and Lin Li were slightly shocked. They had always guessed that Qin Shao was at the Sword Spirit Realm. If he really was at the Sword Spirit Realm, then there was no need to worry about the Wolf King and his allied army. In the face of absolute power, everything was meaningless. What's the point of having more people? An existence at the Sword Spirit Realm was sufficient to sweep through an entire army as if it was unstoppable. Thinking of this, Patriarch Lin did not continue to say anything. Instead, he allowed Qin Shao to walk over there. Without the orders of the chief, the other members of the Lin tribe naturally did not stop him. Qin Shao walked towards the allied forces of the three tribes step by step. Crack, crack, crack. Kill, kill, kill. The allied forces of the three tribes took 2 steps forward in unison and shouted in unison. It was as if they wanted to tear the sky apart and shake the earth, as if there was an earthquake. Under such an imposing manner, most people would be scared out of their wits. However, this did not affect Qin Shao at all. Qin Zhao's footsteps were still incomparably firm as he walked towards them step by step. On the side of the Lin tribe, everyone became nervous. Their hearts were in their throats as they stared fixedly at Qin Shao. Wolf King, Patriarch Yanfu, and Patriarch Emoliang could not help but stand up. Wolf King's eyes were incomparably gloomy as he stared fixedly at Qin Shao. A wave of ruthlessness surged out of him. Patriarch Yanfu and Patriarch Emoliang were forced by Wolf King to come this time. In fact, there were many things in their hearts that they were unwilling to accept, but they could only endure it. Wolf King, who exactly is this person? His aura is so strong. I feel that his strength should not be weak. Patriarch Yanfu could not help but ask. If a tribal war broke out, his Yanfu tribe would obviously suffer heavy losses. This kind of loss was enough to make his heart ache. It was enough to make him unwilling to see it. However, under Wolf King's coercion, he did not dare to resist. He could only be angry but not dare to say anything. The Wolf King coldly glanced at the Patriarch and said, "You don't need to know that. All you need to know is that no matter what, we must kill this brat today, no matter what the cost. Otherwise, not only you, but even I will be finished. At a time like this, don't hesitate anymore. Patriarch Yanfu, since you want to know who this boy is, then your Yanfu tribe will be the vanguard." The muscles on Patriarch Yanfu's face twisted. He wanted nothing more than to ruthlessly slap himself. Being the vanguard was obviously not a good thing. However, now that Wolf King had given the order, he did not dare to disobey. Patriarch Yanfu's expression was ugly. He gritted his teeth and helplessly waved his hand to give the order to attack. Rumble! As soon as the order to attack was given, the 30,000-strong army of the Yanfu tribe moved in unison. Sword Chi wantonly shook the 9 heavens. The deafening sound shook the earth, causing the entire mountain range to shake. Tens of thousands of sword Chi shot out at the same time. What kind of scene was this? The archers pulled their arrows to a full moon. The tips of the arrows pointed towards the sky, aiming at Qin Zhao's position. Kill! The vanguard general gave the order. Tens of thousands of arrows shot out at the same time. The sound of the arrows piercing through the void rang out like a waterfall, whistling through the 9 heavens. The void seemed to have been pierced into a sieve in an instant. Holes were pierced through it. The sky was filled with arrows. They were densely packed and covered the sky, completely covering the void. There was no way to avoid them. Moreover, each of these arrows was extremely powerful and frightening. They were full of power and contained a great deal of power within them. The tip of each arrow flashed with a chilling light that made people's hearts palpitate. Wave after wave of arrows rained down. The number of arrows soon exceeded 100,000. It was really frightening. However, Qin Zhao's expression did not change as he stood amidst the storm. His face was calm and incomparably at ease. His steps were still not affected at all. It was as if he completely ignored the danger of the arrow rain. He had such courage, the bearing of a hero, the ferocity of a warrior, and the beauty of a matchless warrior. He was like a god of war, making people admire him and respect him. The people of the tribe all advocated strength, worshipped heroes, and respected warriors. At this time, Qin Zhao's heroic bearing was really shocking. It made the men of the Lin tribe feel stormy waves in their hearts. Even those who had proposed to hand Qin Shao over could not help but feel a trace of shame in their hearts. A hero deserved their respect. Many people had closed their eyes. They did not want to watch anymore. The next scene would be a bloody one. The hero was about to die. Seeing that those arrows were about to shoot to Qin Shao, many people were so nervous that they were suffocating. Some people even could not help but shout, "Be careful!" However, at this time, Qin Shao finally moved. The sword in his hand slashed in the air. Suddenly, thousands of sword chi surged out and formed many solid swords. These solid swords were like falling leaves. They scattered in front of Qin Shao and soon formed a huge shield. It was like a peacock spreading its tail, forming a protective umbrella. At the same time, those arrows arrived as expected. They hit Qin Zhao's sword, making a sound of metal clashing. Clang, 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 clang. Those arrows could not penetrate Qin Zhao's sword formation. They fell to the ground one by one. Wave after wave of arrows came, but there was no way to hurt Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao hit the sword formation and moved forward quickly. Seeing Qin Zhao's method, the people of the Lin tribe were shocked. What a powerful method! Those with good eyesight recognized that the method Qin Zhao used was the sword formation martial technique of the Lin tribe. However, it had obviously been improved. Its power was more than 10 times stronger. Such a sword formation was really invulnerable. The patriarch of the Flame Axe tribe looked even worse. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Qin Zhao was very powerful. This was not good news for him. The warriors of his tribe would definitely die a lot. As expected, Qin Zhao killed his way to the army. It was a massacre. When the sword Qi moved, tens of thousands of swords moved together. One attack could kill hundreds of sword cultivators. How could these sword cultivators of the sword disciple realm stop Qin Zhao? Anyone who got close to it would only end up dead. Qin Zhao directly killed his way into the army, ignoring the siege of the crowd. The power of the sword fell on Qin Zhao's body, but there was no way to hurt or affect him at all. Qin Zhao's body was at the divine realm. In terms of body alone, even if Qin Zhao stood there and let these people attack him, no one could hurt him. With this advantage, coupled with the strength of Qin Zhao's swordsmanship at this time, it was natural for him to kill everyone. In just a few breaths, the Flame Axe tribe had lost more than 1,000 people. No matter if it was the beginning, middle, or late stage of the sword disciple realm, or even the peak or the limit, they could not stop Qin Zhao. They were all like ants. There was no difference at all. There was no resistance at all. It was a massacre. Such a strong and domineering move, and such an irresistible force, made the people of the Lin tribe feel a rush of blood and respect. Lin Li and Patriarch Lin also looked at each other for a while. Although they had a lot of doubts before, they did not expect Qin Zhao to be so strong. However, for the time being, Qin Zhao's strength was only at the sword disciple realm, and not at the sword spirit realm. Therefore, the two of them could not help but be a little uncertain. Was Qin Zhao in existence at the sword spirit realm? If he was really in existence at the sword spirit realm, then today's situation should be easily resolved. However, if Qin Zhao was really in existence at the sword spirit realm, then he only needed to show his strength, and it would be enough to shock the 3 tribes, right? Did he need to attack again? He could easily take the head of the Wolf King in the army. Did he need to do all this? Could it be that he was injured and could not display the strength of the sword spirit realm? Is he immortal? How can his body be so strong? I can't hurt him at all. Could it be that he has a protective magic treasure on him? The Flame Axe tribe leader's eyes were gloomy, and his heart was full of shock. Chapter 904. Battle Songs, Hot-Bloodedness, Sacrifice, Bugle Call. The light of the sword Qi was like a celestial light that filled the entire sky. Rivers of blood and fields of corpses were not uncommon in every world. When a war breaks out, it must be dyed red with blood. Sometimes life was really very fragile. It was as weak as an ant. At this time, Qin Zhao was like a ruthless god of death. Fresh lives died in his hands and turned into dust. Qin Zhao did not like to kill, but he had no choice but to kill. A bloody path was under his feet, allowing him to approach the war chariot step by step. The men of the giant wolf tribe and the desert tribe saw the massacre and their morale was greatly reduced. They looked at Qin Zhao in a completely different way. He was simply a god of death. They were not afraid of dying on the battlefield, but in this kind of battle where the strength was not equal, how sad would it be to die like ants? Wolf King, if this goes on, do Do you want the Flame Axe tribe to be exterminated? The chief of the Flame Axe tribe was completely anxious. How could he not be anxious in such a situation? The death of each of his tribesmen was like a knife, causing him heartache. If this went on, all the warriors of the Flame Axe tribe would become cannon fodder and die here. Then, the Flame Axe tribe would be eliminated from the Daki mountain range. As the chief, he was responsible for the whole tribe and the 1,000-year inheritance of the tribe. Wolf King's expression was gloomy and cold, unusually cold. His eyes flashed with a dim light, which was particularly deep. Wolf King did not answer the chief of the Flame Axe tribe. In a rage, the chief jumped off the war chariot and attacked Qin Shao. Warriors of the Flame Axe tribe, get into formation and meet the enemy. The chief of the Flame Axe tribe shouted. His life sword whistled out, carrying a ball of flame and blooming with a scorching light as it attacked Qin Shao. After all, the chief of the Flame Axe tribe was a sword practitioner at the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm. With Patriarch Yen Fu presiding over the overall situation and the bugle call, the battle formation naturally improved a lot. It was no longer as disorderly as before. The warriors of the Flame Axe tribe quickly formed a sword formation and cooperated with the Flame Axe tribe's chief. Their mighty power surged towards Qin Shao. The Flame Axe tribe patriarch held Mo's long sword in his hand, his eyes scarlet red with hatred. You killed thousands of my Flame Axe tribe's warriors. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. I want you dead, I want you dead. The Flame Axe patriarch was so angry that his face was contorted. The tens of thousands of warriors of the Flame Axe tribe all infused their sword chi into the Flame Axe tribe leader's body, causing his aura to skyrocket. He drew his sword and marched forward, suppressing the world. Even the warriors of the Lin tribe in the distance trembled in fear at this terrifying power. It was too terrifying. Endless rays of light came crashing down. The resplendent rays of light covered the sky, permeating the space and devouring everything. There was no way to see what was going on inside. The space was completely filled with sword chi. It was as if a tornado was blowing, whistling through the sky. The surging sword chi was like a huge tsunami. From afar, one could feel how terrifying this place was. It made one's heart tremble. Under the surging power of the sword chi, perhaps even a sword cultivator of the sword contemplation realm could only nurse a grievance, right? Tribe leader, will Qin Shao be alright? Lin He was still very worried. He only guessed that Qin Shao might be a sword cultivator of the sword contemplation realm, but he didn't dare to think too much. At this moment, facing the fierce attacks of the Flame Axe tribe, he couldn't see any hope. Tribe leader Lin's brows were already knitted together. His expression was incomparably solemn. It was impossible to say that he wasn't worried at all. I don't know either. We can only resign ourselves to fate. I hope that Taoist Qin Shao is blessed by the heavens and will be fine. Otherwise, even if we die in battle here, we will die with regret. This is a great calamity for the Lin tribe. It is a natural disaster that cannot be avoided. This is the way the world is. You can't complain about anything. There is no such thing as fairness. There is only absolute power. Power is everything. Lin He gritted his teeth fiercely. With a face full of regret, he said, "Yes, power is everything. I only hate that I didn't cultivate hard in the past. Now that I don't have the power, I can't protect the Lin tribe. How hateful, how hateful." In this world, there was no medicine for regret. Often, people would only regret when they reached that point. But it was all too late. Time would always move forward, never backward. Perhaps it was possible to travel from one time to another, but the cycle of time continued to move forward. Time was the supreme law. Smoke and dust filled the air. Light overflowed in all directions. The turbulence was like a flood. Is he dead? He should be dead, right? The people of the Flame Axe tribe stared fixedly in that direction. They all hoped that Qin Shao would die. The Flame Axe tribe leader held his sword and stood in front. If it had been him, he would definitely have been smashed to pieces. He didn't believe that the brat could survive. But suddenly, his eyes widened. His vision blurred. He only felt something like a shadow rushing toward him. In an instant, it was in front of him. Not good, danger. Patriarch Yen Fu reacted, but by the time he responded, it was already too late. A cold sword cut through the void and silently arrived in front of the Flame Axe tribe leader. This sword directly pierced through the Flame Axe tribe leader's forehead, cutting off his source of life and taking his life. His life force was rapidly draining away, and his consciousness was rapidly fading. The aura of death had already descended. This was the first time the Flame Axe tribe leader felt death so clearly and so close. But this would also be the last time, because this was the true arrival of death. His eyes widened. He tried hard to say something, but he found that his lips were extremely heavy. He couldn't move. His body was already stiff, no longer under the control of his spiritual sense. It was as if his body was no longer his. His spiritual sense also became very weak and blurred. Everything in the world began to blur. The world began to collapse. "I'm going to die," the Flame Axe tribe leader understood his current situation. But everything could no longer be reversed. Nothing could be changed. Qin Shao withdrew her sword. The Flame Axe tribe leader's corpse fell to the ground with a loud crash. Blood splattered all over the ground and dyed the sky red. A mournful cry silenced the people of the Flame Axe tribe. They all stood there in a daze, as if petrified. They stared blankly at the Flame Axe tribe leader's corpse on the ground. This was their tribe leader. This was their backbone. This was their spiritual leader. This was their pillar of strength. But at this moment, he died in front of them. The tribe leader who was invincible in their hearts was killed just like that. He couldn't resist at all. He was killed with a single blow. It was clean and efficient. What kind of strength was needed to achieve this? Under the awe of this powerful strength, the warriors of the Flame Axe tribe all fell into despair. Too strong, too strong. How could they fight when she was so strong? There was no way to fight anymore. If they continued to fight, the entire Flame Axe tribe would die here. It would only lead the Flame Axe tribe to destruction. Their 1,000 years of foundation would be destroyed in a day. How could this be? The Flame Axe tribe leader is dead. He's actually dead. Tribe leader Mo Liang was also shocked. His expression turned ugly as he stared blankly at Wolf King. There was an indescribable bitterness in his heart. If not for Wolf King's coercion, he wouldn't have been willing to participate. A war between tribes was always very cruel. Although the Lin tribe wasn't very strong, it wouldn't be easy to destroy the entire Lin tribe. If they wanted to destroy the Lin tribe, they would have to pay a huge price. But Wolf King's coercion and Wolf King's threats and promises forced him to participate. But he didn't expect the Flame Axe tribe to be defeated before the war between the tribes even started. The Flame Axe tribe leader was actually killed. How could they fight? The morale of the army was instantly shattered. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Wolf King looked at tribe leader Mo Liang coldly. Indeed, tribe leader Mo Liang was afraid. He didn't want to end up like the Flame Axe tribe leader. He didn't want his Mo Liang tribe to follow in the footsteps of the Flame Axe tribe. Thus, tribe leader Mo Liang gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He said to Wolf King, "Wolf King, I won't participate in this matter. If Wolf King wants to blame me after Wolf King succeeds, I will definitely go and apologize. I hope Wolf King can forgive me for today's matter. I don't want my tribe members to sacrifice their lives for my selfish reasons. My Mo Liang tribe and the Lin tribe don't have any grudges. We have no reason to invade the Lin tribe. Let's end today's matter here. My Mo Liang tribe won't accompany you. Goodbye." After saying this, Tribe leader Mo Liang jumped off the war chariot and quickly rushed towards his Mo Liang tribe's camp. Wolf King's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. However, in the end, he suppressed it and didn't attack tribe leader Mo Liang. He only coldly scolded, "Useless thing, cowardly rat. Humph, this king only wanted to use you as cannon fodder when I brought you here. Then, we can complete this mission without wasting a single soldier." Since the situation has developed to this point, it seems like today's matter won't be so easy to resolve. It won't be so simple. Humph, tribe leader Mo Liang, you won't live for much longer. I'll let you jump around first. On Qin Zhao's side, after killing Flame Axe tribe leader, he coldly looked at Wolf King and frowned. This matter is very strange. Wolf King, what are you trying to do? Forget it, let me catch you first and then I'll interrogate you properly. Qin Zhao's gaze turned towards the Flame Axe tribe members. At this moment, the Flame Axe tribe members were still in shock and hadn't recovered from their shock. Qin Zhao didn't wait for them to recover. His loud and clear voice rang in their minds like a wake-up call. Your tribe leader only has himself to blame. He colluded with Wolf King and helped the evildoer. He committed the crime of invading our tribe and deserved to die. If your Flame Axe tribe doesn't want to be exterminated, you should quickly retreat like the Mo Liang tribe. Chapter 905. At this moment, Qin Zhao was like a peerless god of death. The sword in his hand was still dripping with blood. The crimson blood seemed to dye the sky red. It wanted to turn this place into a purgatory of the 9 underworld. It wanted all living beings to die under his sword. His cold eyes caused people to feel fear, and they did not dare to resist. Tribe leader Yen Fu was already dead. More than 3,000 warriors of the Yen Fu tribe had been sacrificed. If they continued to fight, they might really lose the entire Yen Fu tribe. Under such an imposing aura, the warriors of the Yen Fu tribe were all frightened and did not dare to continue fighting. Once their morale was low, they were naturally defeated. They gave up the anger and hatred in their hearts and chose to retreat and leave. The warriors of the Yen Fu tribe took the corpses of their tribesmen and their tribe leader and left. It was desolate and deserted. The desert tribe and the Yen Fu tribe left one after the other, leaving behind a mountain full of blood. The air turned a light red and filled with a thick smell of blood. The warriors of the giant wolf tribe were all filled with rage. They were bloodthirsty and warlike. Their eyes were all red. Especially those giant wolves. They bared their ferocious fangs and roared. Gulp! Tribe leader Yen Fu died just like that? The Yen Fu tribe was defeated by Qin Zhao alone? This is too scary? Ha ha, it's amazing. It's really amazing. Who exactly is Qin Zhao? He's so powerful and scary. It seems that the Lin tribe is not destined to die. Lin Li and tribe leader Lin looked at each other. Their hearts were also filled with shock. They really did not expect such a situation. The allied forces of the 3 tribes had been defeated so quickly. The desert tribe was so scared that they retreated without fighting. The Yen Fu tribe was even more miserable and fled. Now, only the giant wolf tribe was left. Although the strength of the giant wolf tribe was indeed the strongest and most terrifying, with such a powerful Qin Zhao and clan leader Lin and Lin Li, who were both in the sword contemplation realm, it was enough to put up a good fight. There was nothing to be afraid of. The morale of the Lin tribe was reignited. Originally, he thought that he was doomed, but he didn't expect to see a turning point. Qin Zhao held his blood sword and walked towards the battle force. The momentum of the giant wolf tribe's army didn't decrease at all. Their battle intent soared to the sky as they marched forward. The army advanced with their swords in hand. Sword chi surged and formed a sword chi barrier in front of the army. The giant wolf howled, its fury overflowing into the heavens. Qin Zhao stood in front of the giant wolf tribe's army. His small and skinny body was like a stabilizing needle in the face of such a violent storm. He was not affected in the slightest and was as steady as a mountain. Qin Zhao's gaze swept across the army and landed on the Wolf King. He said coldly, "Wolf King, are you also going to send your tribesmen to their deaths? Do you think your tribesmen can stop me?" "Humph, boy, your tone is very arrogant." Wolf King slapped his throne and leaped. Wrapped in sword chi, he actually flew over a distance of 1,000 meters. He passed through the entire army and landed in front of Qin Shao. A powerful aura surged out from Wolf King's body. The terrifying sword chi whistled, causing people's hearts to palpitate from afar. How is this possible? When did Wolf King become so strong? Clan leader Lin took a look and was instantly shocked. His face was full of disbelief. Even if Wolf King's strength had made a breakthrough, he should have at most broken through to the intermediate stage of the sword contemplation realm. But the strength that Wolf King displayed now should be at least at the peak of the sword contemplation realm. That powerful sword chi shook clan leader Lin, who was in the distance, and made him feel a sense of extreme danger. Lin Li was also puzzled. He said, "That's right, clan leader. When did Wolf King become so strong? That's impossible. Hasn't Wolf King always been at the intermediate stage of the sword contemplation realm? Even with the help of his giant Wolf King, his strength is at most equivalent to the intermediate stage of the sword contemplation realm. But the sword chi that he displayed now should be at least at the peak of the sword contemplation realm. And it's just him alone. How did he become so strong?" Such a matter was indeed hard to believe. Even if there was a breakthrough in strength, it was very difficult to break through a small level. Wolf King had also stepped into the sword contemplation realm long ago, but he had been stuck at the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm for dozens of years. Although it was only a small level, it was definitely not an easy thing to break through. Therefore, this situation was really too strange. Clan leader Lin and Lin Li really could not figure out what was going on. They only felt that it was impossible, completely impossible. But the ironclad facts in front of them proved that this was true. There was no room for falsehood. "Clan leader, why do I feel that this matter is very unusual? I keep feeling that there is some unknown secret hidden," Lin Li said solemnly. Clan leader Lin's eyes were deep. After a long silence he said, "Yes, it is indeed unusual. Unless Wolf King really has heaven-defying luck and obtains some rare treasure, it is impossible for his realm to rise to such a level without a sound. This in itself is very unusual. Moreover, this old fox's actions today also show that he is unusual. There is a sense of strangeness everywhere. And this whole matter feels like it has something to do with Qin Shao. Perhaps there really was some big secret behind this." Whether it is a blessing or a curse, it will depend on the fate of the Lin tribe. If Qin Shao can defeat his opponent this time, the Lin tribe will also benefit immensely. His good karma alone is enough for us to enjoy for life. If anything happens to Qin Shao, I'm afraid the Lin tribe will be destroyed in an instant. There will be no room for negotiation. Not to mention the world of swordsmen, just in the territory of Mount Hua Fairy Gate, the Lin tribe is as weak as an ant. Anyone who is slightly stronger can easily crush us to death. Qin Zhao's background may be far beyond our imagination. To be able to form good karma with such a big shot is a blessing and a curse. Behind the desire to obtain an opportunity, there is also an endless amount of cruelty. This is the way of the world. Lin Li nodded solemnly. Of course, he was aware of these principles. It was indeed so. Therefore, the heart of a powerhouse had already risen in his heart. The desire to become stronger in his heart was growing stronger and stronger. Only those who had seen through the vicissitudes of life would know the pain of the world. When Qin Shao saw Wolf King's sword chi, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He was puzzled. According to what Linley told me, Wolf King should only be a sword cultivator at the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm, right? Since he broke through with a strong foundation, he should be at the intermediate stage of the sword contemplation realm. But the sword chi that Wolf King is displaying now should be at the pinnacle of the sword contemplation realm. From the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm to the pinnacle of the sword contemplation realm, a total of 4 small realms. No matter how strong Wolf King's foundation is, it is absolutely impossible. Unless he was lucky enough to obtain a heavenly treasure or an exotic treasure, only then would it be possible. But this kind of lucky thing can't be so coincidental. Besides, if this is really the case, then why would Wolf King go through so much trouble and so much fanfare? Will allying with the Flame Axe tribe and the Desert tribe only force me? Impossible. This matter is full of strangeness. It's definitely not simple. It's too unusual. But who is targeting me behind all this? Qin Shao only felt that there was an invisible giant hand reaching for him from behind. This matter really puzzled him. From the explosion of the nebulous celestial body to his inexplicable arrival in this world of sword cultivators, there was a sense of strangeness in all of this. Qin Shao still couldn't figure out the reason why. This time, Wolf King's actions were also strange. Could these two things be linked together? But this didn't make sense. The nebulous celestial body was clearly just a celestial body. It was clearly just a dead object. How could someone control that celestial body? Strange, too strange. Qin Shao really couldn't understand at all. He couldn't figure out the reason why. This matter could only be slowly interrogated after capturing Wolf King. Wolf King's sword aura filled the sky. He looked down at Qin Shao with disdain. His face was gloomy, cold, and filled with contempt. His sword aura filled the sky. A roar! A giant wolf the size of a calf jumped out from nowhere and stood beside Wolf King. It ferociously roared at Qin Shao, as if showing off its strength. This giant wolf's body was abnormally strong and tall. Its appearance was also very ferocious and frightening. With one look, one could tell that its strength was extraordinary. This was Wolfhead. It was said that it was equivalent to a sword cultivator at the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm. This was Wolf King's mount and was only loyal to Wolf King. Qin Shao coldly glanced at Wolfhead. Although his cold gaze didn't have much power, it made Wolfhead appear timid and involuntarily took a step back. Seeing Wolfhead's reaction, Wolf King clearly wasn't happy. He glared at Wolfhead, causing Wolfhead to lower its head in shame. Wolf King's gaze landed on Qin Shao's body. He lightly said, "Based on the strength you just displayed, you're only at the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm. Do you think that you can stop me by relying on some high-tech defensive techniques and some grade 3 sword techniques? Since you've met this king, only death awaits you today. Little brat, obediently accept your death. This king might even leave you with an intact corpse." Qin Shao pointed his sword forward and said mockingly, "Wolf King's illustrious reputation, don't tell me that it's all because of your glib tongue? Wolf King, in order to deal with me, a mere initial stage sword contemplation realm brat, you actually mobilized such a large force. You actually joined forces with the Flame Axe tribe and the Desert tribe. 100,000 troops advanced just to deal with a weakling like me. Then Wolf King, you're really capable. You're really amazing, a great hero with guts like a rat." Chapter 906. You're courting death. Wolf King roared. A huge wolf shot out from his body and transformed into the shape of a sword. With the huge wolf as a sword, it carried the momentum of a tiger's roar. The sword energy swept away the clouds and shook the universe. The huge wolf sword, which was hundreds of feet long, filled the area with sword energy in an instant. It turned the area into a sword energy domain, an ocean of sword energy. Strong winds blew, overturning the rivers and seas. It was terrifying. The warriors of the Lin tribe all had looks of horror on their faces. They were always worried that those stormy waves of sword chi would affect them. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the horror of the sword energy. If they came into contact with it, they would definitely die. The limit of the sword contemplation realm was indeed incomparably powerful. It was terrifyingly powerful. Roar, roar, roar. Wolf King's mount, Wolf Head, also moved. When Wolf King attacked, Wolf Head also moved. Wolf Head's strength was its speed. With its amazing speed, it turned into a stream of light and pounced on Qin Shao. The man and wolf cooperated with each other very well. It could be said that they were invulnerable. The huge wolf sword was Wolf Five's natal sword. Coupled with a set of extremely powerful and domineering third-grade sword technique, Wolf Sword Pros, and his current limit of the sword contemplation realm, the power of the sword naturally reached an extremely terrifying level. It had the power to devour the heavens and destroy the earth. Even Lin Li and the Lin tribe leader, who were in the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm, were completely stunned by this scene. Too powerful, really too powerful. In front of this power, they really did not have the slightest ability to resist. They would die if they touched it. In front of a master of such a realm, they felt that they were very small. Seeing such great power filled their hearts with the desire to become stronger. It aroused the endless desire in their hearts and made their blood boil. Especially Lin Li, the obsession in his heart to become stronger became even stronger. What a domineering sword energy! Qin Shao couldn't help but frown after receiving the ferocious attacks from the Wolf King and Wolf Head. At this time, Qin Shao was only at the limit of the sword disciple realm. After all, he had only really practiced for one night, and during that time, he had been improving the Fallen Leaves sword. However, the moment Wolf King made his move, he unleashed the full power of the peak of the sword contemplation realm. The might of his attack was truly terrifying. Moreover, the Wolf Head was also at the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm. The two of them complemented each other perfectly. Naturally, it was extremely terrifying. Even an ordinary peak sword warden would not be able to withstand the combined might of this man and beast. Wolf King also regarded Qin Shao as an existence at the limit of the sword contemplation realm, so he naturally didn't dare to hold back. He went all out to kill Qin Shao, not giving Qin Shao any chance. However, what he didn't expect was that Qin Zhao's realm was not at the limit of the sword contemplation realm at all. Qin Zhao's swordsmanship was strong, and he had also cultivated all the third-grade sword techniques of the Lin tribe. However, his realm was indeed a little weak after all. It was not a problem for Qin Shao to kill an enemy one level higher than him, such as when he killed Patriarch Yan Fu. However, Wolf King was naturally far from comparable to Patriarch Yan Fu. Therefore, it was naturally difficult for Qin Shao to kill Wolf King with his strength. However, Qin Shao was also invincible with his body. Wolf King naturally had no way to hurt him. Boom! In this turbulent sword chi, Qin Zhao's body was beaten back again and again. Waves of sword chi bombarded Qin Zhao's body, as if they wanted to cut Qin Shao into pieces. As soon as the battle began, the situation was completely under Wolf King's control. At first, the people of the Lin tribe thought that Qin Shao was also extremely powerful. After all, the shock of killing Patriarch Yan Fu in one move had still not faded. They all thought that the Lin tribe had met a great benefactor this time. However, what they didn't expect was that Qin Shao was actually suppressed by Wolf King. At this time, he didn't even have the slightest chance to fight back. It formed a huge contrast with the shock just now. Naturally, everyone was stunned. Patriarch, what's going on? Lin He was also shocked. He also thought that Qin Shao could fight with Wolf King. However, he didn't expect the situation to be like this. He was completely suppressed and had no chance to fight back. How could this be? This didn't make sense. Patriarch Lin was also puzzled. He really didn't know what was going on. Logically speaking, Qin Zhao's strength should be very strong. Even if he wasn't in the sword spirit realm, he should at least be at the peak of the sword waiting realm. Otherwise, how could he improve the Fallen Leaves sword so easily? Such a situation was indeed very strange. Lin Li was also puzzled. He also thought that Qin Zhao should be very strong. However, the strength displayed in front of him didn't seem to be the case. When Wolf King saw Qin Zhao's embarrassed appearance, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, boy, you're just SOSO. Humph, I really thought you were very strong. I think you were just bluffing. How dare you be so arrogant in front of this king with such strength? I really thought you were an expert at the peak of the sword waiting realm. I didn't expect you to only be at the peak of the sword apprentice realm. You're just relying on a defensive treasure. Let's see how long you can last. After knowing Qin Zhao's realm, Wolf King naturally felt that he could control Qin Zhao well. He was very arrogant. Qin Zhao frowned slightly and didn't reply. Although he was being suppressed at this time and didn't have much room to fight back, Wolf King couldn't hurt him with just his body. He took this opportunity to verify the Tao of sword cultivation in his heart and raise his own level. Qin Zhao had too little time to cultivate. He needed more time to verify his higher realm. At this time, the fight with Wolf King was obviously a good opportunity for Qin Zhao to understand. This was a good thing for him. There was no way for others to understand this kind of thing. However, this was indeed the case for Qin Zhao. Chief, will Qin Zhao be okay? It's really worrying. Lin He couldn't help but ask again. Lin Li clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth fiercely. His eyes were cold and red. Brother Qin Zhao, if anything happens to you, I will fight Wolf King to the death. If anything happens to you, I'm afraid the Lin tribe won't be able to survive. Today's battle is a battle of life and death. I'm not afraid of death, but, thinking of his parents, his grandfather, and Shuang'er, Lin Li felt an indescribable anger and pain. However, he had no choice. He was already forced into a desperate situation. Wolf King's attacks became more and more frantic. He wanted to kill Qin Zhao quickly. However, Qin Zhao was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't kill him. Such a situation really made Wolf King unhappy. He really didn't know what powerful defensive treasure Lin Li had. It was really strange that he couldn't hurt Lin Li. Humph, let's see how long you can last. I don't believe it. Let's see what treasure can protect you. Wolf King was even more ruthless in his heart. The sword qi was even more violent and terrifying. Qin Zhao was even sent flying into the ground time and time again. He looked very miserable. More than 300 people were killed in such a battle. The situation was one-sided, but there was no way to end the battle. Such a battle could be considered the most unpleasant one for Wolf King. Kid, what kind of defensive treasure do you have on you? Wolf King asked again. Qin Zhao sneered and said, Won't you know if you kill me? Not only will you know, but it will also be yours. Unfortunately, you don't have the ability to kill me. Humph, you're about to die and you still dare to speak arrogantly. You really don't know what you're talking about. Wolf King snorted coldly again. I really don't know where you, a kid at the limit of the sword disciple realm, get your confidence from. Who gave you the courage? Then you mean that you're at the limit of the sword disciple realm? Qin Zhao said lightly. Wolf King laughed wildly and said, Of course. This king is 5 levels higher than you. How can you fight with this king? The difference is like heaven and earth. There's no way you can surpass him. Is that so? Qin Zhao sneered and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He said, Is the sword disciple realm so great? Is the limit of the sword disciple realm very high? It's not high, but you won't be able to reach it in your lifetime," Wolf King asserted. Qin Shao sneered. "Is that so? I won't be able to reach it in my lifetime?" Wolf King, then open your eyes wide and watch carefully. See if I won't be able to reach it in my lifetime. Now I'll break through and show you. With that, Qin Shao really broke through on the spot. Seeing that Qin Shao dared to break through at this time, Wolf King was slightly stunned. However, he did not attack again. Instead, he stopped and looked at Qin Shao playfully. He sneered and said, "Good, good, good. This king wants to see how you're going to break through. I've seen a lot of arrogant brats." The people of the Lin tribe widened their eyes and all of them fell on Qin Shao. He could break through at this time? How could the sword disciple realm be broken through so easily? Especially under such circumstances, it was even more impossible to break through. The Lin tribe leader and Lin Li frowned again. They had many doubts in their hearts and did not know what Qin Shao was doing. They were also very worried. The situation in front of them was very unfavorable for Qin Shao. Boom! A sharp and terrifying sword qi suddenly rushed out of Qin Zhao's body and went straight to the 9 heavens. It reflected and illuminated the world. The sword shook the 9 heavens and the sword qi reached the firmament, communicated with the heaven and earth. Qin Zhao's sword qi also suddenly improved and had a qualitative change. His entire person had obviously improved and leaped to a new level. Obviously, this was the sign of breaking through to the sword disciple realm. Such a scene made everyone stare with wide eyes and mouth open. They were dumbfounded and tongue-tied. He actually broke through on the spot. It was the sword disciple realm. He broke through so easily. It felt as simple as drinking water. Wasn't this too amazing? Chapter 907. He broke through just like that? Wasn't it a little too simple? This was a breakthrough of a major realm, not a small one. A breakthrough of a major realm was a kind of leap, a kind of qualitative transformation. Logically speaking, to break through from the peak of the sword disciple realm to the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm required very careful preparation, a very good environment, and no disturbance. It required the person to be in harmony with the sword, and the sword to be in harmony with the heavens. All the conditions had to be met and met before the breakthrough could be possible. But what about Qin Shao? He did not have all the conditions, and not only did he not have them, but he was also very bad. Yet, he managed to break through so easily under such circumstances. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, if it had not been for the strange phenomenon, if it had not been for the fact in front of him, Wolf King would not have dared to believe it. But the evidence was irrefutable. Qin Shao had indeed been at the peak of the sword disciple realm, and now he had broken through to the sword contemplation realm, completing a transformation. So what if you have broken through to the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm? You are just a mere sword contemplation realm. I can suppress you with a raise of my hand. This king is now at the peak of the sword contemplation realm. Do you think he will be afraid of you, who is only at the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm? Since this was a fact that could not be changed, Wolf King could only choose to accept it. But Wolf King was still not afraid of anything, and still had the confidence to suppress Qin Shao. It can't be? Qin Shao was only at the peak of the sword disciple realm before? Lin He's face was dumbfounded, and his expression was filled with disbelief. Such a matter was indeed very difficult for him to accept. How could a peak of the sword disciple realm be so strong? Not only did he fight against the 30,000-strong army of the Flame Axe tribe alone, but he also killed the tribe leader of the Flame Axe tribe with one blow. How heroic was that? Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, Lin He still could not believe it. Lin Li and the tribe leader also could not believe it for a moment. It was indeed a very strange matter. How could a sword disciple realm be so strong? How could a sword disciple realm improve a second-grade sword technique to a third-grade sword technique? It was inexplicable, there was no way to explain it. What was even more shocking was that Qin Zhao's breakthrough did not stop because of this, and he actually continued to break through. Above the clouds, a figure in green stood there. There was an indescribable handsomeness on his face. His handsomeness was somewhat alluring. He sat there, sipping his wine and looking down with interest. Everything below was under his eyes. However, no one could see him. Not even the wind, light, or space could touch him. He took a sip of wine and smiled lightly. Interesting. In such a short time, this kid actually started to cultivate the way of the sword. And it looks like he's doing quite well. With the restriction of the laws, how could he cultivate so quickly? Haha, you are indeed a genius from the primordial universe. Let's see how much potential you have. Looks like this first chess piece is useless. What should I do next to make it more fun? Let me think about it. I must think about this question carefully. Otherwise, it will be boring. I've been bored for countless years, so I've left a lot of seeds in the world of sword cultivators. When the time comes, I can put them to good use. No rush, no rush. This kid is still very weak. Too weak. I can play with him slowly and properly. Haha, let's see how the other two are doing. Wolf King was still hesitating whether he should make a move now. If he took advantage of Qin Zhao's breakthrough now, it would be taking advantage of his precarious situation. Wolf King still had some pride in his heart. His realm completely crushed Qin Zhao. If he took advantage of his precarious situation, he would indeed feel that it would be a disgrace to his reputation. He was still somewhat unconvinced. Qin Zhao had already broken through to the sword contemplation realm. Could it be that he could continue to break through? If the breakthrough was just a small increase in realm, it would be barely acceptable. However, this kind of leap was really hard to accept, unless it was like him, who had obtained an immortal stone and borrowed the powerful immortal qi in it to break through to the peak of the sword contemplation realm in a short time. But even so, it took a full 7 days. It was not something that could be done overnight. Just as Wolf King was hesitating, Qin Zhao broke through again. He was in the middle stage of the sword contemplation realm. His sword qi was even more powerful. Just now, Qin Zhao had broken through a large realm with a single thought. Now that he had broken through a small realm, it was naturally even faster. What Wolf King could not accept the most was that Qin Zhao did not stop. He was still breaking through. Could it be that he still wanted to break through? Sure enough, not long after, Qin Zhao broke through again. He was in the late stage of the sword contemplation realm. Crazy, this was really crazy. Heaven and earth suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everything was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Whether it was the people of the Lin tribe or the giant wolf tribe, they all felt that they had gone crazy. It was too crazy. It was as if they were witnessing an immortal legend. Breaking through from the peak of the sword disciple realm to the early stage of the sword contemplation realm with a single thought was one thing. But he could still continue to break through to the late stage of the sword contemplation realm. How could there be such a peerless genius in this world? If this standard was used, then Linley would be a good-for-nothing. How far was he from this standard? Crack, the sword intent moved, shaking the sky. Qin Zhao's sword qi rushed to the sky, setting him off and making him look very charming. The sword qi surrounded his body as if it had become his protective force. Another breakthrough. He was at the peak of the sword contemplation realm. This breakthrough was as simple as drinking water. He broke through with a single sip. Kid, it seems that I have underestimated you. I shouldn't have given you the chance to break through. Give me your life. Wolf King finally panicked. He did not give Qin Zhao another chance to break through. He immediately attacked with all his might. An incomparably turbulent sword aura surged out. The mighty power was enough to sweep the sky and collapse the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was incomparably wild and ferocious. It was full of peerless hostility. Wolf King's murderous intent was monstrous. It was as if there was endless hatred surging out hysterically. Wolf King, you didn't underestimate me. You overestimated yourself. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you broke through from the early stage of the Sword Contemplation Realm to the peak of the Sword Contemplation Realm in just a few days. You, Wolf King, are far from reaching this level. You're just a frog at the bottom of the well. Do you think that you can kill me just because you're a small realm higher than me? Qin Shao chuckled. His words were full of sarcasm. Wolf King's face turned green and white. His expression was twisted and ugly. He was deeply provoked by Qin Zhao's words. Detestable, detestable. This was a humiliation to him. In my eyes, you're just trash. You're worse than scum. I think you're just a chess piece of someone else. Once you're used, you'll be abandoned. Do you really think you've hit the jackpot? Do you really think you're going to have a meteoric rise? Humph, humph. Do you know that you are very laughable, extremely laughable? Qin Shao continued. Actually, this was only Qin Zhao's guess. Qin Shao didn't have any evidence to prove his words. However, Wolf King's situation was too strange. Therefore, Qin Shao guessed that there must be a mysterious force behind this. It was this force that allowed Wolf King's strength to increase so much in just a few days. It was this force that made Wolf King deal with him. However, Qin Shao still didn't understand why this force was doing this. Arrogant brat, shut up. Wolf King was completely enraged by Qin Shao. Seeing Wolf King's reaction, Qin Shao felt a little more confident. It seemed that his guess was right. There was indeed a force behind this that was controlling Wolf King to deal with him. As for why this force was deliberately trying to deal with him, Qin Shao couldn't figure it out for the time being. Since he couldn't figure it out, then he wouldn't think about it. Whoever was trying to deal with him must be his enemy. He wouldn't let them go. He just had to wait and see when he could find out who was behind this. Qin Zhao's sword moved and an eerie beam of light broke through the layers of obstructions. It pierced through the layers of sword qi and pierced through the wolf head's head. Clearly, it was impossible for the wolf head to survive after piercing through its head. It was another sword that killed him. It was exactly the same as the sword that killed Patriarch Yen Fu. The wolf head didn't even have the chance to let out a final scream before it was killed by Qin Zhao's sword, dying an unnatural death. Qin Shao threw Wolf King's corpse at Wolf King's feet. He said lightly, "Just a beast. You wanted to bite me? You were simply courting death." Seeing Wolfhead's corpse, the Wolf King's eyes immediately turned red. He was like a wild beast that had gone berserk. He stared at Qin Shao with extreme anger. Wolf King's eyes were red. He gnashed his teeth in hatred towards Qin Shao. His voice was like thunder and his body trembled. "Boy, you actually killed my mount. How dare you, how dare you! Wolf King has followed this king for dozens of years, through trials and hardship. It is this king's servant, and also this king's most capable and loyal assistant. How dare you kill it? This king wants you dead, wants you dead." Wolf King was so angry that his teeth were cracked and his veins were bulging. It was obvious that his anger had reached an extreme level. His sword intent was torrential. Because of his anger, his sword intent became turbulent, surging and howling. However, Qin Zhao's expression didn't change. He looked at Wolf King calmly and said, "Trash like you wants to kill me? Even if I stand here and let you hit me, you can't kill me. I gave you hundreds of opportunities just now, but you didn't take advantage of them. Where did you get the confidence to say that you want to kill me? Wolf King, if you surrender now and tell me who is the mastermind behind you, maybe I can spare your life. Otherwise, next year today will be the anniversary of your death. Die, die." Wolf King roared and charged towards Qin Shao again. His anger reached its peak, and his sword intent also burned. He was superior to Qin Shao in terms of cultivation level, but cultivation level alone was useless. How could he compare with Qin Shao in terms of understanding of swordsmanship? How could he compare with Qin Shao in terms of swordsmanship and martial arts? Therefore, cultivation level alone was useless and couldn't decide anything. "Get out of my way!" Qin Shao shouted softly. He rushed in front of Wolf King and slapped the Wolf King with his sword. Chapter 908. Thump thump thump. Wolf King staggered and retreated awkwardly. He stomped hard on the ground to stabilize himself, but he was still unable to control this terrifying power. Every step he took created a deep pit in the ground, but even so, he was forced back dozens of steps before he could stabilize himself. A mouthful of blood had already surged to his throat. If he hadn't clenched his teeth tightly, he would have spat it out. Obviously, Wolf King's body was also shocked by the power of the sword qi. Wolf King found it hard to accept such an outcome. His realm was clearly higher than Qin Zhao's by a level, but he was beaten so badly by Qin Shao in this confrontation. Qin Shao was clearly only at the peak of the sword contemplation realm and had only used a third-grade sword technique, but this sword made Wolf King feel unstoppable and unmatched. This feeling was as if he was facing a fourth-grade sword technique. This feeling was really too unbearable. It was like an adult fighting with a child, but being beaten badly by the child. Who could accept this feeling? Wolf King was originally arrogant and came with absolute confidence, but he didn't expect the situation to develop to this point. Damn it! Wolf King burst out with a howl, wanting to fight back. But before he could stand firm, Qin Zhao's sword qi rushed over again. The unstoppable power of the sword qi descended once again, mighty and turbulent. Facing such power of the sword qi, Wolf King's heart was incomparably bitter. He had already suffered a great loss in the previous confrontation, and this time would definitely not be easy. But at this time, he couldn't dodge. His mount, Wolfhead, had already died under Qin Zhao's sword. He could only brace himself and take Qin Zhao's sword head-on. Boom! The terrifying and turbulent sword qi smashed heavily on Wolf King's body, completely destroying the power of Wolf King's sword qi and breaking through all of his defenses. Streaks of sword qi whistled on Wolf King's body like a flood, wanting to directly cut and destroy Wolf King's body. Puft puft puft. Streaks of sword qi left bloody marks on Wolf King's body, cutting Wolf King's clothes into pieces. Wolf King was quickly dyed in blood, which was a ghastly sight. Mouthfuls of blood spurted out from Wolf King's mouth. At this time, Wolf King had almost no strength to resist and was completely abused. Qin Shao didn't hold back and continued to attack. He wanted to destroy Wolf King's sword qi and destroy Wolf King's cultivation first. The sword pool was the foundation of a sword cultivator and the symbol of a sword cultivator. Generally, when one stepped into the sword disciple realm, they could condense the sword qi. The sword energy of the natal sword was stored in the sword qi and could be mobilized from the sword qi when needed. Just like the 8 extraordinary meridians of a human, it controlled the lifeline of a sword cultivator. Once the sword qi was destroyed, his cultivation would be destroyed, and he would become a cripple. He would never be able to cultivate the sword Dao again. Qin Shao didn't want to kill Wolf King. He only wanted to capture him alive and ask him about the situation. Therefore, destroying his sword qi was naturally the best choice. This way, he could control him. Wolf King also smelled the scent of danger and felt Qin Zhao's intention. It really scared him. Once the sword qi was destroyed, it would be worse than killing him. It was a feeling worse than death. Therefore, Wolf King was unwilling to have his sword qi destroyed even if he died. But now, it was clearly not up to him. Qin Shao didn't give him any chance. His sword was like a shooting star, directly piercing into Wolf King's body. The terrifying sword chi surged into the Wolf King's sword pool, wanting to cripple the Wolf King. No, no! Wolf King let out a terrified cry, his face full of fear. He wanted to resist with all his might, but he found that he couldn't. Was he going to be destroyed like this? Wolf King didn't want to, but he was powerless to resist. Just as Wolf King was in despair, a force suddenly surged into his body. It was a powerful immortal force. This powerful immortal energy was much more abundant than the immortal energy in the immortal stone he had before. Therefore, under the effect of this immortal power, the Wolf King only felt that it was going to fly wildly, and its body felt like it was going to explode. His body was rapidly improving, transforming, and leaping from a low level to a high level like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. His sword cultivation was also rising crazily. He didn't need to cultivate at all, nor did he need to feel the sword cultivation Tao. This feeling was just like how one would naturally gain weight after eating a meal. It was a very natural process, just like how water flows when the conditions are right. Haha, the heavens didn't abandon me, Wolf King. The heavens didn't abandon me. Wolf King laughed wildly in his heart. He found a glimmer of light in the darkness. He was going to break through. He was going to break through to the Sword Spirit Realm. The Sword Spirit Realm was something he didn't even dare to think about before, but now he was going to break through. There wasn't a single Sword Spirit Realm expert in the entire Daki County. A Sword Spirit Realm expert was an absolute big shot no matter where he went. It was even possible for him to join the Huashan Immortal Sect and become an in-name disciple. The Mount Hua Fairy Gate was the supreme dominating force in the Land of Infinity. It was a celestial sect that was guarded by immortals. A celestial sect had to be guarded by immortals to be called a celestial sect. Only then could one rule an endless territory, open one's own sword immortal dojo, promote one's own celestial Tao, and control the lives of countless people. Daki County was just a small dot in the endless territory of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate. In comparison to the endless territory of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate, Daki County was just a drop in the ocean. In the endless territory of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate, a Sword Spirit Realm expert could be called a powerhouse. He could roam the entire endless territory of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate. Even someone like the Wolf King didn't dare to imagine such a realm. He didn't dare to imagine it. If a Sword Spirit Realm expert didn't have any ambition, he could totally dominate an area and become a supreme overlord. He could live a carefree life and be a local emperor. He could even set up his own dynasty and establish an immortal hegemony. Such examples were countless in the territory of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate. How could Wolf King not be overjoyed that what he had always dreamed of was about to be achieved in such a way? However, Wolf King also knew that it must be that senior who helped him in the dark. It was that senior who directly promoted him to the Sword Spirit Realm. That senior had made such a promise to him before. Originally, Wolf King didn't have much hope. After all, it was the Sword Spirit Realm. How could it be so easy to promote a Sword Spirit Realm expert to the Sword Spirit Realm? Perhaps it was just some rare treasures for him to absorb. However, it might not be enough to give him absolute confidence to break through. Wolf King definitely didn't expect that breaking through to the Sword Spirit Realm could be so easy. It was as easy as blowing off dust. This made Wolf King even more shocked and puzzled. Who was that senior? He could actually promote him to the Sword Spirit Realm so easily. What kind of existence was that? The Sword Sovereign? The existence of the Sword Sovereign could completely dominate an entire continent. Even Wolf King had never seen such an existence. It was hard to imagine how powerful he was. However, at this moment, Wolf King didn't think too much about it. The breakthrough was complete. He had stepped into the Sword Spirit Realm and had undergone a huge transformation in all aspects. The huge increase in strength made him even more powerful. All of his injuries were completely healed during the breakthrough. His strength was restored to its peak state. With a move of the sword Qin Shao was sent flying. Such a scene stunned everyone once again. To the people of the giant wolf tribe, this was a situation of ups and downs. They originally thought that their wolf king would die at the hands of Qin Shao. However, they didn't expect the situation to be reversed at the last moment. Before the people of the Lin tribe could rejoice, everything happened again. If Wolf King died, it would definitely be good news for the Lin tribe. However, Wolf King actually broke through to the Sword Spirit Realm at the last moment of his life. The Sword Spirit Realm. Just a trace of sword chi was enough to suppress everything. It was enough to make everyone tremble in fear and unable to resist. In the face of the Sword Spirit Realm, even Linli, the chief of the Lin tribe, who was at the initial stage of the Sword Spirit Realm, was as weak as an ant. There was no way he could resist at all. In the face of Wolf King, he would be killed instantly. There wasn't even the slightest chance. The hearts of the people of the Lin tribe were once again seized. They were all worried for Qin Shao. Facing Wolf King, who was at the Sword Spirit Realm, could Qin Shao still be as domineering and control the situation as before? No matter how powerful the peak of the Sword Spirit Realm was, there was no way he could surpass the realm and fight against someone at the Sword Spirit Realm. The originally favorable situation had completely changed now. Ha ha ha! Wolf King's body moved. Sword Chi lingered around his body, making him look unusually powerful and mysterious. He was covered in a divine glow. He stood in the air. Using the sword Qi to allow him to stand in the air was something only the Sword Spirit Realm could do. Even the peak of the Sword Spirit Realm couldn't do it. Standing in the air, Wolf King was like a god at this moment. He looked down at Qin Shao from above. He Qin Shao, I have to thank you. Your coercion allowed me to break through in despair and advance to the Sword Spirit Realm. I have to admit that you are powerful, but so what? You can suppress me at the peak of the Sword Spirit Realm, but can you suppress me at the Sword Spirit Realm? You were extremely arrogant just now, but the final outcome is still as I expected. The situation will still be under my control. Didn't you say that today would be the anniversary of my death? You should be saying this for yourself. Ha ha ha, Qin Shao, what can you do to me now? What can you do to me? Wolf King laughed wildly. He was greatly relieved. The endless anger in his heart had also been vented. He felt refreshed. Now, he wanted to ruthlessly trample Qin Shao to the ground and trample Qin Shao to death. He didn't want to give Qin Shao any chance to resist. With his strength at the Sword Spirit Realm, he didn't believe that Qin Shao could still jump around. Chapter 909. Earlier, he had been suppressed by Qin Shao all the way. First, he had foiled the plan of the allied forces of the three tribes. Then, he had broken through 5 small realms under his nose and created a legend. Then, he had suppressed him at the peak of the sword standby stage. He had been suppressed to the point that he did not even have a chance to breathe and had almost died at the hands of Qin Shao. Being suppressed all the way had caused his monstrous anger to accumulate in his body to the point that it could not be suppressed any further. And now, a vent had finally opened. It erupted like a volcano erupting, howling as it gushed out. At this moment, the Wolf King was in high spirits, looking down on the heavens with disdain, and looking down on the heavens with arrogance. In just a few days, he had soared from the initial stage of the sword standby stage all the way to the initial stage of the sword spirit stage. He had crossed a large realm. Such an improvement was simply unimaginable. Who knew how many people would be scared to death if word of it got out? His fate had also been completely changed by that senior who he had never seen in person. Even if this change required him to pay a huge price, he would not care. Even if he had to use the entire giant wolf tribe as the price of the transaction, he would not hesitate at all. Strength was everything. Compared to strength, what was a family member worth? What was the worth of his clansmen? As long as he had strength, he could have everything. He could even establish a dynasty and rule over a region. What kind of glory would that be? For strength, he could do anything. Sword Spirit Stage. Qin Zhao's brows were deeply furrowed. Wolf King's breakthrough in despair was indeed beyond Qin Zhao's expectations. Who on earth is the person behind this? He was actually able to silently allow the Wolf King to break through to the Sword Spirit realm in the time of a breath. Just what sort of existence is capable of such a feat? Qin Zhao secretly pondered. Based on his analysis of the cultivation system of this world, it should at least require the existence of a Sword King to be able to do this. In the world of sword cultivators, the Sword King realm was equivalent to the heavenly dragon continent's titled Emperor realm. It was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of a territory. This kind of existence indeed had such heaven-defying means. But if there really was a Sword King who wanted to deal with him in the dark, why not just attack directly? Are you trying to toy with me? After thinking for a while, Qin Zhao thought of a possibility. Perhaps this was the only possible explanation. Qin Zhao, if you kneel down and kowtow to this king and admit your mistake, this king can give you a quick death and leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, this king will surely tear you into 1,000 pieces and make you wish you were dead. The Wolf King sneered endlessly, and his playfulness was very strong. He wanted to vent his anger and take revenge for what happened just now. He wanted to trample on Qin Zhao and ravage Qin Zhao. This was the only way to vent his anger. If he killed Qin Zhao directly, it would be too easy for him. Killing a person was often much easier than torturing a person. The greatest punishment for a person was not to kill him, but to make him live a life worse than death. Torture from the body to the soul was the most terrifying and the most vicious. The Wolf King's hatred for Qin Zhao had long penetrated deep into his bones, so he wanted nothing more than to use the most vicious methods in the world to deal with Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao calmly looked at the Wolf King and lightly spat out 2 words. You think too much. Even if you were 100 or 1,000 times stronger, you still wouldn't have the ability to kill me. Do you really think you're so great just because you got some benefits and ate some candy? What you don't know is that you're very pitiful. You're just like a monkey playing juggling. Do you know that? After being insulted by Qin Zhao like this, the Wolf King's expression once again became unsightly and extremely sinister. What a sharp-tongued brat. You still dare to be so stubborn when you're about to die. Good, very good. I'd like to see how long you can be so stubborn. Don't you think you're strong? Don't you think you can fight enemies of a lower realm? Then this king would like to see if you can defy the heavens again. Brat, come and take this king's sword. As soon as his voice fell, the sword in the Wolf King's hand moved. Suddenly, the scene of doomsday arrived. A fierce wind suddenly blew, and sand and stones flew everywhere. The sun, moon, and stars suddenly dimmed. The sky was covered, and the demonic light moved strangely. The terrifying sword energy fluctuated, and the mighty power swept through the world. The scenery of the 4 seas also sank. The vast earth was shaken to the point that it trembled. The terrifying sword energy turned into rays of deadly light, as if the god of death had rushed out from the 9 hells, wanting to reap all the lives in this world. Rays of extremely cold sword energy turned into demonic hands, quickly grabbing at Qin Zhao. They were as fast as lightning and as shocking as the heavens. In an instant, they were in front of Qin Zhao. Attacking from all directions, they formed a huge killing net, completely enveloping Qin Zhao, leaving Qin Zhao no room to dodge. The world was dark and the chill was bone-chilling. It made people feel as if the void was about to be broken by the terrifying sword energy. The terrifying and turbulent power wanted to destroy everything. The hearts of the Lin tribe immediately sank to the bottom of the valley. They stared dumbfoundedly at the terrifying scene of doomsday. It's over. It's too terrifying. Is this the strength of the sword spirit realm? Die. Die. The Wolf King stood in the void, as if he controlled everything in the world. He ruled over everything in the world and held the lives of others in his hands. His natal sword roared wildly, wanting to kill Qin Shao directly, not giving Qin Shao any chance to resist. Only by killing Qin Shao in such a domineering way could he wash away his previous humiliation. The sword spirit realm is indeed powerful and terrifying. Just his mastery of the Tao of sword cultivation is far from what I can compare to. It is indeed difficult to make up for the gap between realms with sword technique. Qin Shao shook his head. Just now, he was able to suppress the Wolf King, who was at the limit of the sword spirit realm, because his sword techniques were so powerful that he could completely crush the Wolf King. However, the advantage of sword techniques was limited. Facing the Wolf King, who was at the sword spirit realm, it was naturally difficult for him to reverse the situation. However, this was also within Qin Zhao's expectations. It was too difficult to kill an enemy who was at a higher realm. It was a heaven-defying act. Qin Zhao's current condition was not outstanding at all. In terms of sword techniques, he had only cultivated a few third-grade techniques, and they were all modified by himself. In terms of realm, he was only at the peak of the sword spirit realm. Moreover, he did not have a natal sword. Qin Zhao's advantage lay in his body and his state of mind. In this kind of small battle situation, with his state of mind, he could naturally control it very well during the battle. However, at this time, under the pressure of the Wolf King's sword spirit realm, everything was difficult to resist. Although Qin Shao pushed his sword power to the extreme, there was still no way to block the Wolf King's incomparably crazy attack. However, fortunately, Qin Zhao's body was not something that the Wolf King could hurt. Therefore, even if the Wolf King's crazy power attacked Qin Shao, there was no way to hurt him. Not to mention hurting him, he was not even qualified to tickle Qin Shao. However, he was suppressed by the Wolf King and seemed to be in a sorry state. The scene from before was repeated once again. This feeling was indeed very unpleasant. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's state of mind was strong enough to not be affected by this adversity. Otherwise, if his state of mind was disturbed, it would be bad. Ha ha ha, Qin Shao, weren't you arrogant just now? Weren't you arrogant to the extreme? Didn't you want to kill me? Humph, look at you now, aren't you still under the foot of this king? Why don't you resist? Why don't you show your strength and let this king broaden his horizons? Why don't you break through again? Weren't you defying the heavens just now? Didn't you break through 5 small realms in one go? Why don't you continue to break through now? If you want to break through, this king will give you time to break through. Wolf King laughed wildly, but he seemed to have forgotten the pain. Just now, because he allowed Qin Shao to break through, it caused him to be suppressed by Qin Shao. Now, he actually dared to do this again. Qin Shao looked coldly at Wolf King and said, "When you were trampled by me just now, you didn't have such a tone. That was then and this is now. This king was careless just now and underestimated your strength. There's nothing to talk about in the past. What's important now is," Wolf King said. "Then, Wolf King, you mean to say that you're going to defeat me today?" Qin Shao asked again. Wolf King laughed loudly, his eyes full of ridicule, and said, "Of course, this king is definitely going to defeat you today. I don't think you have the ability to turn the situation around, but this king is still very generous to give you this opportunity. Come, breakthrough. This king is waiting for you here. Let's see if you can defy the heavens again. Wolf King could understand Qin Zhao's previous breakthrough as a result of accumulation and some special means. Wolf King didn't believe that Qin Zhao still had such a heaven-defying means, so Wolf King wasn't worried at all. Now that he let Qin Zhao break through, Wolf King obviously wanted to take revenge for the previous humiliation. Qin Zhao's eyes turned cold. He looked straight at Wolf King and said, "Aren't you afraid of what happened just now happening again? Do you really dare to let me break through? Boy, you're about to die. Don't bluff anymore. If you have the ability, then show it to this king." Wolf King was slightly stunned. He was really shocked by Qin Zhao's words, but he calmed down immediately and said angrily. He didn't believe it. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled into a cold and evil smile as he lightly spat out 4 words, "As you wish." After saying that, Qin Zhao moved his mind. His qi shook the 9 heavens, and the sword qi moved. A ray of sword qi turned into a beam of light, shooting straight to the 9 heavens, illuminating the surrounding 100 miles. The brilliance of the divine light descended like a silver moon. The sword qi moved the mountains and rivers, and the sky was shocked. The sword qi moved the heaven and earth, and the sword qi moved the divine might. Qin Zhao's sword qi communicated with the heaven and earth, shocking the sky, and the power of the law descended. The power of the sword qi also began to transform, and it began to improve and leap forward. Not long after, Qin Zhao's aura became much stronger, and his sword qi also became much stronger. Chapter 9-10. He really broke through? Wolf King couldn't help but widen his eyes. However, Wolf King quickly comforted himself. So what if he broke through to the limit of the sword contemplation realm? Perhaps it was because he had interrupted the breakthrough just now. Now that he had broken through again, he continued the momentum from before. Breaking through to the limit of the sword contemplation realm was nothing. He didn't believe that Qin Zhao could break through to the sword spirit realm. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Breaking through to a major realm was harder as one progressed. Breaking through from the limit of the sword contemplation realm to the sword spirit realm was more than 100 times harder than breaking through from the limit of the sword disciple realm to the sword contemplation realm. Breaking through was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Breaking through to the limit of the sword contemplation realm was indeed within Qin Zhao's expectations. It was also something that he was completely confident of. If he hadn't been interrupted by Wolf King, he could have broken through to the limit of the sword contemplation realm in one go. If he wanted to break through to the sword spirit realm, it would be more troublesome. The main reason was that the laws of this world were too restrictive. The higher one went, the stronger the laws. Breaking through to a major realm was even more difficult. Under such pressure, it was naturally not easy for Qin Zhao to go against the heavens and break through to another realm. Moreover, Qin Zhao's cultivation time was still too short. It was indeed not easy to rely on this to break through to the sword spirit realm. After trying for a while, Qin Zhao had no choice but to give up. It seemed that it was impossible for him to break through to the sword spirit realm in one go. There was no other way. This was the only way. Seeing that Qin Zhao's breakthrough had stopped, Wolf King laughed loudly again. "Ha ha ha, you're not going to continue breaking through? Aren't you very experienced? Aren't you extremely arrogant? Why aren't you continuing to break through? Why don't you break through to the sword spirit realm in one go for me to see?" Qin Zhao fell silent. It was indeed a pity that he couldn't continue to break through. "Kid, I thought you were really experienced. Looks like you're just SOSO. If you can't break through to the sword spirit realm, what do you have to fight this king? With just your mouth?" Wolf King continued. The people of the giant wolf tribe also roared excitedly. The hearts of the Lin tribe members sank to the bottom of the valley. If Qin Zhao died at the hands of the Wolf King, then the Lin tribe would definitely suffer a great calamity and be annihilated. With Wolf King's temperament, there was no way he would let the Lin tribe off. With Wolf King's current strength at the Sword Spirit realm, he could easily wipe out the Lin tribe on his own. Therefore, everyone in the Lin tribe understood that their lives were now tied to Qin Zhao's. If anything happened to Qin Zhao, they would be doomed. Whether it was for public or private reasons, they naturally did not wish for Qin Zhao to die in the hands of Wolf King. Their hearts were all clenched, and they were incomparably worried. "What's so great about the Sword Spirit realm?" Qin Zhao asked casually. Wolf King sneered and said, "It's not that great, but it's more than enough to torture you." "Is that so?" Qin Zhao replied. He actually took the initiative to attack Wolf King. This action caused the playful expression on Wolf King's face to become even more intense. "You really overestimate yourself. You're just fighting like a cornered beast. The gap between our realms is not something you can make up for. Come and die." Wolf King attacked again. Naturally, he did not hold back. Right now, he only wanted to kill Qin Zhao as soon as possible. He did not want any more accidents to happen. If he did not complete this mission, then everything he had now would be taken back. Since he had reached such a high position, he naturally did not want to fall back. With the strength of the Sword Spirit realm, he naturally did not want to return to the beginner stage of the Sword Spirit realm. For the sake of strength, he could pay any price. Even if he used his entire giant wolf tribe as an exchange, he would definitely not frown. Overconfident ant. Wolf King's sword aura roared wildly. A terrifying power smashed down and directly sent Qin Zhao flying. He smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. However, Qin Zhao quickly jumped out of the deep pit and shook off the dirt on his body. Although he was in a sorry state, he did not seem to be injured at all. "You really are an undying cockroach. You're actually not injured?" Wolf King was naturally somewhat unhappy. With his strength of the Sword Spirit realm, he actually could not injure Qin Zhao in the slightest. How could Wolf King accept such a thing? At this moment, he was displaying his might. How could he be affected by this? This king doesn't believe it. Let's see how long you can resist. Wolf King attacked again. His strength roared wildly, and his sword aura surged violently. Qin Zhao was beaten back again and again. The previous scene repeated itself, but Wolf King had no way to hurt Qin Zhao. Although Qin Zhao was sent flying again and again, it only made Qin Zhao look a little embarrassed. After being ravaged by Wolf King again, Qin Zhao was also looking for a way to break through Wolf King's attack. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to break through to the next realm. He had tried before but failed, so there was no need to think about it anymore. In addition to the realm, he could only start from sword technique. Therefore, Qin Zhao had to create his own sword technique of the 4th level. Only then would he be able to compete with Wolf King. It was not completely impossible for Qin Zhao to create his own sword technique. There was indeed an essential difference between sword Dao and sword cultivation, but there were also some similarities between them. The essential difference between sword principle and sword cultivation Dao lay in the different dharma, the different core power, and the different methods of application. But the similarity was that they both used the sword as the foundation. From the sword, a whole great Dao was derived and pushed to the extreme. The sword was the foundation of everything. Whether it was sword principle or sword cultivation Dao, it was the same. Whether it was a simple Dao or a complicated Dao, it was the same. When he was in the Hongmeng universe, Qin Zhao had already cultivated sword principle to a very deep level. Not only did he cultivate the ultimate sword principle to perfection, but he also cultivated the ultimate sword principle to a high level of application. If he went one step further, it would be the extreme level of application. That was the true great perfection of origin, the true extreme. It could be said that he had completely mastered a great Tao. This kind of person was also called a master of Tao. Because Qin Shao had mastered a great Tao, he was also called a great master of Tao. The strength of a great master of Tao was at least comparable to the sovereign realm. Qin Zhao's mastery of the sword could be said to be extremely deep. Even though the sword cultivation Tao was different from the sword principle of the Hongmeng universe, Qin Shao could naturally master the comprehension of sword principle and martial skills. Naturally, it was easy for him to understand. If it were not for the restriction of the Dharma power of this world, Qin Shao would have broken through to the sword immortal realm long ago. He would not be trapped in the sword contemplation realm at all. It was not difficult for Qin Shao to break through to the mortal realm with a thought. What was difficult to surpass was the Dharma power of this world. This kind of power was like an invisible shackle, firmly trapping Qin Shao. If he wanted to get out of the predicament in front of him now, he could only improve his sword principle and martial skills. Only in this way could he turn the tide and defeat the strong as the weak. Killing an enemy of a higher realm was not a big deal for Qin Shao. If I rely on the Lin tribe's sword principle and improve it, it's possible. However, it's still a little weak in terms of power. Qin Shao thought to himself. He had a lot of ideas on how to improve the fallen leaf sword, so it was possible that he could do it. However, even if he improved the fallen leaf sword into a level 4 sword principle, its power would not be too strong. The most important thing was that the foundation was too weak. Using the fallen leaf sword as a blueprint, even if he improved it, it would still not work. Even if it could become a level 4 sword principle, it would definitely be at the bottom of the level 4 sword principle. If he wanted to kill an enemy of a higher realm, it would definitely not work. After all, Wolf King's level 3 sword principle was powerful enough. Coupled with his level 3 natal sword, it would be even more terrifying. Therefore, the best way was for Qin Shao to create a level 4 sword principle. The foundation would be at the level 4 sword principle. Then, its power would be strong enough. For Qin Shao, who had created cultivation techniques at the level of the top 10 ultimate techniques in the Hongmeng universe, creating his own sword technique didn't sound like a difficult task. However, it wasn't easy to actually do it. The first cultivation technique I created in the primordial universe was the mountain river sword principle. With the mountain river as the foundation, with the mountain river as the thought, with the mountain river as the power, and with the mountain river as the sword. The mountains and rivers are my sword, the cornerstone of my invincibility. My intention is the mountain river, my thought is the mountain river, and my sword is the mountain river. With the sword, I move the mountain river, and with the momentum, I shock the heavens. Why can't the sword of the sword principle be like this? Qin Zhao's mind was greatly moved. Ideas surged out one by one, and embryonic forms flashed out one by one. With the intention, the sword moved. With the sword, the mountain river moved. The mountain river sword principle used the sword to move the mountain river, and with the power of the mountain river, the heavens. Once the idea was formed, the embryonic form of the sword principle was formed. Qin Shao flew out of the mud pit once again. However, this time, he was clearly in high spirit. There was a slight change in his aura. Wolf King charged over once again, bringing with him a peerless ferocious aura. However, he had clearly miscalculated this time. With the intention of Qin Shao, the mountain river moved. With the mountain river as the sword, the sun, the moon, and the stars surged. The entire mountain river surged towards the Wolf King, wanting to suppress the Wolf King. The power of the mountain river suppressed everything. The might of the Wolf King's sword was actually suppressed by the mountain river, and there was no way for it to show its sharpness. After a single exchange, the Wolf King flew out as if he had been ruthlessly smashed by a mountain. His entire body smashed into the ground. Dust flew everywhere, and a huge crater was formed. The mountain river sword continued to descend, descending with supreme might. The Wolf King's face suddenly changed. He was extremely shocked. His expression was distorted to the extreme, and his teeth were cracked. How could this be? What kind of sword principle is this? Is it a level 4? But I don't think a level 4 is this powerful. What is going on? The Wolf King was completely dumbfounded. He thought he could control Qin Shao, but he did not expect something unexpected to happen. Suppressed by Qin Zhao's sword, the Wolf King could not even move. He was like a dead dog. Chapter 9:11. I'll slaughter you like a dog. These 5 words struck Wolf King's heart like 5 thunderbolts, shaking him so much that he almost vomited blood. These 5 words were filled with extreme humiliation. This was the Wolf King's dignity being ruthlessly thrown to the ground and trampled on. However, Wolf King could no longer be angry at this moment, because he was indeed being trampled under Qin Zhao's foot and had lost the ability to resist. He, a dignified sword spirit, was actually being trampled under the foot of a sword contemplation cultivator. If news of this were to spread, who knew how many people would laugh their heads off? He was unwilling to accept this. He tried his best to resist, but there was no way to resist. Rage, rage, rage. However, no matter how crazy he was, he still had no way to resist. This feeling was like an ordinary person being tied up. When the people of the giant wolf tribe saw their chief being trampled under Qin Zhao's foot, they were all stunned and stood rooted to the ground, not knowing what to do. Some of the loyal people were restless and wanted to save Wolf King, but Qin Zhao's sharp gaze made them retreat. That gaze was too frightening. Being glanced at felt like being stared at by the god of death. Even the warriors of the giant wolf tribe, who were known for their ferocity and bloodthirstiness, broke out in cold sweat from shock. In addition, Qin Zhao's series of shocking actions and powerful strength naturally made these people not dare to act rashly. Even the Wolf King, who was at the sword spirit realm, was being trampled under Qin Zhao's foot. Therefore, the entire giant wolf tribe combined was definitely not enough to deal with Qin Shao. The hearts of the people of the Lin tribe could finally be at ease. They could finally relax. This made them worship Qin Shao in their hearts, and their gratitude towards Qin Shao also surged. At this moment, in their hearts, Qin Shao was like an immortal, worthy of their worship. Wolf King, I know you were ordered by someone. I'll give you a chance now. As long as you tell me who ordered you to do this, I'll let your people go. Otherwise, your giant wolf tribe will be erased from this world from today onwards. And you, Wolf King, will become the sinner of your giant wolf tribe. Your giant wolf tribe, which has been passed down for thousands of years, will be destroyed in your hands. How can you face the ancestors of your giant wolf tribe? Qin Shao lowered his voice and said to the Wolf King. He only wanted the Wolf King to hear this. Wolf King had let the cat out of the bag, so it was impossible for him to deny it now. However, the Wolf King naturally did not dare to reveal a single word. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, "A general success is built on the bones of thousands. If the heavens want my giant wolf tribe to perish, what does that have to do with me?" Don't you think it's ridiculous that you want to use the giant wolf tribe to threaten me? Do you think that I will obediently give in like this? Humph, kid, you're too optimistic. I can tell you clearly that you won't get half a word out of me. Winner takes all. This king has lost to you today, so he has nothing to say. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you please. Why do you have to say so much nonsense? Do you think that I will believe you and fall for your hypocrisy? Humph, stop dreaming. Let's do it. Wolf King looked like he was ready to die. However, Qin Shao sneered disdainfully. You make it sound so nice. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Why are you pretending in front of me? If you really want to die, then you wouldn't say so much nonsense. To put it bluntly, you still don't want to die. However, the more you don't want to die, the more I won't do as you wish. Of course, I can also give you a chance. As long as you tell me who ordered you to do this, I may spare your life. Humph. Wolf King snorted coldly and didn't reply. Qin Shao knew what Wolf King was thinking. He had lived for more than 200,000 years and had experienced many ups and downs. It was easy for him to grasp these things. Qin Shao saw through Wolf King's thoughts with a single glance. Qin Shao said coldly, "Don't you want me to give you a guarantee? I swear on my natal sword that I won't kill you. How about it?" Wolf King's heart suddenly moved. If one swore on their natal sword, then no one would dare to go against it. Otherwise, their natal sword would collapse and that person's soul would scatter. Wolf King's heart was indeed moved. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. Qin Shao said that he wanted to destroy the entire giant wolf tribe. He really didn't care. However, Qin Shao wanted to kill him. He was really afraid. He didn't want to die. He was now at the sword spirit realm. How could he be willing to die? With such a realm, no matter where he went, he could establish a sect and dominate a region. It was enough for him to live a carefree life. Even if he went to a large faction, he could also obtain a high position. The sword spirit realm. The world was so big that he could go anywhere. If he died now, it would be a pity. His good days had just begun. He could still look forward to a beautiful future. He couldn't die. He absolutely couldn't die. However, Wolf King had many worries in his heart. That mysterious senior was so powerful. If he dared to say anything now, wouldn't that senior find trouble with him? Thinking of that mysterious senior's strength, Wolf King's heart broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't dare to have the slightest thought of resistance. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to escape death. What should he do? How should he choose? He felt that no matter which path he chose, it wouldn't work. Wolf King, I don't have that much patience to wait for you to make a decision slowly. I hope you won't wear out my little bit of patience, Qin Shao said. Wolf King fiercely gritted his teeth. Under the threat of death, he had no choice but to make a choice. Okay, I can tell you. However, you have to swear on your natal sword first. Qin Zhao's lips curled into a cold and evil smile. So what if he swore on his natal sword? He didn't have a natal sword at all. Therefore, swearing on his natal sword didn't bind Qin Shao at all. Let Wolf King go? That was naturally impossible. Qin Shao definitely wouldn't let a tiger go back to the mountains. Otherwise, if Wolf King was let go, he would be left with a lot of trouble. Moreover, he would eventually leave the Lin tribe. Once he left, the lives of the Lin tribe couldn't be guaranteed. Therefore, Qin Shao definitely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. All troubles and threats had to be eliminated directly. No hidden dangers could be left behind. So what if he used a little trick? Qin Shao had never boasted that he was a gentleman. He had never flaunted that he was a good person. It was too tiring to be a gentleman and a good person. Qin Shao had always done things with a clear conscience. Qin Shao didn't care about other things. Okay, I can swear on my natal sword first to give you a guarantee. However, you'd better think carefully about what you're going to say to me later. I know what you're thinking. I also know that you might play some tricks with me. However, you should trust my judgment. If you dare to lie to me, I will definitely find out and kill you. I swear on my natal sword that I won't kill you. That's on the basis that you're telling the truth. I will make this clear. Therefore, if you lie and I kill you, your death will be in vain. Qin Shao said. Wolf King clenched his teeth and said, Don't worry. My life is now in your hands. I don't dare to play any tricks with you. I will tell you the truth. I won't dare to lie. Although he said this, Wolf King was determined in his heart. No matter what, he had to fight. Make him tell the truth? Wasn't that courting death? In a situation where he couldn't advance or retreat, Wolf King could only choose to take a risk. He didn't believe that Qin Shao was so sharp that he could distinguish whether he was telling the truth or not. Qin Shao straightforwardly swore on his natal sword. Wolf King hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth as if he had made a difficult decision. He said, "It was an elder from the Lihua Palace who asked me to deal with you. At least, I don't know which elder it was. I didn't see his face. I only know his identity. That's all I know. I don't know anything else." Lihua Palace. Qin Shao frowned slightly. He had read many books in the Lin tribe. Among them, there were records about the Mount Hua Fairy Gate in the Immortal Domain. And this Lihua Palace was one of the top 10 powers in Yangzhou. There were 3,600 continents in the Mount Hua Immortal Domain. Each continent had 3,600 counties. Daqi County was one of the counties in Yangzhou. Daqi Mountain Range was just a small area in Daqi County. To be able to rank in the top 10 powers in Yangzhou, one could imagine how terrifying it was. It was far from what ordinary people could imagine. The strength of the Lihua Palace was naturally not something the Lin tribe could compare to. Even the strongest power in Daqi County was pitifully weak in front of the Lihua Palace. Wolf King brought out the name of the Lihua Palace. It was indeed a little scary. However, Qin Shao only pondered for a moment. Qin Shao wasn't thinking about the authenticity of Wolf King's words. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Shao knew that it was fake. There was no need to think about it at all. Qin Shao pondered for a moment. He was searching for information about the Lihua Palace in his mind. Qin Zhao's expression turned cold. He said sternly, "I'm not acquainted with the Lihua Palace. There's no grudge between us. What you said is so absurd. Isn't it laughable?" Wolf King had a fearless look on his face. He said, "I don't know about this. Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. It's very normal for experts to not let me see their faces. I only know that they're an elder of the Lihua Palace. I can't provide any other information. If you don't believe me, you can kill me. But what I said is the truth. If you kill me, you'll die with me." It seems like you're really courting death. I gave you a chance and you don't know how to cherish it. You even used such absurd words to deceive me. If I don't kill you, wouldn't I seem too nice? Qin Shao shouted coldly. His sword aura surged. He wanted to kill Wolf King on the spot. Wolf King saw that Qin Shao was really going to kill him. He was anxious and scared. He quickly said, "No, no, no. What I said is true. It's the truth. If you want to kill me, I'll die with you. Stop it. Stop it." Chapter 9:12. Seeing that Qin Shao was really going to kill him, Wolf King was finally scared. He hurriedly begged for mercy. "No, no, no, I'll talk, don't kill me." Seeing death in front of him, Wolf King didn't dare to play any trick. He was originally betting that Qin Shao wouldn't dare to kill him easily. After all, the other party had sworn on his natal sword. If what he said was true, then killing him was equivalent to perishing together with him. But he didn't expect Qin Shao to be so crazy. He actually wanted to kill him without saying anything, directly denying everything he said. Lunatic, what a complete lunatic. How could he know that Qin Shao didn't need to know whether his words were true or false? Qin Shao didn't have a natal sword, so it didn't matter if he swore on his natal sword or not. As long as Wolf King said it, Qin Shao would kill him. If Wolf King was telling the truth, then he would kill him. If Wolf King was lying, he would definitely change his words when he saw that he was really going to kill him. This was killing two birds with one stone, and it was also within Qin Zhao's calculations. Qin Zhao withdrew his sword. The sword aura swept past Wolf King's hair, cutting it off. Wolf King was so frightened that he trembled slightly. You only have one chance. You'd better make sure that every word you say now is true. If there's even the slightest falsehood, then my sword won't be merciful. It will drink your blood, cut off your life, destroy your soul, and pierce your soul. Do you understand? Qin Zhao's voice was as cold as a cold knife, hitting Wolf King's heart again and again, shaking Wolf King so much that he almost vomited blood. At this time, Wolf King didn't dare to play any tricks. Even if he was extremely shrewd, he still obediently said, "Yes," but before he could finish the first word, his whole body suddenly stiffened. His voice came to an abrupt stop. His head tilted, and there was no movement or breath. Dead. Qin Zhao couldn't help but frown. Did he die just like that? He died in an instant without making a sound? What was going on? To think that it was so bizarre. Just now, Qin Zhao had not sensed any sword energy fluctuations, nor had he sensed any energy fluctuations, but the Wolf King had actually died. Killing people directly, harvesting their lives in an instant. This kind of killing method was too horrible. Even Qin Zhao couldn't understand it at the moment. Even a sovereign realm sword cultivator might not have such an ability, right? His realm wasn't very high, but his vision was very high. Sword monarchs might be able to kill people like this, but they shouldn't be able to do it without him noticing. In that case, the person behind this should be at least at the Sword King level, or even higher. Sword Venerable? Or was there an immortal behind all of this? Qin Zhao felt that the latter was more likely. After a comprehensive analysis, he should be an immortal. Why would an immortal toy with him like this? Was it just for some fun? Logically speaking, an immortal shouldn't have the ability to completely seal his strength. Qin Zhao shook his head. He was still confused. Qin Zhao knew that it was unlikely to get anything out of Wolf King's mouth, so he didn't have much hope. Since the person in the dark wanted to toy with him, the more he couldn't let him do as he wished, the more he had to break his plans again and make him fail. Wolf King's death was just the death of a small chess piece. Qin Zhao knew that this matter wasn't over yet. There would be endless trouble in the future. But he couldn't resist or escape now. All he could do was face the attack and resist. He broke all the schemes that came one after another. The people of the giant wolf tribe were as silent as cicadas in winter. They all stared at Qin Zhao with bloodshot eyes. They stared at the corpse of their tribe leader lying in front of Qin Zhao. They had already expected this outcome, but when they saw their tribe leader die in front of them, the blow to them was incomparably heavy. It was as if they had been struck by lightning, and they were all so shocked that they almost vomited blood. After a moment of silence, the people of the Lin tribe finally burst into an uproar. "He's dead, he's dead. Wolf King is finally dead. Ha ha ha, it's good that he's dead, it's really good that he's dead. With Wolf King's death, our Lin tribe is finally safe. Yes, with Wolf King's death, the giant wolf tribe is no longer a threat. Without Wolf King, the giant wolf tribe's strength is greatly reduced. Now that our Lin tribe has 2 sword wardens, we don't have to fear the giant wolf tribe. Haha, our Lin tribe can finally hold our heads high. We won't be bullied by the giant wolf tribe in the future. This is great, this is really great. Hero, Qin Zhao is our great hero, the great benefactor of our Lin tribe, our idol. We worship him too much. Yes, I think our Lin tribe should worship him. TSK, it was really frightening. Fortunately, it's all over now. After the storm, there will be a rainbow. The rainbow that belongs to our Lin tribe has finally arrived. At this moment, the faces of the people of the Lin tribe were brimming with joy. They were all beaming with joy. The disaster had been resolved, and the giant wolf tribe had been suppressed. It could be seen that the Lin tribe would have a happy life in the future, and would no longer be bullied by the giant wolf tribe. The significance of this to the Lin tribe was simply too great. This was something that the people of the Lin tribe had always yearned for, something that they had always strived to change. Now it had finally come true. How could they not be overjoyed by such a result? And all of this was because of Qin Shao. Their success was because of Qin Shao, and their failure was also because of Qin Shao. Hero, warrior, benefactor. These were the names that the people of the Lin tribe called Qin Shao. In stark contrast to the jubilation of the Lin tribe, the giant wolf tribe was still deathly silent. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the camp of the giant wolf tribe. Those ferocious giant wolves had all become obedient. They no longer dared to act wantonly as they did before. All of them lowered their heads like domesticated dogs. They had lost some of their bloodthirsty savagery. Wherever Qin Zhao's gaze landed, everyone involuntarily lowered their heads, not daring to meet Qin Zhao's gaze. His gaze was calm, but it was also filled with endless power and peerless sharpness. "I won't kill you today. Leave quickly. Your tribe leader, Wolf King, is dead. I hope that the giant wolf tribe will take this as a warning. Don't repeat the same mistakes and walk down the same path as Wolf King. If you develop peacefully, perhaps there will still be a place for you in the Daki mountain range. If you continue to act the way you did before, then your giant wolf tribe will definitely walk down the path of destruction." Qin Zhao's voice was not loud, but it was filled with a supreme aura. The people of the giant wolf tribe were all shaken to the core. How could they dare to resist? The giant wolf tribe no longer had any morale. Wolf King was dead, and so was Wolf Head. All of their morale had been destroyed by Qin Shao. Hence, the giant wolf tribe did not resist and retreated with their tails between their legs. The Lin tribe did not continue to fight. Since the giant wolf tribe had voluntarily retreated, the Lin tribe did not pursue them. After the giant wolf tribe left, the Lin tribe celebrated their victory. The entire tribe rejoiced as they welcomed their hero, Qin Shao. The Lin tribe leader led the people of the Lin tribe to surround Qin Shao. Voices of adoration could be heard one after another. The Lin tribe leader's face was full of gratitude. He stepped forward and said, "Fellow Qin Shao, words of gratitude are useless. The Lin tribe can only remember this great kindness." Qin Shao shook his head slightly and said, "This matter actually started because of me. Wolf King came for me. Speaking of which, I was the one who implicated all of you. Fortunately, this matter has been satisfactorily resolved. It can be considered as an explanation. Otherwise, if I caused any losses to the Lin tribe, I would feel very apologetic. Such an ending could be considered the best possible outcome. All right, Lin tribe leader, I have to leave too. Now that the Wolf King is dead, the giant wolf tribe is no longer a threat. I believe that they will no longer pose any threat to the Lin tribe. I can leave with peace of mind." The Lin tribe leader also knew that Qin Shao was about to leave. He also knew that there was no way to persuade him to stay. Hence, he did not stay any longer. Instead, he said, "All right, fellow Qin Shao, I can only wish you a safe journey." Now that the Wolf King is dead, the Lin tribe will no longer fear any other tribe. I believe that the Lin tribe will have a better life in the future. We will no longer be bullied like before. For our Lin tribe, it will be a bright future. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, I think that should be the case. All right, then I'm leaving. Until we meet again. Take care." "Take care," the Lin tribe leader said solemnly. "Lin Li and Lin," he also said solemnly, "Brother Qin Shao, take care." Everyone was reluctant to part, but they could only wish Qin Shao a safe journey and for him to take care. After bidding farewell to the Lin tribe, Qin Shao did not stay any longer. Instead, He immediately turned and left, quickly entering the Daki mountain range. Since he was going to leave, he had to be decisive. After Qin Shao left, he did not know that in a corner, a pair of watery eyes were staring at him anxiously. 2 streaks of tears had already appeared on that delicate face. That petite figure was none other than Lin Shuang'er. Lin Shuang'er was choking with sobs. Brother Qin Shao, now that you're leaving, I don't know if I'll ever see you again. I really can't bear to part with you. However, little Shuang'er can't keep you. I can only silently send you off. After Qin Shao left, the Lin tribe was still immersed in the joy of victory. They cleaned up the battlefield, harvested the spoils of war, and celebrated jubilantly. At the same time, there was a huge commotion in the Daki mountain range. All the monsters in the Daki mountain range were mobilized. They gathered into an army and surged out from all directions. This kind of situation was extremely rare in the Daki mountain range. It was a giant beast frenzy, and it was rarely seen even in 100 years. However, this time, it happened without warning. Moreover, the scale was much larger and more terrifying than any other time in history. The entire Daki mountain range was shaken. Chapter 9:13. The entire Lin tribe was celebrating today. The celebration lasted from night until midnight. Everyone returned home to their heart's content. A group of 5 was patrolling the perimeter of the Lin tribe. Normally, there would be several groups patrolling in shifts, and there would also be some hidden sentries. However, because of the tribe's celebration today, only this group continued to patrol. Everyone else is eating meat and drinking wine, but we still have to patrol here. How sad. Yeah, but what can we do? We were supposed to be patrolling in shifts today. Brothers, let's be more serious. Don't cause any trouble. Tomorrow we'll definitely be eating meat and wine. What's there to be afraid of? Today, our Lin tribe showed our prowess and defeated 3 tribes. Even Wolf King died here. In this battle, our Lin tribe won a complete victory. I believe our Lin tribe's reputation has already spread throughout the entire Daki mountain range. You can't say that. The Flame Axe clan and Wolf King both died here. It's inevitable that these 2 tribes will hate us. It's better to be careful. You're just too cowardly. How dare a defeated tribe attack us again? That's more like courting death. But then again, that Lord Qin Shao is really amazing. He's too heaven-defying. Isn't that so? He's too powerful. I wonder what kind of divine being he is. If we have even 1% of his power, it'll be enough for us. TCH, 1%? It'll be good enough if we have even 1,000th of his power. Rumble. The ground suddenly shook violently, and this sudden sound startled the 5 people. What's going on? The 5 of them had been chatting enthusiastically just a moment ago, but now they were all slightly nervous. They scanned their surroundings, wanting to see what was going on. When the 5 of them swept their gazes across the mountain range in the distance, their expressions changed drastically. This was because wherever their line of sight reached, there was an army of demonic beasts pressing towards the Lin tribe from all directions. There were demonic beasts in all directions, and their numbers were as great as an army marching forward. There was no end in sight. The demonic beasts at the front appeared in their line of sight, and the demonic beasts at the back also steadily followed, completely forming an encirclement with a radius of at least 10 miles. If such a huge circle wanted to form an encirclement, one could imagine how many demonic beasts would be needed to form such a formation. Moreover, the encirclement was closing in. It was obvious that they wanted to surround the Lin tribe completely. This scene was shocking enough just by looking at it. It made people tremble in fear. This is an almighty beast frenzy? One of the men was so scared that his face turned pale and stammered. The other 4 people were scared out of their wits. Their bodies were trembling violently, and their hands and feet were not listening to them. It shouldn't be an almighty beast frenzy. If it was, then the entire Daki mountain range would have been in chaos. I feel like these monsters are coming for the Lin tribe. That's right. Looking at the situation, they must be coming for the Lin tribe. The situation is not good. Let's quickly inform the tribe leader. Quick, let's go back. The 5 of them didn't dare to stay there any longer. Instead, they ran back to the Lin tribe. When the 5 of them ran back to the Lin tribe's hubbub hadn't completely subsided. The entire tribe was still immersed in the joy of victory. They still didn't realize that a terrifying danger was approaching. Doomsday had arrived. This is bad. This is bad. An almighty beast army has surrounded the Lin tribe. Everyone, come out quickly. The voices of the 5 of them were like thunder in the middle of the night, waking up the entire Lin tribe. The original hubbub of joy was instantly crushed. Like a landslide, it toppled over in an instant and turned into rubble. The members of the Lin tribe all ran out in horror. They all asked about the specific situation. Some of them also ran out of the village's archway to see the situation. This situation was quickly confirmed. In the distance, they could indeed see an almighty beast army encircling the Lin tribe. It was obvious that they were coming for the Lin tribe. The entire Lin tribe cast aside Yushi and returned to the tense atmosphere once again. The Lin tribe leader and Lin Li quickly moved out and rushed to the archway at the entrance of the village as fast as they could. Standing on the archway, they could see the situation very far away. The 2 of them stood on top of the memorial archway and saw the situation clearly. It was indeed as described by Hui Ye's clansmen. There were demon beasts in all directions. An innumerable demon beast army was coming towards them in a grandiose manner. Such a situation was too terrifying. Even the Lin tribe leader, who had lived for so many years, had never seen such a situation. What he saw really frightened him. The clansmen of the Lin tribe were also at a loss out of fear. Many of their faces were filled with fear. In the face of such a situation, it was indeed terrifying. Tribe leader, how could this be? What should we do now? It's over, it's over. We're definitely going to die this time. Is the Lin tribe's destiny coming to an end? The monsters in the Daki mountain range have all gone mad. Why are they gathering an army to deal with the Lin tribe? How could this be? We thought that the Lin tribe's future was bright after we escaped from the allied forces of the 3 tribes. In the future, we could live comfortably in the Daki mountain range and not be bullied by others. How could this be? What should we do? What should we do? Is there really no way to survive? Tribe leader, quickly let the other tribesmen leave through the secret passage. Let as many escape as possible. This time, the Lin tribe is really going to die. I'm not afraid of death. I just don't want father, mother, and sister to die with us. Let's hold on and let the others leave first. Tribe leader, quickly give the order. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Tribe leader. The cacophony of voices was a little chaotic, and the rhythm of the Lin tribe was completely disrupted. The Lin tribe leader frowned deeply. No matter what decision he made at this time, he had to consider it carefully. After all, the future of the Lin tribe was in his hands. The Lin tribe leader definitely did not expect that the monsters would gather into an army to invade them. The people of the Lin tribe were panicking and shocked. The atmosphere was extremely tense and had reached a point of no return. Lin Li shook his head helplessly and sighed. His eyes shone with an unresigned luster. Tribe leader, it looks like the heavens really want the Lin tribe to die. The giant beast frenzy has not happened for many years. I didn't expect it to happen this time. Moreover, it has surrounded the Lin tribe. We can only admit that we're unlucky. The Wolf King's crisis has just been resolved. I didn't expect that there would be one more vicious than the Wolf King. There's no other way. There's really no other way. Let the others retreat first. We'll stay and protect the Lin tribe. We'll fight them to the death. The Lin tribe leader's voice became hoarse. There was extreme helplessness, pain, and unwillingness in his voice. Yes, there's no other way. Perhaps this was all fate. Perhaps this is the only fate that awaits us. The Lin tribe leader had no choice but to issue a few orders. The men of the Lin tribe once again transformed into fearless warriors. Each of them picked up their swords to protect their tribe and their home. It was not that they were not afraid of death, but they had to protect their home. They had to protect it with their lives. Moreover, they also needed to buy time for the others to successfully escape from here. This was a great and selfless sacrifice. Everyone fell into a state of despair. In the face of such a situation, they could not even muster up a shred of resistance. He felt that all resistance would be futile and useless, and that only death awaited him. Gloomy clouds and darkness enveloped everyone. They looked at the army of demonic beasts in the distance. They were getting closer and closer, and the ground was shaking more and more violently. The smell of blood wafted over from afar. These demonic beasts usually lived on fresh blood and human flesh. Naturally, they were all filled with hostility and the smell of blood. The soaring hostility covered the sky and the sun. The roars of the demonic beasts could be heard from afar. They rose and fell, lingering in the ears. The roars of the demonic beasts were like the mournful cries of the devil. Everywhere one looked, there were demonic beasts. They were all over the mountains and plains. They were everywhere. There were countless demonic beasts. There were all kinds of demonic beasts. These demonic beasts did not move quickly. Instead, they advanced in an orderly manner. They formed a very neat formation and advanced towards the Lin tribe at a moderate pace. Some of the more timid ones were so frightened that they lay on the ground, trembling. With every passing second, they felt that they were 1 second closer to death. This made them feel as if they were waiting for death here. This feeling was too unbearable. Sometimes, death was not scary. However, waiting for death was always scary. Especially in the situation before their eyes. Death was approaching them step by step. The other members of the Lin tribe were also fleeing in panic. The cries of the children were also incessant. Sigh, it would be great if Lord Qin Shao was here. Yes, Lord Qin Shao is so powerful. He will definitely be able to resist this army of demonic beasts. Don't think too much. Not to mention that Lord Qin Shao is not here. Even if he was, he might not be able to deal with this army of demonic beasts. That is to say, although Lord Qin Shao was able to kill the Wolf King, his cultivation level is only at the limit of the sword contemplation realm. Even if he has some tricks up his sleeve, his strength will not be that strong. At least, it won't be that much stronger. However, if Lord Qin Shao is here, then perhaps the other members of our tribe will have time to escape? At the very least, we will be able to kill more of them. At least we won't suffer any losses. Brace yourselves, brothers. I know that you must be very afraid, but there is no other way. This is our fate. This is the fate of the Lin tribe. This is our last battle. For the sake of our tribe, we must be brave and fight to the death. Lin Li stood up and comforted everyone. Everyone's mood was obviously very low. Needless to say, their morale was definitely low. Chapter 9:14. Fight for the tribe. Fight for the family. Fight for time. To the people of the Lin tribe, the only purpose of fighting was to buy more time for the elderly, women, and children to escape. They knew that they were doomed. They knew that death was about to befall them. They knew that there was no hope of survival. But they still had to fight. They had to fight, even if they were afraid. How torturous was it to fight in despair, to wait for the war to come, to wait for death to come. How terrifying was it! But even if they were trembling, They had to stand there like javelins. They could not retreat even a little. At this moment, the warriors of the Lin tribe yearned for a peerless hero to save them, just like when they faced the allied forces of the three tribes yesterday. Rumble! The trembling of the earth became more and more intense. The thunder-like sounds were getting closer and closer. Every time there was a loud explosion, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The roars of beasts were incessant. They were like wild thunder, surging and surging, as if they were going to explode the sky. The dark clouds of death shrouded everyone's hearts. Under the pressure of this aura, many people's hearts trembled. It was close. It was coming. Many people's hearts were trembling, as if the earth was shaking violently at this moment. A figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was rushing towards the Lin tribe at an extremely fast speed, shocking many people. "Look, there's an enemy attack! Oh no, everyone, get ready to fight! No, everyone stop! It's Lord Qin Shao! It's really Qin Shao! Why is he back? Is there hope for our Lin tribe?" When the figure came closer, the people of the Lin tribe could finally confirm that the person was none other than Qin Shao. It was Qin Shao, the man who killed Chief Yen Fu with a single stroke of his sword and forced the allied forces of the three tribes to retreat single-handedly. Even Wolf King, who was at the Sword Spirit Realm, died at his hands. He was a peerless figure. Now that they saw Qin Shao, the people of the Lin tribe seemed to have seen a life-saving straw. They grabbed it tightly, not wanting to let Qin Shao leave again. This was probably their last straw of hope, their only straw of hope. It's Qin Shao. It's really Qin Shao. We're saved. The heavens didn't destroy the Lin tribe. Ha ha ha, there is always a way out. Hurry up and open the door. Qin Zhao's arrival made the Lin clan seethe with excitement all at once. Patriarch Lin and Lin Li frowned. In fact, they didn't want to see Qin Shao come back. The Lin tribe owed Qin Shao too much. They would never be able to repay him in their lifetime. But Qin Shao still came back. Fellow Daoist Qin Shao, you shouldn't have come back. Clan leader Lin shook his head and frowned. Lin Li also said, "Yeah, brother Qin Shao, why did you come back? Didn't you leave already?" Qin Zhao's mouth twitched, but with an indifferent expression, she said, "I do want to go out, but there are demonic beasts all over the mountains and plains. I want to leave, but I need to be able to do so. Look, I came back. The giant beast rampage this time is not small at all." Although Qin Shao said so, it was obvious that no one believed such words. It was true that there was a beast frenzy in the Daki mountain range, but Qin Shao had left for so long. Even if he encountered demonic beasts, it wouldn't be in large numbers. Given Qin Zhao's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break out of the encirclement. Why did he have to come back? Now that the demonic beast army had gathered, the Lin tribe was completely surrounded. It would be too difficult to break out of the encirclement under such circumstances. So obviously, Qin Shao came back for the sake of the Lin tribe. This kindness indeed made everyone in the Lin tribe speechless. For a moment they were speechless. Although the situation of the allied forces of the three tribes yesterday was also extremely dangerous, but how could it be said, yesterday's situation of the allied forces of the three tribes was mostly directed at Qin Shao. Therefore, it was necessary for Qin Shao to fight against the allied forces of the three tribes. It was necessary for him to fight against the Wolf King. But today's situation was different. Today's situation was the giant beast rampage, which had nothing to do with Qin Shao. Under such circumstances, Qin Shao still came back without hesitation. Naturally, it touched people's hearts, made them feel grateful and worship. Qin Shao, the Lin tribe leader, didn't know what to say. He wanted to say something but was interrupted by Qin Shao. "All right, Lin tribe leader. Since I'm here, there's no need to say anything else. What we need to do now is to quickly prepare for battle. Otherwise, the Lin tribe will definitely be annihilated." Looking at the speed of the demonic beast army's advance, we don't even have 30 minutes left. We have to race against time and act as quickly as possible. Perhaps this way we still have a chance of survival. Otherwise, we'll definitely be annihilated," Qin Shao said with a serious expression. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the Lin tribe leader also became serious. He nodded heavily and said, "Yes, it's indeed urgent. But we don't have any other arrangements. This is the only way." Qin Shao shook his head and said, "No, no, no. Your arrangements are too crude and full of loopholes. It can't be called arrangements at all. Such arrangements can't withstand a single attack from the demonic beast army. The Lin tribe's land wasn't very sturdy in the first place. It's not like the fortified land of the giant wolf tribe. Since your land isn't sturdy enough, you can only use other methods to make up for it. Chief Lin, immediately gather all the warriors of your Lin clan and follow my orders." I guarantee that within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I can increase the defensive power of your Lin clan's land by 100-fold. In this way, you can more or less resist the attack of the demonic beast army. Then, I'll charge out and kill those demonic beasts. We'll attack from 2 angles, one attacking and one defending. Perhaps this way, we'll have a chance of survival. Other than this, there's no other way. In such a situation, we can only fight like this." Lin Li's heart was moved, and his face was filled with excitement. He said, "Brother Qin Shao, do you have any good ideas?" Qin Shao said, "Let's not talk about this first. Hurry up and gather the warriors of the Lin tribe. I'm going to start assigning them their task. As long as they complete my orders as quickly as possible, that's enough." Lin Li naturally believed in Qin Shao, so he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately nodded and left. The Lin tribe leader also instructed everyone to quickly follow Qin Zhao's instructions. With the gathering of the Lin tribe leader, the warriors of the Lin tribe naturally gathered quickly. Qin Shao could be considered as someone who had led an army and fought in wars. Moreover, he had more than 200,000 years of memory, so he naturally had some experience. In addition, Qin Shao had traveled in the realm of the gods, so he had seen countless battle situations. Then, in some books, he had also seen many records about war. Naturally, he understood many strategies for marching and fighting. Qin Shao had already created a series of battle tactics for the Lin tribe in his heart. At this moment, he was arranging them one by one. Qin Zhao's position in the hearts of the Lin tribe was extremely high. Therefore, the people of the Lin tribe naturally obeyed Qin Zhao's orders immediately and completed them. The battle tactics were arranged one by one. Everyone in the Lin tribe performed their respective duties and acted in an orderly manner. In this way, the efficiency was increased by a lot. It was no longer like before, when everyone didn't know what they had to do. Everyone stood there very blindly and didn't know what to do. Apart from panic, they were afraid, and apart from fear, they were worried. In this way, the morale naturally wasn't high, and the morale of the army was also somewhat lacked. However, it was different now. Now, Qin Shao had given everyone a task and asked them to complete these tasks. After having a clear goal, many people felt some sense and knew what their duties were. Everyone tried their best to do the things in their duties well. In this way, the efficiency of doing things was naturally greatly improved. Of course, this was mainly because of Qin Zhao's prestige. Everyone trusted Qin Shao very much and also saw Qin Shao as a life-saving straw. Therefore, everyone would naturally complete the tasks given by Qin Shao to the letter. They felt that they had seen a glimmer of hope, a glimmer of hope. In less than half an hour, they had indeed completed all the tasks given by Qin Shao. At this time, the Lin tribe's land had obviously changed a little. Although there didn't seem to be much difference on the surface, upon closer inspection, it was obvious that there were many changes. The warriors of the Lin tribe were no longer huddled together like before, looking somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Now they were all standing in their own positions. Therefore, at a glance, they couldn't see any tribesmen. It was as if all of them had gone into hiding. He was a little worried about such a novel battle tactic. He said, "Linley, don't you think that the battle tactics given by Brother Qin Shao are very strange? Basically, they are all tactics that we have never heard of before. Just listening to them makes me feel strange. Will these really be useful and be able to produce a miraculous effect? There aren't many warriors of the Lin tribe in the first place, and we even scattered them all around the tribe's land. In this way, it will be easy for the army of demonic beasts to destroy us one by one. I feel like we will be completely defeated under one attack." Linley shook his head, but said with a firm expression, "Don't think too much. I believe in Brother Qin Shao. Since he had made such an arrangement, he must have his reasons and confidence. Brother Qin Shao is so experienced, and his knowledge is not something we can compare to. It's normal that we haven't heard of it before. Isn't it a little unconfident? After all, there are only so many people in the Lin tribe, and our combined strength is only so. Even with Brother Qin Shao, I'm afraid we are far from being able to deal with this army of demonic beasts. Under such circumstances, I don't quite believe that a few small arrangements can turn the situation around." He was still a little worried, or rather, a little doubtful. After all, Qin Zhao's arrangements were indeed very incredible, so it was naturally difficult to believe. Boom! Chapter 9:15. One side was filled with thunderous booms, while the other side was as silent as cicadas in winter. One side was filled with murderous intent, while the other side was as nervous as a bowstring. The demonic beast army advanced in a mighty manner, bringing with it the power to topple mountains and overturn seas, as well as the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Loud roars filled the sky, causing a clamor to fill the 9 heavens. Waves of bloodthirsty and ferocious aura swept over like huge waves, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. Under the pressure of this terrifying aura, the warriors of the Lin tribe could not help but hold their breaths and tense their nerves. Their clothes were already drenched in cold sweat, dripping down. A timid person would probably be scared to death under such a monstrous aura. Many people's hearts were hanging in suspense. With the little power of the Lin tribe, how could they stop this million-strong demonic beast army? Just the number alone was a serious disparity. Moreover, the demonic beasts were not like the allied army of the 3 tribes. The demonic beasts were much more ferocious than the giant wolf tribe. Moreover, looking at this endless demonic beast army, there were probably more than 1 million or even millions of them. In the distance, the demonic beasts were still pouring in endlessly. There were more than 10 million demonic beasts in the entire Daki mountain range. If all the demonic beasts in the entire Daki mountain range went berserk, the giant beast frenzy formed would be extremely terrifying. If an army of 10 million demonic beasts attacked, not to mention the Lin tribe, even the powerful giant wolf tribe would not be able to withstand a single blow. Thump! 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 This was the sound of a heartbeat, thumping as if it was about to jump out. Roar! 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 The demonic beasts in the vanguard advanced to within 1,000 feet of the Lin tribe. One by one, they bared their ferocious fangs. After letting out a loud roar, they launched an extremely ferocious attack. The great battle had finally begun. Giant stone array, throw! At the command, the warriors of the Lin tribe threw giant stones one by one. Although these giant stone throwers were modified with some simple materials, the effect was very good. The giant stones were thrown with great power, as if they were thrown from a war chariot. Under such a rain of giant stones, the demonic beasts were smashed down one by one. Some were directly smashed to death, while others were heavily injured. Those who were lucky enough to dodge the attack roared furiously. However, the huge stone array was very orderly. It fell down like a violent storm, not giving the demon beast army any chance to breathe. Amidst the rain of boulders, more elite archers launched their attack. The Lin tribe had hunted for a living for generations, so their archery skills were naturally superb. Qin Zhao's previous plan was to select a group of 3,000 warriors to form an excellent phalanx of archers. These arrows were all dipped in poison. Those injured beasts that did not manage to escape in time were shot to death by the arrows of the Lin tribe warriors. Just this cooperation alone was enough to stop 90% of the demon beasts in the vanguard tribe. A small number of demonic beasts rushed to the bottom of the city walls. The third group was dispatched. This group was mainly made up of long spears, forming a long spear formation. Under the excellent arrangement of troops, it formed a huge power, so the demonic beasts that rushed up were quickly killed, and there was no return. If the number of demonic beasts was large enough, it would indeed pose a considerable threat. Fortunately, there were not many demonic beasts, so they were all killed by the Lin tribe warriors one by one. With such a defensive line in place, the demonic beast's army was actually unable to break through and kill the Lin tribe. The Lin tribe members, who were originally very worried and nervous, saw that the defensive line set up by Qin Zhao had a huge effect. It could be said that it was miraculous. Everyone's confidence and morale soared. With the increase in morale, their strength naturally became stronger, and their defense became stronger. The demonic beast's army launched attacks again and again, but they were beaten back time and time again. In just a few rounds of attacks, the Lin tribe actually killed more than 3,000 demonic beasts. On the other hand, the Lin tribe did not suffer any casualties. It was undeniably a miracle. If this was the case, then they would have nothing to fear when facing the allied forces of the three tribes. They could totally fight with the allied forces of the three tribes. Seeing the miraculous effect, the people of the Lin tribe worshipped Qin Zhao even more. They also regarded Qin Zhao as their backbone and regarded him as their strategist. Everything was under Qin Zhao's command. Such an effect was actually within Qin Zhao's expectations. This was an excellent military strategy that he had collected while traveling in the realm of the god. Qin Zhao also made adjustments according to the actual situation of the Lin tribe. It could be said that this was a tailor-made plan, so naturally, it had a miraculous effect. After seeing the effect, Qin Zhao immediately carried out a second arrangement and became the commander of the army. The demonic beast's army did not shrink back, nor did they become discouraged. Once again, they launched an even more ferocious attack. One after another, terrifying demonic beasts charged over. The few lines of defense set up by Qin Zhao could easily kill ordinary demonic beasts. However, it was not so easy to kill the demonic beasts that were more dangerous. Therefore, the demonic beast's army also wanted to use the dangerous demonic beasts to charge forward and destroy the Lin tribe's defense line. They wanted to disrupt the Lin tribe's formation. Although the Lin tribe looked like an iron wall at this moment, once a hole was torn open, it was afraid that it would collapse completely. Their defeat would be set in stone. Everyone was very clear about this situation. Therefore, no matter what, they had to defend to the death. They could not let the demonic beast's army have a chance to attack. They could not let them tear open any hole. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. Qin Zhao said to the Lin tribe leader, Lin Li, Lin He, and the others, Lin tribe leader, it's time for us to take the field. According to my previous plan, each of us will guard one place and cooperate with other method. No matter what, we have to guard all the openings and not let any demonic beasts charge into the Lin tribe. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. This line of defense was formed by all the people of the Lin tribe, who were at the peak of the sword disciple realm and above. There were not many of them, only 100 or so. However, this line of defense was a very important one. Of course, just these 100 or so people were definitely not enough. Qin Shao also arranged other lines of defense to cooperate with these 100 or so people to form a solid defense line. However, speaking of which, Qin Shao did not have absolute confidence that they could defend against the demonic beast. After all, the Lin tribe's strength was indeed a little weak. Now they could only do their best to defend against the demonic beast. Attack! At Qin Zhao's command, the mainstays of the Lin tribe charged out one by one, each guarding a position. The strength of the coordination was also in place. They were ready to assist. This line of defense could be said to be the line of defense that determined life and death. It determined the life and death of the Lin tribe and the fate of the Lin tribe. They could not afford to lose this battle. If they lost, it would mean extinction. It would mean the extinction of their tribe. It would mean that the Lin tribe would no longer exist in this world in the future. The warriors of the Lin tribe gritted their teeth tightly. They were all ready for this final battle. Even some young boys who were only at the initial stage of the sword disciple realm rushed out without hesitation. They were going to use their blood and lives to protect the Lin tribe. Qin Shao and the others showed their invincible might, especially Qin Shao. He was like an invincible god of war. He charged into the army of demonic beasts as if he had entered an uninhabited land. Under the light of the sword, the demonic beasts were killed by Qin Zhao's sword one by one. The demonic beasts were no match for Qin Zhao's sword. They all died under Qin Zhao's sword. Lin Li and the Lin tribe leader also showed their invincible might. After all, the two of them were at the initial stage of the sword disciple realm. Moreover, they had also practiced the third-grade sword technique improved by Qin Shao. Naturally, their strength was not ordinary. In addition, this time, they were fighting to protect the Lin tribe. They were fighting to protect the lives of 100,000 people of the Lin tribe. The heavy burden on their shoulders forced them to fight with all their might. With the cooperation of Qin Zhao's tactics, the demonic beasts' attacks were beaten back again and again. More and more demonic beasts were killed. Outside the Lin tribe, there was already a river of blood. There were already corpses everywhere. It was already a scene of devastation. It was like a dead zone. In the midst of the blood, the demonic beasts' bestial instincts were aroused. One by one, they went crazy and roared. Their eyes were red and they were even more ferocious. People of the Lin tribe also began to die at the hands of the demonic beast. Some were directly bitten into pieces by the demonic beast. Some were even eaten by the demonic beast. The dark clouds of death also began to roll over. However, the morale of the people of the Lin tribe was not damaged at all. Instead, they became braver as they fought. Their fighting spirit was incomparably high. Death would only agitate them even more. It would only make them more aware that if they did not defeat the demonic beast army, there would only be more deaths in the Lin tribe. More innocent tribesmen would die. Therefore, they had to fight with all their might. Those warriors who died shed their blood for the Lin tribe. The people of the Lin tribe would always remember their contributions and would always regard them as warriors. Death could be as light as a feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. And the death of these people was obviously heavier than Mount Tai. Wave after wave of attacks were suppressed by the Lin tribe. With good cooperation, the power of the defensive line was maximized. In addition, Qin Shao and the others fought with all their might. They threw their heads and spilled their blood, blocking all the demonic beasts. Countless demonic beasts had died at the hands of Qin Shao. The corpses of the demonic beasts outside the Lin tribe had already piled up into mountains. The air had turned completely red, and the sun had long been covered. Between heaven and earth, a dark cloud covered the sky. Unparalleled magical power. The warriors of the Lin tribe died one by one. The mainstays also died one by one. The Lin tribe leaders were also injured a few times. Fortunately, Qin Shao helped them a few times. Otherwise, they might have all died under the claws of these demonic beasts. The battle became more and more intense, and more miserable. On the top of a mountain in the distance, the king of the Daki Mountains, Shi Yuan, stood there with his head held high. His gloomy eyes stared over here. His eyes were slightly red. Obviously, he was unwilling to accept such an outcome. He wanted to go crazy. He wanted to launch an even more ferocious attack. But at this moment, an invisible force suddenly descended, causing Shi Yuan to immediately kneel down and tremble. Chapter 9:16. It's about time. You can retreat now. A light voice rang in Shi Yuan's ears, not allowing for any resistance. Shi Yuan was stunned, and her eyes widened in confusion. She did not understand. Why were they retreating when the battle had just begun? This was not the order she had received previously. Previously, she was told to gather the monster army and attack the Lin tribe without restraint. But now, why were they retreating for no reason? The monster army had already sacrificed more than 10,000 men. Wasn't it too cowardly to retreat now? Great Immortal, I don't understand. Shi Yuan could not help but ask. She was a monster close to the sword spirit realm. She had already gained spiritual intelligence, and her intelligence was not inferior to that of a smart human. She could even speak the human language. If she advanced further, she could even transform into a human form. You don't need to understand. You just need to do as I say. What I need to play is the game. Now, the game is about to be upgraded. Attack for a while more, and you can retreat when it's about time. Otherwise, your monster army will suffer even more losses, the voice said again. The monster army's attacks were even more ferocious, but the Lin tribe blocked their attacks time and time again. Of course, they paid a lot of blood. However, to be able to withstand the waves of attacks from the demonic beast army, no matter how much blood was shed, it was worth it. Block it. We must block it. Warriors of the Lin tribe, it's time for us to fight with our lives on the line. Haha, even if we fight to the last man, we won't lose anything. We've profited by killing these beasts. Yes, it's worth it to be able to kill so many monsters. Let's die. Haha, it's not a grievance to die in battle like this. Fight, fight, fight. Although the situation was getting more and more dangerous, the blood dyed the fighting spirit of the Lin tribe red. Their fighting spirit was burning, and they were extremely high. The Lin tribe leader and the others were also covered in blood and injuries. There were only 10 people left in the team of more than 100 people. Some of them were seriously injured, and their fighting strength was greatly reduced. It was obvious how tragic the battle was. However, the monster army paid an even heavier price. The mountain of corpses was a ghastly sight. A long beastly roar resounded through the sky. The originally frenzied demonic beasts actually stopped. After a moment of hesitation, they all turned around and retreated. Seeing this scene, the people of the Lin tribe were also stunned. They did not understand what was going on. After being stunned for a while, someone finally reacted. Did the demonic beast army retreat? I think so. Could it be an act? It doesn't seem like it. Judging from the way they retreated, they should have retreated. Does that mean we've won? Ha ha ha, victory, we actually won. The demonic beast army actually fled. This is a miracle, a miracle. Yes, it is indeed a miracle. It feels so good. Ha ha, we don't have to die anymore. Finally, we don't have to die anymore. Our Lin tribe is saved. Our tribesmen are saved too. It's all thanks to Lord Qin Shao. It was Qin Shao who saved our Lin tribe. That's right. If it wasn't for Lord Qin Shao, our Lin tribe would definitely have perished. Let's quickly kneel down and thank Lord Qin Shao. The demonic beast army also retreated very quickly. It did not take long for them to retreat out of sight. The people of the Lin tribe also knelt down towards Qin Shao, their faces full of gratitude. Previously, when Qin Shao repelled the allied forces of the three tribes, the people of the Lin tribe were also very grateful. However, for many people, it was not from the bottom of their hearts. Some people even felt that this trouble should have been solved by Qin Shao. After all, the allied forces of the three tribes were in such a state because of Qin Shao. The allied forces of the three tribes were also here because of Qin Shao. Therefore, in the gratitude of the Lin tribe last time, there were also some other things. However, it was different this time. This time, it was the giant beast rampage. This time, it was a natural disaster. This time, it had nothing to do with Qin Shao. At least, that was what the people of the Lin tribe thought. This time, Qin Shao had already left. The giant beast rampage that broke out originally had nothing to do with Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao still returned to save them without hesitation. With his battle tactics and strength, he miraculously repelled the demonic beast army and created a miracle. Indeed, the people of the Lin tribe did not think that they could win this battle. However, in the end, they still won a complete victory and repelled the demonic beast army. All of this was also because of Qin Shao. It was all Qin Shao's credit. If it wasn't for Qin Shao, it was certain that the Lin tribe would definitely have been annihilated by the demonic beast army. Therefore, this gratitude came from the bottom of their hearts. It was sincere and sincere. It was something that everyone was grateful for. Even the Lin tribe leader knelt in front of Qin Shao to express his gratitude to Qin Shao. Qin Shao really could not stand such a scene. He shook his head and said to the Lin tribe leader, "Tribe leader Lin, since the demonic beast army has retreated, they probably won't return in a short period of time. I'll take my leave first. When I leave, I'll also take a look in case the demonic beast army comes back. Don't let your guard down. I've also taught you how to arrange the troop. I believe that you can use it skillfully now. Alright, we'll meet again someday." This was the second time that Qin Shao had said goodbye. Therefore, he did not ask them to stay. After saying goodbye, Qin Shao quickly left. However, what Qin Shao did not notice was that somewhere in the sky, there was a pair of eyes staring at him. The smile on his face was full of mischief. The game did not end because of this. It was over. Everything was over. The Lin tribe also began to count their losses. The number of people who died in this battle was not too bad. There were less than 2,000 people who died, and only a little more than 1,000 people were injured. Although this loss seemed huge, it was very, very small in comparison. It could be said that it was a miracle. Although almost 2,000 people died on the battlefield, the Lin tribe had achieved a great victory in the end. It could be said that they were in a high position. It was a joyous occasion. Those who died in battle were heroes, warriors, and martyrs who deserved everyone's respect. The Lin tribe did not suffer much damage. After confirming that the demonic beast army had left, the Lin tribe also began to clean up the battlefield. More than 30,000 demonic beasts had been killed. Moreover, there were many demonic beasts that had been injured. These demonic beasts were all very precious. There were many precious materials on their bodies. This collection was too big for the Lin tribe. It was enough to match the harvest of 2 to 3 years in the past, or even more. These spoils of war were naturally a very honorable thing for the Lin tribe. By the time everything was settled, it took 2 full days to clean up. The other members of the Lin tribe also returned to the Lin tribe. The Daki mountain range returned to its peaceful state. The people of the Lin tribe were relieved. However, they did not dare to let down their guard completely. They sent out a large number of people to stand guard to prevent such a thing from happening again. In the courtyard, beside the flower bed, a figure stood there like a withered flower. Her gaze was fixed on the flowers in a daze. However, her face was filled with sadness. Lin Shuang'er was very sad. She had been a very sad person since she was young. Brother Qin Shao, I don't know where I went. I don't know if you are doing well. I don't even know if we will have a chance to meet again in the future, Lin Shuang'er mumbled. A figure appeared behind Lin Shuang'er without her noticing. The corners of his mouth curled up as he looked at Lin Shuang'er with a devilish charm. Little fool, we will definitely have a chance to meet again. A voice suddenly traveled into Lin Shuang'er's ears from behind. When she heard this voice, Lin Shuang'er thought that she had misheard and was hallucinating. She hesitated for a while before turning around. She did not have much hope, but when she turned around and saw the familiar figure standing behind her, she jumped up excitedly as if she had been struck by lightning. She almost threw herself into Qin Zhao's arms. Brother Qin Shao, didn't you leave already? He threw himself beside little Shuang-er and Grandpa Lin's corpses and cried out in pain. Little Shuang-er, my good little sister, what happened to you? Who could be so cruel as to kill you as well? Grandfather, quickly wake up. You are the most respected doctor in our Lin clan. Even the clan leader respects you. Who is it that dares to do such a thing? Who could it be? Linley was in extreme pain as he wailed. How could this be? They had clearly won. Everything was going in the right direction. However, how could little Shuang-er and Grandpa Lin be so tragically killed? Was it someone from the giant wolf tribe? Was it someone from the flame axe tribe? Or was it a ferocious demon beast? Many thoughts flashed through Lin Li's mind. He didn't want to accept such a tragedy. He didn't want to accept it. He was angry, he hated, and he was in pain. He really wanted to know who the crazy person was. How could he be so cruel as to kill little Shuang-er and Grandpa Lin? He wanted revenge. He wanted revenge. Ah! Linley raised his head and roared, letting out a pained cry. Do you want to know who killed them? A light voice suddenly came from behind Linley. Linley was stunned and came back to his senses as if he had been electrocuted. Linley raised his head abruptly and looked over, only to see a familiar figure standing not too far away. Seeing the person, Linley was a little excited. He quickly came forward and said, Brother Qin Shao, why are you back? Did you see who killed little Shuang-er and Grandpa? I saw. Qin Zhao's mouth curled into a sly smile. Linley grabbed Qin Zhao's arm excitedly and asked hurriedly, Tell me, Brother Qin Shao. Qin Shao pushed Linley away. Linley looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled expression. He felt that the Qin Shao in front of him seemed to be a different person. Why did he feel so unfamiliar? He felt very cold. The smile on his face also gave off a very different feeling. What was going on? Brother Qin Shao, what's wrong with you? Linley couldn't help but ask. Qin Shao laughed and said, Nothing. I just wanted to tell you that I was the one who killed them. What? Lin Li's eyes suddenly widened. He looked at Qin Shao in disbelief for a moment. His face was full of astonishment. He said, Brother Qin Shao, are you kidding me? How could it be? How could Brother Qin Shao, whom he respected and admired the most, do such a thing? Previously, Brother Qin Shao had selflessly contributed to the Lin tribe time and time again. He had saved the Lin tribe time and time again. He had saved the Lin tribe from danger time and time again. His gratitude to Qin Shao had long been ingrained in his bones. He had always felt that Qin Shao was a man of indomitable spirit, a hero worthy of respect, a peerless genius, and a gentleman. But how could Qin Shao do such a thing? Brother Qin Shao, don't lie to me. I don't believe it. You're not such a person. You're definitely not. You can't do such a thing. Chapter 9:18. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. When a force was transformed into another force, it would become even more terrible. The more Lin Li admired Qin Shao, the deeper his hatred at this time. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. Once they moved in the opposite direction, it would naturally be deeper and more terrible. Little Shuang-er was dead. His grandfather was dead. His father was dead. His mother was dead. They all died in the hands of Qin Shao, his most admired and respected big brother Qin Shao. They all died in the hands of Qin Shao, whom everyone in the Lin tribe was deeply grateful to. Even if he did not want to believe it, the facts that he saw with his own eyes could not be fake. He had to believe it. Hatred was like a seed. Under the nourishment of hatred, it quickly sprouted and grew into a towering tree in a very short time. No, why? Why on earth? Qin Shao, why did you do this? I don't understand. I really don't understand. Why on earth did you do this? He did not understand. He really did not understand. Lin Li let out a hysterical roar. Endless resentment filled his chest and was about to explode. He suppressed it to the extreme and could not go any further. Watching your loved ones die in front of your eyes, you wouldn't be able to feel this kind of pain unless you experienced it yourself. Could it be that the most painful thing in the world was just like this? For Lin Li, this pain was infinitely magnified. He would never have thought that his most admired, respected, and grateful benefactor, his idol Qin Shao, would become an executioner. He was actually the murderer of his loved ones. Who could understand this kind of pain? After killing Lin Li's parents, Qin Shao smiled very evilly and playfully. He looked at Lin Li, who had already broken down, and said, No reason. If I want to kill you, I will kill you. No reason. If I have to say why, I can only say that you are too weak. You are all too weak. To me, you are all prey under my sword. You are at my mercy and I can kill you at will. You are too weak. You are too weak. Prey? At my mercy? Kill you at will? What was the difference between him and an ant? The heavy blows landed on Lin Li's soul, causing him to be in so much pain that he could not speak. Lin Li's eyes were red. He was completely mad and had already collapsed. He rushed towards Qin Shao recklessly. His sword Qi roared with monstrous hatred. Qin Shao, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. But no matter how strong he was, how could he be a match for Qin Shao? Therefore, before it could reach Qin Shao, it was easily defeated by Qin Zhao's attack. It was sent flying upside down for hundreds of feet before it fell to the ground with a loud bang, and smashed down a wall. He was in an extremely sorry state. Linley struggled to get up, but he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the pain made him kneel down on one knee. His anger turned into despair. Why? His mouth was still mumbling, and he couldn't stop himself from muttering. Qin Shao clicked her tongue and shook her head. She looked even more playful. Are you angry? Angry? Do you hate me? But what's the use of that? You don't have the strength to fight me. In my eyes, you're just a slightly stronger ant. If I want to kill you, what's the difference between that and killing an ant? Now I'm going to continue killing. I'm going to kill all 100,000 people of the Lin tribe. I'm going to kill to my heart's content. Ha ha! I want you to watch the people of the Lin tribe die one by one in front of your eyes, and feel helpless. No, don't, Linley roared again and again. He knelt on the ground and clawed at the floor with both hands, causing blood to flow out. Qin Shao, I hate you. Qin Shao was really a man of his word. His butcher's knife shone with a peerless sharpness, and one life after another died under his sword. The Lin tribe was instantly plunged into chaos. Blood soared into the sky, and cries of agony filled the sky. Voices of despair resounded through the sky. Begging for mercy, unwilling voices, cursing and angry voices, could be heard incessantly. But none of this could stop all this from happening. Lin Li's throat was already hoarse from all the shouting. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and he had completely collapsed. He sat on the ground and could only watch all this happen. But he had no way to stop all this from happening. In less than 2 hours, the Lin tribe was already in ruins, and corpses were strewn everywhere. From the elderly who had difficulty walking to the babies who were still crying piteously for food, none of them were spared. All of them died under Qin Zhao's sword. A red mist enveloped the entire Lin tribe. The smell of blood was so thick that it was difficult to breathe. Even the sky had turned red. 100,000 clansmen had been massacred. How tragic was this scene! This battle was far more tragic than the previous 2 battles. It was much more bloody and terrifying. The Lin tribe, which was originally full of vitality, fell from heaven to hell in an instant. And Linley watched all this happen with his own eyes. He watched his tribesmen die in front of him. Who could understand this kind of pain? Who could understand this kind of hatred? Stepping on the corpses and stained with blood, Qin Shao walked towards Linley step by step. Linley did not have much strength left. But when he saw Qin Shao coming, he still struggled desperately to stand up. He still gritted his teeth and glared at Qin Shao. He was extremely agitated and said in a hoarse voice, "Kill me, kill me!" Death was actually not terrible. The feeling of living a life worse than death was the most bitter in the world. At this time, Linley had already lost all hope. He only wanted to die to be free. Living no longer had any meaning to him. His family, his clansmen, they were all dead. What was the point of him living alone? He felt that his life was already gloomy. You want to die? Qin Shao laughed mockingly. It's not that easy to die. I want you to suffer a life worse than death. I want you to live in endless pain for the rest of your life. I want you to be awakened by nightmares every day. I want you to be unable to sleep every day. As long as you close your eyes, you will see the bloody scene in front of you. You will see your family and tribesmen die one by one in front of you, and you can't do anything about it. I want you to remember it for the rest of your life. You won't forget it and live in pain. And this is my punishment for you. My game for you. Punishment? Game? It turned out that he was just a pawn in someone else's game. How ridiculous and pathetic was that? Everything before was fake. It was all an act. Ridiculous. It was really ridiculous. Why did he have to be so stupid? Don't worry, I won't kill you. I won't do as you wish. Your life is the best punishment for you. Of course, you can come and take revenge on me. I will wait for you. I'm just afraid that you don't have the strength to do so, Qin Shao said again. After that, he turned and left. He left with the 100,000 undead of the Lin tribe. He looked at the back of the figure that was gradually disappearing into the distance, but there was nothing he could do. There was only hatred in his heart. But what else could he do? He could not do anything. He could not do anything. My death is not to be regretted, but my family, my clansmen. But what can I do? What can I do? With my talent and potential, I'm afraid I can't even reach the limit of the sword contemplation realm, let alone the sword spirit realm. With my strength, how can I take revenge? Instead of being so ashamed, I'd rather die. Senior, let me die. There's no meaning for me to live in this world. The sage-like old man's voice became even harsher. Nonsense, it's simply nonsense. Death is the stupidest and most irresponsible thing to do. Monstrous hatred is also the power for you to move forward. It can also stimulate your unlimited potential. It just depends on whether you can use this power well. Why don't you have the strength to take revenge? Why isn't it possible? Linley was slightly stunned. He looked at the sage-like old man with a puzzled expression. He did not quite understand the meaning of this senior's words. Why did the senior say that there was such a possibility? This was obviously something impossible. There was no possibility at all. Linley still had this self-awareness. With his talent and potential, it would be heaven-defying for him to cultivate to the advanced stage of the sword contemplation realm in his lifetime. The higher the realm, the harder it was to advance. Even the advancement of a small realm was definitely not that easy. Countless people were stuck at the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm and could not break through to the intermediate stage of the sword contemplation realm in their lifetime. Every step was like ascending to the heavens. This sentence was completely true. Lin Li's talent was not bad, but it was far from enough. It was too difficult to break through at the sword contemplation realm. There were many capable people in the Daki mountain range, but after cultivating for their entire lives, they stopped at the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm. However, Linley still didn't want to think about this matter at this time, so he said, "Senior, I appreciate your kindness, but you can say whatever you want. This is my own choice, so please don't say anything about it. I know what I'm doing, and this is all I can do." With that, Linley wanted to take his sword again to end his own life. However, at this moment, an invisible and powerful force bound Linley, causing him to be unable to move at all. A vast and mighty immortal pressure descended, causing Linley to have the urge to kneel down and worship at this moment. This feeling was like an ant meeting a giant dragon. There was a huge difference in the level of life. Lin Li's soul was suddenly shaken. His eyes widened as he stared at the immortal-like person in front of him. His expression changed completely. He was shocked and the corners of his mouth trembled slightly. "Senior, are you an immortal?" Such a terrifying aura and such a powerful ability were definitely not something that a sword-spirit sword monarch could have. Sword King and Sword Venerables might have such an aura, but Linley felt that the senior in front of him should be one of the legendary immortals. That was why he asked. The immortal-like old man had a serious expression and said, Kid, I have been secretly observing you just now and have some thoughts about you. That's why I stopped in my tracks and wanted to enlighten you. But you look like you're still quite stubborn. Plop. Linley immediately knelt down and hurriedly said, I was blind to have offended you just now. Please forgive me, immortal. The immortal-like old man waved his hand and said, Forget it. As the saying goes, the ignorant are innocent. I don't want to blame you. I'll ask you one more time. Do you want revenge or not? Do you want revenge? Is there a need to ask this question again? However, this question was asked by the immortal in front of him at this time, so Linley had to think about the meaning behind it. What does it mean? Linley gritted his teeth and said, Yes, of course, I want it. I want it even in my dreams, and even if I die, I will die. Kid, I don't regret my death. It's just that I haven't taken my revenge. Immortal, if you have a bright path for me, I will definitely be very grateful. Chapter 920. What? Take me as a disciple? An immortal wants to take me as a disciple. These words sounded like a dream, as if they were dreaming. Qin Shao felt that he had never had such a wonderful dream since he was born. An immortal wants to take me as a disciple? Such a good thing would be a dream come true for anyone, but such a good thing had miraculously fallen into his lap at this time. Linley could not believe it for a moment after being hit by such a big pie. He stared at the immortal in front of him, dumbfounded. What? You don't want to? The old man frowned slightly and asked. Linley suddenly reacted. As if he had just woken up from a dream, he immediately shook his head like a rattled drum. No, I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. I'm willing 1,000 times, 10,000 times. I just didn't dare to believe it just now. Linley also became extremely excited at this time. After such a big disaster, he did not expect to win a ray of light that belonged to him. The ancients often said that fortune and misfortune came together, and it seemed to be true. Since you're willing, why don't you quickly kneel down and acknowledge me as your master? The old man said with an unfathomable smile. Dong, dong, dong. Linley did not hesitate this time. He hurriedly kowtowed 3 times to the old man and muttered, Disciple Linley pays his respects to master. The sage-like old man waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted Linley up. Well, get up. The sage-like old man nodded with a smile, but his expression immediately became serious again. He said, Linley, now that you have become my disciple, you have to listen to your master's words in the future. Do you understand? Linley said respectfully, Yes, I understand. I'll definitely be filial to you in the future. I'll follow whatever rules master has. I won't violate them at all. No. The old man shook his head and said, The most important thing now is revenge. Do you have anything to say? Linley's eyes grew colder and colder, flashing with a peerless sharpness, with endless anger and hatred. Yes, the most important thing for me now is revenge. Revenge, I must take revenge. Linley clenched his fists tightly, sonorous and powerful. Just having this kind of determination is not enough. In order to give you some pressure so that you can take revenge sooner, use your intrinsic sword to swear a poison oath, said the sagely old man. Linley was taken aback. Swear on the natal sword? This was no small matter. He couldn't act recklessly. However, Linley didn't hesitate much, and immediately followed his master's instructions. Daki City was the capital of Daki County. It was the most prosperous place in Daki County. The commercial roads extended in all directions like a spider web, connecting the entire Daki County. Other than the official roads that extended in all directions, there was also an even more important teleportation formation. For the world of sword cultivators, Teleportation formations were the most important passageways. Only teleportation formations that extended in all directions could show the prosperity of a city. However, teleportation formations were all controlled by immortals, and other forces were not qualified to control them. The Immortal Sect had complete control over the teleportation formations, which was enough to ensure that the Immortal Sect had absolute control over an area. This could also show the power of the Immortal Sect. As an Immortal Sect, they naturally had to set some rules and promulgate some laws to rule the country. Daki City was the only city in Daki County that had a teleportation formation. It was where the capital of the county was located. Daki City was very lively, and all the major forces were entrenched there. Qin Shao traveled from Daki Mountain Range to Daki City at the fastest speed, but it still took him half a month. The world of sword cultivators was not very peaceful, and Qin Shao encountered a lot of trouble along the way. If they didn't run into bandits and robbers, they would run into some bad people and bad things. When she met them, Qin Shao always liked to take care of them. As the saying goes, draw your sword to help when you see injustice on the road. After entering Daki City, he finally felt the liveliness and vitality. Qin Shao came out this time to increase his understanding of this world and improve his strength through traveling. Comprehending the Tao of sword cultivators also needed to comprehend from nature. Traveling was obviously also a method of cultivation. During this half a month of traveling, Qin Shao also deeply understood that it was indeed effective. As long as he worked hard in this direction, he would definitely be able to go further. He would definitely be able to break free from the restraints of this world's laws. Through comprehending nature, he also had to slowly integrate himself into it. However, this was a long and slow process. It was definitely not easy to be assimilated. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's strength was completely restrained, so the suppression of the original will of the world of sword cultivators on Qin Shao was not too terrible. Therefore, this could be considered as giving Qin Shao a chance. Every world has its own unique characteristics, and it feels completely different from other worlds. For example, the Tianlong continent, the Divine Realm, the Small Manu world. Every world is completely different. The world of sword cultivators also has its own characteristic. Immortal cultivation is indeed a very novel thing, a cultivation method that does not exist in the primordial universe. Actually, as a whole, there are some similarities between different approaches that lead to the same result. It's just that they are completely different in nature, with different roots and different origins. They are completely different things. It's not so easy for me to go far on this path of cultivation, and it's not something that can be done overnight. However, now that I'm in this world, there are not many possibilities for me to leave. Since that's the case, then time has no meaning to me. What I want to do is to challenge myself. Since he was in this world, he might as well take a good look around. In a small tavern, Qin Shao ordered some wine and dishes. Along the way, Qin Shao had also gained a lot, and it was not a problem for Qin Shao to eat in Daki City for several years. While eating delicious food and drinking good wine, Qin Shao was thinking about his future plans, what his next step should be, and how to improve himself quickly. At this moment, the discussion of the guests at the nearby table attracted Qin Zhao's attention. "Hey, have you heard about what happened in the Daki mountain range half a month ago?" "Of course, I've heard about it. In Daki County, there are rumors about Shang Xiong. How could I not have heard about it? The Lin tribe was wiped out overnight. Isn't that right? 100,000 people were all killed and no one survived. The old and the young all died without any accident. How cruel! 100,000 people, a tribe of 100,000 people, were all wiped out. That's right. It's too cruel. I wonder which power did this. What's there to pity? It's normal for such a small tribe to be wiped out. Without any guarantee of strength, they will naturally lose. It's just a small primitive tribe in the Daki mountain range. What's there to talk about? I don't care. Well, let's continue drinking. I just heard about it and thought it was interesting. Come on, let's drink. Don't talk about it. Huh? What? Hearing these people's discussion, Qin Shao almost jumped up from his horse. Chapter 921. Qin Shao frowned. From their conversation just now, Qin Shao had obtained a lot of information about the Lin tribe. The Lin tribe was exterminated? It had only been half a month since Qin Shao left. How could the news of the Lin tribe's extermination have spread to Daki City? According to the speed of the news, the Lin tribe was exterminated after he left the Lin tribe. What was going on? Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He waved at the waiter. The waiter walked over with a flattering smile and said, "Sir, what can I do for you?" Qin Shao casually tossed a bag of spirit stones into the waiter's hand. The waiter weighed the bag. There were more than 30 spirit stones in it. This was almost equivalent to his monthly salary. It was rare for him to receive such a large tip. After receiving the tip, the smile on the waiter's face deepened. "Sir, please tell me what you need." As he spoke, the waiter quietly put away the bag of spirit stones. Qin Shao said, "Brother waiter, I have something to ask you. Just now, I heard someone talking about the extermination of a tribe in Daki City. It seems to be called the Lin tribe. Do you know about this?" "Sir, you're talking about this? I've heard about it. It's true. The news has been spreading crazily in Daki City these few days. I've also heard a lot of news." The waiter nodded. Qin Shao frowned slightly. The waiter in the inn must be the most well-informed. Listening to what he said, he must be very serious about it. The waiter continued, "This happened about half a month ago. It's said that a mysterious powerhouse appeared in the Lin tribe and killed everyone in the Lin tribe. From the elderly to the babies in swaddling clothes, no one was spared. They all died under the sword of the mysterious powerhouse. A tribe of 100,000 people was wiped out in one night. Not a single one was left. TSK, what kind of scene would that be? Corpses covered the ground, blood flowed into rivers, and the scene of desolation was everywhere. How horrifying was it? Anyway, that's about the news we've received so far. It's just a small tribe, so not many people will pay attention to it. If it weren't for the fact that their clan was exterminated overnight and a mysterious expert was involved, not many people would have paid attention to it." Gotcha. Qin Shao clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart surged. At this moment, Qin Shao thought of Shuang-er Linli and clan leader Lin. How should she put it? Although she didn't have deep feelings for the Lin tribe, Qin Shao had lived in the Lin tribe for more than a month. Moreover, the Lin tribe was also the first place Qin Shao had stayed in after coming to the world of swordsmanship. In addition, Qin Shao had some feelings for the Lin tribe because of his relationship with Shuang. Therefore, Qin Shao was naturally furious when he heard that the Lin tribe had been exterminated. Of course, Qin Shao was most concerned about Shuang-er and Linli. He didn't want them to die too. Everyone in the Lin tribe is dead? Not a single one is left alive? Qin Shao asked. The waiter shook his head and said, "No, not a single one. Everyone is dead. No one in the entire Lin tribe was spared. They all died tragically under the sword." Qin Shao was slightly stunned. Even though he had an incomparably firm heart, Qin Shao was still a little shaken at this moment. Friendship had always been the softest part of Qin Zhao's heart. Shuang-er was dead? Linli was dead? The Lin tribe was exterminated? Who exactly did it? With the strength of one person, he actually exterminated the Lin tribe overnight without leaving a single survivor. What kind of expert could do this? He had to be at least in the sword spirit realm, right? There were no experts in the sword spirit realm in the Daki mountain range at all. Not to mention the Daki mountain range, even in the entire Daki county, there were pitifully few existences in the sword spirit realm. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they could be counted on one's fingers. Even in the entire Mount Hua Fairy Gate territory, a sword spirit realm expert would be considered an expert. He would be treated as a guest of honor wherever he went. Who on earth would be so ruthless to the Lin tribe? What kind of deep hatred was there to be able to exterminate the Lin tribe? The Lin tribe couldn't possibly have offended such a powerful enemy, right? Moreover, why was it so coincidental? Why did it happen to be right after he left the Lin tribe? This was definitely not a coincidence. There must be something unusual going on here. Thinking back to what had happened before, Qin Shao immediately understood that there must be a conspiracy in this. It must be that invisible hand behind the scenes. Everything that had been done to manipulate and toy with him from the beginning. Who on earth was the person behind this? Who on earth was it? Ever since Qin Shao was born, he had never been played by anyone like this. He had never been so cowardly or aggrieved. This feeling of being in the hands of others was indeed very unpleasant. However, Qin Shao had no power to resist at this time. He didn't even have a clue about the other party's background. That was precisely why Qin Shao felt even more uncomfortable. The death of Shuang-Er and Lin Li made Qin Shao feel extremely uncomfortable. Some images flashed in his mind. I don't care who you are. I will definitely find you. I definitely will. Qin Zhao's anger had reached its peak, and he secretly swore. The more oppressed he was, the more Qin Shao would resist, and the more his fighting spirit would be stimulated. Now, Qin Shao had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Strength was everything. No matter which world he was in, this was an unchanging iron law. Hey boy, I've taken a fancy to your seat. Hurry up and get out of my way. Just as Qin Zhao's face was silent, an ear-piercing voice suddenly rang out. It was like a cold knife stabbing at him. Qin Zhao's brows furrowed slightly as he glanced over. He saw a few men standing in front of him. The leader was a young man in his early 20s. His brocade clothes were enough to show that he had an extraordinary background. The young man in brocade clothes was followed by 4 attendants, who were dressed as servants. This kind of lineup was also the style of a young master. His aura was fierce and his face was domineering. Just looking at him would make people afraid to provoke him. When the waiter saw him, he immediately became a lackey. He bowed and bent his knees to greet him. He smiled and said, "Oh, young master, you're here. Please take a seat. I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you." The young man, who was called a young man by the waiter, glanced at the waiter lightly and said, "Then why don't you hurry up and clean up the table for me? Don't spoil my fun." The waiter immediately nodded and said, "Okay, young master, I'll do it for you right away. As long as you come to our inn, you will definitely enjoy the best treatment." After that, the waiter immediately changed his expression and said to Qin Shao, "Sir, there are still tables over there. You can sit over there." There was a 180-degree change in his attitude from just now. Chapter 922. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, the 4 bodyguards immediately burst into laughter, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. The 4 of them glared at Qin Shao menacingly and pitifully, thinking to themselves that he had the audacity to defy Rong Yan's authority. They felt that he was courting death. However, they also snorted in disdain. The waiter glanced at Qin Shao from the corner of his eye and said in a sarcastic tone, "Sir, are you from another city?" I've never met anyone who dares to speak to young Master Rong like that. If you're ignorant, forget it. Hurry and apologize to young Master Rong and move aside. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to resolve this matter today. That's going to be troublesome. The waiter was shrewd and had already explained to Qin Shao the meaning behind his words. Even though Qin Shao did not know who Rong Yen was, he could roughly guess that he had a powerful background. Since he had such a high status in Daki City, he clearly had a powerful background and was not someone that ordinary people could afford to offend. Qin Shao had seen plenty of heirs like him and had killed plenty of them. To be honest, Qin Shao had always despised such people. In particular, young Master Rong's arrogant and domineering words of, "I've set my sights on your position." Qin Shao was already in a bad mood at this moment. After hearing young Master Rong's words, he was obviously displeased. Qin Shao also turned a deaf ear to the waiter's words and did not pay any attention to it. Seeing that Qin Shao did not react, Rong Yan's head sank a little. His slender brows furrowed into the shape of a sword and flashed with a fierce light. Rong Yan's 4 bodyguards all looked menacing and glowered at Qin Shao menacingly. A terrifying force had already surged up and engulfed Qin Shao. If he dared to resist at all, the force would kill him without hesitation. The situation had also attracted the attention of the guests at the other tables. Although there was a high turnover rate in Daki City, many people obviously knew about Rong Yen and were fearful of him. "Brother, it's probably your first time in Daki City, and you don't know how complicated it is. That's why you dared to speak to young Master Rong like that, right? He looks unfamiliar. It must be his first time in Daki City. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so bold. However, this kid is going to be in trouble. Yeah, those who offend young Master Rong don't end up well. Forget it, it's none of our business. Let's finish our drinks and leave. We'd better stay far away." Seeing that Qin Shao actually ignored him, the waiter's originally flattering face became a bit stern. His voice also became impolite. "I say, do you not understand human language? Do you have a death wish? I'm just reminding you out of kindness. You don't take it seriously, do you?" Qin Shao looked at the waiter calmly and said, "Let me ask you. Since your inn is open for business, does it mean that you're a customer?" Qin Zhao's voice was not loud, but it could be heard by the people around him. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, the surrounding guests looked over again, feeling that there was going to be a good show. "Don't talk about such useless things. Kid, I advise you to be sensible, lest you get yourself killed. It's said that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, but that's not necessarily a good thing. As a person, it was better to adapt to the circumstances. Otherwise, you won't live long." The waiter waved his hand and said. His words were obviously full of threat. Qin Zhao's voice became sharper as she said again, "You still haven't answered my question. There are many people here who are listening. Your inn is open for business. Don't you recognize that you are a customer?" The waiter was a little annoyed by Qin Zhao's questioning. He looked around and said, "Of course we recognize that. Of course we're a customer." "All right, since your inn acknowledges this, then does it mean that I'm a guest when I come to your inn to drink?" Qin Shao asked. The waiter's face darkened, but he still said, "Yes, of course you're a customer. Since I'm a customer, why should I give up my seat to someone else? Is my spirit stone stinkier, or am I stinkier? Or are you saying that your inn is also divided into 3 classes and 9 classes? Just because he was a person of high status, he could bully and humiliate others at will. Could he drive others away at will? If that's the case, then am I here to drink or to be humiliated? If your inn can't even show its customers the most basic respect, I think it's better for your inn to close down as soon as possible." Qin Zhao's voice was calm, but every word of his was like a sharp knife that stabbed into the waiter's heart. No matter what kind of inn it was, reputation was especially important if it wanted to be big and strong. Reputation was related to many aspects, and respect for the guests was the most basic one. No matter what kind of inn it was, customers were the ones who entered. As long as they entered the inn, they would at least be treated politely, even if they did not have to respect them. Such a thing was obviously bullying the customers. Usually, the waiter would not dare to do such a thing even if he was given 100 guts. However, it was young Master Rong who came today, so the waiter immediately became bold. With young Master Rong around, even the shopkeeper would definitely be on his side. The waiter would never let go of this opportunity to curry favor with young Master Rong. The waiter's face became a little sullen, and he lowered his voice and said to Qin Shao, "You really take my kindness for granted. I'm doing this for your own good. You definitely don't know who young Master Rong is, right? I can tell you that young Master Rong is the young master of the Rong family, one of the top 10 forces in Daki City." This identity alone is enough to make you tremble in fear. Can you afford to offend the Rong family in Daki City? So I asked you to give up your seat to young Master Rong for your own good. If you know what's good for you and quickly give up your seat, everything will be fine. If you don't know what's good for you, you should know what the consequences will be. This is Daki City, and the Rong family represents the rules to a certain extent. You should understand what I'm saying, right? Qin Shao had just arrived in Daki City, so he did not know the situation in Daki City. However, when he was in the Lin tribe, he had learned some things about Daki City, so he naturally knew a little about the top 10 forces in Daki City. Qin Shao knew a little about the Rong family. In fact, when he heard others call young Master Rong Qin Shao, he suspected that it was the Rong family. As expected, the Rong family was a family force with a sword spirit realm master. In the immortal domain of the Huashan immortal sect, any clan that had a sword spirit realm expert was a major force. As long as the sword spirit realm expert didn't die, the clan would continue to prosper. In the entire territory of Daki City, the number of forces with a sword spirit realm master could be counted with 2 hands. And these forces were the well-deserved overlords and rulers of Daki City. The Rong family was obviously one of them. The Rong family's prestige in Daki City was needless to say. This was a great deterrent to most people, but it had no effect on Qin Shao. Chapter 923. As soon as Qin Shao said that, there was an uproar in the surroundings, and everyone looked at Qin Shao strangely. Many people looked at Qin Shao with admiration. There were probably not many people in Daki City who dared to speak to young Master Rong in such a way. Those who dared to do so were either lunatics or fools. "Kid, are you courting death?" One of young Master Rong's lackeys flew into a rage and reached out to grab Qin Shao. Although his movement seemed ordinary, it contained a strong force. If someone who was not strong enough was grabbed by him, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. Although he was just a lackey, he also had the strength of a sword disciple. If a person who reached the limit of the sword disciple realm was placed in a tribe in the Daki mountain range, he would be a famous person, a first-class genius, and the hope of the future. However, in this place, he was willing to be someone else's follower. This was something that made people sigh endlessly. Even in Daki City, a person who reached the limit of the sword disciple realm was considered a top expert. This furious claw was clearly aimed at Qin Shao. It wanted to humiliate this arrogant brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Crack! The lackey's iron claw grabbed Qin Shao's shoulder, but before he could rejoice, he felt a strong resistance coming from his hand. His iron claw seemed to have grabbed an extremely hard rock, and there was no way for it to penetrate or shake it at all. Even if it was a rock, his claw would be able to crush it. However, when his claw landed on Qin Zhao's shoulder, it was harder than steel. Why is it so hard? Such a situation made his heart skip a beat, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, before he could think further, a powerful sword chi broke out from Qin Zhao's shoulder like a dragon and turned into a terrifying ray of light that hit the lackey's palm. Under the power of this powerful sword chi, the lackey retracted his hand in great pain, and he was forced to retreat again and again. If he had retreated a little later, his palm would have been cut off by this terrifying sword chi. He retreated more than 10 steps before he managed to stabilize his body and stop. The lackey flew into a rage out of humiliation, and there was a big change in the way he looked at Qin Shao. Even with his strength, he could not withstand a single blow. How strong must he be to be able to do this? The atmosphere instantly became tense. The waiter was both shocked and terrified. He opened his mouth and said, "Brat, you've got guts, you've really got guts. You even dared to hit young Master Rong's lackey. I think you're really crazy and you don't want to live anymore. You've offended young Master Rong, no one in the entire Daki city. I've already hit him, what's there to be afraid of? The fact that I didn't cripple that hand of his was already letting him off easy." However, there's a limit to my kindness. I'm not a good person, let alone a gentleman. If he dares to touch me again, I won't let him off like this. Qin Shao glanced at the lackey coldly and said coldly, "So what if he hit him?" What a domineering tone. The surrounding onlookers all felt that Qin Shao was a little crazy. Otherwise, why would he have the guts to say such arrogant words? He was young Master Rong's lackey. What was the difference between hitting young Master Rong's lackey and hitting young Master Rong in front of him? Rong Yen was also infuriated. He glowered at Qin Shao coldly and said, "Kid, I admire your guts, but I don't admire your ignorance. You're the first person who dares to speak to me in such a manner. You do have the guts, and you should have some abilities too. However, that alone doesn't give you the right to be so arrogant. This is Daki City and there are rules here. It's not something that a young kid like you can change." Qin Shao looked at Rong Yen and said, "I don't want to change anything. I'm just a passerby. I'm just a passerby in Daki City. However, that doesn't mean that I'm a pushover. There are plenty of empty seats here. Why do you have to sit in mine?" "What do you mean?" Rong Yen chuckled and said, "Nothing much. I like this place and I just want to sit here." "That's all?" Qin Shao asked. Rong Yen said, "Yes, that's all." Qin Shao sneered and said, "Humph, that's all. Just because you're the young master of the Rong family and your family is powerful and extraordinary, you're entitled to a high position. That's why you can bully others as you wish and decide their fate as you wish. You can manipulate their dignity. As long as you're willing, you can do whatever you want. You don't have to care about the feelings of others. It is precisely because of your great background, precisely because of your great strength, that no one dares to provoke you. Everyone is reverent and respectful to you. They are all at your beck and call." Rong Yen laughed and glanced at Qin Shao condescendingly. "Seems like you're an understanding person. You actually know some things. You're right. So, it's as easy as crushing an ant for me to deal with you. That's how the world works. Strength is everything. So, you have to kneel in front of me and beg for my mercy. So, you can be arrogant and do whatever you want, young Master Rong?" "Yes, that's right." Qin Shao was infuriated and thought to himself, "What a wastrel." After laughing, Rong Yan's face grew sullen and he glowered at Qin Shao menacingly. "I'm in a good mood today. So, I'll be merciful and give you a chance to live. As long as you kneel down now and crawl under my crotch before barking like a dog 3 times, I'll spare your life and let you leave. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place alive today. If you can leave alive, I'll take it that I'm not capable enough." Rong Yan's lackeys guffawed. Haha, there was also an ignorant kid who dared to be arrogant in front of young Master Rong 3 months ago. Later on, he knelt down obediently and became a dog. Isn't that so? Those who offend young Master Rong don't have a good ending. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hurry and do as young Master Rong says. That's the only way you can stay alive. Otherwise, you'll definitely die today. Kid, young Master Rong is giving you a chance to stay alive. Aren't you going to cherish it and kneel down to admit your mistake? The surrounding discussions also became noisy. Many people looked at Qin Shao with sympathetic eyes. There were also many people who looked at him with pity. Qin Shao sneered and looked at Rong Yan. Seems like you enjoy trampling on others' dignity and character. All right, then I'll also be on guard against you today. Let's have some fun together. Since you want to go overboard, I'll grant you your wish. We'll do as you said just now. Otherwise, you won't leave here alive today. What? Are you kidding me? Is he out of his mind? As soon as he said that, there was another uproar. He really had the guts. He really had the audacity to be so brazen and arrogant. He was really out of his mind. It was really too crazy. Listening to it made one's blood boil. Chapter 924. Who was Rong Yan? He was the young master of the Rong family, which was one of the top 10 forces in Daki City and even the entire Daki region. It would be fine if he was just an ordinary young master of the Rong family. After all, the Rong family was a sword cultivator family that had been passed down for more than 1,000 years and had countless descendants. The number of direct descendants surnamed Rong could probably be counted in the thousands. Hence, there was naturally a difference in status among the descendants, and not everyone could enjoy a certain level of treatment. There were only 2 ways to enjoy a certain level of treatment. The first was to be protected by one's lineal relatives, such as having a good father. The second was to have extraordinary talent and stand out among the descendants. Naturally, they would be valued by the Rong family and have a higher status. Rong Wei, who was known as Young Master Rong, had a powerful background. He belonged to both the first and second category. He was definitely an outstanding figure among his peers. That was also the reason why everyone referred to Rong Wei and not the other young masters of the Rong family. It was obvious that he was a big shot. How dare she humiliate Rong Yan in public? She must be a lunatic who doesn't care about her life. Many people were secretly worried for Qin Shao. What did you say? Rong Yan had never been humiliated like that before. Since when had he been so offended? Hence, he was completely infuriated at this moment and his eyes became extremely gloomy and cold. He glowered at Qin Shao angrily. The surroundings seemed to have fallen into a deathly silence. Some timid people were so nervous that their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. Their hearts were also trembling. However, the tense and oppressive atmosphere did not make Qin Shao feel a trace of fear. Instead, he looked at Rong Yan calmly and said, "Seems like you're a little deaf and can't understand my words. In that case, I'll make it clearer. I want you to kneel down now and crawl under my crotch. Bark like a dog 3 times and I'll spare your life. Is that clear enough?" Whoosh! Rong Yan was so angry that he laughed and said with a menacing expression, "You're really courting death." As soon as he yelled, a terrifying sword chi emanated from Rong Yan's body and turned into rays of light that surged towards Rong Yan. The terrifying sword chi was like a wild beast with its mouth wide open. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. The sword chi alone was enough to threaten the life of a sword disciple who was at the late or peak of the sword disciple realm. Clearly, it was extremely terrifying. The surrounding onlookers also quickly retreated, for fear that they would be affected. Soon, Qin Shao was the only person within a 15-meter radius. The table, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks that he was sitting on were all smashed into pieces by the sword chi. Rong Yan was Rong Yan. Many of the surrounding people were frightened out of their wits. Although Rong Yen was young, his strength was extraordinary and he was already at the advanced stage of the sword contemplation realm. Of the sword of the sword, of the sword disciples family for sword was Rong of the sword of the sword realm. Even in the entire Daki city, there were few who could compare to Rong Yen. With such strength, Rong Yen was naturally full of confidence. "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin," Qin Shao said coldly. Clang! A cold ray of light flickered from Qin Zhao's palm and darted towards Rong Yen like a venomous snake. A venomous snake's tongue was the most terrifying. Qin Zhao's sword was as fast as a venomous snake's tongue and was extremely vicious. Clearly, this sword carried a wave of anger, which caused his sword to become vicious. "How dare you fight back? You're really overestimating yourself." Rong Yen was extremely arrogant and domineering. He hollered and attacked again. However, this time, he was clearly furious. His natal sword turned into a giant dragon and soared into the sky. Rong Yen was at the late stage of the sword disciple realm and had also cultivated several powerful sword techniques. Hence, his strength was extraordinary. Ordinary cultivators at the peak of the sword disciple realm might not be his match. A dazzling light was emitted from Rong Yan's sword. It was as if a deity had descended from the 9 heavens, exuding supreme glory and enveloping all darkness. As soon as Rong Yen attacked, everyone looked at him with admiration. In particular, Rong Yan's 4 subordinates were about to kneel down and worship him. Their faces were full of glory. The power of the sword was like a surging sea, vigorous like a collapsing rock, and powerful enough to uproot mountains and rivers. The sword momentum turned into a huge wave. One could feel the terror of the sword momentum from afar. It was enough to destroy one's confidence. Qin Zhao's sword slashed down, and the sword chi turned into a huge illusory sword. It fell down heavily, cutting everything in its path as if it was splitting the world, splitting all the sword power in half. Rong Yan's sword momentum was actually destroyed by Qin Zhao's attack. What? Oh no! As soon as the sword momentum was destroyed, Rong Yen immediately reacted. His face turned pale and he was horrified. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. No matter how fast he retreated, he couldn't be faster than Qin Zhao's sword. Although his sword momentum had blocked most of the power of the sword momentum, some of it still landed on Rong Yan's body. Fortunately, Rong Yen had a protective treasure on him that blocked most of the power. In the end, the power that landed on Rong Yen was already very little. However, even then, a trace of blood still seeped out of the corner of Rong Yan's mouth. He retreated continuously and only managed to stabilize his body after retreating by hundreds of feet. However, the battle this time clearly left him in a disheveled state. Rong Yen had never suffered such a huge loss before. Besides, it happened in front of everyone. It was an insult to his dignity. There was a deathly silence all around. It was as if the entire space had been frozen, and there was no sound at all. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with disbelief. They were dumbfounded as they watched all of this. They looked at Qin Shao in a completely different light. Rong Yan's 4 lackeys looked at each other in disbelief. They were all dumbfounded and dumbfounded. How did this happen? How could Rong Yen be at a disadvantage? This doesn't make sense at all. How can a kid in his early 20s be so strong? Who the hell is this guy? Those who thought that Qin Shao was in trouble were all dumbfounded. At this moment, Rong Yen was the most upset. He glowered at Qin Shao with a sullen expression. Who exactly are you? There's no one like you in Daki County. Rong Yen swallowed the blood in his throat and gritted his teeth. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said calmly, I'm just a nobody. I'm an itinerant cultivator. I'm not worth mentioning. Itinerant cultivator? Not worth mentioning? How is that possible? How can itinerant cultivators be so demonic? Rong Yen was once again agitated. Qin Shao did not harp on this issue. Instead, he said, "You should have heard what I said just now. I'm just passing by and I don't want to get into any unnecessary trouble. I can give you one more chance. Do as I said, and this matter will end here. Everything will be over." Rong Yan's face grew even more sullen and he questioned coldly, "Do you think that's possible?" "In my opinion, nothing is impossible. It just depends on whether you can do it or not." Qin Shao pursed his lips. Chapter 925. Humph, you don't know your place. Rong Yen snorted angrily again. His expression was extremely gloomy and furious. Everyone was completely stunned by the scene in front of them, especially the waiter. He was so scared that he hid in a corner and trembled. He actually dared to shout at such a powerful person, which was extremely disrespectful. Just thinking about it made him want to cry. Therefore, the waiter could only hope that Qin Shao would die. Clang! 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 Huge swords rushed out from Rong Yan's palms and formed a terrifying formation. It was as if they had transformed into a giant python, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards Qin Shao. The giant python roared and had the power to sweep everything away. Many onlookers were shocked and their hearts jumped to their throat. It's the Python sword technique, one of the most powerful sword techniques of the Rong family. It's a 4th grade sword technique. The Python sword technique has been famous for a long time. Today, I finally have the chance to see how powerful it is with my own eyes. That's right, I'm also a little impatient. A grade 4 sword technique, I've never seen one before. What a powerful sword chi, what a terrifying sword force. Young Master Rong is indeed a genius to be able to cultivate the Python sword technique to such a level. Amazing. Yeah, it's said that this sword technique was created by the ancestors of the Rong family and the giant python after a lifetime of mutual love. It's very difficult to cultivate. Yeah, even in the Rong family there are only a few who can cultivate it. Young Master Rong actually managed to cultivate it. This kid is going to suffer. After the onlookers recognized the Python sword technique, they were also shocked. Qin Zhao's brows furrowed slightly. A grade 4 sword technique? Looks like this young Master Rong lives up to his reputation. He's quite talented to be able to cultivate a 4th grade sword technique to such an extent. The Python sword technique has a sword force like a giant python, ferocious and domineering. The sword force is fierce and the sword intent is monstrous. After hesitating, Qin Shao felt his entire body being swallowed by the giant python. Once he was swallowed by the giant python, Qin Shao felt a surge of terror, causing him to fall into a world of swords. One after another, terrifying swords rushed towards Qin Shao. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were sweeping through. Qin Shao fell into a whirlpool of death. Once he fell into it, there was no chance of survival. Even though he was stronger than Rong Yan, he had no other thoughts now that he was trapped in Rong Yan's death spiral. Qin Shao could only parry and block those swords, making Qin Shao feel as if he was fighting against an army of thousands of soldiers and horses. Moreover, these swords were becoming more and more violent, becoming more and more terrifying. There were countless of them, and they were inexhaustible. This was a deadly wind waterfall. Shao naturally felt uncomfortable being trapped in this wind waterfall. Humph! There's no one below the sword spirit realm who can withstand this strike of mine. Humph! Kid, you won't be able to block my sword. Die. Die. Don't put up a futile resistance. Rong Yen sneered. He wanted to overwhelm Qin Shao with his aura. However, Rong Yan's words did not overwhelm Qin Shao. Die. Hurry up and die. Rong Yen shouted coldly. However, the situation suddenly changed and a strange light appeared. The sound of a sword suddenly rang out. The long sound caused many people's ears to buzz, and they lost their senses for a moment. Mountains and rivers appeared. The sun and moon shone together. Everything was a sword. Swords were mountains and rivers. Mountains and rivers were also swords. Birds and beasts, mountains and rivers, flowers and trees. Strange phenomena appeared one after another, causing the onlookers to be greatly shocked. What a terrifying phenomenon! What sword technique is this? Could it be that it's also a fourth-grade sword technique? It can't be that powerful, right? A fourth-grade sword technique isn't some rotten cabbage. Not just anyone can have it, right? I'm afraid this kid's background is far beyond our imagination. He's not simple. Definitely not simple. Look, Qin Shao was performing the mountain and river sword technique. It was a sword technique that was created based on the mountain and river sword technique that Qin Shao had created previously. It had indeed reached the fourth-grade level. With Qin Zhao's strength, Qin Zhao's realm, and his understanding of sword techniques, the mountain and river sword that he created was naturally extremely powerful. In addition, Qin Shao was the creator. Naturally, the power displayed was stronger. However, Qin Shao did not create the mountain and river sword completely. Therefore, its power was limited. However, it was more than enough to deal with Rongyan. Rongyan's python sword technique had only been cultivated to 30 to 40%. He was still far from mastering it. Moreover, in terms of realm, Qin Shao was also superior to him. Even Wolf King, who was in the sword spirit realm, died in the hands of Qin Shao, let alone Rongyan. Hence, as soon as Rongyan attacked, Qin Shao attacked without hesitation. Under the suppression of the mountain and river sword, the moon and heaven collapsed. Everything was destroyed and returned to heaven and earth. The power of Rongyan's sword was like a piece of tofu under Qin Zhao's mountain and river sword. The most powerful move was easily broken by Qin Shao. A mountain collapsed, causing Rongyan to vomit blood and fall to the ground in a pathetic state. This time, Qin Shao did not give Rongyan any chance. He took advantage of the situation and took him down. He pressed his sword against Rongyan's throat, causing him to not dare to resist at all. Otherwise, death would be waiting for him. I lost. I lost. Rongyan stared at Qin Shao in shock and horror. He did not expect that he would lose, let alone lose so badly to a kid who was in his early 20s. Young Master Rong actually lost? I'm not hallucinating, am I? Why does it feel so surreal? Where did this person come from? Did anyone see the sword clearly just now? Why are there so many strange things happening? Qin Shao did not say anything, but the people around them began to get into an uproar. Qin Shao ignored them and glared at the suicidal Rongyan coldly. You think you can control everything, but you're actually nothing. Confidence is a good thing, but it can also cause harm sometimes. There's a saying in my hometown that goes like this: you can forgive the sins of heaven, but you can't live with the sins you bring upon yourself. You're the classic example of someone who brought this upon himself. So, can you do as I said just now? I'm a very principled person who means what I say. If you don't do as I say, you'll have to bear the consequences. What did he mean just now? He was just returning the words that Rongyan had said to him. Rongyan remained expressionless and as pale as a sheet of paper. He was infuriated. He was furious. He was going crazy. He was Rongyan and yet, he was being oppressed to such a state. But what could he do? On one hand, it was life and death. How could he want to die? However, in order to live, he had to agree to Qin Zhao's conditions. Chapter 926. What should I do? Rong Yen trembled uncontrollably as anger burned in his heart like a raging fire. If he were to do that, how would he have the face to face others in the future? Wouldn't his dignity be ruined? That would be worse than death. However, he could tell that the person in front of him was not joking with him. If he dared to say no, what awaited him would be death. How could he want to die? Qin Shao said coldly, "Seems like you don't want to make a choice. In that case, I'll take it that you don't want to obey me. Go to hell." Even if Qin Shao was not displeased because of the extermination of the Lin tribe, Qin Shao would definitely punish such a domineering hedonist. Today, Rong Yen happened to be in Qin Zhao's crosshairs. Hence, he only had himself to blame. As soon as Qin Shao said the word, "die," Rong Yan's body trembled violently as he sensed the aura of death. Under the threat of the aura of death, Rong Yan's mental fortitude was completely destroyed. No, Rong Yan wanted to beg for mercy at all costs. No matter what, he had to save his life first. He didn't want to die. However, at this moment, a dazzling ray of light suddenly descended from the sky like a ray of immortal light. It was so dazzling that they couldn't open their eyes. The sound of the sword was like the roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon. It filled the entire inn, and the sharp sound was so deafening that it was almost deafening. The sharp sword aura was like a peerless flower that split the path of life and death. This scene shocked many people, causing them to be dumbstruck. What a domineering sword! Qin Shao initially wanted to kill Rong Yen, but the sudden attack made him feel slightly shocked and he quickly retreated. The domineering sword aura alone was enough to make Qin Shao retreat involuntarily. It was definitely the power of a sword spirit realm cultivator. Besides, the sword was extremely domineering and contained an extremely powerful aura. It was as if it was a king who had descended to the world and was emitting an unparalleled dragon aura. A sharp and heavy sword flashed with a strange luster, like an aurora falling into the ground, inserting more than 3 feet into the ground. The powerful sword chi that was being emitted still prevented people from getting within 10 meters of him. Otherwise, they would definitely be injured by this terrifying sword chi. Upon sight of the sword, Rong Yen, who was initially in despair, suddenly burst into laughter and exclaimed, "It's the flame sword. Boss Tianming is here. The Li Fire Sword, Li Tianming is here. I remember now. I've always heard that young Master Rong is loyal to Li Tianming. Seems like it's true. Even Li Tianming is involved. This show is getting more and more exciting. This is the Li Fire Sword. It is so powerful. No wonder it is the most powerful sword technique in Daki County. It is really terrifying." Yeah, the Li Fire Sword is a secret art of the Li Fire Palace. Only the core disciples of the Li Fire Palace have the qualifications to cultivate it. If one isn't a supreme genius, it's basically impossible for them to succeed. There have long been rumors that Li Tianming has cultivated the Li Fire Sword to the 7th heavenly layer. In the past, I thought it was impossible, but now it seems to be true. TSK. What a monster. Yeah, Li Tianming is the undisputed #1 youth genius in Daki County. He's too heaven-defying. TSK. If my talent is 1/10 of his, no, 1/100th of his, then my future will be bright. Along with the exclamations of the crowd, a figure descended from the sky. His graceful posture made him look like an immortal descending from the heavens. The aura of a king seemed to be his innate temperament. The brocade clothes he was wearing showed his extraordinariness. He had an imposing appearance and an unparalleled youth. His face was so handsome that even men would be jealous of it. It gave him an extra reason to be proud of himself. However, his sword-like eyebrows were slightly raised. It also showed his powerful aura, making people not dare to get close to him. The person who came was none other than Li Tianming, the undisputed #1 youth genius in Daki County. He had countless halos and countless praises. Li Tianming's body was as light as a swallow as he stood on the sword. He looked down at the crowd like a king who looked down on the world. Seeing this powerful figure, many people had the urge to kneel down and worship him. It was as if they were looking at an immortal. Qin Shao frowned slightly. However, he soon relaxed. His expression didn't change much. He just looked at the young genius calmly. Qin Shao naturally didn't need to envy anyone when it came to geniuses. He was known as the #1 genius of that era in the Hongmeng universe. He surpassed all his predecessors and was ranked #1 in the entire universe. How terrifying was that? Therefore, in Qin Zhao's eyes, a genius like Li Tianming was naturally ordinary and sloppy. Qin Shao had seen information about Li Tianming in the Lin tribe. There was a thick record of this genius. Li Tianming, the grandson of the Lihua Palace's current palace master, was only 30 years old. However, he had broken through to the Sword Spirit Realm 2 years ago and became the youngest Sword Spirit Realm expert in Daqi County in the past 100 years. No one knew what level his strength had reached now. Even if he didn't break through, he should be able to fight against an existence in the Sword Spirit Realm with his Lihua sword. The Lihua sword was a 5th-grade sword martial skill. It was also the only 5th-grade sword martial skill in Daqi County. The Lihua Palace relied on this 5th-grade sword martial skill to suppress all the heroes and sit on the throne of Daqi County's #1 power. No other power could shake its position. Qin Shao became more serious when facing Li Tianming. Qin Shao was inferior to Li Tianming in terms of cultivation. There was a big gap between them. In terms of sword martial skills, Li Tianming was also inferior. In comparison, Qin Shao was naturally at a disadvantage if he wanted to fight Li Tianming. Moreover, the disadvantage was not small. However, Qin Shao wasn't afraid. Even if he faced a powerful sword immortal, Qin Shao was confident that he could survive, let alone a Sword Spirit Realm sword cultivator. With his body's defensive ability, only a mighty figure could hurt him. Moreover, it had to be an extremely powerful one. Qin Shao didn't know what kind of realm an extremely powerful one was in the world of sword cultivators. However, it was definitely a top existence. No matter which universe it was, top-notch almighties would definitely stand at the pinnacle of the universe. With such confidence, Qin Shao naturally didn't need to be afraid of anything. Boss! Rong Yen swallowed his saliva and walked over. Li Tianming glanced at Rong Yen coldly and scolded, "Useless thing. You're being bullied by an outsider in your own territory. Don't you feel embarrassed enough? Hurry up and get lost. You're embarrassing me." Faced with Li Tianming's scolding, Rong Yen naturally didn't dare to say a word. He obediently retreated to the side and stood there respectfully. The atmosphere became tense again. It was so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Many people even held their breaths nervously and stared at them, waiting for the show to begin. Li Tianming's wolf-like eyes were filled with a strange light as they landed on Qin Shao. A cruel and cold smile appeared on his lips as he said, "You should know who I am, but I want to know who you are." Qin Shao smirked and said, "I know you're Li Tianming, a rare genius of the mythical Flame Palace. No one dares to offend you in Daqi County. As for who I am, with your power, can't you find out?" Li Tianming sneered and said, "You're quite sharp-tongued. I did check on you, but I didn't find any information. If you didn't jump out from a crack in a rock, you should have come from a place far away. That's why I couldn't find any information about you. But that's not important. Since we're in Daqi City, I have the final say. Here, it doesn't matter who you are. What matters is that you've already offended me. So, the consequences are very serious. Do you know that?" Qin Shao shook his head and said, "However, I don't know." You really don't know the difference between life and death. I've already said so much, yet you still say you don't know." Li Tianming was not angry. Instead, he laughed. However, there was clearly some anger in his laughter. Li Tianming put his hands behind his back and said, "You should know that there's an old saying, you should know who the owner is before you hit the dog." I don't care what feud you have with Rong Wei, but if you want to kill him, you'll have to ask my permission first. In Daki City, no one can bully my people. Anyone who dares to offend my Long Wei will definitely pay a painful price. Li Tianming's tone was indifferent, as if he was talking about something very normal. However, this was a fact for everyone, and no one would doubt Li Tianming's words. He, Li Tianming, was qualified to say such words. However, someone just had to challenge his authority. Qin Shao didn't back down and said, "What a coincidence. My principle is the same as yours. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll kill them. No matter who it is, as long as they offend me, I won't let them go. So, today, your little brother, Rong Wei, must die." Swish. 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 Qin Zhao's words were like thunder in the middle of the night. It shocked everyone and caused many strange gazes to look over with astonishment. What arrogance! What tyrannical words! Isn't this too arrogant? Must die. He dared to say such soul-stirring words in front of Li Tianming. He was too arrogant. Rong Wei's face turned green, then white, then black. It was very interesting. He was really irritated by Qin Zhao's words. He couldn't wait to fight Qin Shao to the death. Li Tianming frowned deeply and his face turned green. In Daki City, no one dared to go against him like this. Qin Shao was the first. Li Tianming's expression became unsightly and colder. The fury in his heart grew stronger and the sword qi beneath his feet became even more violent, radiating a heart-palpitating sword qi's might. Li Tianming's eyes were as sharp as swords. He looked straight at the sky and said, "If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll kill them." Humph! How dare you be so arrogant? Today, I'd like to see how capable you are. That's why you dare to say such arrogant words. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.